Yi Tian, was smashed by the omnipotent male god system. The opening will send the god-level music. Also open the domination of all walks of life of the legendary life. Chapter 1 Smashed by the System. Tianhai University. Along with the start of the new semester, Tianhai ushered in another batch of fresh blood, and the previous freshman class became seniors. Today, it was the important day of Tianhai University's welcome party, and the seniors of all grades were all riveted to welcome the fresh blood. Hurry up! The welcome party will start soon. Yes, tonight our goddess Manhwa will personally perform a dance on stage. That's the school's recognized prettiest school beauty. Her show must not be missed. Groups of boys, quickly surging towards the auditorium. The atmosphere of the entire campus boiled up because of Lin Mengyao. Backstage of the auditorium, a certain lounge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the universe super invincible supreme omnipotent male god system. World background remodeling in progress. Who? What the hell? Yi Tian, who had played an all-night game yesterday and was taking a nap to rest, was jolted by the sudden appearance of the voice, followed by a progress bar appearing in front of Yi Tian's eyes. 1%, 5%, 10%. Old me is not dreaming. Is it possible that I played the game too late yesterday? As Yi Tian muttered, a sweet voice once again sounded in his head. Ding! The world background transformation is successful, about to synchronize the host's world perception. In the next instant, as if a current had passed through his body, Yi Tian's mind just had more different perceptions of this world. Cough cough. This is Lao Zi, changing the world? Yi Tian almost didn't choke on his saliva, numbly took out his cell phone, looked at the date or today, and then the lightning giant hand speed, searched one webpage after another. Heavenly kings and superstars were gone? No more movie stars? No more movie stars? Li Baidu Fu is gone. This is, the entire world architecture has really changed. Yi Tian consciously pinched himself, and the piercing sharp pain reminded him that it was all true. He, Yi Tian, had been hit by the system. In view of the host binding this system for the first time, we hereby reward the host with a newbie gift pack. May I ask whether to open it? Open. Yi Tian did not hesitate for half a second and directly opened it. For a fan of novels, he of course knew that this was the first wave of black hangs gifted by the Golden Finger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine music skills as well as a USB flash drive. Note, this USB flash drive can help the host quickly open up in the new world. USB flash drive? Hiss. I'll go. System you big man. Before Yi Tian could think about it in detail, he felt that his brain kernel was about to burst open for that moment, as if a big hand was stirring in his mind. But fortunately, it lasted for 0.1 seconds before dissipating into nothingness. And in the next instant Yi Tian's mind had countless more understanding and insights about music, while his voice and various organs were undergoing subtle changes. The entire person's state was better by an unknown number of notches. This ability, so heaven-defying, but it's a USB flash drive. Quickly Yi Tian came to the computer in the lounge, inserted the USB flash drive into the computer and quickly browsed through it. Opening the file, Yi Tian saw the dubbing of two songs from the USB flash drive. One was A Lifetime with You and the other was Dimple. Coupled with his own performance tonight, Yi Tian's eyes blossomed with two auras. Although he was not bad at singing before, it was completely incomparable to the present-day him. Another restroom. Mengyao. After the show later, I'll treat you to a movie. A richly dressed youth looked at the lovely goddess schoolgirl Lin Mengyao with anticipation. No, I'm ready to go home after the show. I'm quite tired from rehearsals these days. Lin Mengyao, who didn't know what Qin Xingha meant, politely refused to speak out. You go out. This is a place for girls to rest. It's not convenient for you to be here. Alright then, I'll send you home when the party is over. Qin Xingha's eyes were lost for a split second, but he quickly recovered. Obviously this kind of rejection was not the first time. Suit yourself. Qian, close the door. Lin Mengyao said perfunctorily with a headache, letting her best friend Qian close the door. Mengyao, I think Senior Qin is quite good, and you guys are childhood sweethearts. How many times have you rejected people? Qian snickered to her bestie. Go. If you think it's good, you be his girlfriend. Lin Mengyao blanked her unscrupulous bestie. Yo, I would like to, but I'm not Senior Qin's cup of tea. Time quickly passed and the welcome party started. The host enthusiastically chimes in with a few programs, and after about 20 minutes have passed, he once again excitedly comes onto the stage. Here we have our Tianhai's #1 goddess, Lin Mengyao, bringing us Swan's Dream. Everyone welcome. Goddess, I love you. Goddess, you are my eternal dream goddess. The host's voice had just fallen, and the auditorium full of at least 5,000 to 6,000 people were on the scene, a burning gaze staring at the stage at the moment. not moving away for a moment, fearing that they would miss a single moment. Lights focused, the crowd's expected goddess was wearing ballet clothes, setting off her perfect body to the fullest. The atmosphere in the venue instantly came to the highest point. Qin Xinghe, who originally wanted to watch a movie with Lin Mengyao, sought his childhood friend's inner woman. The corner of his mouth revealed a touch of pride. Only such a girl could be worthy of himself. Lin Mengyao's knitted brows and every movement on the stage seemed to have some kind of magic power, attracting everyone's eyes and mind. Beauty beyond words, whether it was from the movements or the state. This swan's dream was flawless and impeccable. Snap, snap, snap. As the swan's dream neared its end, the entire audience resounded with thunderous applause as well as shouts of confession. And seeing this, Qin Xinghe's smile became even more victorious. Next, please welcome our talented son of Tian Hai, Yi Tian, with the song A Lifetime of You. Everyone welcome, Lin Mengyao, who was originally ready to leave, heard this name and her beautiful eyes flashed, while Chen Xianxian on the side looked at the stage with deep meaning. Mengyao, let's listen to it before we leave. Not waiting for Lin Mengyao to speak, the stage lights dimmed. A handsome cheeks, flowing hairstyle of the youth came to the stage. In addition to the family background in terms of the stage in front of him, the boy definitely meets the requirements of the Prince Charming in the hearts of all the girls. The following song, A Lifetime with You, for everyone. The new book begs for collections. Chapter 2, The God of Boys is going to take off. This is Yi Tian, right? Aha, sophomore literary genius. I heard that he's the suitor of the school beauty. Mengyao, I'm so envious. I'm afraid this song wasn't written specifically for Goddess Mengyao. So envious, what to do? Honestly, if it wasn't for Yi Tian's lack of background, he would definitely be the school's most sought-after person. That's right, in terms of face value alone, Yi Tian dumps the Qin Xinghe by a few streets. The students under the stage were chattering and discussing enthusiastically. Just at this moment, Yi Tian, who was completely Prince Charming on the stage, put the microphone to his mouth and started to sing his first song after getting the divine music skill. For dreaming that you left, I woke up from crying, watching the night wind blow across the windowsill. Can you feel my love? The low melancholy, slightly sad voice, perfect singing, excellent dubbing, and especially the godly musical vocals, completely interpreted the song A Lifetime with You to the fullest. My plants are grass. This is, Yi Tian sang it? This voice, this tune is so. Listen well. What the hell? This is Yi Tian. I won't see a fake Yi Tian, although he sings well, but how can he sound so good? This level, absolutely singer level. Damn. It's over. I seem to have fallen in love just after college. What should I do? Wow. The god of the world sings so well. Let's go with him. My family has minds. Bitch, go away. Yi Tian's god is my lowly. Tian High School auditorium instantly boiled. Countless cute girls all fried. To be honest, Tian High handsome boys have a lot of talented boys also have a lot. But looks so handsome, and so talented can be very few. Every time a boy like that appears, it will attract many girls to scramble for him. My god. Mengyao, is this the same Yi Tian who chased you? Singing is too good, too talented. Chen Xianxian stared at her and Lin Mengyao's classmate Yi Tian with wide eyes, completely unable to believe that it was Yi Tian on the stage. Did you hear that? Dreaming of you leaving. I woke up from crying, watching the night breeze blowing across the windowsill. Can you feel my love? This word, beautifully bombed. Mengyao, he's confessing to you. Go go go. Don't talk nonsense. What confession? Lin Mengyao's pretty face slightly swooned. Obviously she also didn't expect Yi Tian's singing to be so good. From here, he was really quite handsome. How many people have adored your youthful looks? Do you know who is willing to bear the relentless change of the years? How many people have come and gone in your life? Do you know I've been by your side all your life? When I grow old, will you still be by my side? Look at the lies of those vows. Will slowly drift away with the past. The climax came, and the audience listening to the scene, especially the many cute girls, could no longer suppress their inner excitement and thrill. Ow, male god, I love you. My gosh, Yi Tian male god is taking off. It's so good. I want to hold a male god like this and go home, and just sing to myself every day. It must be very special happiness. It's over. The god is so powerful. There are so many love rivals. The pressure is so great. How can I do it? Ooh. Listening to the radiant Yi Tian singing his heart out on the stage, Chen Xianxian's pair of beautiful eyes flashed frequently, as if she would regret for the rest of her life if she missed this man on the stage in this life. Mengyao, are you sure you don't like Yi Tian? Chen Xianxian solemnly turned to her best friend beside her, as if she was doing something major in her life. What are you thinking? How could I like him? A trace of panic appeared in Lin Mengyao's eyes. If it was Yi Tian before, she wouldn't have the slightest hesitation at all, but now she hesitated. That's right, hesitated. With the talent Yi Tian had shown on stage here, he might not be unable to catch fire in the future. Then I am relieved. Exhaling deeply, Chen Xinshen revealed a smile that was as happy as a child's. I've decided. I'm going to chase after Yi Tian starting tomorrow. Chasing Yi Tian? Lin Mengyao didn't know why when she heard this sentence from her best friend. It was as if she felt like a very important thing had left her. What? Mengyao, you're heartbroken. Seeing her bestie's face change slightly, Chen Xinshen asked suspiciously, as that expression of Mengyao's was the first time she saw it. The hell, I'm heartbroken. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Lin Mengyao blanked her own girlfriends. The heart is drumming. Set aside from the family background, Yi Tian is quite good. Quietly, it was Lin Mengyao herself who didn't realize that her attitude towards Yi Tian had undergone a subtle transformation. How many people used to adore your youthful looks? But do you know who is willing to endure the relentless changes of the years? How many people have come and gone in your life? Do you know that I'll be by your side for the rest of your life? How many people have adored your youthful face? Do you know who is willing to bear the relentless change of the years? Yi Tian sang to his heart's content, and the girls under the stage swayed their feet to the beat, waving the glow sticks in their hands, wandering through each of their memories, immersed in them, unable to extricate themselves. At this moment, Yi Tian was in the limelight. But what made him happiest was the harvested reputation value. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 66. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 66. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 66. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 66. Chapter 3, Your ears have become picky. The reputation value soared. Yi Tian sang even more vigorously, feeling that his entire being and this song, A Lifetime with You, were fused together. But of course what came to mind was not any Lin Mengyao. Compared to the prestige value, Lin Mengyao did not have the slightest attraction to Yi Tian. On the second floor of the auditorium, Qin Xinghe looked at the radiant Yi Tian on the stage. The corners of his mouth were full of mockery. What's the use of singing even better? Mengyao is still not mine. In Qin Xinghe's opinion, that Yi Tian was not the slightest threat to himself at all, because that kid was completely in two worlds with him and Mengyao. At the very front of the auditorium, Tianhai's principal Li Zifang nodded his head in satisfaction to the professor of the music department beside him. Prof. Chen, this student called Yi Tian is very good. You can give him some chances. Maybe he will become a famous singer in the future. The principal is right. I have a feeling that this Yi Tian's future achievements are absolutely unlimited. Another professor spoke out in agreement. Since the principal said so, it just so happens that I have a friend of mine who they are preparing to film a talent show called K-Song Show. So we can let Yi Tian give it a try. That Professor Chen of the vocal department, looking at Yi Tian who was performing very well on the stage, spoke out and nodded. K-Song Show? Is it the K-Song platform's heavily funded singing talent show? I heard that big star Yi Linglong was invited by them to participate. Another professor spoke out in surprise, obviously not expecting Professor Chen to have this relationship. Come one song, male god, one more song, a love song, A Lifetime with You, drew resonance from the entire audience. In this fast-paced era, they hadn't known how long it had been since they had heard a song that was so good and so deep that they couldn't pull themselves out of it. This, cough cough, student Yi Tian, if you have another song, is it possible to sing another one? The host, little pretty schoolmate, the same beautiful eyes flashed, the same incomparable expectation, wanted to listen to Yi Tian to come back to another song. This, well then, after pondering for a while, Yi Tian nodded his head and agreed. I'll sing another Little Dimple for everyone. Listening to the host's little pretty schoolmate's proposal, of course Yi Tian wouldn't reject it. This was an excellent opportunity to harvest the prestige value. Little Dimple. What a warm song title. So looking forward to it. It must be especially good. Yes it is. Sit and wait for the male god to sing. Hearing the voices coming from the stage, the chattering students under the stage, especially some girls with big flashing eyes, folded their hands and listened quietly with anticipation. A little while later, Yi Tian once again in the spotlight, become the focus of all people. The corner of the mouth curved up a touch of arc, full of deep feelings, full of magnetic voice, piercing the air, resounded in the auditorium over the sky, surrounded by everyone's ears. I'm still looking for a support and an embrace. Who will pray for me and worry for me to be angry and for me to be angry. The song's style changed, did not let the students under the stage disappointed, immensely suitable for the theme of Dimple, warm voice from the stage, into a magic note, like a naughty little elf in the field of many audiences' heart tip dance. Not only did the cute girls' eyes become mesmerized, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curve up into a small arc of happiness, but the boys were also conquered by Yeon's singing and talent at the moment. This song is awesome. Happiness is starting to show signs. Fate makes us slowly close together. Then loneliness is swallowed up. Boredom became conversation. Change. Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful mark. Every day I can't sleep. I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, my life is complete. The mesmerizing voice warmed the heart, and the many students who listened to it were so happy, as if each one of them had fantasized the song as themselves, while the boys had their crush or favorite goddesses in their minds. Professor Chen, what do you think about how student Yeon sang? Although Principal Lee sounded good, he still wanted to hear the evaluation of the professional. Professor Chen, to be honest, student Yeon's singing skills and voice conditions are quite a bit better than some of the high achievers in our music department. I'm very curious as to how Yeon practiced this ability. Prof. Chen had been engaged in music education for more than 10 years, and he, who always loved talent, had already had the intention of letting Yeon go to that karaoke show when he heard him sing his first song. Manhwa saw it. Yeon sang super nice. You said I also have dimples. Will he always have a crush on me? Chun Shinshan looked at Yeon on the stage. Originally she just said that she was ready to pursue Yeon for fun. Now she feels that Yeon on the stage in front of her is the legendary treasure boy. The more Chun Shinshan is more curious about Yeon, but Lin Mangyao pretends to blank out her best friend. No matter what, there is an insurmountable gap between him and us. A few moments later, the song Dimple ended, and after a few seconds of silence filled the room, a thunderous applause as well as howls of hooting and hollering resounded from the snapping. Male god, I love you, Dimple. The god of man just looked at me. Yeah, was he singing for me? So touching. Finished. After listening to Yeon's male god song, I feel like my ears have become picky. Pink. I've never heard of these two songs. They can't be the Godfather's new songs, right? Although the male god is not a star, it still can't stop me from worshipping the male god. Woo dash. Prince. This is the Prince Charming of my heart. Wow. Come home with me, my dream boy god. The sounds of spitting rose from the stage, and then intertwined in the sky for a long time. Chapter 4. Yeon seems to have changed. Backstage of the auditorium, Yeon, who had finished singing two songs, curved the corner of his mouth, not because he had won a lot of applause, but because the reputation value had broken 1,000. Not long after, Principal Lee Zifang and Professor Chen of the music department came backstage. Student Yeon, you sang well, the elegantly tempered principal said with a kind face. Principal, Prof. Chen, why are you guys here? Yeon, who was just about to leave, saw the principal and Prof. Chen come to the backstage, and couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Student Yeon, it's like this, the principal and I both agree that your singing is very good. It just so happens that today is the last day to sign up for the K-Song Show auditions. If you agree, I can help you sign up for the K-Song Show. Professor Chen did not have too much padding, directly out of the mouth to say the intention of the two people. After all, such a good young man, do not go to that kind of platform to develop under the pity. K-Song Show. Professor Chen is talking about the music program organized by the K-Song platform? He didn't know much about the K-Song Show, but he was familiar with the K-Song platform. It was the biggest music platform in the Dragon Kingdom. If he could be on the K-Song Show, the prestige value would definitely be much better than it is now. Of course, so that's why. Student Yeon, you have to grasp this opportunity. Principal Lee Zifang spoke in a serious tone. He certainly knew about Yeon being an orphan, which was also the reason why he strongly recommended Yeon to participate in that talent show. Yeon was very good in both his studies and character. If he had more opportunities, he would definitely become the pride of Tianhai University in the future. Then thank you Principal and Professor Chen. I'll participate in the karaoke show, Yeon said with full of thanks. The words were really heartfelt, because to become stronger in the shortest time, prestige value was undoubtedly the quickest way. Good. I'll go arrange it right away. Very satisfied with Yeon's decision, Professor Chen thought of something and continued. Right Yeon, tomorrow is the start date of the karaoke show. You may only have one day to prepare. If you're in a hurry, you can just use the two songs you sang at the party today. Okay, thank you Professor Chen. Yeon nodded his head in response. Of course he wouldn't sing the songs he had already sung. After parting ways with the principal, Professor Chen, Yeon met Qin Xingha as well as Lin Mangyao's trio at the place where the auditorium exited. But Yeon's attention had been browsing through the system mall that had just been opened. So where did he have the time to pay attention to these three people? I have to say that this system mall has a lot of good things, Like what? Diarrhea sticker, fart sticker, disguise card, and so on all have a wonderful role? Yi Tian, who was studying the system mall, didn't notice the three people on the side at the moment. Then, in the Lin Mangyao and Chen Chanshan stunned gaze, straight from the two people walked through. The feeling is completely like a stranger encounter. This guy, Mangyao Yi Tian, seems to have changed as a person, completely ignoring you. Chen Xianxian was like discovering a new continent. To know that the previous Yi Tian could not be like this at all. If it was before, Yi Tian would have come up and lowered his posture to greet his suitor. Mangyao, only just, completely is another version of Yi Tian. Completely when Lin Mangyao is a stranger. The previous low profile with now like a stranger. A huge gap, making Lin Mangyao a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the direction of Yi Tian disappeared. Do not know what to think. And this scene in the eyes of Qin Xinghe, as if a fishbone stuck in his throat, a nameless anger leapt out. Once again looked in the direction of Yi Tian's disappearance. The bottom of his eyes flooded with a fierce aura. Lin Mangyao had never looked at him with this kind of eyes. Envy and jealousy caused Qin Xinghe to inexplicably hate this brat that he had not put on his mind at all before. Because he clearly felt that Lin Mangyao had begun to care about his existence. Alright Mangyao, I'll send you home. Qin Xinghe collected the cold aura under his eyes and once again resumed the appearance of a gentleman's modest son, while in his heart, he was calculating that he would definitely have time to properly warn that brat Yi Tian that a toad would dare to covet swan meat. Along the way, Lin Mangyao's heart has never calmed down. What comes to her mind is that over and over again, Yi Tian walks past her eyes like a stranger. That scene seems to be engraved in her mind. No matter what, it will not go away. Lin Mangyao felt that it was not that Yi Tian left from her eyes, but something she cared about in her heart left her. At this moment Lin Mangyao's heart was in turmoil. The mood became inexplicably irritable. Lin Mangyao, what are you thinking of? How can you think of that guy? And at this time, the two songs sung by Yi Tian also exploded in the Tian High School exchange group. Ma Yi, isn't this the sophomore talent Yi Tian? I didn't expect to sing so well. Hey, now you're thinking wrong. I saw Yi Tian come out from the backstage after singing, not even paying attention to Goddess Mangyao. You're sure? No way. Yi Tian is Goddess Mengyao's loyal suitor. How could he ignore her? Could it be that? Is it that Goddess Mengyao directly rejected Yi Tian? Yi Tian is disheartened? No way. Goddess Mengyao is so ruthless. Oh, Yi Tian is so handsome and sings so well, but was dumped by Goddess Mengyao? Really? In that case, I've got a chance. I've decided I'll go after Yi Tian. Chapter 5 Uncle. I've been here before. Tian High University. Not far from the bridge. Time has come to 9 o'clock in the evening. The road pedestrians alone a few. The roadside dim light. A fashionable clothes. Slender figure wearing sunglasses drunken girl. And in the girl not far away. Two sneaky strongman men. All the way to follow towards the girl gradually surrounded the past. Looked around the sparsely populated. The two men evil smile intercepted the girl's retreat. Little sister. So late in the day. How unsafe to come out by yourself. Go with your brother. Brother to protect you. One of the burly men raised his hand to drag the girl to the grove. The other burly man's eyes were full of treacherous smiles, and wonderful things were already floating in his mind. Stop. Let go of the girl. Just when the two strong men thought they had their way, a voice scared the two men with a jolt. Lang Kuan. In broad daylight. How dare you act like this? And the two strong men see as although and they are about the same size. Is a tender student. Cannot help but the corners of the mouth ferocious a grin. The bottom of the heart of the big sure. Kid, advise you do not meddle in the matter. Otherwise, I let you half a month cannot get out of bed. Hey, big brother, with this little brat nagging what? Teach him a lesson. And then do this beauty. A bit of tiger strong man Lao Air, like a small mountain molded towards Yi Tian pressed over. Raised his hand to go to teach the kid in front of him a lesson. Diarrhea patch, use. Just when the strong man penis will be shot. Very apprehensive Yi Tian directly to the system read a sentence. Exchange the diarrhea sticker, which has been known before. Ding. The host used the diarrhea paste successfully. The target is the strongman Lao Air, consuming the host 500 reputation value. 4 hours. As the system's voice sounded, the opposite side of the strongman Lao Air's head floated a string of countdown data. Obviously, diarrhea paste, the effective time for 4 hours. It's a big loss. Before only focusing on the utility of diarrhea paste, but forgot to exchange the conditions of a full 500 prestige value. Gulp. Just when Yi Tian's heart ached, the divine effect of diarrhea paste kicked in, and the burly old man who wanted to beat Yi Tian's penis, his hand that was hanging in the air, lightning-like covered his stomach that was full of fat. Goo. I can't do it big brother. I have a stomach ache to go poop. Finished, not waiting for the strong man boss reply, covering the stomach like an obese shrimp. toward the side of the grove leaped over. Lazy people on the mill more shit. On this still want to do great things with me. Grass. The burly boss saw his penis enter the grove, let go of the drunken girl, and strutted over towards Yi Tian. Kid, let me personally send you to the hospital. The burly boss clenched his casserole-sized fists and walked over menacingly, with a big look of smashing Yi Tian's hands off with one fist. Bastard. Old me has no reputation value. Looking at the casserole-sized fist coming from Tarzan, Yi Tian's heart soared with blood as he used his remaining 500 prestige value. Ding! The host used diarrhea paste successfully, targeting the burly boss, consuming 500 prestige value of the host. 4 hours, grass. You big man. The extremely angry Yi Tian, I don't know where to get the strength, snapped a slap hard on the face of the strongman boss in front of him. A scarlet slap appeared on the side of the strongman boss like this. Kid, you step horse dare to hit. Grunt. Just when the strongman boss was just about to go berserk, the feeling of diarrhea instantly soared to the top, and it looked like it was going to be taught. Marred. Kid, have the balls not to go. Whoosh of a sound. The strongman boss with a faster speed than the oldest two toward the grove drilled in, and this moment venting end of the strongman oldest two returned to the child over. Yi Tian toward the girl. Boy, you dare. Gulyolu. Egu. Marred. Grass. Just from the grove out of the strongman Lao air. Cursed. Once again rushed into the grove. The heart of the sadness of the river. Just did not have paper towels. He froze with the grove of leaves to dry. That acidic only used people know. Seeing the strong man's penis sadly entering the grove again, Yi Tian then breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his 500 reputation value was not spent in vain. Beauty. Are you alright? Yi Tian holding a beautiful girl. Feeling the good smell coming from the girl's body. Can't help but be a little hot. Although wearing sunglasses, but still be able to see that this is definitely a full of stunning beauty. Up and down to look at the girl's body clean and dry. Slightly sigh a good man to do in the end. Send Buddha to the west. Can only take this beautiful girl home? Or she was alone on the main road more unsafe. Kid, you give the old man. Grunt. The same with the leaves to solve the problem of the strong man boss. From the grove soared out. Just to see Yi Tian with their tailing for a long time the target. The eyes are red. Do not bring so play. However, the next moment to feel the imminent eruption of the hot tide. Subjected to the transformation into a heap of lightning. Once again drilled into the grove. The heart of the wow cool. Do not bring so play. Soon. Intercepted a cab. Assisted the girl easily sent on the car. Dude. Where to? Rose Garden. Thank you. After getting into the car, Yi Tian supported the girl and let her lean on his arms. The master was very chatty and revealed a smile that men understand. I said buddy can this your girlfriend? Right. Bring it home today he. Master. We are not the kind of relationship you want. In fact, Yi Tian has not finished. The girl in his arms an arm around his neck. The rich smell of wine filled in the tip of his nose. Almost did not let Yi Tian to vomit. How much wine this goods drink? No need to explain. Uncle I came over. I understand. Yi Tian's brain door flashed a clap of crows. Meow. You understand a ball understand. Grass. Chapter 6. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? After more than 10 minutes, paid for the car, came downstairs, assisted the girl wearing sunglasses into the elevator, said that often catching the market will definitely run into relatives. This is not. Yi Tian ran into relatives. Oh no. Is the neighbor Auntie Lee? Yell. Shout ya take girlfriend home Yi Tian. Yes Auntie Lee. You're home so late. Yi Tian wiped the false sweat from his head. Auntie Lee looked at the girl a few more times and gave her thumbs up. Not bad right Xiaoye? Only a sophomore in college you found such a beautiful girlfriend. But you have to cheer up try to take her down tonight. There are a lot of things to attract a girl in the society nowadays. Seeing Auntie Lee's serious chatter, to which Yi Tian could only remain silent. Just when Yi Tian just wanted to speak, the girl who had her arm around Yi Tian's shoulder had a burst of dry heaving, scaring Yi Tian, subconsciously covering the girl's vermilion lips. Cool. Soft, like jelly. It felt quite good. Ding. The elevator door opened. When they were about to part ways, Auntie Lee raised her fist at Yi Tian. Little Yi, cheer up. Waiting to eat your wedding candy. Ahem. Try my best. Yi Tian casually excused himself, fled as if assisting the girl, opened the door of the room and walked in. Auntie Lee on the opposite side saw Yi Tian and the girl enter the house, and said with emotion, college students nowadays are so open, which is like our era. Just arrived home. The girl completely cannot help it. Yi Tian hurriedly pulled the girl into the restroom, clattering some vomiting, fortunately all into the toilet. Otherwise today Yi Tian do not want to sleep, and when the girl turned over, is a dark brain, because all the vomit into the girl's neck. This Yi Tian made a problem. After a few moments, he was a man with modesty. However, the development of things is often not so. Unbeknownst to him, under the effect of this alcohol, Yi Tian's consciousness began to become blurred. His head was drowsy, and he planted his head towards the bedding. Alcohol stimulated Yi Tian. This night had a wonderful dream, and a beautiful misunderstanding occurred between the two. The next day, the early morning sunrise poured down, covering Tian Hai as well as the rose garden with a golden veil. The girl opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar place, letting out a heckling scream, especially when she looked at the plum blossom mark on the futon. Her mind roared with confusion. Last night's scene came into her mind as much as possible. She had actually had sex with a strange man. Yi Tian opened his sleepy eyes. A jolt, yesterday to the girl to clean up the finish. He was also tired. He was ready to drink a bottle of wine to refresh. Who knows that the misadventure? Wine strong courage. The next thing that happened was a watery affair, and at that time, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. After all, he had spent 1,000 reputation value for this girl. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Prick. The girl quickly cut off the plum blossom of the sheet. Click, click. The scissors opened and closed twice, scaring Yi Tian's legs into spasms. Kid, you better forget everything that happened yesterday, or else. Sharp little eyes already said everything. If Yi Tian revealed what happened yesterday, the girl would definitely make him cut off his children and grandchildren. Cough cough. So what? What's your name? Look at you somewhat familiar. Yi Linglong, you don't recognize me? Yi Linglong thought about last night's scene. Her face rose a touch of redness. Then she looked at Yi Tian in surprise. She is the most popular female singer at the moment. Is this kid from Manhwa? Should I know you? Humph. It's better not to know. Give me your cell phone. Yi Linglong's mind was in a daze. All she had to do was to leave here as fast as she could. As for what happened yesterday, she would completely forget about it, even though she knew that would be hard. Packing up his things and leaving quickly, soon Yi Tian was left alone in the room. Everything was like a dream, but yesterday was indeed the most unforgettable day for him. Thinking about it, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted up an arc. That said, Yi Linglong wearing sunglasses had just left the room and entered the elevator when she ran into Auntie Li, whom Yi Tian had met last night. Girl, you are Little Ye's girlfriend, right? Auntie Li was the first to open her mouth. Out of the blue, she asked with a smile and a deep meaning. Auntie, are you talking to me? Auntie Li and Yi Linglong were the only two people in the elevator. Yi Linglong was slightly stunned for a moment and asked, yes, yesterday you were drunk, in the elevator with Xiao Yamushi. To be honest, Yi Tian, this child is a good child. Only a pity that from childhood an orphan. Will you guys want to get married? If must treat him well. No. Auntie, we are not. Well, girl, Auntie is not a pedantic person. Nowadays the young, college time have children have a lot of. Don't need to be embarrassed. Yi Linglong, the bottom of the eyes flashed a ray of bad eye. That brat exactly yesterday followed Auntie Li said what? When he became his girlfriend. Called Yi Tian right. Even with this diva the same surname, next time don't let me run into you, or have you look good. A few moments later, the two of them came to the downstairs. Auntie Li turned her head to Yi Linglong, who was wearing sunglasses. By the way, girl, when will you guys get married? Yi Linglong almost didn't stand still and fell on the ground, and in her heart, she once again spat out that Yi Tian. Not a moment later, Yi Linglong's agent, a face value with 8 points of the girl. My auntie, where did you go all night? Scared me to death all. Right, why are you here? Nothing happened. Looking up and down at Yi Linglong, feeling that today is a little different from before. No, I looked at the neighborhood scenery is good. Come in to skate. The heart is more than twitching. Nothing happened. Things can be a big deal. Even the first time is gone. Can not have an accident. But think of all the fear. If not, Yi Tian saved himself that night. At this moment, I am afraid that has already lost his reputation, and even his parents have to follow the shame. Since it's okay, hurry up and go to the venue. Kaesong Show is waiting for you. Chapter 7, This guy is a demon. Ooh, this is. The reputation value has broken 1,000 again. Yi Tian, who woke up from yesterday's memories, was the one who realized that his reputation value had once again broken 1,000, and the haze in his heart dissipated, and all of a sudden the clouds turned into sunshine. Thinking about yesterday's experience, he was lucky to be descended by the system, then rose in the party, and then heroically saved the beauty in the bridge, followed by last night. Ahem. As if between, Yi Tian realized that his pattern had changed. Before his eyes were dominated by Lin Mengyao. Now it's different. The girls who are prettier than Lin Mengyao have been slept by himself. Nowadays, Looking at his past self, he felt a little funny. Ding dong. Just when Yi Tian was feeling sentimental, a message came out from his cell phone. Dear CCB customer. Hello, your account with tail number 3438 arrived at 8 hours 20 minutes and 13 seconds with 1,000,000 RMB. Please pay attention to check and receive. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, 1 million. What the hell? Scam message. But it's not right. Ding dong. After an interval of about 10 seconds, a message was sent to his cell phone. Yi Tian, warning you that it's best to forget about yesterday's incident. 1 million counts as hush money for that day. Thank you. Looking at the message in his cell phone, Yi Tian shouldn't laugh, or should he be speechless? That beauty seems to be a bit of a tiger, but it feels pretty good. Take down a beautiful woman. Earned $1 million. Overnight wealth. Once Yi Tian thought countless times, and today actually succeeded. As for the reason, actually slept with a girl. Of course Yi Tian knows that this 1 million is that girl thanked himself for saving her. Just this way. Where does it feel a little strange? On the other hand, driving to the Kaesong show car. Sister Linglong. Who is that Yi Tian? Lily, as Yi Linglong's manager and best friend, asked curiously about this person who had the same last name as her best friend. It's nothing. A friend. The corner of Yi Linglong's mouth twitched for a split second. Just now she didn't know what kind of wind she was pumping. She froze and called $1 million to that Yi Tian, and let Lily see it, so she could only harden her heart and continue to lie. Just a friend? Lily's beautiful eyes that seemed to see through Yi Linglong stared at her best friend, but he knew every one of Yi Linglong's friends, and had never heard of this one called Yi Tian. Of course. Focus on driving. Yi Linglong vainly pretended to blank her best friend, and this scene obviously triggered Lily's attention even more. Her intuition told her that Linglong and that person called Yi Tian must have some unspeakable secrets. Near Tianhai University, Yi Tian, who was rushing to the school, was suddenly blocked by Qin Xinghe, who had been waiting for Yi Tian for a long time in front of him. Following Qin Xinghe, there were also two strong men like iron towers. While the two strong men saw Yi Tian, their faces were full of hideousness. These two strong men were no one else. It was the two men who wanted to do that girl they were familiar with yesterday near Tianhai University. Yesterday, after Yi Tian left, it was a bitter experience for these two strong men, and they had been pulling for 4 hours. 4 hours, They pulled from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock in the morning. Just now the two men were still wearing a pair of panda eyes. Very festive. The two men also had another identity, which was Qin Xinghe's horseman and fighter. Kid, I didn't want to have any interactions with a pariah like you. It's just that you shouldn't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I advise you, you'd better stay away from Mengyao, or I'll beat you up once I see you. Remember. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Fart Paste, for successful use. Affecting the target Qin Xinghe. Consuming 500 prestige value of the host. 4 hours. Once again 500 reputation value exchange familiar another, fart sticker. Jokingly, how could he let Qin Xinghe get his hands on it? Before Qin Xinghe could finish. Blah, a long farting sound spread out. The two strong men were startled, subconsciously tightening their anuses, their little faces turning white. Qin Xinghe's face turned blue with pain. Damn. What happened? Why did he suddenly fart? Blah. Before Qin Xinghe thought about it, another stinky fart came out. The two strong men hurriedly held onto the side railing. Their legs softened. Yesterday's nightmare encounter created an incomparable horrible shadow in the bottom of their hearts. Blah. Blah blah. One is not enough. Followed by Qin Xinghe again in succession. The surrounding students looked around and saw that it was Qin Xinghe who was resisting the urge to laugh and left with quick steps. Blah. Damn. Asshole. Qin Xinghe, who farted nonstop, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Surrounded by a strange eye staring at him as if it was a knife. Running fast to escape from the Tianhai gate. Blah. Blah 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 blah. Along the way, the faster Qin Xinghe ran, the more frequently he farted, and within a 10-meter radius of him, there was no one else. Stink. It really stinks. Like a hot summer day. Septic tank accumulated feces emitted by the odor exactly the same. Alone a sniff led a person nausea. Seeing Qin Xinghe's incomparably familiar miserable appearance, the two burly men's eyes flickered, thinking of yesterday's incident where they had diarrhea until 1 o'clock in the morning, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and a pair of eyes stared at Yi Tian. That's right, it was this brat. Yesterday night was like this. Today Qin Xinghe is like this again. This guy. Devil. This guy is a devil. Both of you. Are you still coming? Seeing the two strong men's horrified looks, Yi Tian of course knew what they were thinking, and hearing the devil's smile, the two strong men turned around and pulled their legs out to run, wishing they had an extra leg. And at this moment, the front of Tianhai gate that was covered in stench blew up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It stinks. Is the sewer clogged? What's clogged? You still don't know? This is Qin Xingha's fart. But, really? How can a person's fart be so stinky? No, it's strange. Just now but I heard no less than 20 farts. Qin Xingha's image as a male god may have completely collapsed. Years of building. Ruined. I guess Qin Xingha won't have the face to come to Tianhai anymore. Yes, if I were Qin Xingha, I would have cried in the toilet. One rumor spreads to 10. 10 rumors spread to 100. The wind of gossip on campus is always the most evil. In the blink of an eye, no one in the entire Tianhai knew anything about this matter. And on the same day, Qin Xingha's family did the withdrawal procedure for him. No one knows. The source of all this is actually because of Yi Tian 500 reputation value exchange, fart sticker. From then on a long period of time, Qin Xingha are Tianhai many students after dinner talk. Chapter 8, The Rose Garden Blows Up. Tianhai, Campus Path. Wow. Look, that's Yi Tian male god so handsome. Super charming. Love his two songs so much. Yes, now Yi Tian is the man of the hour at school. So that's Mr. Yi Tian. It's a pity that he didn't go to the welcome party yesterday. If my boyfriend was half as handsome as Yi Tian, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. I heard that Mr. Yi Tian is goddess Mengyao's suitor. Suitor? Are you kidding? That was before. Now Yi Tian and goddess Mengyao have nothing to do with each other. Yeah, there are photos in the school group to prove it. Yi Tian's godfather doesn't even care about goddess Mengyao when he meets her. Hey, this time goddess Mengyao is afraid to regret it. Humph. So what if it's the school's flower? Yi Tian's suitors are all over the place now, and there are many cute girls who have money in their family. I believe this. As long as Yi Tian nods his head, he can struggle for 20 years less in minutes. A golden scale is not a thing in a pool. Once it meets the wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. This is the person that everyone wants to be the most in their heart. And now Yi Tian has reversed the trend with the help of the welcome party and turned all over. No one knows what kind of point Yi Tian's these two songs have caught fire in Tianhai, even though it was just a live recording. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 33. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 33. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 33. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 33. Enjoying the admiration of his classmates while not forgetting to harvest the prestige value, Yi Tian seemed to have felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Just as the students of Tianhai University from freshmen to seniors were hotly discussing Yi Tian's A Lifetime with You, as well as Dimple. Another big event that shook Tianhai University came from the music department. The source of the matter started from the school's exchange group. Everyone, something big has happened. Do you know about the K-Song show that starts today? Sophomore talent Yi Tian is going to participate in the K-Song show as a newcomer. Hiss, really? K-Song show? That's. The K-Song platform poured its efforts into it, and it said that the popular song queen Yi Linglong will be there. Song Queen Yi. Rumor has it that goddess Linglong's face value is a great beauty that is hard to come by in the Dragon Kingdom for 4,000 years. Yeah, you know our school's goddess Mengyao. Goddess Linglong is a lot prettier than goddess Mengyao. Aha, I agree with that. Goddess Linglong is the goddess of countless young men's dreams. Go boy god. We are optimistic about you. A little later, Yi Tian's matter from that karaoke show quickly spread to the entire Tianhai University like a plague. And Yi Tian, who was already boiling, was once again pushed to the tip of the wind by the wind of gossip. For a time, Yi Tian became the most popular man of the moment in Tianhai, and it was Lin Mengyao who was compared to him. In a corner of Tianhai University, Lin Mengyao's face was full of consternation, while beside her was her bosom friend and best friend Xian Xian. Yi Tian, he, is going to participate in the karaoke show? Yeah, I heard that it's highly recommended by Prof. Chen from the music department. You know Prof. Chen's connections are very wide. Mengyao. Suddenly I feel so much pressure. Yesterday, Chen Xian was still thinking about how to confess and pursue with Yi Tian today. Who had thought that the scene in front of her had happened, completely disrupting all her plans. On the other hand, Auntie Li, who was buying vegetables in the market, suddenly receives a phone call from her son who just started his freshman year in Tianhai University. Auntie Li's son is named Ming Xian, who is Yi Tian's hardcore fan. Hey, Mom, something big happened. Just as soon as the phone was connected, the opposite side came from the son's screams. Noisy Auntie Li, a burst of tinnitus. Ming Xian, what's the big deal? Your mom, I'm not deaf. Auntie Li laughed and scolded her son, keeping the phone away from her. Mom, Tian, he's going to participate in the K-Song show audition today. Brother Tian, he's going to be famous. K-Song show? Really? Is that the K-Song show that was publicized like crazy a while ago? That's right, that's the one. Mom, I'm so excited. I didn't realize that Tian who tutored me in high school is going to be a big star. Who? Good. Son, calm down. Looks like it was Ye's 2 songs at your welcome party that caught their attention. Little Tian has made it to the top. Hanging up the phone, Auntie Lee's face was filled with excitement. Since Yi Tian lived across the street from his house when he went to high school, their family hadn't bothered Yi Tian a lot. And if it wasn't for Yi Tian helping their son with tutoring in his 3rd year of high school, sometimes until the middle of the night, how would it have been possible for their son to get into the University of the Heavenly Sea? Pork Rong, did you hear that? Little Yi, he's going to be a big star. He's going to be on TV. Auntie Lee happily came to a pork vendor, venting her heart's excitement. Ha, you're so loud. The whole market heard you. But Xiao Yi is really a good kid. When I had a bad back, he used to help me close the stall. That's right. My son got into Tianhai Middle School thanks to little Yi's tutoring. Hey, it's not just your family. I don't know how many kids in our neighborhood have improved their academic performance because of Xiao Yi. Yeah, today no matter what, we must watch that the karaoke show. For a while in the vegetable market, all the vendors who were helped by Yi Tian all started to close their stalls. Compared to watching Xiao Yi's program, this amount of money is nothing. What's more, the property manager of the district is also one of the beneficiaries of his son's examination to a key high school. Immediately is organized. In the district's plaza directly set up a large screen, loudspeaker broadcasting, so that the people of the district come to the square to watch Yi Tian's program. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 66. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 66. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 66. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 66. Yi Tian, who was resting in one of the classrooms of Tianhai University, a series of prestige value harvesting sounds suddenly resounded in his mind. Looking at Yi Tian, what the hell? He didn't do anything. Snapping, the classroom door was pushed open. The person has not yet arrived. The voice came over. Hey, brother Tian, I knew you were here. You know our neighborhood because you are fried. They know that you are going to participate in the K-Song show at night. The property manager is even in the plaza to support a large silver screen, just waiting for you to go on stage. However, the youth in front of Auntie Lee's son Ming Xian, completely unaware that this is all caused by him. What? The neighborhood blew up? Yi Tian glanced at the suddenly soaring reputation value. So the problem was here. Hearing Ming Xian's words, Yi Tian's heart was doubly touched, suddenly feeling that this neighborhood was his home. Chapter 9, If my votes are number 1, you'll be my girlfriend. The night engulfed the day, and the K-Song show kicked off. At night time, the principal Li Zifeng personally drove, and Professor Chen and Yi Tian came to the K-Song show audition site. The principal and Professor Chen went to the audience. Yi Tian, a person, followed the instruction sign to the toilet, ready to go to the toilet before going to the backstage preparation area. Yi Tian just turned to the toilet door. As a silhouette towards himself from the women's restroom quickly rushed into their arms, directly to a zero-distance contact. After that, Sinini knocked down and hastily moved back, tilted his head back to fall to the ground. Yi Tian's quick eyes and hands took the girl's slender waist and leaned against the wall. Wall thudded a little. Yi Tian looked towards the girl who was leaning against the wall, and the girl was also slightly flustered as she looked towards the person who walloped her. It's you! Coming out at the same time, the same voice came out quite tacitly. Why are you here? Yi Tian, Yi Linglong. The atmosphere stagnated for 4 or 5 seconds. You speak first. Ladies first. You ask first. Yi Tian coughed dryly. A rare gentleman for once. How did you come here? Stalking me? Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed, while in her heart, she was afraid. If this guy was really insatiable, she couldn't do anything about it. Say it. How much? Yi Tian, how much money? What do you mean? After freezing for a while, Yi Tian seemed to guess something. No way. What kind of person do you think I am? Do you think you are famous? Yi Tian blanked Yi Linglong. That look was written all over the place that you are not worth letting anyone blackmail you at all. After bickering for a few sentences, looking at the girl in front of him with a magnificent face, his mind couldn't help but think of all the things that happened last night. I'm not going to tease you. I'm actually here to participate in the K-Song show. Yi Tian, who coughed lightly, spoke out. K-Song show? Just you? Yi Linglong heard Yi Tian's words. Her eyes were full of skepticism, and soon this skepticism became flustered with Yi Tian's proximity, and her head couldn't help but remember last night's incident again. Don't believe me? How about a bet? The second time he saw the girl who had a one-night stand, Yi Tian also quite admired the destiny of the two. This way, if my votes are number 1 today, You become my girlfriend. Impossible. Just you vote first? Yi Linglong listened to the big words, full of disbelief. But she knows that today there are several players but have been trained in professional music. The number of votes is likely to 450 towards the top. Just say whether to bet or not. Although Yi Tian didn't know what this girl's name was, but from the way she was dressed as well as her mannerisms, this girl was very uncomplicated. And most importantly, this girl was able to casually be $1 million in hush money, and was obviously a brash little rich girl, and began to use a provocative method. Humph. Just bet. Although Yi Linglong knew that the guy in front of her was using a provocative method, she still nodded her head and agreed to it. Immediately, she looked at Yi Tian with deep meaning. But if you lose, what should you do? I'm going to lose and disappear in front of your eyes from now on. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth curved up into an arc, and he also placed a big bet as a way to balance the opposite side of this worldly-looking girl's psyche. Deal. The corner of Yi Linglong's arrogant mouth was about to lift a touch of arc, and just before the arc bloomed, with a boing sound, Yi Tian sloppily took a sip, leaving a sentence in the air. This counts as a down payment. After tonight you are my girlfriend. Oh. Yi Linglong's delicate hands clenched. This guy dared to kiss herself here, viciously gouge out the eyes of the men's room, twisted his head toward the direction of the judge's tutor. The heart secretly comfort. After today you can get rid of that guy yourself. Damn it. Just that kid can sing what good song. Bottom one is more or less. Beside the judge tutor, Lily was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Seeing Yi Linglong finally came. Linglong, you go to the toilet for such a long time. The program will start soon. Ahem. Ran into something. Yi Linglong dryly coughed, subconsciously touched the corner of her mouth. That guy, abominable guy, is a hooligan. Big asshole. On the seat position, beside Prof. Chen, sat a middle-aged man. This person is the general director of the K-Song show, Sun Qian. This time, Principal Li and Old Chen personally came. It seems that you guys are very confident in that student called Yi Tian. Truth be told, that Yi Tian is the student with the best musical talent I have ever seen. Professor Chen didn't say much and directly stated his evaluation of Yi Tian. In that case, it seems that this one called Yi Tian has two skills. Every one of today's can be of considerable attainment in music. Sun Qian for tonight's players bottom know very well. After all, is the first phase. Open the door, this is for sure. Rose Garden, Neighborhood Square. A large screen was erected in one corner of the square, and before the screen, there were at least hundreds of residents of the neighborhood who came here to watch, part of which was to cheer for Yi Tian, and the other part was to come and watch the fun. Hey, it's finally started. Karaoke show. TSK. It's said to be heavily funded by the karaoke platform. Will we be able to see little Yi soon? Brother Yi Tian will definitely win. Go for it. I'm so excited. Will I be able to see Brother Yi Tian soon? Looking at the crowd of residents, Ning Xian stared at the screen with his eyes shining brightly, and beside him were his parents, who were all there today to cheer for Yi Tian. On the other side, Tianhai University's exchange group was also boiling, not weak at all. Come out, brothers, the karaoke show is about to start. Hey, how many votes do you guys think Yi Tian can get this time? I don't know. I'm sure it won't be low. I've heard that the opponents in this episode's lineup are all very strong, and every one of them has been carefully selected by the program team. That's good. I've also heard that several of them might get 400 or even 450 votes. Really? Isn't the male god in danger then? Blah 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 blah. What are you talking about? This time our principal and Professor Chen both went to cheer. They must have a lot of confidence in Yi Tian's male god. All parties were hotly debating, and the time was approaching little by little. The K-Song Show program is broadcast in the form of a live broadcast. Here at the same time open the K-Song Show live room. The number of fans has long been broken 1 million, which can be seen that the K-Song platform is very important to this program. Soon, a handsome host appeared on the stage. After the warm-up, the first contestant on the stage, a respectable song melodious swing in the field. A few minutes later, the handsome host came onto the stage. Alright, the voting channel is closed. Please see Chen Xiang's final vote count. As the host's voice fell, the data on the large screen at the back then scrolled up, lasting for about a few seconds before the final number stopped at 435 votes. Such a number of votes. Look at all the people, for the heart shocked a bit. 435 votes. This only the first player votes reached such a high, that the next. Seeing this number of votes, the corner of Yi Linglong's mouth lifted up a touch of arc. According to this situation, the emergence of 450 votes is already a nail, and there will even be 460. As well as 470. Little bastard. I want to see how you can take the first place today. Chapter 10. So Xiaoyi sings so well. The scene of the K-Song show. Time passed by. One contestant after another mounted the stage, bringing the audience on the scene and in the live broadcast room a wonderful and good listening feast. 5 contestants finished. The number of votes came to 440. At the end of the 10 contestants, the number of votes came to 450. 20 players end. The number of votes has come to 455 votes. Looking at the field of votes higher and higher, Yi Linglong see in the eyes, is happy in the heart. At this moment she cannot wait to see the boy on the field. At this moment, Yi Tian in the backstage preparation area was watching the live broadcast that came from the connection. From the beginning of the introduction of the judges and tutors, Yi Tian already knew Yi Linglong's identity. Singing diva, dragon country countless young men dream goddess. No wonder he first saw Yi Linglong when he felt a little familiar. It is such a song queen. Cannot help but Yi Tian sip mouth. Thought of that last night's flavor. Yesterday, he slept with a singing queen. If this news is spread, I'm afraid that the entire singing world and even the entertainment circle will be shaken. No wonder Yi Linglong was so nervous when she met just now. A person from the notorious to the top of the singing world diva is very difficult. But if you want to fall from the seat of the singing world diva is too easy. The higher the fall, the more tragic. Is this truth? Next, please welcome No. 25 Yi Tian to the stage. Between Yi Tian's thoughts, contestant No. 24 left the stage with 432 votes. Yi Tian could clearly see the kind of despondency and blow on contestant No. 24's face. It was obvious that the contestants in this installment were all very strong. Is it finally on? The successive 24 people failed to attract Yi Linglong's attention, and this Yi Tian was obviously the one she was most concerned about. And after today they might no longer have any relationship. Not only Yi Linglong, the principal of the stage, Professor Chen, Director Sun Qian, as well as the people of the Rose neighborhood, thousands of students of Tianhai University, all held their breaths in anticipation of Yi Tian's appearance. Tianhai, a certain luxury villa. Lin Mengyao Chen Qian BFFs, sat together looking at the computer in front of them. Obviously they were also paying attention to this performance of Yi Tian. Mengyao, how many votes do you think Yi Tian will have? Chen Qian, who was wearing her home pajamas, asked Lin Mengyao, who was also wearing pink pajamas beside her. It's not like how many votes he has anything to do with me. If it wasn't for you dragging me along, I wouldn't be watching. Lin Mengyao said with her heart in her mouth, while her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't stop looking towards the screen, looking for that one figure. Che, you're just a dead duck. If Yi Tian becomes famous in one battle today, he will definitely have a great future in the future. What a pity. If I confess to him that day, maybe this potential stock is mine now. Chen huffed and puffed as she vented at the raccoon beside her. Lin Mengyao, to be honest, she really regretted a little. When Yi Tian pursued her, that was known to the whole Tianhai. Now being cold-shouldered by Yi Tian made her life completely out of rhythm, and she felt like she couldn't get excited about doing anything. The attention of all parties, addressed in casual clothing, but still cannot hide that his outstanding face value, slender body, especially a pair of long legs. I do not know how many girls envy bad, came to the stage of Yi Tian. The line of sight has not left Yi Linglong, and Yi Linglong also, so look at him. 2 people's secret, only 2 people know. Of course, in addition to the 2 people, under the stage of Lily, Yi Linglong's best friend and agent is also deep intention staring at the stage on Yi Tian. If the guess is right, this Yi Tian is estimated to be what Yi Linglong said. Friend, this contestant, introduce yourself first. A judge tutor beside Yi Linglong smiled and spoke out. My name is Yi Tian, 19 years old, sophomore at Tianhai University. I'm a loyal fan of tutor Yi Linglong. As he spoke, Yi Tian's line of sight stared straight at Yi Linglong, which made Yi Linglong very uncomfortable, as if she was seen through by him. But this wasn't what shocked her the most. What was most unacceptable to her was, Yi Tian would actually be a student, a sophomore. In other words, the first time of Yi Linglong, the diva of her dragon country's singing world, was given to a sophomore student, even though this student was not bad looking. Yi Linglong, who originally thought that Yi Tian would be surprised. At this moment the divine twist turned into her dismay and disbelief. That is, she had a relationship with a student who was still a sophomore. Moreover, Yi Tian was 19 years old. Yi Linglong was 23 years old this year. The difference between the two was 4 years old. Absolutely, the old ox eats young grass. Just that Yi Linglong couldn't imagine that a person who saved herself from the hands of 2 strong men was a student. Stabilizing her mind, Yi Linglong strengthened the idea in her heart that the two must sever all connections after this night. Okay, student Yi Tian, please start your singing. Next, I would like to give this song Love Is Not an Option to my favorite goddess Linglong. Yi Linglong sniffed her entire body with 120,000 hairs of sweat standing on end. A vicious chill ran through her. This kid, and in her heart, she scolded this little bastard again. Well ow. When Yi Tian said this, the scene was boiling. Most of them can be Yi Linglong's fans. And when Yi Linglong heard Yi Tian's words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy. It's hard to forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your figure in my mind. I can't get rid of it. Holding your hands and feeling your tenderness. I can't breathe. Your innocence is something I want to cherish. It breaks my heart to see you suffer. Slightly gangly mouth arc. Handsome face. Super high musical skills. Especially this unique song. Listen to the scene of all the people refreshing. This is Old Chen. This Yi Tian student is awesome. Sun Xian, who had heard many songs and seen many musical talents, at this moment could not help but give a thumbs up for Yi Tian. No wonder Principal Li and Old Chen personally came to cheer. This Yi Tian's future achievement in the music industry is unlimited. This kid, listening to Yi Tian's voice that seemed to contain some kind of magic, Yi Linglong's mind actually bizarrely floated back to the time when she was in a daze and saw herself in a moment of crisis. And Yi Tian stepped forward. And that was their first time to meet. And then he thought of the time later on in Yi Tian's house. The first time he shook hands. It had to be said that Yi Linglong herself was conquered by Yi Tian's song. Yi Linglong, who had always had an opinion about Yi Tian, was like that. And the audience at the scene as well as in the live broadcast room. Not to mention the audience. Rose Garden. Neighborhood Square. My god. Little Yi is so handsome. So Little Yi sings so well. Yeah, but Little Yi is also too bold to confess to singing diva Yi Linglong. That's my goddess. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi is mighty and domineering. This wave is well done. But this song is so good. It's on fire. If Little Yi can't be on fire now, I definitely suspect that there's a dark secret in it. Not bad. If Xiaoye doesn't catch fire, there's absolutely no reason for it. Proud. Little Yi is the pride of our rose garden. There's going to be a big singer in our rose garden. Above the square, the clamor rose. Especially those families that Xiaoye has been helping, are even more happy from the bottom of their hearts. Auntie Li's son Mingxian is even more excited, little face red. Brother Tian is on fire. Become a big star. Chapter 11, the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why is Yi Tian so good? K-song show scene? Somehow. Here Yi Tian's this forgetful love is not a must. Yi Linglong's heart fluttering cannot stop beating up. Next to the three judges' mentor. Listening to the also surprised look at the stage. I have to say that this song is really good. As for the scene of the 500 audience judges, the mind cannot help but to emerge in the heart, in that she, the first time to meet, the first time to fall in love with, the first time to see a movie. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you. I don't dare to let myself get too close. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer you. It takes a lot of courage to love you. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you. Maybe one day I won't be able to help it. Missing you will only make you suffer. I have no choice but to fall in love with you. Deep singing, emotional brewing outburst, as if the invisible tide from the stage from the sky impact, straight to the heart and soul. That moment, Yi Linglong feel breathing are a bit suffocated. The three judges' tutors are all big names in the music industry. Heard Yi Tian's level of singing, his mind at the same time flashed through the 4 words music wizards. And when the song first started, they knew that this was a new song. A new song that they had never heard before. No matter the melody, the mood or the lyrics, and the singing skills, all of them were impeccable. The 500 audience judges at the scene. At this moment, their hearts and lungs, as if clutched tightly by a big invisible hand, were completely immersed in the world of this song Love Is Not an Option, and their minds floated back to that year he, again and again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 99. Along with the audience's forgetful wandering, Yi Tian's mind is also ringing with jam-packed reputation value harvesting. Very quickly the reputation value broke the thousands, towards a higher place all the way up. God blocking to kill God. Buddha blocking to kill Buddha. The live broadcast room has already broken through 2 million fans. At this moment all boiling. I plants grass. This song. Awesome. Unbelievable. A sophomore can sing such an excellent song. It's incredible. Yeah, what has this boy been through? After today, this song is going to be a huge hit. Yes, I'm touched by this song. I think of my first love. My wife and I are university acquaintance. Love. So we missed so much. Awesome. This song. Absolute. The same 9 years of compulsory education. Why is Yi Tian so good? Looking at Yi Tian in the live broadcast, and then look at that my son who is in college beside me. A direct slap called up. The live broadcast room is a hot discussion spit. The number of fans also with the passage of time and rubbing up. 2, 1 million, 2, 3 million, 2, 5 million. All the way to God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha. Rose Garden so, Tianhai Exchange Group so, Luxury Villa, Tianhai's goddess Lin Mengyao, a pair of many beautiful eyes flashing, a heart by unprecedented impact. This song should originally belong to her, but now, although her face value is outstanding, but also Tianhai University recognized as the first beauty, but, with the singing diva Yi Linglong compared to the difference is not a star and a half point. Woo, it's over. Such a big potential stock, it just slipped away. Chen Chanxian, who was on the side, felt so sorry for her. Such a good boy is 10,000 times stronger than the rich second generation she knows. She should have confessed her love to him after the party. She hated it. At the audition site, Lu Ziming, the head of the signing department of the Kaesong platform at the VIP seat, listened to Yi Tian singing on the stage, and his eyes flashed. As the head of the signing department, he had heard too many songs, and there was no denying that this song could definitely be ranked in the top 3 among the various songs that he had listened to. Supervisor, take a look at this. An assistant beside Lu Ziming who followed him here, handed his cell phone to Lu Ziming. This student called Yi Tian, as early as yesterday at Tianhai University sang 2 good songs. This should be his 3rd song. Putting on his earphones, Lu Ziming began to listen to the 2 songs in his cell phone, A Lifetime with You and Little Dimple, and the essence of his eyes became brighter and brighter. Little one. After this Yi Tian sings, Follow Me to the Backstage. These 3 songs must be signed. After briefly listening to the next 2 songs, Lu Ziming made a decision on the spot. Although the Kaesong platform is the #1 music platform in Dragon Kingdom, but it's not just one of them, there are quite a few of their competitors as well. A few moments later, the song is over. The people are silent. The scene was plunged into silence. The thoughts of many audience members were still flying, immersed in the melody and world of the song Love Is Not a Must, mesmerized and unable to extricate themselves. 1 second, 10 seconds, half a minute. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, lasting for more than half a minute before the audience came back to their senses one after another. Ow, pa 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 pa. Thunderous applause mixed with tsunami-like cheers pierced through the air, filling and rippling throughout the entire Kaesong showground, shaking the ears of many audience members. Tai, tang 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 tang. With an audience flat figure from the seat stood up, followed by 3, 5, 10. Within a short while, the entire audience all left their seats, clapping excitedly, venting the strong resonance and admiration in their hearts at this moment. My God, what kind of singing voice did I just hear? It's so awesome. Heavenly music. This is truly heavenly music. It's worth it. It's worth it. Ah, I truly didn't come for nothing this time. He. Meow. So excited. After hearing such a good song today, I guess I won't be able to sleep at night. Go back and make sure to give my wife a good hug. All these years I only cared about working hard. I missed too many beautiful things. Powdered. Just for the song Love Is Not an Option. Powdered. Until now I can't believe that this is sung by a sophomore. The principal and Professor Chen also happily stood up from their seats and applauded for Yi Tian, a student of their school. They were right. As long as Yi Tian is given a platform, he can rise like a mudslide at odd speeds. And with today's karaoke show they know that this is just the starting point for Yi Tian to take off. Chapter 12 turns out, Brother Tian already has a beautiful girlfriend. Rose Garden, Neighborhood Square. Hundreds of residents of the neighborhood, also snapping applause, rose up and shouted, looking at the big screen, eyes full of pride and excitement. Not for any other reason, just because Yi Tian was from their neighborhood. Good. This singing is fantastic. Yeah, the whole audience stood up. Those who didn't know thought it was a big star concert. Tisk this little Yi is great. Publicly confessing to the singing diva Yi Linglong. Awesome. I really didn't expect that besides good grades, Xiaoye's singing is also so great. That's right. Who would have thought that Xiaoye would have today? My niece. She's grown old and pretty. I'll have the chance to introduce her to little Yi. Listening to the surrounding residents spitting heated comments, Auntie Li laughed out loud. Introducing someone to Xiaoye even if. Do you guys know what I saw yesterday? Saw what? The few ants in the neighborhood who were gossiping about the winds of gossip. Once they heard Auntie Li's words, all of them had green auras blossoming in their eyes. Hey, you guys don't believe me when I say it. Auntie Li dejectedly said. Obviously she is also one of the mainstays of the wind of gossip. Last night I saw Xiaoye bring his beautiful drunken girlfriend to the neighborhood to spend the night. Oh, Auntie Li, a powerful news set out. Several ants with a lot of interest beat up to come over to Auntie Li's side. That is, some of the surrounding residents of the neighborhood also looked over. Xiaoye's girlfriend can be old and beautiful, although wearing sunglasses that day, but definitely a big beauty. And barring that, with my experience, They definitely had that kind of relationship. Auntie Lee turned into Conan for a second as she analyzed the relationship between Yi Tian and that girl. Which kind of relationship? Listening to Auntie Lee's words, a neighborhood aunt thought of something and asked with certainty. Hey, what kind of relationship can it be? Of course it's raw rice. I believe it won't be long before we can drink Xiaoya's wedding wine. Auntie Lee while saying, face that called a happy. But the sight of the sun Ming Xian to a thunder. What the hell? What did he miss yesterday? Tian even brought a girlfriend to spend the night? No wonder brother Tian doesn't take care of goddess Manhwa much anymore. The original brother Tian already has a beautiful girlfriend. Ming Xian on their own mom's vision but very believe. Mom since said long beautiful, that absolutely not bad. After all, when mom was young is also their school flower of the school. For a while, the many residents of the Rose Garden, a past 10 pass 100. Xiaoya brought his girlfriend home to spend the night. The news quietly spread. Okay, after listening to the oral feast love is not an option that student Yi Tian sang for us. Here are the 4 judges' mentors to comment. I'll speak first then. The handsome host's voice had just fallen, and a very fashionable model of a middle-aged slightly vicissitudes Hall of Fame singer on the judges' table. I have a question for this Yi Tian student. I wonder, did you write this song? Not bad, I wrote it. Yi Tian did not have the slightest bit of tension on his face. Every time he stared at Yi Linglong, that niece would skim her eyes away, obviously not wanting to meet his eyes. More accurately, at this moment, Yi Linglong did not know how to treat the unclear relationship between the two. More importantly, they had a bet before. If she lost she would have to be this guy's girlfriend. What to do? If he won, then his own. Should I promise him? Seeing the slightly panicked look under Yi Linglong's eyes, Yi Tian of course knew what she was afraid of. Just now I searched online. It is said that you also sang 2 songs A Lifetime with You and Little Dimple in yesterday's Tianhai orientation party. Those 2 songs are also written by you? Not bad. The moment these words came out, some of the audience at the scene were not calm. What? He also sang the 2 songs for that welcome party? I heard it's pretty hot on the internet. No wonder I felt something familiar when he came on stage. So it was him. These are great. The singing level is already very high, and he even wrote his own lyrics. TSK. It's hard to imagine that he's just a sophomore. Yeah, if I don't give this vote, I really don't know who else is qualified. The audience at the scene chattered in disgust, while listening to Yi Linglong's ears, a heart is even more nervous. This guy has also sung other songs. Seems to be quite hot. Will not really be he got the first number of votes. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Linglong's eyes couldn't help but jump slightly. At this time, another judge, a Hall of Fame female singer, followed the topic and asked, then I wonder which master is the one who composed these songs? A master? Hearing this hallowed singer's question, Principal Li Zifang and Professor Chen glanced at each other and smiled with deep meaning. Where was there any master? They had also asked this question when they came here, and at that time, it had shocked them as well. These 3 songs, from the lyrics and compositions to the singing, were all composed by Yi Tian alone, and this was the most important reason why they had made up their mind to cheer for Yi Tian. Master? Would you believe me if I say that I composed these 3 songs? Hall of Fame singer, Yi Linglong, who had just taken a sip of water, was caught off guard and almost didn't choke on the words. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Tian in surprise. Composing lyrics? Compose music? Singing? It was all made by this kid. Besides, I'm a sophomore in college. I have no money, no power, and no influence. Which master will compose music for me? Sounds like self-deprecation, but in fact it is Yi Tian intentionally. Only to set himself higher. The harvest of prestige value will be more and more considerable. This statement was a direct and positive answer to the words of the hallowed singer. The stunned hall-level singer, once again looking at Yi Tian, directly stood up from his seat, applauding Yi Tian with both hands in admiration. Not only this hall-level singer, in addition to Yi Linglong's other 2 hall-level singers also stood up admiringly. Yi Linglong saw this scene, glared fiercely at Yi Tian on the stage, and stiffly could only applaud against her will for that dejected kid. Chapter 13 Holy crap, what do I see? Good, let's make a decision then. One of the 4 judges' mentors of the K-Song show, a hallowed singer, student Yi Tian, you have the highest musical talent I've ever seen. I'm giving this vote. Thank you, Mr. Judge. An excited expression surfaced on Yi Tian's face, while in Yi Linglong's opinion that expression was fake. Too fake. I gave it too. Me too. The other 2 hallowed judges' tutor singers also pressed the buttons in front of them. And then the 3 hallowed judges and tutors' sites looked at the singing diva Yi Linglong in unison. Tutor Yi, what about you? Yi Linglong? To be honest, Yi Linglong truly didn't want to give the votes. But, under the great situation, Yi Tian sang so well. If she did not give the ticket, it would definitely have an extremely bad impact on her honor and reputation. This kid, from seeing him nothing good has happened. Mixed kid he, of course I gave this vote as well. Student Yi Tian's performance is really eye-opening. A pair of beautiful eyes implicitly glared at Yi Tian, who paid no attention to this. Good. At this time, the handsome host saw that all 4 judge tutors passed, revealing a touch of excitement. The 4 judge tutors voted. Now student Yi Tian has 40 votes, plus the votes of the 500 audience judges who have already closed. Let's reveal the final number of votes for student Yi Tian. Begin. As the host's voice fell, the data on the big screen in the background scrolled up, and the 4 judges who had stood up before had already sat down, though the 500 audience judges remained standing. Yi Linglong, who sat back down. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at the constantly scrolling data on the background screen. A heart in her throat. Can't help her not to be nervous? Because this is related to their bet. If that bastard boy with 1,000 knives wins, then he can. To be his girlfriend. She has always been a promise of 1,000 pieces of gold. At this moment, her heart is like being scratched by a kitten, no longer able to maintain a calm state of mind. Sun Qian, who was in the VIP seat, looked at the data scrolling on the big screen and asked Professor Chen, who was beside him, "Old Chen, how many votes do you think your school's Yi Tian classmate will get?" "How many votes?" Professor Chen glanced at the data on the big screen in the background and thought for a moment. Conservative estimate. It should be 450 votes towards the top. Oh, it seems that Professor Chen's expectations for student Yi Tian are high enough. What does Principal Li think then? Sun Qian's sight once again looked at Li Zifeng of Tianhai University. 460 votes. He. Well, next let's see if student Yi Tian can meet the expectations of the two of you. Sun Qian smiled. His mind, which was floating 450, as well as 460 words. Will this sophomore student Yi Tian reach? Less than 450. Less than 450. Must not exceed 450. Yi Linglong, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the background big screen. The heart cannot help but read silently. This is her debut since the most nervous time. Is the first time to open the concert? She is not so nervous. Not only Yi Linglong, the audience at the scene, the many netizens in the live broadcasting room, the many students of Tianhai University and the residents of the Rose Garden neighborhood, as well as Lin Mangyao and Chun Shanshan in the luxury villa, were all staring at the field without blinking, not moving away for a moment, because they wanted to be the first to know the final number of Yi Tian's votes. Under the attention of all the people, everyone's eyes were gathered on the big screen in the background. Stop! Accompanied by the handsome host's command, finally the data on the big screen stopped. Brushing. In that instant, countless gazes, in unison, converged on the big screen, and to be precise, it was the data on top of the big screen. 540 votes. The incomparably blinding 540 votes word, as if a knife, ruthlessly stabbed in Yi Linglong's heart. Her pretty face brushed his pale. The whole person froze in the seat. Her mind over and over again floated in the most unwanted numbers. OMG. On the stage, the handsome host, seeing the number of votes on the big screen in the background, couldn't help but let out a loud shout. The whole body trembled. Ear-piercingly excited sound waves followed by explosions. 540 votes. My God. Yi Tian student's final vote count is 540 votes. Slam. Student Yi Tian has received a slam vote. 40 votes from the 4 judge tutors, plus 500 votes from the audience judges. A total of 540 votes. Ow. Yi Tian. At this moment, the 500 audience judges on the scene, 12 trillion brain cells exploded. What did they see? 540 votes. This was already the highest number of votes that could be gotten. Miracle. A miracle. Today, they witnessed the birth of a miracle. And at the same time, they also saw that in the near future the music world will set off a wave that will cover the sky because of Yi Tian. In addition to Yi Linglong's 3 judges and tutors, both dismayed and equally shocked by this data surfaced on their faces. Nowadays, the highest number of votes in the field is 455, while Yi Tian has 540 votes, which is a full 85 votes more than the highest player. Moreover, what was important to realize was that the higher the number of votes went, the difficulty increased even more exponentially. Hiss. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Sun Qian, this moment, brain-roaring burst, engaged in a variety of programs for more than 10 years, never seen such a thing today. 540 vote slam. This kid, is it true? Principal Li Zifeng as well as Professor Chen, see the slam votes, the excitement of the heart, as if the torrential river water stretches on, and as the yellow river flooding like an uncontrollable genius? No, Yi Tian, he is a demon. Even if it is a musical genius, I'm afraid that it can't reach so their school actually came out with such an excellent demon. It's really powerful. At this moment, Principal Lee and Professor Chen were incredibly glad that they insisted on letting Yi Tian participate in the karaoke show, and the facts proved that their vision was too good. That is, the waist pole of the two people are straightened up. To say the two people are still considered Yi Tian's bowl. The two people's hearts are happy. Their faces are doubly dignified. Based on today's performance alone, it was enough for them to brag for 10 days. Oh no, at least a year. Chapter 14, A Joke? Rose Garden, Neighborhood Square. Auntie Lee and the others, who were originally hanging on to their hearts, heard the voice of the host screaming, and their worried and apprehensive hearts turned into a strong shock at the moment. Ahem. No, didn't hear it wrong? 540 votes? Slam votes. Xiao Yi got slam votes for singing? Is this really the Xiao Yi we know? It's too unbelievable. 540 votes. Ah. I remember Little Ya's highest before was only 455 votes. Right? Brother Tian is so powerful. This operation is too much. TSK, Xiao Yi, this is going to be a big fire. Ah. Too exciting. Our neighborhood is going to have a big star appeared. La. The people of the small district on the square were all staring in amazement. The scene in front of them was too out of their expectation. Dad, is what that host said true? The property manager's daughter, blinking her big flashing eyes, asked her father beside her. Yes, it's true. Brother Yi Tian, who tutored you, is going to be a big star. The property manager quaffed his mouth and eased his stiff jaw. Obviously, this scene had also thundered him to death. If his daughter didn't know, how could he not know what this 540 ticket slam represented? Ha ha ha, worthy of being Brother Tian, so powerful. Aunt Lee's son, Ming Xian, was so excited and thrilled that he was about to jump up and down. A heart couldn't stop trembling. In his opinion, Yi Tian was no different from his own brother. Tian High University Exchange Group. After learning that Yi Tian had won the slam of 540 votes, boiling trolls brushed the screen in the exchange group. Shocked. That's right, too shocked. Although they knew that Yi Tian's male god was very good at music, but they never expected that Yi Tian would achieve such a remarkable result. For a while, Yi Tian's image in the hearts of the many students of Tian High University was magnificent at a visible speed, and his worship and admiration was unrivaled. On the scene, the VIP seats. Who? 540 votes? What a surprising guy. Lu Ziming, who took a deep sigh of relief, was incomparably grateful that this was the platform where their K-song show was held. Otherwise he definitely wasn't sure that he could sign this potential stock full of musical genius in the first place. Composing his own lyrics in music, plus singing. How talented did he have to be able to do this? Moreover, most importantly, he understood very well that the two songs from yesterday's party, A Lifetime with You and Dimple, were masterpieces no less than this song Love Is Not Enough. With the appearance of the 540 vote slam record, the fans in the live broadcast room exploded, while the number of fans also broke the 3 million mark at this moment, and this was undeniably all brought about by Yi Tian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining prestige value plus 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining prestige value plus 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining prestige value plus 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a prestige value of plus 99. Yi Tian, who was like a spring breeze, harvested a wave of high-quality reputation value. Looking in his eyes, happy in his heart, there is nothing happier in life than this. 1,000 prestige value, 2,000 reputation value, 3,000 prestige value. At this moment, Yi Tian felt that the soles of his feet were a little bit floating. That feeling, more happy than winning a 10 million cash prize. And the handsome host was also a big moment before he came back to his senses. Yi Linglong at this moment, looking at the stage on the corner of the mouth curved up a touch of arc. Yi Tian, the heart of the mixed feelings, finished. What to do? This guy won the slam 540 votes. Then is not himself to be his girlfriend is already the nail in the coffin. How about directly play bad? He can't take himself, but that is not at all his own way of dealing with things. Yi Linglong, what did you promise? Not good. How did you promise to be his girlfriend? This is good. See what you do. Cough cough. Yi Tian student. As the player who got the 540 slam ticket, I am especially curious. What is your dream? Coughing lightly twice, the handsome host asked Yi Tian with a beaten microphone, pulling the audience's attention back. Dreams? Yi Tian's sight couldn't help but aim at Yi Linglong. The corner of his mouth smiled vaguely and evilly. Actually, my dream is to be able to get a warm hug from Goddess Linglong. As soon as Yi Tian's words appeared, it was obvious that a sharp gaze was instantly locked on him, and there was no need to think that this gaze came from Yi Linglong's direction. With such words, the scene was in an uproar. Countless gazes brushed towards Yi Linglong, and then gazed at Yi Tian again. His heart surged with rich admiration and emotion towards this sophomore student. This guy was really so bold. Who was Yi Linglong? That was the goddess of all the people. Handsome host. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the handsome host's brain was covered in cold sweat. This guy really dared to say anything. For a while the host's mind flashed through one way to round off the situation after another. Just kidding? Linglong goddess that is a music diva. In the future I want to have a girlfriend like this, must be dreaming, will wake up laughing. The atmosphere in the scene Yi Tian of course has already perceived. The reason for this operation. One wants to tease Yi Linglong. The second thing is to make things happen, so that it can bring a higher quality of prestige value. Hearing this sentence, the handsome host only then breathed a sigh of relief. While the judge's mentor Yi Linglong heard Yi Tian deliberately aggravated in the girlfriend 3 words. Hated that called an itchy teeth. If not at this moment is a public occasion, she will bite hard on a mouthful. Good damn guy. This bastard is reminding himself not to forget the bet. Wow, how to do? What should I do now? I didn't expect Yi Tian student to be so good at joking. Then I wonder what your real dream is? For the sake of ratings, the handsome host spoke out again, conversing with Yi Tian a few more times to lengthen his appearances. My dream is actually very simple. It's to be a salted fish without a dream. Yi Tian looked at the handsome host and said in a serious manner. Handsome host. Yi Linglong did not hold back. Heard this bastard boy's nonsense. Snorted out a laugh. But soon was restored high cold goddess paradigm. Obviously do not want to let Yi Tian know because he laughed. The 500 viewers in the arena as well as the netizen fans in the live broadcasting room, hearing this humorous and self-deprecating words of Yi Tian, in their hearts, they added a few more points to Yi Tian. With such a handsome face and humor, such a boy, in today's society, is rarer than gold. Chapter 15, Advancing to the Top 10. The scene of the karaoke show. The host gathered his mind, followed by an excited microphone close to his mouth, his eyes looking at the 500 viewers on the scene. In light of Yi Tian's student winning a slam of 540 votes, a special channel is hereby opened. According to the rules set by the audition, student Yi Tian, having won 540 votes for the slam, will directly enter the top 10, and will have a final showdown with the other 9 competing top 10 after half a month. Listening to these words from the host, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed. She almost forgot that there was this rule for this audition. As far as she knew, the program group originally set it up like this for the sake of rigorous rules. It just didn't occur to her that it was cheap for this guy. The original 540 vote slam is already very surprising. If it is coupled with a special channel to directly advance to the top 10, this guy will not be dejected to the sky. Yi Linglong thought of the scene she experienced today. Her heart was full of bitterness. Don't believe me? How about a bet? Like this. If my votes are number 1 today, you become my girlfriend. No way. Just you vote first? The scene experienced before the toilet, so far still dazzle in Yi Linglong's ears. Regret. Too much regret. If it is possible she really hoped that she did not drink that day. Otherwise it will not happen later. A series of things. Old son. You guys still have this operation. Professor Chen heard the host's words and looked at Sun Xian, the general director beside him, with a flash of essence blossoming in his eyes. Ahem. That what? There is indeed this rule. It's just that. At that time, it was for the sake of the program's rigor. I didn't expect it to become a ticket to send this Yi Tian student from your school into the top 10. Sun Xian was stunned when he heard the host's words. If the host hadn't said it, he would have forgotten it himself. In that case, Yi Tian is now the top 10 of the K-Song show, right? Principal Li Zifan was undoubtedly happy to hear this unexpected joy, knowing that the better Yi Tian's results were, the more favorable it would be for their Tianhai. It had been a long time since they had a hand in the limelight in Tianhai. It can be said that way. Sun Xian secretly sighed slightly. Nowadays, he could only make the best of a mistake. Otherwise, what else could he do? But that being said, this wasn't really a bad thing. After all, a situation like this was definitely a big selling point for this issue. Lu Ziming, the head of the K-Song signing department at the VIP seat, smiled with his eyes curved, directly advancing to the top 10. This gimmick strengthened his confidence in these 3 songs. The audience at the scene looked at the stage in confusion, and the millions of netizens in the live broadcast room crackled with hot comments. Advancing to the top 10. And this operation? Awesome. My program team. This time Yi Tian has gotten lucky. No way. After half a month of competing for the top 10, I don't know how many people will be scrubbed down. You can't say that. With Yi Tian's strength, the top 10 is a very easy thing to do. That's right. According to this level, with normal play, the K-Song show champion is his. The other contestants are probably red with envy. Yeah, I'd be red with envy too. The performance ended. Yi Tian left the stage under the envious gazes of the many netizens on the scene and in the live broadcast room, and the principal, Professor Chen, stood up from his seat and walked towards the backstage. And the VIP seat a corner of the K-Song Show signing department supervisor Lu Ziming and his assistant is also toward the backstage to go. The field of the live audience. Back to God over this only to fall into some as a tide of hot discussion. Judge tutor seat. Yi Linglong mouth slightly pumped. Just experienced everything like a dream. That person this morning thought they will not have any interactions in the future. But, now they are confused to get themselves into. Tutor Yi, are you alright? Another female hall-level singer beside Yi Linglong asked with concern when she saw Yi Linglong's disoriented appearance. Nope, it's fine. Start the next one. After a pause, he said with a slight sigh of relief to change the topic. Alright, here comes the 26th contestant. The host once again came on stage and began to announce the curtain to advance the program. But what was on his mind was the song that Yi Tian had just sung in the 540 slam tickets. Back to the backstage preparation area. That's him, directly advancing to the top 10. It's too awesome. A 540 ticket Grand Slam A. It's too awesome. If I had his strength, I wouldn't have to participate in a karaoke show. I'd be a singer straight away. People can die compared to people. Goods have to be thrown compared to goods. This is exactly right. I feel that the courage to stand beside him is not there. Hey, who says it's not? Just a sophomore. Not only can he compose his own lyrics, but he can also sing. And most importantly, every single one of them is so outstanding. Before I didn't believe that there are geniuses in this world, but today I believe it. TSK, I'm convinced. I've seen a lot today. This strength is too strong. Just came to the backstage preparation area. The surrounding contestants looked at Yi Tian with eyes full of envy and admiration. They also want a 540 ticket slam. They also want to become the top 10. But, they knew how many kilograms they themselves had. Ha ha ha, little Yi, it's possible. Just after coming backstage, Principal Li Zifeng's happy voice came out. Quite a good job. Straight top 10. Now you can win honor for our Tong Tian High University. Prof. Chen also did not spare a smile. His eyes were filled with satisfaction and relief, seeing his students so outstanding. As a teacher, of course, he was proud and honored for him, even though he had only taught Yi Tian's class for a few lessons. Principal, Prof. Chen, why are you guys here? Yi Tian stood up to greet the principal and Professor Chen when he saw them. Now that the reputation value broke the 5,000 mark under one song, the principal and the two of them could not take credit for it. You can make a big splash for our Tianhai now. Of course we have to come. Not bad. Tianhai is proud to have you. Principal and Prof. Chen again some appreciation. That sentence listened to the surrounding contestants' heart envy not to mention. Jealousy let them plasmic wall separation. After a while, the backstage preparation area again came two people. Directly ran to the side of Yi Tian came over. Around the other contestants see two people once again ran to Yi Tian and go. Eyebrows slightly frowned. Who are these two people again? Chapter 16, Good You Little Linglong. I believe this is student Yi Tian. The middle-aged man who came closer greeted with a faint smile. You are? Seeing the well-suited visitor, Yi Tian asked suspiciously. This person in front of him was definitely the first time he had seen him. Oh, it's like this Yi Tian student. Introduce yourself. I'm the head of the signing department of the K-Song platform. This is my assistant. What I'm here for is that I want to sign the exclusive copyright of this song of yours. Love is not an option. And of course, there are also the 3 songs that you sang yesterday. Have you in your lifetime and Little Dimple? Lu Ziming went straight to the point and stated his intention. He had to sign these 3 songs as fast as possible so that he could feel completely at ease in his heart. Principal Li Zifeng, Professor Chen, the surrounding contestants, one by one, seemed to be hallucinating. What the hell? Signing? Did we hear it right? This, really fake. Dreaming, must be dreaming. No how could it be like this nah? Their own asses are performing here. Others are good. They directly give signing. And it's still a K-Song platform. This gap, no comparison. No harm. Ooh, mushroom blue thin. Feel by tons of storm damage. Make sure to sign with me. An operation. Listening to Yi Tian was a little bit blind, although he knew that it was sooner or later for the 3 songs to be signed by the music platform. But this seemed to be a little bit too fast. However, this was an unexpected good thing. If the signing was successful, and the 3 songs were heard by more people, was there still a fear of not having a reputation value? Student Yi Tian, our K-Song platform is very sincere. In this case, I will directly quote a base price. 1 million exclusive rights for one song. In addition, the later platform is divided into 30% and 70%. Our platform takes 30%. You take 70%. Lu Ziming didn't give it much thought and directly quoted their platform's optimal signing grade. The assistant beside him, Xiao Wang, shivered when he heard it. This kind of condition contract is rarely found in their platform. A song? $1 million? There is also a later 30/70th split? Lu Ziming's words. Listening to the surrounding contestants that called, eyes bloomed out of envy and jealousy of the essence of the individual copyright. 3 songs, that is 3 million. They are afraid of a lifetime is not estimated to earn so much money. What's more, there is also an extremely sizable 3/7 share. From the point of view of today's Yi Tian song, the latter part of the share can be much more than this 1 million. Principal Li Zifeng and Professor Chen heard Lu Ziming's words, glanced at each other, are seen in the eyes of the other stunned. They were afraid that they had underestimated the impact of Yi Tian's 3 songs. Otherwise, with the savvy of the K-song platform, how could they offer such superior conditions? And at this moment, Yi Linglong's bosom friend and best friend Lily, with a hint of curiosity, tiptoed to the backstage preparation area, the better to hear Lu Ziming's words. It was like a bolt from the blue exploded in Lily's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What does student Yi Tian think? If there are any other requirements we can still. Good, I promise. Not waiting for Lu Ziming's words to finish, Yi Tian nodded his head and agreed. There is money to be taken and a quick harvest of fan value. Cootie. It's not like he didn't agree to it. Really? Great. Seeing Yi Tian agree, Lu Ziming's heart was overjoyed, and he turned to Xiaoli, who was fiddling with the tablet beside him. Call up the electronic contract. Then, Mr. Yi Tian, why don't we just sign the contract now? How about it? Lu Ziming wasn't stupid. Such a promising song that appeared on the K-song show. Soon the major music platforms would know about it. And at that time, if it was signed away by other music platforms, their K-song platform's loss would be huge. Paying out of one's own pocket to discover musical talent for other music platforms. He, Lu Ziming, would never allow such a thing to happen. Yes. Subsequently, after brushing and signing his Yi Tian name and saving the contract, only then did Lu Ziming breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Ding dong. After collecting the contract, in a short while, Yi Tian's cell phone received a message. Dear CCB customer, hello, your account with tail number 3438 arrived at 3000,000 RMB at 8 hours 20 minutes and 13 seconds. Lu Ziming was very fast and directly used his authority to give Yi Tian the exclusive royalties of the 3 songs as a way to increase the goodwill between the 2 parties. Supervisor Lu was polite. Cooperate often in the future. Frequent cooperation. Frequent cooperation. Lu Ziming smiled and shook Yi Tian's hand, while in his heart, he was happy. How could he meow so witty? Good. Then it's all said and done, student Yi Tian. I'll go back and release the 3 songs to the platform. Well, I'll send you the original versions of the 3 songs later. Ha ha ha. Good. See you later then, elder brother Yi. Seeing that Yi Tian was also a pain in the ass, Lu Ziming laughed and directly addressed Yi old brother, smiling as he left the backstage preparation area in an extraordinarily good mood. The whole process was no more than 5 minutes before and after. Looking at the principal, Li Zifeng and Professor Chen stared at Yi Tian in front of them in a daze. Ever since yesterday's welcome party started, they realized that this Yi Tian was like a different person. First, he sang 2 love songs one after another, and then even Lin Mangyao was in love with him. And after that, the K-song show was a success, winning 540 vote slam, directly breaking into the top 10, and now, 3 songs are even going to be released on the K-song platform. A pile, a piece, enough to envy the bad. I do not know how many struggling in the grassroots singer dream people. From the eyes of the surrounding participants, they can deeply feel that the slightest bit of undisguised naked envy as well as jealousy. Lily in one corner, Yi Linglong's manager and best friend, stared blankly at the field, and couldn't help but think that in the morning her best friend Yi Linglong had given $1 million to a person called Yi Tian. Now, she is 99.9% sure as well as certain that this Yi Tian in front of her is the one that her best friend gave $1 million to. Good you little Linglong, dare to hide from this lady to fool around with such a little fresh meat. I don't believe that I can't extort you. Lily's pair of big eyes dripping and calculatingly turned, revealing a small amount of anticipation arc. Then she turned around and left the backstage preparation area, heading towards the front stage to implement her plan. Yi Tian, you've surprised us too much. But Yi Tian, although being famous is a good thing, but as your principal, I instruct you one thing. Do not change the original you because of being famous. Li Zifeng solemnly looked at the student in front of him who was becoming more and more satisfied. Not bad. The principal's expectations are also my expectations of you. Prof. Chen also spoke out in a serious voice and admonished. Over the years, he had seen too many students who had lost their original selves because they had become famous. Don't worry, principal. and Professor Chen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to show off. Yi Tian sincerely bowed to the principal and Prof. Chen. Without the two of them, his reputation value wouldn't have grown so fast, much less 3 million, and the 3 songs wouldn't have made it onto the K-song platform so quickly. That's all what you deserve. With this gesture and these words from you, it's worth it for me and Professor Chen. Principal Li Zifan pulled Yi Tian's hand and smiled happily. Let's go. Let's go back to the school and tell everyone about this. It's been a long time since there's been something so delightful in Tianhai University. This time we have to be happy anyways. Chapter 17, Bastard. You frame me. Backstage of the karaoke show. Lounge. After the first phase of the karaoke show ended, Yi Linglong came to the lounge alone and had to calm down. Too many things happened today. If she had known that she would meet Yi Tian, she wouldn't have come to Tianhai for the sake of a program. And then yesterday, and even today's events wouldn't have happened. Now it's good. Their own good end of the singing diva. Not only a sophomore student had a relationship, but also lost a bet and had to do people's girlfriend. This news, if the outside world know, will definitely produce 18 earthquake. With the identity and age of the two people, her persona may be completely collapsed. That is absolutely devastating blow to her. Buckle. Squeak. With a knock on the door, and her eyes unkindly surveying her bosom friend who was in an annoyed mood in the lounge. At a glance Lily knew that Yi Linglong had something on her mind, and it was still a very heavy kind of thing, and she boldly hypothesized that this matter of the heart was most likely related to Yi Tian. As for Yi Linglong, who saw Lily coming in, her pretty face had a flash of panic, but it was still detected by Lily, who was familiar with her. What's wrong? Linglong is not feeling well. Lily went forward and pretended to comfort, but in her heart, she was thinking how to get her best friend's words out. If Yi Linglong knew what Lily was thinking, she did not know whether she would cut off her friendship with her. However, this sentence in Yi Linglong's ears but extraordinarily harsh. Uncomfortable. She can be comfortable. Her mind cannot help but float Yi Tian, that bastard boy's figure. Hate the teeth itchy. No. Maybe I ate a bad stomach at noon. Yi Linglong casually found an excuse to stall and fool her girlfriend. Eating bad stomach. Sure, it's fine. Thinking that the two of them went to a street stall to eat a barbecue at noon, Lily's face changed slightly, and the idea of wanting to scam her BFF dissipated in her mind. Compared to the relationship with Yi Tian, she was of course more concerned about her BFF's body. After all, tomorrow Yi Linglong's schedule was full. Better go to the hospital to see it. If I had known, I wouldn't have dragged you to eat barbecue. Lily saw the playwright on the body of Yi Linglong. Directly numb claws, the heart of that called a self-reproach, but still didn't see Yi Linglong heart as a relief, as well as the corner of the mouth curved up a touch of triumph arc. Lily understands her very well, and she doesn't know Lily's weakness. Obviously this war without smoke. She won. Forget it. Send me back to the hotel. I should be fine after a nap. Yi Linglong pretended to be tired and spiritless, and successfully gained her best friend's trust. She didn't dare to tell her best friend about the things that happened between herself and Yi Tian now. In the supercar rushing towards the hotel, Lily asked her best friend worriedly, Linglong, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? There is a one-day slot tomorrow, or I'll put it all off. No need. Tomorrow's slot is not that important. But I don't want to be criticized and said that I'm playing a big game. Hey, ding dong. When Lily was worried about her best friend and didn't know what to say, a message suddenly came from Yi Linglong's cell phone, and subconsciously her eyesight looked at the phone. The bet is but you lost. In the future, the singing diva Yi Linglong can be my girlfriend. Seeing the message sent from the cell phone, Yi Linglong almost did not bite the roots of her teeth. A pair of beautiful eyes are full of ferocious ons. That bastard boy. Really? Didn't forget. Just where did that kid get his number? Fiddling with his cell phone. Sent a text message over. Everything is your premeditation. You know you will get the first place right. Deliberately lure me on the hook. Yi Linglong's heart was so angry, she couldn't wait to bite Yi Tian to death right away. I know I will get the first place right, but what I didn't expect is that you are actually the singing diva Yi Linglong. You, don't think about it, I won't be your girlfriend. Yi Linglong gritted her teeth, following which she once again typed a string of text over. Say it, how much do you want? After waiting for a few seconds, Ding Dong's opposite side sent another text. You weren't like this yesterday. Shut up, no mentioning yesterday. Yi Linglong was going crazy. She was trying hard to get away from that bastard kid called Yi Tian, but that guy was like a cowhide candy that she couldn't shake off. Willing to bet. You're such a big shot singing diva. You won't be unable to lose. Back home in Yi Tian finished showering, typing said, who can't afford to lose? Yi Linglong is not a person who can't afford to lose. However, I can't be your girlfriend all the time. At most one day. Yi Linglong really couldn't get past the hurdle in her heart and retreated to type a string of text. Ooh, Seeing Yi Linglong's reply, Yi Tian froze. This chick agreed. But how is 1 day possible? 1 year. Without any extra consideration. He smoothly typed a sentence back. You go to hell. Impossible. I am very busy. 5 days. No more. Yi Linglong gritted her teeth. In order to get rid of this cowlick, she could only endure the humiliation for the time being. Half a year. No less. Yi Tian grinned. This chick seemed quite interesting. 10 days. 5 months. 15 days. 3 months. After some bargaining, the two finally agreed to set their relationship at 1 month. Yi Linglong, who calmed down, seemed to realize, crackling a string of words over. Brat. You frame me. / angry. He, this is what you said. The singing diva won't back out, right? Glancing at the cell phone. Then once again typed a string of words over. Hurry up and shoot the movie. After shooting come to Tianhai to find me to be my girlfriend. What about a month? Wahahaha. Not even a second passed. The opposite side came Yi Linglong's message. You bastard. With a thud. Yi Linglong in the car made a strong effort and her white knees touched the car. She grimaced in pain. Well, what's wrong? Is it hard on your stomach again? I think you'd better go to the hospital. Lily, who was driving on the side, was completely unaware of the situation that had happened and spoke worriedly. Hiss. No need. It'll be fine after a while. Yi Linglong while covering the flat without a trace of fat belly, while slightly trembling calves. Ooh, so painful but also pretending not to let girlfriends find out. Brat, give me to wait. Next time I see you, must let you look good. Chapter 18, How can I beg for a song from that brat? Back to the hotel. After taking a shower Yi Linglong, the more you think about it, the more angry you are. Pick up the cell phone is to send a message over. Brat, the next time I see you, I will make you look good. Hate sent a message, but waited for 10 minutes did not reply, which makes Yi Linglong hit. It feels like a punch in the cotton. Picked up the pillow, imagined it as Yi Tian and punched it. After about a quarter of an hour, there was a ding-dong sound. Until no doorbell rang, Yi Linglong then stopped venting, came to the door, saw through the cat's eye that it was Lily, and only then opened the door to the room. The two girlfriends came to sit down on the sofa in the living room. Lily looked at the slightly messy bedroom, knit her eyebrows, but didn't say anything, retracting her gaze and said lustfully, Linglong, are you better now? At first Lily didn't say it explicitly, but was concerned about Yi Linglong's body, which was obviously her main concern. Much better. Listening to her best friend's words, Yi Linglong's heart was so self-condemning, obviously knowing that it was bad for her to lie to her best friend, but she couldn't do anything about it. Who made this method work the best? That's good. Lily's hanging heart settled down a few points when she heard her best friend's words, and she looked at Yi Linglong with a complicated look. Linglong, although I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that Yi Tian today, it's best if you don't have too much conflict with him. You are. Forget it. I was going to blackmail you a bit, but looking at the way you ate your stomach, I don't care about your relationship. Lily let out a slight sigh, mentally giving up on the idea of swindling Yi Linglong. Let me tell you directly, after Yi Tian's Kaesong show sang and got off the stage, the people from the Kaesong platform went backstage to find Yi Tian to sign a contract. Backstage? Signing? They are so fast. Hearing her best friend's words, Yi Linglong was obviously also taken aback, completely not expecting them to rush up just after Yi Tian stepped off the stage. Then Yi Tian he signed. Mentioning Yi Tian again, Yi Linglong didn't know what she felt in her heart. Signed, and also signed 3 songs in a row. 3 songs? You mean? Yi Linglong thought of something. A pair of eyes stared at her bestie Lily. Did. You guessed it right. The Kaesong platform signed Yi Tian's song Love Is Not an Option on the Kaesong show as well as A Lifetime of You and Dimple from last night's Tianhai Gala, with $1 million of exclusive copyright for each song. In addition, the later stage is split 37%. Yi Tian accounts for 70%. $1 million for each song, taking up 70%? Even when Yi Linglong heard this news, her eyes slightly jumped. Although 1 million is not much, but it's definitely quite a lot. What's more important is that the late stage share accounts for a full 70%. That's the same treatment as her hit song. So, Lily couldn't help but glance at Yi Linglong with her eyes, without any surprises. In the near future Yi Tian will become the newest person in the singing world, the biggest dark horse. Coupled with the fact that he can compose lyrics and songs, his development speed is even faster than you were back then. The most important point is that although you're a singing diva now, your fame in the last 2 years is obviously not as high as it was before. So I think, if it's possible you can let Yi Tian help you write a few songs. In that case, no way. Out of Lily's expectation, Yi Linglong's attitude was quite resolute. which made Lily even more suspicious that the two had such a grudge before. Linglong, that Yi Tian really has his own set of lyrics and compositions. You can't. Alright, let me think about this matter first. Then you rest first. I'm sorry about noon. I'll go back to my room first. Seeing her bestie's moody look and considering the bad food, Lily shook her head and left her bestie's room. Let me beg for a song from that brat. How can that be? Yi Linglong's pretty face was filled with stubborn obstinacy. Although she knew full well that Yi Tian would most likely help her, she did not need charity. Lowered her head and looked again at the cell phone that still did not send a reply. Yi Linglong's nameless anger leapt up again. And in a few moments, there was once again the image of a silhouette venting towards the pillow. Let her bow her head. Never. Only, Lily on the other side didn't think so. If it was before, she might have a great deal of hostility towards Yi Tian. But after witnessing Yi Tian's outstanding talent, especially his genius songwriting ability, this idea never left her. Ghostly, Lily dialed Yi Tian's number. Ringing bell. After glancing at the message sent by Yi Linglong on her cell phone, she was just about to put down the phone when an unfamiliar phone call came over. Yi Tian did not hesitate and directly hung up. However, soon the call came over again. After hesitating for a little while, he slid his phone to connect the call, and a sweet and sticky voice came from the opposite side. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Yi Tian? It didn't disturb your rest. For the sake of her bosom friend, Lily put her posture very low. I am. Which one of you? It's like this, Mr. Yi Tian. I'm Miss Yi Linglong's BFF and agent. Lily hardened her heart and made a bold guess. At the risk of asking, your relationship with Linglong is, sort of, friends, but there was some not-so-small misunderstanding, Yi Tian said after hesitating for a moment as the events of yesterday surfaced in his mind. That's so. Then did Linglong tell you about her current situation? Lily didn't intend to beat around the bush anymore and ran straight to the topic of conversation. Situation? Did she encounter any difficulties? Thinking of Yi Linglong's drunkenness that night, she asked tentatively. It's a long story. Outsiders only know that Linglong is bright and shiny, but I don't know how much suffering she has suffered since her debut. How many sins she has suffered. Since 2 years ago, Linglong has become a singing diva, become a national goddess, but she has also encountered a bottleneck. And this bottleneck is that she hasn't put out any better music since then, and if this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid that, pursing her vermilion lips, Lily gritted her silver teeth. I'm afraid that it won't take long for her to fall off the pedestal, and she will no longer be a singing diva. Since she had a request for Yi Tian, Lily decided to tell her best friend's current situation, because her vision was never wrong, and she believed in Yi Tian's talent. So serious. Yi Tian froze, not expecting Yi Linglong's situation to be so severe. Thinking of a platform like K-Song Show after singing Heaven, Yi Tian seemed to understand something. The purpose of your call, is it to let me write a song for her? This, although I don't want to admit it, I don't want to lie to you. I told her, but she seems to have a deep misunderstanding of you and insisted that she doesn't want you to help, so I can only go behind her back. Good. Give me an hour. I will send you the song after an hour. After saying that, Yi Tian just hung up the phone. Lily, who was in the hotel room, listened to the beeping sound in her ears. Her expression was full of consternation. Yi Tian he agreed. It seems that their relationship really isn't as simple as they thought. I hope Yi Tian can really write a good song and help Linglong. Chapter 19, Is This Kid Still Human? 1 hour later. Ding dong. The sound of a file came ringing in the middle of the silent and somewhat depressing room. The apprehensive and uncertain Lily heard this sound, and with the fastest speed ever, skillfully opened her cell phone. Sure enough, a file appeared in her field of vision, and somehow Lily's heart and lungs stopped for a split second. Deep breath Lily. Finally is the slender finger point in the file above. Reflected in the eyes is 5 high-definition lyrics photos. Full of anticipation, clicked on the first photo, and what came to her eyes was a new song with good lyrics and a good tune. And at the top of the page was The Rest of My Life Afterward, which was obviously the song she wrote for her best friend. The Rest of My Life Afterward? The song title is good. Seeing the title of the song, Lily's heart once again had a few points of bottom, and then the line of sight began to move down. Studying the lyrics. Finding the sun where there's no wind, being the warm sun where you're cold, the world is full of people, you're always too naive for the rest of my life. I only want you. As far as the eye can see, Lily's mind can't help but be floating a scene. A handsome young man, looking for the sun in the place where there is no wind. In the place where the lover is cold as a warm sun. The world is full of disturbances. The girl is always very naive. The rest of the future life. Walk through every minute and every second. Immersed in the lyrics. A long time back to God. Once again look at the cell phone's eyes have changed. Talented. Absolutely, the only literary attainment is not bad. And emotional intelligence is also enough people can create this kind of lyrics. Immediately after, her eyes flickered with a fine aura as she looked at the music score of the song The Rest of Her Life Afterward again. Although she did not know how to compose music, she was still able to recognize the good and bad of the music score. And during this period, the fine aura in Lily's eyes was getting more and more victorious. Following this, Lily once again looked at the next 4 songs, which were Thinking Of, A Cut of Plum, Invisible Wings, and Long Time No See. After about half an hour, Lily's eyes finally moved away from her cell phone. Her mind conjured up Yeon's figure on the K-Song show during the day, and her heart was even more impressed and even had a tiny bit of admiration for Yeon. Awesome, too awesome. Writing 5 extremely suitable songs for Linglong in just 1 hour. Is this kid still a human being? Looking at the cell phone in her hand, Lily was overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, her heart and soul couldn't stop trembling from excitement. Every single song is in no way inferior to Linglong's famous works. Genius. Absolute genius. Lily sked, and even in her heart, she felt that even genius could not describe Yeon. In her excitement, Lily shared the first song The Rest of Your Life Afterward to her best friend Yi Linglong at the first time, so that she could familiarize herself with it. And of course she wouldn't tell her best friend all 5 songs at once. The reasoning of a thin stream of water. As a mixed agent for many years, she knew the importance of it too well. After doing everything, Lily picked up her phone with a sigh of relief and sent a message to Yeon. Thank you, Yeon. It's Linglong's opportunity to know you. No need to thank you. By the way, tell me again if you run out of these songs, but there's no need to say that I wrote them. At least not for a while. After a short pause, Lily received 2 messages. Well, I thank you on behalf of Linglong. Then, Yeon, you go to bed early. Lily thought about it and typed, good night. After chatting the message, Lily was overwhelmed with emotion. She felt like she had just dreamed. The problem that had been troubling her for 2 years had been solved so easily. That Yeon was really a strange person. On the other hand, Yi Linglong, who was exhausted from venting, flipped open her cell phone to see a photo from her best friend and a message. Linglong, I found a new song. Familiarize yourself with it. New song? Seeing the message sent by her best friend, Yi Linglong frowned slightly and didn't put it on her mind. Such a message has been sent many times over the years, and she has been immune to it for a long time. However, Yi Linglong still clicked on the photo and looked at it, putting the pillow away, holding the cell phone in one hand, and the other jade-like slender hand, drawing an arc in the air, familiarizing herself with the melody of the score. This is Yi Linglong, who had a very good level of music, with the rhythmic score. Only then did she realize that the score was completely different from the previous one. A pair of beautiful eyes brushed and was completely attracted by the song. Once again clearing the song from the beginning. Find the sun where there is no wind. Be the warm sun where you're cold. Personnel are all over the place. You're always too naive. Good sounding and pleasant voice. From the face of the city of Yi Linglong's mouth out. Surrounded in the room. Curling around without stopping. Although there is a trace of stagnation. But the first time to sing to this extent has been quite good. After familiarizing with the song, this is no longer a problem. Once, 3 times, 5 times, until she completely mastered the song The Rest of My Life Afterward. Yi Linglong was like a treasure. The corner of her mouth lifted up an arc that was enough to dump countless boys, and she took out her cell phone and dialed her best friend Lily's number. Ding bell. On the other side, Lily, who was brushing her microblogging to check the latest news, was the one who received the call from her best friend. Revealing a smile, she picked up the phone. Hello, Lily. Fantastic. Who wrote this song? I want to thank this master in person. Just as soon as she connected the phone, Yi Linglong's excited and happy voice came from the opposite side. The kind of excitement that released the pressure for 2 years could not be described in words. Lily, listening to her best friend's words, Lily's mind couldn't help but as the emergence of Yeon's figure, and lightly coughed. Well, Linglong, that master doesn't like outsiders to disturb him. Just familiarize yourself with that song as soon as you can now, and leave the rest to me. I think this year's parade concert is going to start as well. After getting those 5 songs from Yeon, Lily, who had the bottom line, launched the next step of her plan. She was going to make those 5 songs in a different way for her best friend to present to the world. Of course, she won't keep not revealing the lyricists and composers of these 5 songs. It's just that the time is not right now. After all, Yeon has helped his BFF so much, he won't let Yeon suffer. Although, she didn't know what happened between her bestie and Yeon. Well, good. Then the concert is in your hands. But, Lily, it's best to set the first stop of the concert in Tianhai. That's it for now. I'm hanging up. After saying that, Yi Linglong, who was a bit vain, hurriedly hung up the phone, her mind thinking about the bet with that guy, the girlfriend for a month. She had to end it as soon as possible. Seeing her bestie hanging up the phone, and Yi Linglong in general, Lily's mind also floated to Yi Tian's figure, because intuition told her that her bestie's decision was probably related to him. Chapter 20. Both surnamed Yi. Could they be siblings? Another hotel. K-Song platform. Lu Ziming was remotely letting his men upload the 3 songs that Yi Tian had passed on to operate online and give a wave of publicity. It was also during this time that a ding-dong internal company push message reached Lu Ziming's cell phone. The K-Song show was on fire. The live ratings broke 5 million. Oh, did the number of fans break 5 million on the first installment of the live broadcast? Lu Ziming saw the record-breaking ratings. His mind couldn't help but think of Yi Linglong, and then thought of Yi Tian. The number of fans could break 5 million. I believe that both of them deserve a lot of credit. It seems that the person with the surname of Yi is really a valued person of their K-Song platform. Ding bell. A few minutes later, Lu Ziming lamented as a phone call from the headquarters came over. The one who called was no one else but his right-hand man. Supervisor, the 3 songs have been operated and the publicity has also been gotten right. Good. Good job. It's getting late. Take a break. See you later, supervisor. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Lu Ziming opened the K-Song platform to the main page. It was to see the most eye-catching page above. Pulling up a ceiling push, singing World Rookie Dark Horse, Absolute Auditory Feast. The word is not much, but contains the promotion information is very direct. Lu Ziming clicked in, came to the column interface of Yi Tian's 3 songs. Less than a minute after the release, there were netizen fans commenting below the column. Singing new talent. Deservedly. This song. Super good. A lifetime with you. Superb song title? And did you see? The lyrics, composition and singing are the same person. Yeah, there are so few people who can do it all nowadays. That's true. And what's more important is that it's so much better than those so-called pop songs nowadays. Well, I feel like this Yi Tian is going to be a big hit. I'm afraid that this Yi Tian is probably going to be even faster than the previous Linglong goddess. After all, this is 3 good to great love songs. I heard that this Yi Tian is still just a sophomore. Both of them are surnamed Yi. Could they be siblings? Scrolling through the hundreds of comments, Lu Ziming looked at them with joy in his heart. Proper. In less than a minute, there are hundreds of comments. The momentum of these 3 songs has been established. The next step is to see how high this momentum can rush to. 5 minutes later, the comments broke 1,000. A quarter of an hour later, the comments broke 10,000. Half an hour later, the comments broke the 30,000 mark. As for the total download volume of the 3 songs, it is soaring even more outrageous. Half an hour later, the download volume broke 100,000 times, followed by 120,000, 150,000, all the way to God Stops God, Buddha Stops Buddha. Nothing can stop the 3 songs' download volume climbing. After practicing the rest of my life afterward for more than an hour, Yi Linglong was just about to get ready for bed when her cell phone sent a push message from the K-Song platform. Singing Rookie Yi Tian. Half an hour of song downloads broke 100,000. Rookie Yi Tian? It's that brat. Yi Linglong's eyebrows slightly knitted, struggled for a long time, and finally under curiosity, she still clicked on the push message. Anyway, she was in the room, and no one saw it. In the next instant, the column specially set up for Yi Tian on the K-Song platform appeared in front of her eyes, and on top of it was the total downloads of the 3 songs. Seeing the data of the downloads, Rao Yi Linglong had the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. 200,000. How come? Isn't it 100,000? The line of sight of the beautiful eyes moved away from the total number of downloads, and then fell to the comments below. Ha ha ha, good. This song is super good. Kudos. All 3 songs are down. Powdered. Yi Linglong's slender hand slid downwards. Every time she slid there were more than 10 comments flew up. Almost hundreds of comments went past. All of them were favorable comments. Not a single bad comment, which made Yi Linglong think of that brat's appearance, and grunted twice. I'd like to see how good you sing. Yi Linglong gamely puffed up her 2 very cute cheeks. If this scene was seen by outsiders, how many people might be charmed to death? Of course, these people except for Yi Tian. As to why except, all the big men understand. Next, Yi Linglong contributed to the karaoke platform, downloading the 3 songs and clicking play. Quietly, the first song Love Is Not a Must dazzled in the ears, rippled in the air. Nice magnetic voice, making Yi Linglong cannot help but think of a scene with Yi Tian. Thought of that guy in the K-Song show as that one-time bad smile. Afterwards, she listened to the other 2 songs A Lifetime with You and Dimple. Listening to listen. Sleepy Yi Linglong entered the dreamland. This night she had a beautiful dream. The shortcoming of the beauty is that she dreamed of that Yi Tian who was stabbed by 1,000 knives. The next day, early in the morning, the first ray of sunrise in the sky, reflecting a piece of red clouds, refracted the golden morning light, covering the entire Rose neighborhood with a layer of golden veil. Under this morning sun, the buildings of the neighborhood and the shadows of the morning walkers were stretched to a long length. In the morning exercise square of the neighborhood park, aunts and grandfathers gathered around. Yesterday was really exciting. Xiao Yi directly entered the top 10. Yes, when I came back yesterday, Xiao Ye was in a terrible state, afraid that we would block him. Oh, by the way, Xiao Ye's song has been uploaded to the karaoke platform. Did you guys listen to it? Karaoke platform? When did that happen? Can't be. I just sang it yesterday, and today it's on that platform? Hey, what's impossible about that? Xiao Ye's songs are very sought after. I'll open it up for you guys. A series of drumming ensued, and an old man then opened the karaoke software in his own phone, and with a skillful operation, he turned the screen of his phone towards his neighbors in the neighborhood. Look, see, these are 3 of Xiao Ye's songs. One is called Love Is Not an Option, and the other 2 are A Lifetime with You and Dimple. I tell you think. Now Xiao Ye's 3 songs can be great. See this data? This is the total number of downloads. Have broken 1 million, and the following comments. See, the comments have all broken 100,000. After this old man some show off, the residents of the surrounding neighborhood is also a thorough heart. With a few have smartphones Moncler jackets ants, have taken out their own cell phones drumming up. As for that old man, see this scene, the heart don't mention how happy, like those 3 songs are not Yi Tian sang, but he sang the same. Boom. Just when the aunts and grandpas were practicing in the morning, the roar of a beast came out from the underground parking lot underneath the community, and in the next instant, a black Maserati rushed out from it. The speed is not fast. From the edge of the square towards the neighborhood exit. Good strong sound. Thought it was a supercar. What brand is that? Maserati. President. The latest model today. When did a tycoon come to our neighborhood? The newest model. It is said that the market price is $1.5 million. And that is still the low-cost version. TSK 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 TSK. Ahem. You guys see the person driving the car? How do I feel like Xiao Ye? What? Xiao Yi can't be? Honestly, I just glanced at it too. It does look a lot like Xiao Yi. Then there were a few more aunts and grandpas recalling. In a few moments, the aunts and grandpas on top of the square's eyes jumped straight up, that the tycoon in their mouths wouldn't be Xiao Yi it. Chapter 21, The Rich Man's World I and Other Mundanes Don't Understand. One night brewing. Rose community one after another no Yi Tian 3 songs fire thing. Especially Yi Tian may have bought a luxury car Maserati president thing. Also followed in the neighborhood plague spread. To no 1.5 million towards the top of the luxury car. Their entire neighborhood does not have a visible gossip effect of this matter how big. Fighting Shark music platform. A good K-song platform. This is fast enough to start. The editor-in-chief of the Do Shark platform looked at the K-song platforms column for Yi Tian. The new song that just came out last night appeared on the K-song platforms online early this morning, and it was a direct hit. Nearly 2 million total downloads, hundreds of thousands of comments. Looking at the series of data, Do Shark's editor-in-chief was envious in his heart. These are all traffic. It's all money. Originally K-song was bigger than them. Now with this wave, the distance between them will only get bigger. Editor-in-chief found that Yi Tian is a sophomore at Tianhai University. There is also the name of the talented son. You see, do you want to contact? The assistant to the editor-in-chief of Do Shark music platform asked tentatively. There's no need to contact. I'm going to personally go to Tianhai. Fighting Shark music platform Chen Wanli eyes flashing. He knows that the K-song platform Rong Changha has personally taken the plane to Tianhai. If this time again late step this money tree, they cannot get anything. As with Fighting Sharks, a similar conversation was happening on the Thousand music platform. Shaoli immediately booked me a ticket to Tianhai. On the fastest flight, I'm rushing to the airport. Zhao Jiqiang, the chief editor of Thousand music platform, rushed towards the underground parking lot with his briefcase. Good, that's it. Coming to the elevator, Zhao Jiqiang's mind floated to the figures of his 2 rivals. Good for you Rong Changha and Chen Wanli. No way you want to leave me out. The reason why Zhao Jiqiang was in such a hurry was because he had gotten the news that both of his competitors had already bought air tickets and rushed to Tianhai University, which made him how to sit still. Nowadays, the music platform K-song was dominant, but it wasn't to the point where it covered the whole world with one hand, and after that, Fighting Shark and Thousand were only a hair's breadth away from K-song. At this point in time, the talented new singer has become the key to the three parties who is better, and Yi Tian is their target. Although Yi Tian signed the copyrights of 3 songs with K-Song, but that was only 3 songs, not the copyrights of all the songs of his person. So after K-Song's Rong Changha found out about it, he bought a plane ticket at the first time while it was still hot, and so did Chen Wanliang and the 2 people behind him. For a while, the originally unknown Yi Tian, but became K-Song, Fighting Shark, as well as Thousand competing want to sign the object, became the meat and potatoes in their eyes. Tianhai University. In front of the school gate. Boom! The roar of the beast spread across the Tian High School entrance from a long distance, and many students going to school put their eyes over one by one. My plants. I'm not wrong. That's the Maserati President. And also this year's new model. Motherfucker. This is which second generation? This car low version to 1.5 million. High with up to 2 million. More important point is, this kind of car global only 1.000. It is said that our country also has more than 100. That's right. If it wasn't for Maserati's head office clearly marking up the price, this car would definitely have to be multiplied several times. TSK, our school, except for Qin Xinghe, who drove a supercar with a price similar to this one. No one has ever had such a show. Hey, you guys say it won't be which second generation transferred to our school. If that's the case, this just appeared, can become the man of the hour. As soon as the supercar arrived at the school's entrance, it drove into the campus in a dignified manner amidst the many students' discussions, attracting the eyes of countless cute girls along the way. Click, 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 click. On both sides of the students, one by one, they picked up their cell phones and clicked photos and videos. And then the things that happened on campus were passed on to the school's exchange group. In the next instant, the wind of gossip raged like a hurricane with the school exchange group as the center. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen a luxury car like this. Maserati President. Nima. I'm afraid I won't be able to earn this car's money in my life. TSK. Jealousy is making me facepalm. It's the same 2 shoulders carrying one head, but the difference is so big. The rich man's world is something mere mortals like me don't understand. The school exchange group hot discussion spit. Will Tianhai surprise the Maserati president of this matter? Let more people know. And in the school's internal parking lot, the principal Li Zifeng just parked the car. Heard the roaring beast roar resounded in the entire parking lot. Around them many teachers and students looked over. And this is certainly just drove to the Lin Mangyao and Chen Shanshan, which is Chen Shanshan's seat in ice Bentley. But only 600,000 yuan. And that Maserati obviously cannot compare. Maserati president. Who's such a loser? Won't that Qin Xinghe come back? Right? Chen Xianxian saw the Maserati president. Although it's not a top-notch car, but a student driving such a car, it's already enough for people to be shocked off. After all, they are all still students and don't have extra income. Boom. In the midst of the attention of these many students, teachers, and principals, a beautiful tail drift was performed, stopping right in the center of the 2 cars at the exact right and left distances. Who is that dude? Good car skills. TSK, awesome. This second generation is definitely going to blow up our Tianhai's rhythm. Yeah, didn't you see the schoolgirl Chen Chen next to Goddess Mangyao looking dumbfounded? I've seen Qin Xinghe drive a supercar before, but even if he practiced for 10 years, he wouldn't be able to reach this level. Hey, a generation of male gods will rise again. Male god. What if it's a female girl? Countless gazes stared at the Maserati president in unison. The phantom black president, under the light of the morning sunlight, was extraordinarily dignified and cool, instantly mesmerizing a lot of girls. Principal Li Zifeng is a slight frown. Apparently he did not receive the news that there will be the children of the second generation to come to their Tian High School. After all, generally speaking he is to know in advance. Because of this Li Zifeng is more confused. Ka-ching. A sound of a car door opening rang out. All eyes fell in the direction of the driver's door, and the handsome familiar figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes the next moment. Yi Tian male god. OMG. What did I see? That person who just drifted and parked in a tawdry manner is actually Yi Tian male god. The Maserati president is Yi Tian's. Yi Tian is not an orphan. When did he become so rich? Is he a hidden second generation? But a second generation. Don't you know that Yi Tian's 3 songs directly signed with the K-Song platform for $3 million? My goodness. Loser ah. Chapter 22 Ability Reopened Divine National Art. Yi Tian. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. A few days ago Yi Tian was still a poor man with no background. and now he directly drove a Maserati president to kill the school. Such a scene, I don't know how many people's titanium alloy eyes were blinded. C is Yi Tian. The principal Li Zifang's slightly bitter smile, turned around and silently left the parking lot. If it was before, he might instruct Yi Tian a few words, but now there is absolutely no need. With Yi Tian's talent, a Maserati counts for nothing. If it is another period of time, for fear of millions of luxury cars he is not unable to afford. The most important point, he knows that Yi Tian is a very measured person, which he has long understood. Therefore, other people will be inflated when they become famous, but Yi Tian will not. Lin Mengyao beside the Bentley looked at Yi Tian, who used to pursue himself, and was now in the limelight. Her mood was very complicated. Qian, let's go. Lin Mengyao let out a despondent cry, turned around and left in a direction, while Chen Qian was stunned for a moment, followed closely by also leaving the parking lot. And in the next moment, undeniably the school exchange group blew up. The Maserati president is actually Yi Tian's male god. My mom, God is crazy, is not famous inflated? Expansion, your big ghost head, yo. A Maserati on the expansion. Do you know the God of the Light 3 songs of the share how much? Yes, if God had no money before, he would have been a poor man, but now he's much better than those rich kids. Grandma, I now know that family background is not that important. Self-improvement is the way to go. The sky does not give birth to my male god. The singing world is as long as the night. Wave after wave of comments spread the news of Yi Tian driving a Maserati president like a plague. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming Xian, who had just arrived at the school, ding dong messages rang non-stop, skillfully took out his cell phone and brought it to his eyes. Drinking soybean milk. Ming Xian directly a mouthful of soybean milk all to spray out, almost not choked to death. A pair of eyes shocked staring at the hands of the cell phone. OMG. That Maserati CEO is really Brother Tian's? At this moment, Ming Xian's pair of eyes stared at the school chat group that had exploded. The photo was clearly the image of Yi Tian coming down from that Maserati president, and there was also a video to prove it. Brother Tian is going to ascend to heaven. In the morning, his mom, Auntie Li, also told him that Brother Tian might have bought a Maserati. Of course he wouldn't believe it, but now, he believed it even if he didn't believe it. The whole school has been rumored to be bombed. There can still be a fake. The first time, Ming Xian dialed his mom's phone. Hey, Mom, son, what's wrong? Did you forget to bring something? When Ming Xian dialed the phone, Auntie Li's concerned voice came from the opposite side. No, Mom, what you said is right. Mom, do you know what happened to our school group? Brother Tian, he really drove a Maserati president to the school. I'll send it to you now. While speaking, Ming Xian found a few photos and videos of the cell phone school exchange group and sent them to Auntie Li, followed by hanging up the phone. Rose Garden, Auntie Li's home. This kid, hanging up the phone without finishing. Ding dong. After hanging up the phone, Auntie Li, who had just muttered a sentence, had 4 or 5 message sounds coming from her cell phone, and opened her cell phone smoothly. Old man, come quickly. Something big has happened. Auntie Li's eyes stared at the video playing in her cell phone. The handsome and unfamiliar Yi Tian, the little Yi in her mouth, walked down from the Maserati president that had parked the car. What's wrong? Old partner, Auntie Li's husband, just washed the dishes from the kitchen out. Faded sleeve put aside to come to Auntie Li's side. The line of sight followed. Auntie Li's attention fell to the cell phone screen. This is Xiao Yi. A few minutes later, the Rose Neighborhood Exchange Group is also bombed. Looking at the ironic picture in video, by their unbelief, Maserati president, in their imagination, and they have absolutely nothing to do with the object. Now it is hard to happen beside them. Xiao Ye's body, Maserati president, at least 1.5 million toward the top. Ding. Congratulations to the host whose reputation value has broken 100,000. Activating the divine lottery once. May I ask if it's a lottery? The system's long-lost voice resounded in his head, and at this moment, after a series of harvesting prestige values, he finally broke the 100,000 mark. Drawl. Yi Tian, who came to the classroom and sat down. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. As the name suggests, the God-level lucky draw means that he will surely draw some kind of God-level ability, just like the God-level music skill that the system gave away when he first activated the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a God-level national art skill, consuming 100,000 prestige value of the host. In that instant, Yi Tian's mind had countless more ways to kill and win. A mysterious energy surged in the depths of his body and passed through his entire body along the 7 meridians and 8 veins. And in that instant, his eyes blossomed into 2 brilliant streaks of light, and his body was filled with endless power. At this moment Yi Tian has a kind of not vomit feeling. Then the line of sight fell on the large classroom seat drawer was installed by the master forgot a large nut, enough to the size of an adult's thumb, sprung up to explore the idea of Yi Tian will be the size of that thumb nut held in the palm of the hand. Subsequently, fierce force. Then, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with surprise, because he actually could not feel the edges of the nut in his palm at all. Lowering his head and spreading out his right palm, he saw a scene that he could not forget for the rest of his life. At this moment in the heart of his palm where there is still a nut, completely turned into alloy powder. Asterisk 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 is this a god-level national art skill? Exploded. The incomparably hard alloy nut, under the force of his own, directly turned into alloy powder. This is special than Iron Man are powerful, but the so-called magician in front of him is scum. Beautiful. This ability lousy likes it too much. With such strength in his body, who could still hurt him? At this moment Yi Tian felt that even bullets he could dodge through. It could be said that as long as he didn't want to get hurt, no one in this world could hurt him for a single point. At the same moment that Yi Tian obtained the divine level national art, Tianhai University Taekwondo Association. Hey, Boss Chin, don't worry, I'll get that Ming Xian right away. When we get to the Taekwondo Association, this is my turf. I'll make sure he goes out lying down today. The president of Taekwondo Association, Prince Xian's face was full of fawning, but when Yi Tian was mentioned, his eyes floated with a vicious aura. After hanging up the phone, Prince Xian called two of his minders. You guys go to the first year. Bring me that Ming Xian who is in the same neighborhood as Yi Tian. Aren't they good? I want to see how good the relationship is. Chapter 23, Brother Tian. Are you sure it's just the two of us? Tian Hai. A certain villa. Yi Tian. I'll see how horizontal you are. A youth with a shadowy face looked through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows, his two oozing eyes gazing out at the beautiful scenery outside the villa. Thinking that with a little fame and driving a Maserati you don't know how much you weigh. Since the last time he was forced to drop out from Tianhai University, the furious and extremely angry Qin Xinghe who returned home attributed all the grievances to that Yi Tian, even though he didn't know that all of this was originally Yi Tian's mess. In order to minimize that embarrassment, he didn't dare to go out until now, for fear of encountering acquaintances in Tianhai, and his father had already arranged a transfer procedure for him in a school far away from Tianhai, and he was going to leave in the next few days. And before he left, he wanted to completely give away the sulk in his heart. During the dismissal of classes at Tianhai University, a panicked figure came from downstairs. The young man with a small white face panted and came to the big classroom where Yi Tian was, glanced at the strange powder, and said urgently, Brother Tian is not good. Ming Xian he was taken away by the school's taekwondo people, and said that they want to cut taekwondo with Ming Xian. Hearing come to the body panting Ming Xian high school classmate. This person Yi Tian has seen a few times, is considered to be Ming Xian's diehard friend. Taekwondo Club Association. It's a good opportunity. Thinking about the divine national art that he just got, he was thinking about where to try out the limit. Since this Taekwondo Club Association came to his door, then it was it. Go to the Taekwondo Association. So what? Brother Tian, don't we need to call the teacher? That Ming Xian's deadbeat said with a very bottomless voice, but he had heard that the school's Taekwondo club was very posh, and it was said that the father of the current Taekwondo Club Association's president, Prince Xian, had opened up a Taekwondo arena outside the school that had a very good business. Seeing that Yi Tian had already lifted his foot towards the Taekwondo Association, Ming Xian's nemesis clenched his silver teeth, hardened his heart, and also chased after him. The conversation between the two also caught the attention of Chen Xianxian and Lin Mengyao. What were they just talking about? Chen Xianxian curiously looked at the disappearing back of Yi Tian's two men. Oh, it seems like they were talking about something about going to the Taekwondo Club Association to spar or something. The ordinary-looking classmate who was not too far away from Yi Tian recalled. This is bad. It must be Qin Xinghe. Hearing this, Chen Xianxian is just stunned. For Qin Xinghe's current situation she also has some understanding. As far as she knows, Qin Xinghe has hated Yi Tian since he left Tianhai. Plus the Taekwondo Association president Prince Xian's dad's arena has always been taken care of by the funding from Qin Xinghe's father. Mengyao, let's go tell the principal. Without waiting for Lin Mengyao to speak, Chen Xianxian had already pulled Lin Mengyao in the direction of the principal's office. Squeak! Just when Yi Tian went to the Taekwondo club, in front of Tianhai University's gate, 3 commercial vehicles arrived at Tianhai University almost simultaneously. Humph! I knew you two would come so fast. Zhao Jiqiang snorted coldly and glanced at Chen Wanli and Rong Changhe in the other 2 commercial vehicles. Drive! Rong Changhe's face was cold, obviously not expecting these two to be so well informed. Ignoring the two and letting the driver drive into the campus. Let's go too. Chen Wanli glared at Zhao Jiqiang and followed Rong Changhe into Tianhai University as well. Two old foxes. Let's go. Zhao Jiqiang saw the two men enter Tianhai University one after another. He didn't delay and followed the two men's footsteps into Tianhai. So far, the three parties came to Tianhai University almost at the same time. As for who ended up with the final flower, no one knew at this moment. That, Brother Tian, are you sure it's just the two of us going? The closer he got to the Taekwondo Association, the more bottomless Ming Xian's diehard was. At the moment his little legs and stomachs were trembling. This Taekwondo Association was not too much to say that it was the school's one bully. Stay here if you're afraid. Yi Tian's words froze Ming Xian's nemesis for a moment. Until he reacted, Yi Tian had already walked out several meters away. Who's afraid? Trembling a sentence, hardened his head and quickly stepped to follow Yi Tian again. A few minutes later, the door of the Taekwondo Association. Squeak! With a sound ringing out, Yi Tian and Ming Xian's diehards entered the Taekwondo Society. And what they entered was a spacious and bright venue, which was also reasonably arranged, and obviously took some effort. President, they're here. One of Prince Xian's men, seeing Yi Tian come to their home ground, the corner of his mouth curved up into a teasing arc, as if he had already seen Yi Tian's downfall later. Oh, sitting on the recliner, Prince Xian had a gangly look, not at all like a student, more like a punk, except that the difference was that at this moment, Yi Tian was no longer the same as he was when he first encountered Yi Linglong facing the two burly men. Still really have guts. Looks like you have a good relationship with this neighbor of yours. Prince Xian gave a sign for his men to let go of Ming Xian, while Ming Xian's first time was to run towards Yi Tian while shouting, Brother Tian, quickly go, they are using me to lure you here. Ming Xian wasn't stupid. He had just come to Tianhai University and hadn't had any grudges with anyone. He was definitely rushing towards Brother Tian, quite self-aware. But none of you can leave today. Prince Xian arise. From the recliner, clatter, Taekwondo Club Association of hundreds of people surrounded in unison. As for the direction of the exit, is blocked to death. Is a fly cannot fly out. That Qin Xingha has this much talent. As his stable boy, he must have bullied quite a few students over the years. I'll give them some interest today. Yi Tian, who moved his wrist, completely did not take the opposite side of Prince Xian seriously. Nowadays he is an existence that can grip the alloy nut into powder with his empty hand. These 3 or 5 shrimp soldiers and crab generals are not enough to stuff their teeth. Arrogant. If you don't go out lying down today, I won't be called Prince Xian. Give it to me. At Prince Xian's order, a believer was full of ruthlessness towards Yi Tian. A Taekwondo sidekick kicked towards Yi Tian's brain shell head. His face was full of ruthlessness. However, snap, a crisp sound. Prince Xian's henchman with good strength. The sidekick's foot was still in midair. A strike like a palm through space, directly and fiercely smacked above the side face of that beloved henchman. The sound of a thud. The beloved henchman directly and ruthlessly smashed in the Taekwondo ground, but also fortunately with the mat, or absolutely broken a few ribs. Even so, a side of the face at the moment is also into a pig's head, lying horizontally on the ground, pumping out a wail, emitting a mournful screams. Pain. Unparalleled pain. That slap is too hard. The surrounding Taekwondo people obviously see the corners of the mouth are oozing a little blood. Obviously, that slap directly to the corners of the mouth are cracked. The entire arena, hundreds of people were dead silent, their eyes filled with scorn and horror. Chapter 24, Young people nowadays. Their heart-bearing capacity is too bad. A palm fell, and the surrounding area was silent, shocking everyone on the spot. Goo-doo, goo-doo, on the side of the originally worried Ming Xian and the diehards. At this moment, their eyes are straight. Who am I? Where am I? What just went through? That ferocious Taekwondo club expert, directly by the Tian brother, a slap to dry down, and not even the slightest ability to resist. Absolute seconds. So, Tian is so powerful. At this moment, this scene, Ming Xian and the dead party's eyes are full of worship and admiration. The excitement of the heart is like a torrential river stretches on, and as the yellow river flooding and uncontrollable. Bastard! Everyone give me on. Cripple him. Prince Xian also looked frozen for a moment, after his heart jumped, replaced by a face full of ruthlessness. This kid is still a practitioner. On. Hundreds of people around. Clattered. This time no one dares to go up alone. They do not want to be killed by a slap in seconds. Swarmed up. Instantly it is turned into a tide of people will be submerged in Yi Tian. Not good. Brother Tian. Ming Xian and diehard party saw this face brushed with a big change. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Although Brother Tian is very powerful. But, snap, snap. Still not waiting for Ming Xian and the dead party's thoughts rise. Once again 4 crisp sound from the field rippled open. The next instant, Ming Xian 2 people will see the field that flooded the Tian brother. 4 black shadows flew out backwards, pouncing on the mat, ruthlessly smashed in the side of the face, covering the side of the face. Painful and miserable wail. This kid? Prince Xian saw another 4 of his men were killed in seconds. His heart immediately rose up a strong sense of bad luck. Aside Ming Xian, 2 people are hard to break just before the rise of the idea. On the other side, the principal's office. Principal Li, I believe that our sincerity of K-Song is already sufficient. I would like to meet student Yi Tian. You see, Rong Changhe, the editor-in-chief of the K-Song platform, was the first to speak out in a pleasant manner. Go go go. I say old Rong, I don't like to hear this from you. What do you mean that your K-Song's sincerity is sufficient, but our fighting shark's sincerity is insufficient? Chen Wanli glanced at Rong Changhe. Others gave him face. As a competitor, he wouldn't consider so much. Not bad. I agree with old Chen's words. Although Yu K-Song is a dominant player, but it's not to the point where you have one hand in the music industry. Zhao Jiqian was very direct, and the pinpoint stance was strong. You, buckle. Just when Principal Li was having a headache, the life-saving knock sounded. I'll open the door. Principal Li, who slightly relieved, opened the door of the principal's office room, and Chen Qianqian pulled Lin Mengyao in. Principal, it's not good. Something big has happened to Yi Tian. Coming to the principal's room, Chen Qianqian directly said with worry. Lin Mengyao also nodded her head nervously and quickly told Yi Tian about going to the taekwondo club. What? That Prince Xian is getting more and more licentious. Go, hurry over. After saying that, Li Zifeng quickly stepped towards the direction of taekwondo club, and at the same time called to inform the school's director of instruction, physical education teacher and janitorial security guards to go to the taekwondo club. The nature of this matter is too bad. Moreover, if anything happens to Yi Tian, it will be a devastating blow to his career, which has just started. Yi Tian is too impulsive. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 platform editors-in-chief and the 3 assistants were left in the principal's room. Little Li, go and take a look with me. Zhao Jiqian's eyes flickered as he spoke to his assistant and lifted his foot as he followed Principal Li. Rong Changhe, Chen Wanli and the 2 of them looked at each other. All of them brought their assistants and headed towards the taekwondo club in Tianhai, praying in their hearts that Yi Tian must not be okay. Tianhai University, gate guard room. What? Yes, okay, I'll bring someone over right away. The security captain finished hanging up the phone. His face was gloomy side looking towards the direction of the taekwondo club. Quick, call everyone to rush to the taekwondo club immediately. Something big has happened in the school. The well-trained security captain brought 6 or 7 of his men and surged towards the direction of the taekwondo club. Captain, what exactly happened? A security guard saw the captain's hurried appearance and asked suspiciously. The several security guards beside him also looked at their captain. This time, looking at the captain's face, it didn't look like a drill. This time I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Yi Tian and the taekwondo club are fighting. The security captain who sighed. His eyelids were jumping all over the place. What? Taekwondo club? And Yi Tian? Listening to the captain's words, a team of people couldn't help but step a few minutes faster. The closer they were to the taekwondo club, the more depressing the atmosphere became. Could the few of them stop the taekwondo club's gang of students from fighting? Boom boom boom. Pa! A few minutes later, with the last taekwondo club henchman being slapped to the ground, Ming Xian and his diehard friends had already long since turned on skeptical mode. Damn! It's impossible! I don't believe it! Prince Xian looked at the field in a daze at the henchman lying on the ground. Hundreds of taekwondo henchmen were not even this guy's opponent. I don't believe it! Kill! Prince Xian sprinted. His speed was so fast that it was completely not comparable to the hundreds of rabble. Unbridled. Stop it for me. At the critical moment, the principal Li Zifeng, as well as the director of teaching with the grades, the physical education teacher, and the head of the janitorial security guards with the security guards also all came to the taekwondo club grounds. Just after arriving at the venue, they saw a hand that looked like the hand of God, snapping into an arc, accurately slapping the taekwondo club president Prince Xian's face. The next instant, bang, a loud bang. Prince Xian directly KO on the ground, struggled several times, were not able to climb up, the corners of the mouth of the blood out of the blood flowers. Principal Li, director of instruction, physical education teacher, security chief and his entourage, a line of more than 20 people, came to the taekwondo club venue, looked at the taekwondo club members who were all covering their sides and wailing on the ground. All of them were baffled. On your strength, but also Taekwondo Society president. Taekwondo is this ability. Their own country so many martial arts do not learn, but learn stick dog in the look of things. Really sad. Prince Xian heard the abject contempt and mockery. The blood of anger surged. Face red. Immediately poof as a large puddle of blood sprayed out. Eyes crooked. Immediately was angry, fainted to death. Young people nowadays, Their mental capacity is too poor. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Li Zifang and the others were speechless for a while, talking like you are not a young man. Mr. Yi, are you alright? Mr. Yi, do you need to go to the hospital? Mr. Yi, do you need me to call and take care of it? 3 voices in a row came from the back, from the slap just now and the scene in front of them. They were incredibly sure that Yi Tian wasn't alright at all, so this moment was the perfect opportunity for them. Chapter 25, This Pattern. I, Chen Wanli, am convinced. You guys are? Seeing the 3 middle-aged men in suits in front of him, Yi Tian was slightly stunned for a moment. Obviously these 3 were not from the school, and looking at the essence and aura, it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Just now, Mr. Ye's move of Ru Lishan Palm made it really out of this world. Zhao Jiqiang implicitly a horse's ass, ready to give himself extra points. In order to be able to sign Yi Tian is also a spell. Go. What are you talking nonsense? That Mr. Yi, I'm Rong Changhe, the editor-in-chief of the K-Song platform. What about this time? I want to sign you as our exclusive musician. Rong Changhe glared at Zhao Jiqiang and began to introduce himself and explain his intentions. Mr. Yi, I'm Chen Wanli, the editor-in-chief of the Fighting Shark platform, and I'm also here to sign Mr. Yi as our exclusive musician. Seeing Rong Changhe shamelessly being the first to get to the point, Chen Wanli started to be the second shameless person without the slightest hesitation. You two are virtuous. Mr. Yi, don't listen to these 2 people fooling around. I'm here to guarantee that as long as Mr. Yi signs with our thousand platform as an exclusive musician, our treatment is definitely better than theirs. Zhao Jiqiang was even more desperate, directly quoting another condition that made the 2 Chen Wanli people bite him to death. Zhao Jiqiang, what do you mean? You know the treatment we gave Mr. Yi, you're better than us. Watching the 3 editors-in-chief of the notorious music platform engage in a tongue-lashing war of words, Principal Li Zifang covered his head and felt doubly helpless. This was something he had experienced when he was in the principal's office before. However, hearing this in the ears of the director of teaching, physical education teacher and security chief in Chen Qianlin and Lin Mengyao, was like being struck by lightning. The plants are all over the place. What did they hear? They are not dreaming, right? The editor-in-chief of the K-Song platform, the editor-in-chief of the Shark Fighting platform, and the editor-in-chief of the Thousand platform. My goodness, what do these 3 parties represent? As the ones who keep up with the trend they know too well, these are the 3 most successful platforms in the field of music platforms within the entire Dragon country, especially Chen Xianxian and Lin Mengyao. The more outstanding Yi Tian performed, the more unbalanced their hearts became, the less they felt. Ahem. So what? 3 chief editors? Since student Yi Tian is here, why don't you ask him what he thinks? The principal really couldn't see past it. These 3 people were at least the chief editors of a large platform. This kind of tongue fight picture, truly, and their identity is a bit inconsistent. After all, we are all educated people. Sure enough, hearing the principal's suggestion, Rong Changhe's 3 people stopped their dry-mouth tongue fight, each glared at each other and turned to look at Yi Tian. I wonder, what does Mr. Yi mean? Chen Wanli, the editor-in-chief of the Fighting Shark platform, asked Yi Tian in a tentative tone, and in his heart, he had already made up his mind that even if Yi Tian didn't choose them for Fighting Shark, he would still try his best to fight for it. Not only him, Rong Changhe as well as Zhao Jiqiang both thought the same way. As for Lin Mengyao, Chen Xianxian and the others, they were looking at Yi Tian with all their eyes, wanting to know how Yi Tian was planning. Little Yi, you also don't have too much pressure. Just say what you think. Say whatever you think. Principal Li Zifang was quite enough for Yi Tian, understandingly not letting him have too much pressure. Mr. Yi, just say it straight. Not bad. We also want to hear what Mr. Yi means. Just now it was us who were abrupt. Rong Changhe as well as Zhao Jiqiang spoke one after the other, although Chen Wanli on the side didn't say anything, but his old face was also red. In that case, I have an idea. Seeing the 3 people who had just blushed, Yi Tian smiled. Thanks to the scene just now, his next plan could be implemented smoothly. Oh, Mr. Yi, tell me. Chen Wanli rectified his mind and said with a smile, in that case, I think it's not easy for the 3 of you to come all the way to Tianhai. If I sign with any of the 3 as exclusive musicians, the other 2 will definitely be unhappy. Won't be. There. Mr. Yi, don't have too much pressure. Rong Changhe, Chen Wanli as well as Zhao Jiqiang, upon hearing the spot-on remark, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch slightly, certain that the young man in front of them was a sophomore who was less than 20 years old. Although the expressions of the 3 flickered, however, in Yi Tian's eyes of today's god-level statecraft, it was completely clear. So after digging the pit, Yi Tian began the operation of entering the pit. In this way, I have the best of both worlds. It will not let the three parties hurt the peace and harmony, and also will not let the three of you not to make a false start. Oh, there really is such a method. When Rong Changha's trio heard this, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. They would already be considered successful if they were able to make this trip without making it vain. If this was really the case, of course they would be happy to do it. It seems that little Yi already has a solution. So let's get right to it. Seeing Yi Tian's shrewdness like a little fox, Li Zifang stroked his beard and said with a laugh, "My method is that I won't sign any of you individually. I want to sign with all three of you at the same time as exclusive musicians." Sign at the same time? Hearing Yi Tian's suggestion, Rong Changha, the three of them were stunned. They didn't expect it to be this kind of operation. Not bad, that is to say, from now on, all the songs I sing will only be uploaded on your three-party platforms, and all other music platforms will be eliminated. The narrating Yi Tian presented his plan to enter the pit perfectly. Ha, Mr. Ye's move is brilliant. Yes, not only did he solve the conflict between our three parties, but he also maximized his own value. Mr. Yi, this is seizing the common interests of our three parties, although our three parties are in competition, but in addition to our three, but there are other music companies. This pattern, I Chen Wanli convinced. Then what do the three of you mean? Principal Li Zifang heard Yi Tian's method. The corner of his mouth curved up in a gratifying arc. This kind of method the general public really don't want to come out with the eyes of the whole situation. Look at Chen Wanli's tripartite relationship. In the future, Yi Tian's achievement is definitely not what he can envision. Sign. Of course sign. Not bad, Principal Li. Your Tianhai has really taken in an exceptional student. Mr. Ye's eyesight. Convinced. Rong Changha. Three people spoke out one after another, and immediately slapped the board and settled. Although they failed to suppress the other party, but can have been in addition to the other two parties of the other music companies to throw off a large cut. It is not a beautiful thing. This kid, really powerful. The directors of instruction, physical education teachers, and security guards of Tianhai University all gave Yi Tian a thumbs up in their hearts, and had to admire Yi Tian's brainchild. TSK, awesome my brother Tian. To come up with this kind of method. Ming Xian stared with wide eyes and swallowed his saliva together with his die-hard friends. His heart was flooded with admiration like the Yellow River. Chapter 26, The God's Body Arm is so powerful. Tianhai University. In front of the cafeteria. Good day, Mr. Wang. A few sweet sisters greeted a burly middle-aged man politely and said hello, causing the surrounding male students to look towards the sisters. Good. Wang Zetian nodded his head and gestured to a few female students who exuded youthfulness. The corners of his mouth surfaced with a touch of curvature. He loved to be the physical education teacher of these beautiful girls, simple and easy to deceive, and over the years had already been taken down by several of his various tactics. Ding bell. The corner of his mouth pulled out a touch of playful arc of Wang Zetian. His cell phone ringtone couldn't help but ring, saw that it was the big brother Wang Ziyu's phone call, and smoothly connected it over. Hey, big brother, Wang Zetian, how is this uncle of yours? Zi Xian was beaten up in your Tianhai University. Do you know? Just as soon as the phone was connected, a splitting volley of curses came from the opposite side. What? Zi Xian was beaten up at school. How is that possible? Zi Xian is the president of the Taekwondo club. Who is his opponent? Hearing his elder brother Wang Ziyu's words, Wang Zetian's face surfaced with fiddly surprise. And just then, 3 or 5 classmates were talking excitedly. Hey, did you hear? Our school's Taekwondo club got fucked over. Really? Who is it? So fierce. That's the dominating Taekwondo club. It seems to be a sophomore named Yi Tian. Right. That's the one who drove a Maserati CEO to school today. Could it be that ruthless guy who got a slam dunk of votes on the karaoke show and directly advanced to the top 10? Yeah, that's him. The conversation of the 3 or 5 classmates was heard by Wang Zetian. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Yi Tian? Isn't it that kid? Speaking of which, he is still considered his student. Big brother. I know who it is. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Humph. It's better this way. Zi Xian is still in the hospital in a coma. If you can't handle it, don't recognize me as your big brother. Tut. The other party finished as hung up the phone. Wang Zetian mind floated that Yi Tian's figure. The corner of his mouth flashed a cold aura. Can't see that kid is still a practitioner. It seems that there is still their physical education class this morning. Wang Zetian is the physical education teacher of Tianhai University. Himself is the top 10 of the last national fighting competition. Fighting level is quite high. Otherwise it would not have been hired by Tianhai University, and the whole school does not know the relationship between Wang Zetian and Wang Zixin. although both of them are surnamed as Wang. But usually there is not much interaction. It seems that they are avoiding suspicion. In this way, then it is more convenient for Wang Zetian to implement the plan to teach Yi Tian a lesson. Very quickly, another physical education class in Yi Tian's class arrived, and the students came to the playground early to get ready. Wow! See, that's Yi Tian, boy god. So handsome. I heard that this class there in PE, blessed with eyes. An hour ago, it was rumored that the god and the Taekwondo club had a fight. What? The Taekwondo club? No way. That boy god. Hey, it's not the god of man you have to worry about. It's the bullies of the Taekwondo club. The god of man alone picked off the entire Taekwondo club. And the president, Prince Xian, was directly killed in seconds. I'm going to go. The god of man's hands are so powerful. That's the Taekwondo club. Ah. It's not great. The god of man deserves to be the god of man. It's too handsome. And listening to the playground 3 to 5 groups of students' hot discussion, Wang Zetian looked at Yi Tian's eyes more and more cooled down. The impact of the matter is now quite bad. It may be possible that the Big Brother's dojo will have a ripple effect. On the other hand, Lin Mengyao and Chen Xinshen were having a mental picture of what happened in front of the Taekwondo hall before Yi Tian signed the exclusive musician contract with the 3 major platforms, K-Song, Fighting Shark, and Thousand. At the same time, and the 3 parties gave Yi Tian a signing fee of $10 million a year on the spot. And that was just the signing fee. Of course, the premise was that Yi Tian had to release at least 3 songs a year on the 3 major platforms. Moreover, Rong Changhe, as the representative, directly transferred $10 million to Yi Tian's account. And that scene was like a movie caught in a dead loop, over and over again in the two people's minds. Easily 5 Maseratis money came to hand. That scene, if the students of Tianhai knew about it, the whole Tianhai University would blow up. As for Ming Xian and his friends who returned to the classroom, the whole person was in a state of dumbfoundedness. Uploading 3 songs in a year, there is $10 million in remuneration to be taken. They are afraid that it is difficult to earn so much money even if they are working hard for 5 or 6 lifetimes. And they also know completely and utterly the horror of Brother Tian. Ding ling ling ling. Just when the budding girls on the playground were hotly discussing Yi Tian, the class bell rang, and the students who were playing ball stopped and started to line up according to the previous line. Only, from time to time, the cute girls in the class had their beautiful eyes glancing at Yi Tian, their male god, who was handsome from this angle. Not only the students of Yi Tian's class, but also the budding sisters of other classes, whether they were schoolmates or schoolgirls. Wang Zetian's sharp eyes looked deeply at Yi Tian, and then he let out a cold smile. But what he didn't know was that Yi Tian, who was already a god-level state art at this moment, this kind of eyes full of hostility couldn't escape his eyes at all. One doesn't seem to have offended that guy. Yi Tian thought about it. Himself and this Wang Zetian also had a few classes. The two just didn't speak a few sentences. Could it be? Is it because he is famous and wants to take himself as an example? It seems that being famous is not necessarily a good thing, but that guy better not mess with himself. Otherwise, nowadays, he is no longer the previous handless Yi Tian. Mess with the old man, regardless of whether you are a physical education teacher, or a national fighting master. Chapter 27, Killing Wang Zetian in Seconds. A few laps to warm up. Wang Zetian, who sneered and glanced at Yi Tian, then proceeded to implement his plan. Okay, today I'll teach you all fighting techniques. As you all know, I won the top 10 of the national fighting last year, and to be precise, I participated in mixed martial arts, which is also known as foreign MMA. Mixed martial arts can be said to be the decathlon of fighting combat sports, in which the contestants can use various techniques such as strikes, holds, joint techniques, etc., and still be able to compete when the contestants are on the ground, giving a perfect display of various skills such as kicking, punching, wrestling, and taking. When it comes to mixed martial arts, that is Wang Zetian's strong point, and even more his most proud ability. The pride in his words and superior preaching can be said to be manifested to the fullest. Of course, Wang Zetian's words were all laying the groundwork for teaching Yi Tian a lesson. After lecturing for almost 10 minutes, Wang Zetian flashed his teasing mouth. Finally his eyes looked towards Yi Tian, and coughed lightly. That student Yi Tian, I heard that you have good hands. Why don't you be the teacher's chaperone, and I'll show everyone the skills of mixed martial arts. As soon as Wang Zetian said this, a line of sight fell towards Yi Tian. Just an hour ago, Yi Tian had single-handedly picked over the entire Taekwondo club. Even the Taekwondo president Prince Xian was not a one-trick pony. Obviously, if their mixed martial arts expert physical education teacher fought Yi Tian, it must be especially wonderful. Good. Although he didn't know what kind of medicine Wang Zetian was selling in his gourd, but he certainly didn't have good intentions. As for suffering a loss, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth could only tickle up with a touch of teasing. The person who can make him suffer a loss. I'm afraid that he still doesn't know in which little lowly stomach. Since he wants to play, then he'll play. By the way, harvesting a wave of prestige value. Wouldn't it be nice to kill two birds with one stone? In a few moments, the class came to the lawn of the soccer field. Wang Zetian and Yi Tian stood opposite to each other, and the surrounding class was divided into two sides. Hey, who do you guys think will win between Mr. Wang and Yi Tian? I think it should be Mr. Wang. After all, he's a top 10 mixed martial arts fighter. I don't think so. Taekwondo Club Prince Xian's strength that's quite not weak. He couldn't walk more than a single move in the hands of the God of Men. The God of Men is definitely not weak either. Who cares? Anyway, there's going to be a wonderful fight to watch today. Not to mention, I'm kind of looking forward to it. The heated discussions and actions of Yi Tian's classmates had obviously also attracted the attention of many surrounding classes. Whether it was the physical education teachers or the students, all of them had gathered around. Especially those physical education teachers. They had seen Yi Tian's God's one palm with their own eyes. As for Wang Zetian, although he was a physical education teacher, he didn't interact much with the other physical education teachers, which was why he didn't go to the Taekwondo club. Although they don't interact much, but they still admire Wang Zetian's hands. Not long Wang Zetian and Yi Tian's surroundings gathered hundreds of students of all grades who attend physical education classes, looking at the field chattering and discussing enthusiastically. Fists and feet have no eyes. If the teacher doesn't confiscate the moves, student Yi can't hold a grudge against the teacher. Wang Zetian, who was pretending to be high-minded, snorted coldly in his heart. Teacher Wang, feel free to come. I also want to see the strength of the top 10 national mixed martial arts fighters. Ha 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 ha. Good. Then teacher is coming. Wang Zetian heard, coldly laughed. This kid is really rushing to find death. The original he is still embarrassed to lay a heavy hand. Now with these words, he is not polite. Go to hell, kid. With a hard heart, the soles of his feet violently stepped on top of the lawn, transforming into a black shadow. A black tiger hollowed out his heart and directly slammed his fist towards Yi Tian's chest, just violently smashed over. The speed was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. As expected, from the point of view of this Wang Zetian's attack power, absolutely is under the hard hand. And just when Wang Zetian thought that he smashed in Yi Tian, but see Yi Tian foot bottom a deep mountain, into the subtle just avoid Wang Zetian's punch. In the unparalleled impulse, Wang Zetian foot bottom stagger, almost didn't fall a dog nibbling shit. After a move in the field, the surrounding physical education teachers and students are all confused. This is avoided. What just happened? But almost did not fall a dog nibbling shit. Wang Zetian, the heart cannot help but a beat. That kid, surprisingly ducked over. How? Oh, ye students have 2 times, but the next teacher to be serious. Words behind. Stepping on the lawn of Wang Zetian, a whip leg, speed oddly fast instantly towards the waist of Yi Tian pumped over. Leg wind whistling. The air was torn a little. The soles of his feet clouded back half a step, just in time to avoid Wang Zetian's whip leg. The surrounding teachers and students of the physical education class all stared at the scene in front of them, staring incredulously at the field. If the first time was a fluke, then is this second time still a fluke? Damn. This kid. Bastard. Wang Zetian did not stop after a blow, but a road attack toward Yi Tian attacked. On the contrary, Yi Tian is a cloud of light as much as possible to take down. Even the hands did not move a bit. Is to move a few times the footsteps. Is this mixed martial arts? I've seen a lot today. A sentence. Listening to Wang Zetian ears. Chest a mouthful of blood upward looking to spit out. Hard to be swallowed by him. This kid. Absolutely intentional. This is the case. Mr. Wang, before you teach us 24 style Tai Chi, I just happened to have a bit of realization. I want the teacher to point down. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Zetian to speak, Yi Tian was posing a white crane bright wings Tai Chi stance. An invisible aura of mighty pressure on the 4 extremes. That moment Yi Tian gave people the feeling like a Tai Chi master. In the next instant, Yi Tian stepped on the Tai Chi steps and came to Wang Zetian's body like a ghost. Wang Zetian secretly said that it was not good to draw back, and at the same time, his hands went forward to block. The corner of his mouth curved up a touch of arc. Yi Tian a Tai Chi push hand like a ghost shadow hand struck Wang Zetian's arms on top of each other. The moment of contact, Wang Zetian felt like being hit by a fast-moving truck. His arms instantly smashed on top of his chest, sending out a clicking sound. At that instant, Wang Zetian clearly felt his sternum broken. I do not know how many roots. The body is transformed into a black shadow in the lawn above the paddle out of the 3 or 4 meters away. Once again a large puddle of blood was swallowed down. A rough estimate of at least half a caddy. Swallowed a few mouthfuls. Only the reverse blood pressure suppression. Otherwise he definitely want to vomit blood on the spot. If so, he lost face can lose big. Under one blow, Wang Zetian was directly seriously injured and no longer had any fighting ability. Seeing Wang Zetian trying his best to hold back the reverse blood, Yi Tian revealed a flustered look. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang. I had too much force. I didn't know you were that weak. Chapter 28, So many love enemies, so much pressure. Wang Zetian's man-eating eyes stared at Yi Tian. A mouthful of teeth were gritted. His whole body couldn't stop trembling due to anger. And every time he trembled, tugging at his sternum's injuries, the soreness pained his eyes to tears. Alright, student Yi Tian, talk less. Teacher Wang, I'll send you to the infirmary. Two physical education teachers saw Wang Zetian dead dog-like propped up on the lawn. Others did not hear. They are close but heard clearly. His sternum is afraid of breaking an unknown number of roots. That is, Wang Zetian physical fitness is good. The average person, if it has long been unconscious, not. The stubborn Wang Zetian wanted to refuse, but has not yet spoken. A mouth of blood again on the surge to come. Instantly soared to the throat. Wang Zetian, heart horrified, no longer dare to say a word, and even dare not breathe. Disorder, because a little inadvertent, that mouth of blood to be sprayed out. Being killed by his own student in a second was already humiliating enough. If he were to spit out blood, the result would be completely unimaginable to him. A little bit. In the complicated gazes of the two physical education teachers, after looking at Yi Tian, he walked towards the infirmary with a dead dog like Wang Zetian. Gudu, gudu gudu. Looking at the back of the trio's departure, the surrounding wide-eyed physical education teachers and students swallowed a mouthful of saliva in unison to suppress their irritated little hearts. Holy shit, what did I see? Teacher Wang Zetian, who is one of the top 10 mixed martial arts fighters in the country, was actually killed by Yi Tian's Tai Chi push hands in a second. Yes, Tama, the Tai Chi we've been practicing is so powerful. It's unbelievable. Did you guys see Wang Zetian's move against Yi Tian just now? It was absolutely ruthless. Not bad. I've never seen pork, but I've seen a lot of TV, and even a few moves were very underhanded. What do you guys say? Wang Zetian and Yi Tian are not having any conflicts. This shouldn't be. The male god has always been very low-key before, and there was no obvious conflict with Wang Zetian. Do you guys think it could be? Wang Zetian saw that Yi Tian was famous and wanted to take him to set an example, but he misjudged the strength of the male god. I think this possibility is high. Hundreds of students in the surrounding area were chattering and spitting, and at the same time, their impressions of Wang Zetian directly collapsed in a mountainous plunge. The matter has been whisked away. Hundreds of people surrounded. Hard to open up a channel for Yi Tian. Straight to the direction of leaving the playground. Looking at Yi Tian's eyes full of admiration and awe, the mind over and over again floated just ghostly figure as well as a thunderous shot of Tai Chi push hands. Motherfucker, handsome, the physical education teacher of each class, looking at the back of Yi Tian, who was walking leisurely in the channel opened up by his classmates, couldn't help but recall the image of Prince Xian and his party being crushed by the power of a single person in the Taekwondo club, and the sound of wailing seemed to be ringing in his ears at the moment. Yes, they should have expected this kind of result. Yi Tian was able to one's own strength to dry over the Prince Xian, including hundreds of people, and around the body unharmed. Ask, easy to place, Wang Zetian to do it. Obviously, they already had the answer in their hearts, although they admitted that Wang Zetian's strength was good, but that kind of thing he couldn't do at all. At least, even if he did it he wouldn't be able to do it unharmed. Handsome, too handsome. Chen Xianshan looked at Yi Tian as if Prince Charming like the back of the departure, full of adoration. If it is possible to truly hate to go up to confess, but she was afraid that Yi Tian refused, and with her general mind there are many cute girls on the scene. As for Lin Mengyao, undeniably she has some regrets. That's right, like Yi Tian now this excellent. No family how? No background how? With this kind of ability, his future is destined to be extraordinary, while she Lin Mengyao, although topped with the first goddess of Tianhai University, but she understands very well, if she does not have the strength to reject her parents and family after many years, she will only end up being the victim of the door to the right family. Some things, miss it, never come back. If at first she promised Yi Tian's pursuit, then today, however, everything was too late. It all became a passing cloud. Lin Mengyao left the crowd silently with a bitter smile. At this moment she felt that the whole world had abandoned her. Mengyao, wait for me. Chen Xianchen fondly glanced once again, as if she wanted to engrave this image in her mind. Cough cough. Alright, disperse, all disperse. The physical education teachers looked at Yi Tian's departing direction with the same deep meaning. There were too many things that happened today. They had to digest them properly. First of all, early in the morning, they heard Yi Tian and Taekwondo club dry up. Then they arrived and saw Yi Tian as the palm of God dry over Prince Xian and other hundreds of members. After that is the Kaesong, fighting sharks as well as thousand three platforms of the editor-in-chief personally too, with Yi Tian signed the annual salary of 10 million of the exclusive musicians. After that, is Yi Tian hanging children like hanging mixed martial arts master Wang Zetian. He sings so well, and also so able to fight. The most important point is that his magnificent face value, in line with the image of Prince Charming in the hearts of all the girls. Honestly, if they are girls will also like Yi Tian. Of course, if they were girls, whether Yi Tian would look at them or not is another matter. After all, the picture is too beautiful to look at. A few moments later, after dismissing the physical education class, groups of men and women gathered around in 3s and 5s, with their heads down, bombarding Tian High School exchange group. The male god is magnificent. A Taiji push hand abused fighting expert Wang Zetian. Awesome my male god. So Tai Chi is so dominating. TSK, Prince Charming, God of Man. This is simply more Prince Charming than Prince Charming. Love it. What should I do? There are so many rivals. So much pressure. The same 9 years of compulsory education. Why is Yi Tian so good? One move to eliminate Wang Zetian. This strength exploded. Wild, cool and dazzling. Master is above. Please accept my disciples' worship. School exchange group. See more exciting than in the TV fight screen. Especially the last move of the overwhelming Taiji push hands. Watch the many students' excited little face red. The excitement of the heart is beyond words. Like that Hang Wang Zetian's person is not Yi Tian, but their own. About a few minutes later, the school kiosk. Ming Xian and Diehard one person a bottle of ice-cold Sprite. In the hot weather. Through the heart-cool heart fly. While drinking ice-cold Sprite. While pointing to open this cell phone looking through the school exchange group. Poo cough cough. Ming Xian saw the status of the exchange group. A mouthful of Sprite directly mouth and nose sprayed out. Scared beside the dead friend a jump. And, asterisk. This is cough cough brother Tian. Seconds killed fighting master Wang Zetian. My god. Chapter 29, Top Maserati President $2 million. Tian High University. Infirmary. Drew. With an ambulance, carrying Wang Zetian to the hospital. The teacher who stayed behind contacted Wang Zetian's family at the first opportunity. Ms. Chen. What's wrong with Mr. Wang? The pretty young lady in the infirmary's mind floated back to the image when she examined Wang Zetian's injuries. At that time, she was startled. The reason why she was startled was because after her examination, she found that Wang Zetian's sternum was broken by at least 3 bones, and the chest cavity had an obvious accumulation of blood. If it was delayed, she couldn't afford to take responsibility for it, which called an ambulance from a nearby hospital. She could hardly imagine what kind of conviction supported Wang Zetian's unconsciousness. This is a long story. Wang Zetian was sent to the hospital at the same time. The principal's office. What? Wang Zetian had 3 of his sternums broken by Yi Tian and is now in the hospital for surgery. Principal Li Zifang stood up from his seat in a tottering manner. But soon when he was informed of what happened, his face was even more gloomy. Although that physical education teacher who accompanied Wang Zetian to the hospital didn't state it, he also heard it out. It was Wang Zetian who found out the matter first, and the two of them seemed to have a contradiction. In order to make Li Zifang believe, that physical education teacher sent the video of Wang Zetian's ruthless strike in the group to the principal again. And in fact, he completely sided with Yi Tian. This Wang Zetian is really nonsense. But little Ye's strike was too heavy. Seeing Wang Zetian's woeful appearance as he flew out 3 to 4 meters backwards, Li Zifang was in complete disbelief that this was a Taiji push hands move that almost everyone knew. Boom! The sophomore director of instruction pushed open the door of the principal's room and came into the office, startling the principal who was thinking, "Principal, the chance for us to become famous in Tian High has come again." The director of instruction who had just arrived in the office was filled with joy as he spoke to the principal, placing an enrollment form on the desk with a snap. National College Student Martial Arts Competition? Seeing the entry form on the registration form, Li Zifang suspiciously looked at Feng Zhenghua, the sophomore director of instruction. Not bad, headmaster. This award has never been won since we've had school history. Feng Zhenghua, who had specifically looked up the major awards in the school's history, said expectantly, It's not good. Just now Yi Tian even put Wang Zetian in the hospital. Xiao Ye's nature is too impulsive. If something happens at the competition, how should it be? What? That guy Xiao Yi beat up Wang Zetian and put him in the hospital. Great! Feng Zhenghua's heart was overjoyed when he heard that Wang Zetian was beaten into the hospital by Yi Tian. Director Feng, pay attention to your identity. Hearing Feng Zhenghua blurt out, Li Zifeng's color corrected. I didn't mean that. What I was about to tell you. Do you know what relationship Wang Zetian and Prince Xian have? Without waiting for the principal to speak, Feng Zhenghua continued to speak out. I learned from my friend that Wang Zetian is Prince Xian's own uncle, the younger brother of Yutian Taekwondo Hall's owner, Wang Ziyu. What you said is true. When Li Zifang heard Feng Zhenghua's words, his brows furrowed. His mind flashed back to Prince Xian's journey to become the president of the Taekwondo Association, as well as comparing the other associations to each other. His heart had already believed 7 or 8% of it. Of course, my friend also learned about it by chance. And Qinxing, his father, would subsidize Wang Ziyu's Taekwondo gym every once in a while. Feng Zhenghua narratively told the principal about the news he received from his friend. It seems that Wang Zetian can't stay. Order it down. Give Wang Zetian 3 months of back pay, and he won't have to come to school after his injury is healed. Wise principal. Feng Zhenghua heard Li Zifang's decision and patted his ass without a trace. Go go go. When did you learn this? Crossing Feng Zhenghua's eyes, his sight landed on the enrollment form on the table. I'll talk to Xiao Yi about this martial arts competition. Perhaps before long, the small temple of our Tianhai University won't be able to hold this big Buddha. Xiao Yi. Let him fight for more honors for the school while he can still make it work. Feng Zhenghua heard Li Zifang's words. His heart gave him a blank look. This is a veritable 1,000-year-old fox. Is this squeezing the last bit of value out of Xiao Yi? With the principal Li Zifang personally? Of course Yi Tian agreed with alacrity. Only he didn't expect that he had beaten Wang Zetian into that miserable state. He didn't even have a word of reproach. A day passed quickly. After school, Ming Xian and his diehard party face drilled into Yi Tian's Maserati president. Looking out the window of the speeding backward flying beauty, feel the heart doubly cool. This is still their first time to sit in such a luxury car. By the way, brother Tian, this Maserati president, how much money you buy? It is said that at least 1.5 million it. Ming Xian's best friend, like Lu into the Grand View Garden, like measuring the layout of the car to see what are like to see a new continent. 1.5 million cannot buy this configuration of the car. This is the Maserati president. The top version of 2 million. Said Yi Tian pressed a button on the car. The roof of the next moment is like a transformer. From a sedan into a convertible. Phantom black Maserati. Weaving in the approaching night, the breeze that comes to the face. The light floral air. Ming Xian and the diehard party were directly shocked by the tawdry operation in front of them. OMG. Just now that was, my god, the top version Maserati president can become a convertible version. Awesome. Ow. Long live brother Tian. Ming Xian and diehard two people welcome the wind, howling in the sky. That kind of wantonness ripples in the air, a little before dissipating. Ming Xian's diehard live in and their neighborhood across the Clearwater Bay. Because of this, two people have such a good relationship. High school, when there is time for two people to group together to go crazy. Squeak squeak squeak. A sharp stop. The convertible version of the phantom black Maserati president was parked in front of the Clearwater Bay. Ming Xian, does brother Tian want to sit at my house? Some other day. I still have class tomorrow. Yi Tian prevaricated. He wasn't that idle. Alright then, brother Tian. Ming Xian. See you tomorrow. On the way back, they had already booked to go to school together tomorrow. Waving goodbye, Ming Xian's diehard friend's little face was written with all the excitement, feeling that everything he experienced today was like a dream. Chapter 30, Thinking About You. In the Rose District, the roar of the wild beast was dazzling. The moment the beast roared up, the ants and lords above the square, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up in amazement and looked towards the direction of the neighborhood's exit. Not long after, under the attention of Auntie Lee and many aunts and grandpas, Yi Tian drove a convertible top-of-the-line Maserati president is parked next to the square. Ha ha ha, mom is so happy today. Just after stopping the car, Ming Xian was jumping 3 feet high with excitement written all over his face. Of course his excitement was not only because of the top-of-the-line Maserati president, but also because of his own brother Tian's evil hands. Not only did he knock over the Taekwondo Association, but also hung up and beat up the mixed martial arts expert Wang Zetian. Of course, these things he will not tell his own mother and the neighbors of the district. After all, that would have led to their blind worry. Good your brat. Your mom, I have not sat in such a good car. Your kid first sat on. Auntie Lee looked at in front of the phantom black cool Maserati president, but also the kind of TD foldable convertible car. The heart is also very excited. Not only her. The square has long been waiting to see the luxury car Maserati of the adults. Has long been a swarm of people gathered up, carefully touching the illusion of black supercar. That looked like in the study of antiques. For fear of touching the broken half point. The car has cost a lot of money, right? This is the first time he has ever touched such a luxury car so close up. Hey, Moncler Chan, this you do not know. Brother Tian, this Maserati from the president. But the top of the line. Brother Tian spent a full 2 million to buy it. Do not wait for Yi Tian voice. A side of Ming Xian has long been unable to resist the beginning of show-off like dejected. Do not know also thought that this top-match Maserati president is his it. The top-match Maserati president? Listening to the price of 2 million. Looking at the top of the Maserati president, asked the Moncler outlet store. The hand cannot stop trembling. His current salary of 5,000 yuan a month, to a full 400 months in order to earn 2 million. That is to say, Moncler outlet store not eat and drink to work for more than 33 years in order to afford to buy this car. What this data represents, even if the monthly salary of 10,000, that is more than 10 years. Hearing the sky-high price of the luxury car, Moncler outlet store the hand hastily removed from the rearview mirror, for fear of giving a broken ding. Wow, brother Yi Tian, can you take me out for a ride? Brother Yi Tian, I want me too. He, and me. The surrounding group of little friends, smiling and laughing, surrounded Yi Tian. Of course, for the request of these cute little kids he would reject. The Maserati president car keys crossed an arc and landed in the hands of the frozen Ming Xian. Next, the car is yours. Drive carefully. Brother Tian, you are. Let me drive. Ming Xian stared wide-eyed, swallowed his saliva. His eyelids jumped wildly. This is a $2 million luxury car. His own Miao took the licenses less than a year. And what's even more scary is that he hasn't touched the car since he finished his license. His level today is not as strong as a road killer, but it's not as strong either. No, little Yi, this is absolutely not okay. If Ming Xian touches your car, our family can't afford to compensate you in this condition, said took the key from his son's hand and was about to stuff it to Yi Tian. Oh alright, there is a first time for everything. Ming Xian don't worry about driving boldly, just as a practice car. Saying that, once again placing the key he received from Auntie Li in Ming Xian's hand, he turned around and walked towards the floor where his residence was located. That's right Ming Xian, practice hard today, tomorrow but we want you to drive us to school. Death is death. Fuck it. Tightly gripping the keys of the top-of-the-line Maserati president in his hand, Ming Xian's gums bit. If he misses this time, maybe he won't be able to drive such a good car again in his life. Then, in the neighborhood elected an old driver sitting in the passenger seat under the town. The neighborhood of children began from small to large lined up in order, ready to use this ride to go for a ride. At the same time, the singing diva Yi Linglong and the signing agent company jointly issued a statement. In view of the enthusiastic requests of netizens and fans, the singing diva Linglong will be held in 3 days after the concert tour. The location of the Tianhai Stadium. As soon as this statement came out, countless netizens were abuzz over it. OMG, did I hear it right? Linglong diva is going to have a concert tour? The first stop is in Tianhai. How could it be that place? Shouldn't it be Yanjing? Tianhai. Oh my god. It looks like Tianhai is going to blow up. There must be something there that the goddess favors. Otherwise she wouldn't have placed the first stop there. Not bad. But then again, Tianhai is really a place of great talent. I remember that the winner of the Grand Slam vote in the Kaesong show is a Tianhai person. Or a sophomore at Tianhai University. Not really. And that student called Yi Tian. Up to now 3 songs are very hot. For a while, countless netizens were hotly debating while the focus and attention was also quietly shifted towards Tianhai. As things brewed, more and more netizens knew about the news that the singing diva was going to hold the first leg of her concert tour at the Tianhai Stadium. Boiling, continuously boiling. In less than half an hour, Yi Linglong's concert at the Tianhai Stadium was brought to the top of the hot search list. Jingle bells. While the outside world was boiling, Yi Tian, who had comfortably finished his bath, received a call from Yi Linglong. Hey, baby misses me. Yi Tian, whose mouth curved up in an arc, playfully snickered. Bah, you bastard boy. Miss you big head. 1 month girlfriend from tomorrow. You come to Tianhai Airport to pick me up. Tut. After saying that, the arrogant Yi Linglong is hanging up the phone. A small face is rising a touch of halo red. As soon as he thought that tomorrow will be in that bastard boy to complete the bet. A heart is like a kitten scratching. How can not calm down? Yi Tian in the room. Heard Yi Linglong arrogant phone. The corner of his mouth curved up a touch of arc. Then again, Yi Linglong gone for a few days. He is still a little bit miss. Humming a little song. Yi Tian soon entered the dreamland. On the other hand, Yi Linglong on the other side, lost sleep this night. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, flipping open her cell phone, ghostly sent a text message to Yi Tian. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. If you don't come, you're dead. /Machete X3. Chapter 31. What an old husband. What a thick skin. The next day, after sending Ming Xian and his nemesis to school, Yi Tian kicked the gas pedal and drove in the direction of Tianhai Airport. While at this moment, Tianhai University was abuzz because of the singing diva, Yi Linglong, who was going to hold her first concert tour of the year at Tianhai Stadium. At Tianhai Airport, Yi Linglong, who was brushed on the hot search, was currently wearing sunglasses and ignoring a handsome youth beside her. Linglong, you should understand the heart you've had for you all these years, and we've been married since we were little fingerlings. Stop, Sumu Bai, I've said it many times, that's the will of the previous generation. My Yi Linglong's life, I can only control it myself. My parents can't. You can't. Yi Linglong's phoenix eyes are full of determination, for which she has fallen out with her family, precisely because one side of the side in the family fell out. One side of the singing diva's seat is not stable, which created that day's bar to buy a drunkenness, nearly caused a big disaster. No, accurately speaking, it has been caused a big disaster. The first time he is gone. Linglong, I know you are in the. Not waiting for Sumu Bai to finish. Boom boom, a beast roar resounded, drew a sideways glance from the surrounding pedestrians, but also fortunately Yi Tian's exit is not much, otherwise it may be surrounded by many cute girls. Seeing Yi Tian driving a convertible, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed. Sumu Bai, honestly tell you, I already have a boyfriend. He came to pick me up, thinking that today is the first day of the two as his girlfriend. It is very smooth to temporarily pull Yi Tian as a shield, not to be their boyfriend. Sumu Bai is the first pass. Tian, how did you just come on? Yi Tian, who just got down from the car, heard the whiny voice that made him hairy. His sight couldn't help but fall on the richly dressed youth beside Yi Linglong, somewhat enlightened. Isn't it not yet 9 o'clock? Between Yi Tian's words, Yi Linglong was a natural birdie holding Yi Tian's arm. Looking at this scene, Sumu Bai's lungs exploded with anger. He identified his fiancée. Both parents have agreed. Now even in his face and a brat-cloying, heavy-faced look at Yi Linglong. I know you, this is to let me give up. I will not. Boo. Without waiting for Sumu Bai to finish, Yi Linglong's sneak attack with a pair of vermilion lips succeeded, landing precisely on Yi Tian's mouth. Good. You guys don't regret it. The bottom of Sumu Bai's eyes were filled with all the rage. If his eyes could kill, at this moment, Yi Tian would have died an unknown number of times. Turning around, Sumu Bai's eyes narrowed slightly with a warning meaning to look at Yi Tian. Kid, I'm warning you, you'd better leave Linglong immediately, or else suffer the consequences. Splat. Without the slightest sign, it was a direct slap that smacked the second-generation Sumu Bai over the front cover of his supercar, and 2 teeth were drawn out. What kind of thing are you? With this kind of goods, no wonder Linglong can't look at you. Glancing at Sumu Bai, although he didn't know who the other party was, but he dared to covet his woman. It was considered cheap if he didn't beat up his parents. One hand domineeringly wrapped around Yi Linglong's slender waist. In Sumu Bai's mind roaring and the surrounding pedestrians' dumbfounded looks, he got into the Maserati President and took off. Asterisk. Who's that dude? He's so fierce. He directly beat the second generation. Ruthless man. That slap directly knocked out 2 teeth of the second generation. That kid is afraid of trouble. Hey, you're kidding. Don't see the car that dude drove. This year's newest Maserati President, with a convertible top, is definitely the top match. To 2 million it, that dude is not a good guy. Sumu Bai froze for a long time. Wipe off the blood at the corner of the mouth. Eyes. 2 groups of anger flashed frequently. That kid dared to hit me. Seek death. I want to see what kind of background you have. I want you and the background behind you to pay for this. Eyes blossoming with a cold aura, Sumu Bai directly made a phone call. Hey, Mr. Sheen, help me check a license plate number. I want all the information of that person. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll arrange it right away. A respectful voice then came from the opposite side. Sumu Bai, that was the son of the Su family in Yanjing. He was worried that he couldn't get on this relationship. Yi Tian, you're crazy. Do you know who he is? Yi Linglong, who originally only wanted Sumu Bai to die, stared at Yi Tian, who was driving the car. She knew Sumu Bai's temperament too well, although she was just dumbfounded by the beating. But what was waiting for Yi Tian next was absolutely overwhelming revenge. Not just a second generation. Dare to covet Laozi's woman. There will be another time. Destroy him in minutes. Yi Linglong, this bastard boy. Know what he is saying? No. When is he his woman? Then, the Maserati President car. Then, in the Maserati President car, there was a long silence. Yi Tian, I'm sorry. It's me who got you into trouble. Yi Linglong, who calmed down, thought a lot. If she didn't let Yi Tian come to pick herself up, he wouldn't be able to clash with Sumu Bai. As soon as she thought of this, her heart was overwhelmed with guilt and self-blame. Although she thought of a very simple way to make Sumu Bai die, but she greatly underestimated Yi Tian's reaction. In fact, That Su Mubai is considered my fiancé that I fingered from childhood. Back then, Yi Linglong one by one roughly stated the matter between their Yi family and Su family. Also her attitude was very resolute. She didn't want to become a victim of the family's interests. She wanted to dominate her own life. That second generation has such a big background. I suddenly regret it. This time I can get into big trouble because of you. Yi Tian's face was gloomy. I'm sorry Yi Tian. I don't. Let's do it this way. The period of being my girlfriend is extended by half a year. No, at most half a month. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Linglong subconsciously said, okay, deal. He. Half a month nah. Now you are going to be my girlfriend for 45 days. Yi Tian, who had a heavy face a moment ago, was smiling heartlessly at this moment. You frame me again? Yi Linglong widened her beautiful eyes. Just now she only focused on worrying, but completely ignored this guy's shamelessness, hummed and turned her head away. But the worry in her heart was a lot lighter. Don't worry. A spellfather's second generation only. If he can't handle it, how to handle the old man in the future? Bah! What old husband? What a thick skin. White-eyed this shameless guy. Although his age is 4 years younger than her own, it gave her a sense of reliance and security that she has never had before. Chapter 32, let's bet on how long you'll be my girlfriend. Under a seriousness, the romantic relationship between the two was extended from the original 1 month to 1.5 months. Just for some reason Yi Linglong did not have the slightest unwillingness in her heart, but instead, she had a faintly undetectable secret joy. Ding bell. Outside of the car, the beautiful scenery flew away and receded. Yi Linglong's cell phone rang, saw that it was the call of her best friend and agent Lily, hesitated for a moment and then connected it. Hey, I said auntie, where did you run away again? I called you dozens of times. Just a connection. The opposite side came loud voice complaining. Even if there is no divine national art to enhance hearing, Yi Tian all heard clearly, and then surprised to look at Yi Linglong. This niece out seemingly did not say with Lily. Cough. What's that? I was just on the plane. My cell phone was turned off. Now it's safe to Tian Hai. I'm going to spend the next 2 days. Take a break. Yi Linglong dryly coughed. Obviously seldom tell lies to her girlfriends. Really? Just you alone? Yi Linglong couldn't help but glance at Yi Tian who was driving beside her. Of course I'm alone. What are you thinking? Well, I won't delay the concert in 2 days. That's it. Hang up. Yi Linglong, who was afraid of revealing the cracks, finished as hung up the phone. It is really Lily knows herself too well. The more she said the greater the possibility of exposure. Didn't see that our diva is quite good at telling lies. Seeing Yi Linglong's rarely seen side, he joked. Go. It's not because of you. Humph. Pretty face slightly red. Yi Linglong can't hear Yi Tian's meaning. Fiercely glared at that guy. A heart bang straight jump. This feeling can't be said. It's as if it's like carrying a bosom friend. Dating a man. Nervous apprehension and a little bit of stimulation. Half an hour later, Yi Tian helped Yi Linglong move the suitcase into the hotel room and sat on the sofa in a big way to rest up. Hey, you, go out. I want to take a bath. Yi Linglong glared at Yi Tian who was not at all like an outsider, and said hatefully, for the sake of this guy. She had lied to her best friend for an unknown number of times. You just go. You should see what you shouldn't see. What are you ashamed of? You have seen which pair of male and female friends take a bath but also boyfriend out. Hurry up white-eye Yi Linglong. Pick up the remote control is to watch up. You, count you ruthless. Silver teeth for ringing Yi Linglong. A time actually cannot find a reason to refute. Then pushed the suitcase to the room. Take a good bath with their own things. Determined several times the bathroom door. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Linglong who took a shower, wearing a bathrobe walked out, looking at Yi Tian stunned for a moment. Humph. Mixed boy. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman. She hummed. She really didn't know what sin she had created in her previous life. Running into such a brat. Seen it? Of course I've seen it. Looking up and down at Yi Linglong's pretty body. This made Yi Linglong couldn't help but think of something. Picking up a pillow and smashing it towards Yi Tian. This guy didn't have a moment of proper form. After putting on her clothes, Yi Linglong walked out from the room. Once again resumed the goddess paradigm. And at this moment Yi Tian found a transfiguration card thing in the system mall. And when checking the specific ability, a plan could not help but emerge in his mind. Linglong, time is still early. Why don't we go to the amusement park? Amusement park Hearing Yi Tian's proposal, Yi Linglong's heart stirred. Obviously very much wanted to go. Only when she thought of her identity as a singing diva, her eyes darkened. If she really showed up at the amusement park, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to play for even a second. And that she wouldn't be able to let go of her play. How is it possible? I have this identity. Seeing Yi Linglong's lost look, Yi Tian began to dig a pit. I have a way to let you play brightly without having to cover up. Outsiders still can't see it. Che, don't tease. How can there be that kind of method? If that's the case, wouldn't so many star singers go blank? Tian still thought it was some kind of method. Saying it was equal to not saying it. Really? Then how about a bet? Smiling Tian, provocative eyes aiming at Yi Linglong. Looking at Yi Linglong, a burst of bottomless. This picture, how familiar. Want to be in the beginning of their own before the karaoke show. That guy in the toilet is this way to provoke their own. Okay, what do you say to bet? The thought of what hit her that day was a pang of defiance. Completely disbelieving that there would be a way to keep herself uncovered and still be able to play painfully. The target is already in the pit. Identification is complete. Step by step, leading Yi Linglong to jump into the deep pit dug by herself. This hand Tian can be described as the sentence, since ancient times. Deep love cannot be retained. Only a setup to win the hearts of the people. Interpreted to the fullest. What to bet? Money we are not lacking. How about? Just bet on the time you will be my girlfriend. Once again, open a new set of tricks. The district 45 days is not what he wants. Oh, you really dare to bet? Okay, just bet on the time. 10 days. Yi Linglong crossed her two white index fingers together in order to be on the safe side, aspiring to make a 10 days. Then, a minute later, Yi Linglong came to the bedroom room and sat down. The first time will be placed on the bed of personal belongings nimbly put away. Pretty face slightly halo red 1 point. What are you doing? Putting on makeup? Shoo, close your eyes. Don't talk. A finger was placed in front of Yi Linglong's vermilion lips and said in command. Humph. See how you still fool around, later said on her lips, but still closed her eyes. In order to reduce 10 days. Just endure a little. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Disguise card, X2 use success. Consume host 1000 prestige value. 8 hours. As the system's voice fell, a countdown time appeared above Yi Linglong's head, which was obviously the countdown for the transfiguration card. However, Yi Tian didn't wake Yi Linglong up immediately, but pretended to take the makeup tools that he didn't even know how to do, and went back and forth to make up. Of course there was nothing on the makeup brush. About 10 minutes had passed. Alright, you can open up now. Yi Tian, who was pretending, curved up an arc and spoke out. Yi Linglong, who had her eyes tightly closed, then opened her eyes, and when she entered her eyes, she saw a different self from the mirror. Although the 5 senses were still the same 5 senses, the hairstyle was also the same hairstyle, but even she herself felt that this was not her. As for why, she could not really say. Yi Tian, you, how did you do it? It's incredible. Chapter 33, Couple Standing Newspaper. Taking Crystal Love. 55 days. That's right. Under this Yi Linglong's conviction, completely amazed by Yi Tian's maneuver, the two people's love time also changed from 45 days to 55 days. Another wave of opening the pit. Perfect ending. After tidying up her things, under Yi Tian's suggestion, Yi Linglong changed into an apricot red dress, appearing a few points younger again. Saying that she was Yi Tian's younger sister would be believed by anyone. Yi Tian, does this look good? Why do I feel weird? Seeing Yi Tian letting the hotel staff send the first skirt, Yi Linglong looked into the mirror. Of course it looks good. If you want to walk on the street now, you will definitely turn back 100%. Tidying up a bit, the two pulled the small hand. Like a small couple left the hotel. At first Yi Linglong struggled a bit, but at Yi Tian's insistence could only let him pull. Of course the most important thing was that she didn't resent it. What a beautiful girl. That boy is also handsome. They are too well matched. So envious. I want to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Boys are so charming, and it feels like I've seen them somewhere before. Hotel lobby on the first floor, around the crowd's murmur. Listening to Yi Linglong ears. This is a sigh of relief. Obviously know that there is no recognition of her. Once again look at Yi Tian pulling himself. Yi Linglong corner of the mouth curved up a touch of curvature. Did not see that this mixed boy is quite powerful. Hotel parking lot. A top-match Maserati president, accompanied by the beast Roar, drove to the long plan to go to the amusement park. Tianhai Amusement Park. As the largest amusement park in Tianhai, here every day there is a family to play here. The scene is very lively. The atmosphere of the long-lost fireworks. Welcome. Sniffing the atmosphere of yearning, Yi Linglong unprecedented comfort and relaxation at this moment. Bustling crowd from the side of the past. No one knows he is a singing diva. Looking at a wide range of game projects. There are carousels, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, pirate ship, bumper cars. Yi Linglong curved up a touch of childlike innocent smile. That a touch of flavor is very beautiful. Yi Tian cannot help but take a look. What do you want to play? Just play. Today no one can know that you are a big star. Well, Yi Tian, I want to play that. Roller coaster? Good. seeing Yi Linglong come up to play roller coaster. Soon after buying the ticket, under the guidance of the staff, she got the safety belt. 2 hours later, the entire amusement park was played by both of them. Thank you Yi Tian, today is my happiest day, Yi Linglong said with eyes full of gratitude, her mind floating with today's roller coasters, Ferris wheels, pirate ships and so on and so forth. The mixed kid in her eyes. Today did give him the happiness that even his parents and girlfriends didn't give her. What? Like on brother. Don't be infatuated with brother. Oh, brother is just a legend. Che, obsessed with your big head. Yi Linglong gave Yi Tian a blank look, but in her heart, she didn't hate this guy that much. There seems to be games being made over there. Let's go and take a look. After resting for a while, Yi Tian saw a place in the amusement park surrounded by a lot of people, and smoothly pulled Yi Linglong's small hand and walked over. When he came closer, he saw an active game. Couple standing newspaper, a few big words below. There were the rules of the game. Couples stand newspaper, couples stand on the newspaper. 5 seconds, and then fold the newspaper. Keep repeating. The newspaper area also captivate love also. Single is standing on the newspaper couples anyone foot cannot stand on the ground outside the newspaper and cannot rely on both sides of the couple outside of the external force, or violation. Automatically out of the game. Newspaper area of the smallest win. Handsome girl, this time the game is just short of a couple. Are you interested in participating? At this time the game initiator, Miss Referee, voiced out a proposal. Quite interesting. Why don't we play? A few minutes later, 10 pairs of couples came to the field. While Chen Xian, who also came to the amusement park to play, saw a familiar figure. Her beautiful eyes shrunk, and she hurriedly pulled Lin Mengyao with one hand. Mengyao, do you see that's Yi Tian? He seems to be participating in a couple game with a girl. Okay, the next first challenge begins. The referee lady held the microphone with dedication and looked at the 10 couples in front of her. Please, 10 couples, go to their respective newspapers and stand still. Sticking to it for 5 seconds is a successful challenge. The first round of challenges was simple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The referee counted down, and all 10 couples succeeded in the challenge, especially Yi Tian and Yi Linglong, who had such high face value, which really made the surrounding people envious. Great, 10 couples succeeded in the first round of challenges. Here begins the second round. The newspaper area is halved. Under the operation of the staff, the newspaper was folded and torn in half. The difficulty increased a lot, but the couples stood on their tiptoes and it was easy to pass. Yi Tian and Yi Linglong, two people body tight next to each other. Yi Linglong's body obviously stiffened for a few seconds. The face cannot help but the halo reddens a little. This is the first time she is fully awake, state distance so close. However, one of the couple, both of them are slightly fat. Unsteady center of gravity. The girl's right foot fell on the ground. The challenge failed. Stop the second level. Immediately after the third level, the fourth level, the area of the newspaper folded. Folded. Folded again. The area of the newspaper is obviously getting smaller and smaller. The distance between the couple is getting closer and closer, as if they all hate to integrate into each other's body, which is the key to the game, is getting more and more difficult. Thanks to Yi Tian, both of them are slimmer, and they have passed one level after another. At the 6th level, there were only 2 pairs of couples left in the field, 1 pair of Yi Tian's 2 men, and 1 pair of equally slim couples. Okay, the exciting moment has come. Here comes the challenge for the 7th level. Under the folding of the staff, a newspaper that could not even be stepped on by 4 toes appeared on the ground. The surrounding people looked on with great interest, wanting to see how the 2 couples would pass next. 2 couples, please begin the challenge. The referee lady's voice fell. The other pair of couples girl pointed 1 toe on the ground. The boy touched both toes elbows on the ground, and balanced the girl. Yi Tian looked at the couple beside him, glanced at the rules of the game, cleanly and crisply picked up the unprepared Yi Linglong, carried it on his shoulder, and in the next instant half of his foot was pointing on top of the newspaper. Ho! This young man, so powerful. What a smart handsome guy. TSK, I wonder who can pass. Soon, another couple landed outside the newspaper due to the loss of balance of one of the boy's feet. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the 2 handsome ladies. You have won this game. The referee lady celebrated with a smile, while a round of applause rang out in the arena. Beauty, your boyfriend's performance has been an eye-opener for all of us. The referee young lady took out a well-packaged brocade box and opened it to Yi Linglong's body. This is the crystal love for our little game this time. Valued at 999, signifying that the 2 of you will have a long-lasting love. As soon as the reward came out, the onlookers were abuzz. Many cute girls looked at Yi Linglong beside Prince Charming Yi Tian. The envy in their hearts flooded out like the yellow river breaking the embankment. Chapter 34, Share and I'll try. In the Maserati car, Yi Linglong carefully put the crystal love, which symbolizes love that lasts forever, into her bag, her mouth overflowing with happiness. Yi Tian, you are so good at coaxing girls to be happy. You must have cheated a lot of little sisters in the past. Thinking about today's experience, Yi Linglong crossed her eyes at Yi Tian, while in her heart, she was pumped up waiting for Yi Tian's answer. What? The singing diva also has the time to be jealous. Eat a ghost. Love to talk. Yi Linglong Tang's pretty face slightly clouded for a minute. This mixed kid bullied himself whenever he caught a chance. Well, I once saw a love master on the internet. Had a summary about chasing girls. Seeing Yi Linglong's lovely appearance, Yi Tian began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Summary? What summary? Tell me. Yi Linglong curiously blinked her big watery eyes. If this scene was known to the outside world, the hallowed singing diva was looking at a boy like this. I don't know how many people would envy Yi Tian to death. This sentence I remember saying. If she is not yet deep in the world, take her to see all the prosperity of the world. If she has a vicissitude of heart, take her to ride the carousel. Hearing Yi Tian's serious nonsense, Yi Linglong snorted and laughed out loud. But the scene of this guy looking at himself sitting on the carousel was floating in his mind, as if it was as engraved in his mind and could not be erased. Humph. You're just bullshitting. You're just fooling those little girls who are untouched by the world. Yi Linglong grunted and laughed, completely disbelieving Yi Tian's full of nonsense. Oh, so it seems that you are very confident in yourself. Of course, no matter what. I'm also a singing diva. Am I not comparable to those gullible little girls? Blankly glaring at Yi Tian, the singing diva's temperament was pugnacious. Since this is the case, why don't I test you? And also let me see the power of our hallowed singing diva. Just you? Looking up and down at Yi Tian, thinking of today's experience, reluctantly waved his hand. Forget it. For the sake of accompanying me for a day today, I'll give you a chance. Then I'll thank you. Listen up. There's a lion in the zoo called I Don't Love You, and a tiger called I Love You. And one day I Don't Love You dies. What's left? I love you. Yi Linglong didn't even think about it, directly blurted out, and didn't forget to gloat. Even this question can be difficult for my singing diva. Baby, I love you too, but the rest is a tiger, not a name. Originally happy Yi Linglong, when she heard Yi Tian's words, the smile on her pretty face sharply converged. Tang's pretty face was just red. This bastard boy even took advantage of her in this way. You, scoundrel, what kind of problem is this? Change it, glaring at Yi Tian. This question was completely a word game. Well then, I'll ask you another one. Do you like cats or dogs? Since ancient times, deep love could not be retained. Only a setup could win the hearts of the people. Yi Tian followed up by once again setting up the singing diva. This time, Yi Linglong grew a heart, did not answer directly, but pondered over the loopholes in the sentence, paused for a few seconds before nodding her head. I like cats. Meow. Yi Linglong's voice had just fallen. A cat purring sound rang out in the Maserati. Yi Linglong heard the cat purring beside her, froze for a moment looking at Yi Tian, and then thought of something, fiercely scraped her eyes at Yi Tian, and no longer spoke. Like cats. And Yi Tian issued a cat call. That is not like him. How did this guy not find so bad before? Precisely because she knew that she was not this guy's opponent. Yi Linglong, so she kept her mouth shut and stopped talking. Goo, I'm so tired today. I'm going to take a bath first. Not waiting for Yi Linglong to reply, Yi Tian has snapped shut the bathroom door, pattering bath up, leaving the frozen Yi Linglong. That kid will not. Obviously. She guessed right. Inviting God is easy, to send God is difficult. How could Yi Tian leave so easily? About an hour later, Yi Tian was wearing Yi Linglong's bathrobe from noon and was wide-eyed with Yi Linglong, who had taken a bath. 10 days. No. At most 1 day. 5 days. 3 days. Okay. Deal. After a series of bargaining, Yi Tian stayed in the hotel as he wished, but the price was that for one night's stay, the two men and women's romantic friendship should be reduced by 3 days. As for doing nothing, how could Yi Tian's nature? The next day, Yi Linglong left behind a black gold card and a note, and then washed up and left the hotel. As for Yi Tian, he continued to huff and puff, until the sun rose. Yi Tian only climbed up from the bed, stretched his waist, thought of Yi Linglong, who was furious yesterday, and then his sight fell on the black gold card and note on the side table. Seeing the information on it, Yi Genius realized that the original black gold card was the highest specification ticket for this Tianhai Stadium, able to listen to songs on the second floor with a special private room. On the other side, Yi Linglong, who had just arrived at Tianhai Stadium Arena, ran into her best friend and agent Lily. Linglong, you look good today. What method did you use? Share it with me and I'll try it too, the unknown Lily asked her best friend curiously. And hearing Lily's voice, Yi Linglong's pretty face flashed red. Nothing, Just used a new mask. That's so. Then it must be particularly effective. Be sure to get me some after the concert, Lily said with full of joy. Since coming to Tian High, she felt like her best friend had changed. Her skin was better. Her body was also better than before, making her envious. Oh, right. Lily seemed to think of something, pulling Yi Linglong to a side and muttering in a low voice. Tonight the Yanjing venue will hold an annual youth martial arts competition for all the universities in the country, and Yi Tian will be there as well. Is that so? Without the slightest change of expression on his face, his heart was no longer calm. That guy knew full well that the competition was being played tonight, and yesterday he also. Linglong, we're going in. We're going to have a concert tomorrow, so we need to rehearse well today. Good, answered a sound. Yi Linglong followed her best friend and walked towards the arena. Not through but lowered her head and sent a message to Yi Tian. Be careful in tonight's game. Don't delay my concert tomorrow if you're injured. Don't worry. The person who can hurt your man hasn't been born yet. Receiving the overbearing text message, Yi Linglong rolled her eyes, incomparably skillfully deleting the message and destroying the incriminating evidence, before she tottered towards the arena and continued walking. Chapter 35 Zhao Qian, Xuanwu University. Bagua sect genius, after a day of dashing around and washing up, drove to the Rose Garden, carrying Ming Xian and Diehard sped toward Tianhai University. Hey, Tian, honestly explain, where did you go yesterday? Even the night did not come back. Is not and sister-in-law dashing to go? Ming Xian, a treacherous smile look, have long known that brother Tian has a big beautiful girlfriend. Aside Ming Xian's diehard party is also perked up ears to listen. This is a big news. The head of the melon think what it is all. I was exploring life. White eyes Ming Xian. This kid is really getting more and more rude. By the way, brother Tian, do you know? Tomorrow is the singing diva Yi Linglong's concert at the first stop in Tianhai. And now a ticket has been speculated to 2,000 apiece. Yeah, there's a student in our class who bought a ticket. It really made us envious. When Ming Xian's best friends heard Ming Xian's words, their eyes were filled with envy. It's just a Yi Linglong. Is that so? Yi Tian really didn't think that Ming Xian and his diehards were also Yi Linglong's loyal fans. If he let them know that he had slept with their goddess alone for 2 days, he didn't know what their reaction would be. Since you like it so much, just wait until tomorrow when we go to the concert together. As he spoke, Yi Tian took out a black and gold card from the storage box beside the driver. Take this. Wait for tomorrow and call your mom and dad. Go to the concert together. This. Ahem. My god. This is the black gold card for Goddess Linglong's concert. Looking at the black and gold card lying in his hand, Ming Xian stared wide-eyed. Black gold card. The highest level VIP card of the Linglong Goddess concert. My god. Tian Yu. How did you get it? Ming Xian's diehard eyeballs stared round, gulped and swallowed his saliva. The very visual impact of the black gold card, on the spot, shook his eyes blind. My goodness. This matter absolutely can't leak out half of the wind. Now the ordinary tickets have soared to 2,000. Like this kind of top VIP black gold card, is tens of thousands of have no market. Moreover, if this matter was known by their classmates, it would definitely be a tsunami of disaster. So it would be better to go with their parents to see it. And in the meantime, let their old man be happy. Ming Xian and the two diehards looked at each other and both nodded heavily, reaching an agreement that only the three of them and brother Tian would know about this matter. Right, brother Tian. Today you go to Yanjing to participate in that martial arts competition. Pay attention to Xuanwu University. Ming Xian thought of the upcoming National College Student Martial Arts Competition to be held in Yanjing in the evening, and voiced out a reminder. Well, Ming Xian is right. Xuanwu University has always been ruthless in their investment in the major clubs, which is why they were the reigning champions for the previous 3 years. After Ming Xian's nemesis forgave me for pressing, Ming Xian followed up by saying, I found out about Xuanwu University's contestants participating this time. The most important thing to pay attention to is Zhao Qian, a senior at Xuanwu University, who was the winner of the last National College Student Martial Arts Competition, and will likewise participate this time. On top of that, he also has another identity. He is the genius disciple of the Martial Arts Association Bagua sect who is claimed to be a once-in-a-century talent. The two had gone through a lot of effort in order to find out the information about this martial arts competition. And only then did they get so much information. Although it wasn't of much use to Yi Tian, there was also a touch of a small touch. Don't say a gossip door once in 100 years of genius disciple. Is gossip door master in the hands of Yi Tian is also the existence of scum, if not the principle to let him participate. He can be the so-called martial arts competition does not have half an interest. Speaking, driving a Maserati attracted many classmates repeatedly side-eye, in the envious eyes, all the way to the school parking lot. Ming Xian and his friends saw the envious, worshipful eyes outside the car. The heart of that call a dejected, although they know that those gazes do not belong to them. But that's not important. The important thing is that they are sitting in the car at the moment. Also because they and Yi Tian familiar. The two have a drawer of love letters every day. There are a lot of girls to buy things for them. Wanting to detour Raider male god Tian brother. Of course for the girls' attentiveness they frankly accept. As for those envelopes, they have long known that the brother of heaven has a big beautiful sister-in-law. Where will pay attention to these mediocre powder. Directly a fire burned the love of the girls into a shovelful of flying ash. If those sisters know, two people even if there are 100 lives are not enough to die. Pushing the door off the car. Ming Xian two people said a word is to walk together toward the freshman teaching area. And found Yi Tian's many girls, hands together, eyes clustered with ripples. Wow. The action of the god of man parking the car just now is super handsome. Love it. I've been squatting here for days. Yeah. You're also squatting here waiting for the boy god. Yesterday the boy god didn't come, causing me to be late for class. Oh, me too. I was scolded by the counselor yesterday. So sad. But that's not important. What's important is that now we see the god of boys. Today, the god of boys is going to represent our school to Yanjing to participate in the martial arts competition. I hope the god of boys can win. I guess it's hard. This time Zhao Qian, the previous champion of Xuanwu University. I heard that he also participated. Really? Then wouldn't Xuanwu University be taking 4 consecutive championships? The girls around the parking lot were hotly discussing the National College Student Martial Arts competition that was about to start today. While in Yanjing's Xuanwu University, the same thing was being discussed at this moment. Xuanwu University Club meeting room. At the moment above the first seat, sitting in a not angry and authoritative youth. This person is not someone else as Xuanwu University senior Zhao Qian, but also the last session with an absolute advantage to win the championship gossip door once in 100 years of genius. Although Xuanwu University does not gossip martial arts club, but the president of each club, Zhao Qian, that is quite respectful. When the former president of the karate club out of line, directly a move was Zhao Qian into the hospital. A month have not been able to get out of bed. Since then, the entire Xuanwu University, no one dared to say the slightest thing to Zhao Qian. Boss, the participants from each school have been collected. Among them, the one to watch out for is that sophomore named Yi Tian from Tianhai University. The president of the Taekwondo club took out one of the piles of profiles and placed it in front of Zhao Qian. The current president of karate glanced at the profile and said with slight gravity, "Not bad, although this Yi Tian is a sophomore, but his strength is quite high." Several days ago, this person picked over the Taekwondo club of Tianhai University by himself. The president, Prince Xian, was directly killed in a second. And on the same day, Wang Zetian, who was one of the top 10 in the national mixed martial arts competition, was similarly broken by this Yi Tian with a Taiji push hands sternum. Oh, Taiji push hands. It's a bit interesting. Zhao Qian looked at the profile of Yi Tian in front of him, and when he heard Taiji push hands, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but flash through a strong disdain. Taiji sect can now be said to be one of the weakest sects in the Wushu Association, and if it wasn't for the head of the sect Yan Dingtian holding it up on his own, it would have long been isolated by all the sects. Chapter 36 Daughter, come kneel down for your benefactor. Tianhai University. In front of the school gate. It was class time at the moment. Yi Tian received a message from the principal to prepare for departure, came to the school gate to gather and go to the airport together. Brother Tian. Hello Brother Tian. The presidents as well as vice presidents of all the major clubs came to wait in front of the bus early, and when they saw Yi Tian's arrival, they greeted him enthusiastically, and those who didn't know thought that Yi Tian was a mongrel. Joking? In front of this god of death, they don't dare to make a mistake. The previous Prince Xian and Wang Zetian is a warning. One person picked over the Taekwondo club, but also shattered Wang Zetian's sternum. This kind of ruthless person is not something they can mess with at all. Nodded to the major club president and other people, lifted his foot on the bus, and saw Yi Tian on the bus. The major clubs of people then followed one after another on the bus. Not long after, Principal Li Zifang accompanied by Director of Instruction Feng Zhenghua, came to the bus. This trip to Yanjing the two were leading the team. Little Yi, whether our Tianhai can get a good ranking this time depends on you. Feng Zhenghua said with confidence. Don't have too much pressure either. Principal Li Zifang said with a smile. Even if Yi Tian couldn't get the championship, the top 3 were still guaranteed. Principal, Director Feng, I heard that Zhao Qian from Xuanwu University will also participate this time. Is it true? At this time, one of the school's club presidents asked in a curious voice. Not bad. Feng Zhenghua looked at Yi Tian, who was old and relaxed. Xuanwu University is determined to win the championship this time. If we want to get the championship, Xuanwu's Zhao Qian is definitely the biggest opponent. Don't worry Director Feng. Brother Tian is so powerful. He can definitely win the first place. That's right. Brother Tian has picked off Taekwondo alone. Wang Zetian is no match. That's right. Even if Zhao Qian is great, Brother Tian isn't weak either. Cheer up, Brother Tian. We believe in you. The many presidents and vice presidents around them were all excited. Like the person with the most hope of winning the championship was themselves. Principal Li Zifang and Feng Zhanghua looked at each other and smiled slightly. They didn't expect Yi Tian's prestige in the school's major clubs to be so high already. Although it was a bit surprising, it made sense. Along the way, Feng Zhanghua gave Yi Tian several people instructions on things to pay attention to on this trip. And soon, they arrived at Tianhai Airport and came to the airport hall. Don't come over, all of you, or else I'll kill her. A psychopath was holding a fruit knife on top of a cute girl's neck. At this moment, the neck had been cut out with the slightest trace of blood. The cute girl's face was pale. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Daughter, ah, who saved my daughter, ah? On the other side, not far away, the middle-aged woman who was pulled by the airport security guards was in tears, looking at her daughter whose life was hanging by a thread. Her heart was broken. Sir, relax, please relax. The airport security chief, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Due to their negligence caused this mentally ill patient to enter the airport hall with a knife. The impact of this incident is extremely bad. If not handled well, there will definitely be a big problem. Give me a car, and $1 million. I want to get out of here. The psychopath had obviously watched too many police movies, screaming for the security guard to give him a car and money. Okay, calm down. We'll prepare the car and money right away. Seeing that the psychopath was agitated, the head of security didn't dare to stimulate him any further and could only stabilize him for the time being and do what he wanted. Wow. Right at this moment, a team of people in white coats from the mental hospital walked over, and seeing the line of people in white coats that made him fearful, the psychopath's eyes widened. You guys lied to me. I won't let them take me away. Liars. The emotional psychopath's eyes fell on the hijacked girl, and the knife in his hand was raised, looking to wipe the girl's neck. Ah, no. The surrounding populace covered their eyes. The girl's mother's legs went limp and collapsed on the ground, and the security chief's heart was in a dark place. In the nick of time, a figure crossed. The next instant, a precise and accurate foot will be the hands of the mentally ill patient fruit knife kicked away, followed by the mentally ill patient's hands clasped behind the back, pressed to the ground. A series of actions clean and crisp. Daughter, oh. The middle-aged woman saw her daughter was saved. I do not know where to get the strength. Fast running to the side of her daughter, holding her daughter wantonly let out a loud cry. The girl only then from the shock back to God. Wow, cry out. Papa. The girl was saved. And looking at the subdued psychopath on the ground, the surrounding populace resounded with thunderous applause. Young man, good job. This young man, what a handsome stance. Yeah, too good. Kicking away the fruit knife and instantly subduing the psychopath. TSK. It's hard to imagine such a young lad with such a calm mind. That move, without professional training, it definitely couldn't be accomplished. Froze a little bit of the security chief and his party will also be able to come over. The first time to cooperate with the arrival of the psychiatric hospital doctors, played the tranquilizer, will be mentally ill patients away from the airport hall. This is, my God, Brother Tian is too powerful. Turning over his hand to suppress the psychopath and save the girl. Idol, absolute idol. Phew, so excited. It turns out that Brother Tian's stance is even better than we imagined, and his mental strength is terrifyingly strong. Many of the major club presidents as well as vice presidents who were traveling with them looked at the scene in front of them. Their hearts were shaken beyond words. How had they ever seen such a scene before? It was Li Zifang and Feng Zhanghua who were also shocked. Saving the girl at the best time in such a short period of time. This guy's mentality was too calm. Puff a sound. The middle-aged woman immediately knelt down for Yi Tian. Daughter, come kneel down for your benefactor. Auntie, no need. It should be done. Hurriedly assisted the middle-aged woman. And the girl, then turned to Li Zifang. Principal, let's go. A little while later, looking at the back of Yi Tian and his party as they walked into the airport, the many people chattered and hotly debated. Just now he said principal. That young man wouldn't still be a student, right? I was scared to death just now. If it wasn't for this lad, the girl was afraid that she was in danger. Which school are they from? It's awesome. In the waiting hall, the presidents of the major clubs from time to time glanced at Yi Tian with their worshipful eyes, their minds floating over the scene that had just happened. Yi Tian's image was rubbing up in the minds of the crowd. Chapter 37. You are that Yi Tian. The night is approaching. In front of the venue of the competition. At this moment, one by one, The audience, under the guidance of the staff checking tickets, entered the venue to prepare to watch the annual National College Students Wushu competition. The cheering teams of various universities had already arrived in Yanjing yesterday, and are now eagerly waiting for the official start of the competition. Another year has passed. It's so fast. Yeah, I wonder if this year's champion will still be Xuanwu University. I think it's very likely. Zhao Qian from Xuanwu University will also participate this year. He was the last champion. I don't think so. There are powerful students from various other universities as well. Listening to the heated discussions of the people around them, the cheering groups of Tianhai University all had their hearts sinking. From yesterday to today, they had heard too much about Zhao Qian of Xianwu University. Meanwhile, the backstage preparation area, just that Tianhai kid, he's also worthy of being compared to Boss Zhao. Bah, that's not true. There's absolutely no comparison. Just wait, that Yi Tian will definitely be beaten to a dog. Listening to the disdain of the many participants from Xuanwu University, the many club presidents from Tianhai University were not happy. Hey, Xuanwus, how to talk? Yell, isn't this the weakling of Tianhai, not participating in the competition for several years? This year's wings are hard. Kid, you're looking for a fight. The president of the Tenkai Karate Club stared dead at the president of the Xuanwu side, who was also the president of the karate club. This year's Tianhai is hardened enough to beat me up, without looking at what you have. There was a clatter. Swords were drawn. The players from both sides of Xuanwu University and Tianhai University directly went at it, and the participants from the other universities around them were all watching from the wall. Stop! Right at this moment, a voice came from the back of Tianhai University, only to see Yi Tian, who was wearing the Tianhai University medal competition clothing, walk out from the locker room, and the many club presidents of Tianhai all quieted down when they saw Yi Tian come out. Brother Tian. The karate club president turned to Yi Tian and addressed him, calling a sophomore kid Brother Tian. It seems that Tianhai is getting worse every year. You, Tianhai's karate society president. The anger in his heart was called a spike up. He was about to have a seizure, but at this time, he was stopped by Yi Tian. Snort! You're that Yi Tian. That president of Xianwu snorted and looked at Yi Tian, who was half a head lower than him, in front of him. Just now, you were the one who said that my Tianhai is getting worse every year. Glancing at the opposite Xuanwu Karate Club's president, he said with not a trace of anger visible on his face, "It was me who said that again." As Pa. Still not waiting for the Xuanwus, that Karate Society president finished, a direct slap to the face. Two teeth instantly pow fly. Even with the big man shouting, Karate Society president side flying out more than 2 meters, paralyzed on the ground, directly lost the ability to fight. Hiss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That Tianhai's Yi Tian, what's the situation? A slap to the Xianwu Karate Club's president to dry waste? Holy shit. One slap directly made Xuanwu lose a big general. Today's match looks like it's going to be a good show, but that guy from Tianhai, he's also too ruthless. He clearly didn't give face to Xianwu. Now he's completely offended Xianwu's people. The presidents of the major associations on Tianhai's side, seeing the miserable appearance of that president of Xuanwu, their hearts were in pain. Cool. This wave, it was too good. At this moment, their worship and admiration for Yi Tian was like a monstrous river stretching endlessly, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control. Snap 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 snap. Just when the students of the surrounding universities were marveling, a sound of clapping came out from the side, and in the next moment, the young man with the Xuanwu School's medal on his chest walked over. His steps were calm and rhythmic, and he obviously had extremely good martial arts skills. Boss, Tianhai University is bullying people too much. Seeing the person who came, the many participants of Xuanwu University, only then did they have some confidence. Just now that slap really gave them too big a shock. Thinking that you don't know who you are because you know three-legged kung fu. Since you hit my Xuanwu's people, I don't mind sending you to the hospital in advance. The words had not yet fallen. Zhao Qian stepped on the bagua footwork. Like a swimming dragon instantly came to Yi Tian's body, when a palm toward Yi Tian's heart to shoot. As for Yi Tian, already ready to slap this fly. Stop. Right at this moment, the sect masters, who were the judges, came to the backstage in unison, and the one who voiced out was no one else but young Ding Tian, who had the highest reputation in all the sects, as well as the current Taiji sect's master. Next, whoever dares to make another mistake will be directly disqualified from the competition. At these words, Bagua sect master Feng Zixio frowned tightly. Obviously these words were biased in favor of that Tianhai Zi Tian. After all, there was already a person on Xianwu's side who had been beaten up and was unable to participate in the match. President Yang. Zhao Qian. Shut up. Without waiting for Zhao Qian to make a sound, Feng Zixio, The Bagua palmist on the side glared at his most pleased disciple, and seeing his master's words, Zhao Qian also stopped making a sound. All disperse. Martial Arts Association President Yang Dingtian looked deeply at Yi Tian. The image of Yi Tian killing Wang Zetian with a taiji push hands in seconds floated in his mind. At the first sight, he had already determined that this person was definitely a taiji practicing martial arts genius. Kid, wait for me. Zhao Qian's fierce eyes stared at Yi Tian, gave a word and turned around and was heading towards the restroom where he was resting and preparing. The sect masters saw the Bagua sect's genius Zhao Qian's angry appearance, looked at Yi Tian's eyes full of sympathy, hoping that this little guy won't lose too much. They are too clear about Zhao Qian's strength. After a few more years, they are afraid that they are not Zhao Qian's opponents. A farce, thus ending. Xuanwu University. Lounge. Boss, that Yi Tian is too much. Just after coming to the room, the presidents of Xuanwu University were not calm. Today this scene was seen by people from all universities. Their Xuanwu's face was lost. Alright, that Yi Tian will be handed over to me. You guys go get ready. Zhao Qian, who took a deep sigh of relief, spoke indifferently. If he hadn't considered the fact that his master was about to become the next president of the Martial Arts Association in a year's time, he would have definitely made that unknowing brat look good. In the lounges of the universities, the many contestants were all overwhelmed with emotion, their minds drifting back to the scene that had just happened in the preparation area. That Yi Tian from Tianhai might actually become today's champion. Yeah, the president of Xuanwu University's Karate Association was directly seconded. This strength is just like Zhao Qian. There's probably going to be a great showdown between Xuanwu and Tianhai today. That's right. Both sides are holding their breath. Unsurprisingly, today's champion will be between Zhao Qian and Yi Tian, either Xuanwu University or Tianhai University. Between the heated discussions of the many contestants, the match also officially kicked off. Chapter 38, That Kid. How could it be? Within the arena, the time approached. The referee came onto the stage and spoke aloud to the audience below the arena. Welcome to the annual National College Martial Arts Competition. Last year, Zhao Qian of Xuanwu University won 3 consecutive championships for Xuanwu University. Today will he win 4 consecutive championships? Let's wait and see. In the first match below, Xuanwu University's Taekwondo President Li Myungbo vs Tianhai University's Karate President War Naifeng. The host announced the randomly matched opponents and then left the ring. The universities on the scene were instantly in an uproar. Xuanwu and Tianhai. How did they face each other so quickly? The schools where the 2 big favorites are located. It seems like today is destined to be an exciting match. Way to go, President Battle. Tenkai will win. Go President Li Myungbok. The cheering groups from both sides were cheering for their own schools, and the cheering groups from each of the other schools were also looking forward to the first matchup. A little while later, Xuanwu's Li Mingbo and Tianhai's War Naifeng both stood opposite each other, and enemies could be said to meet, and the referee programmed would say the notes. Begin. A command has long been waiting for the 2 people directly as dry up. No trial and error. No fluke. Fists to the flesh. 2 people, you and me. The atmosphere in the field boomed to a high point. Li Zifang and Xuanwu's principal Zhao Rumen 2 people are looking frozen. These 2 people engaged in what? Come up on the high-intensity sparring battle. Good. You come and go. The 2 people in the ring look at each other tirelessly. Not long before the 2 people's body is a piece of blue and purple. Face are added a lot of injuries. Finally to Li Mingbo lead a move to win. Xuanwu will win. Seeing their school's president Li Mingbo win, Xuanwu University's cheering group howled at the top of their voices, not forgetting to provoke Tianhai University. War Naifeng smashed the ring and left unwillingly. Tianhai University's cheering group, one after another, also realized that something was wrong on the stage. President War Naifeng lost? That Xuanwu's Li Mingbo fought too hard, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. Something was wrong from the start. Did you guys notice that the 2 met as if they were enemies? It shouldn't be. This should be the first time the 2 have met. Did something happen in the backstage lounge? The next match was just nowhere near as exciting as the first one, except that whenever the participants from Xuanwu University and Tianhai University met, it would be a wonderful visual feast. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xuanwu University and Tianhai University were on a collision course today. Round after round, one contestant after another was eliminated. Time finally came to the final session. The referee took a slight breath and lifted his feet to the ring. After a lot of competition, the final showdown has finally arrived. Here we have Yi Tian from Tianhai University versus Zhao Qian from Xuanwu University. Wow! Yi Tian, Zhao Qian, Zhao Qian. As the referee's voice fell, the entire arena resounded with thunderous shouts one after another. Not only the cheering groups of both schools, but the entire arena was cheering for these 2. The king finally meets the king. Backstage lounge. A few people with bruises and swollen noses. Their eyes stared at the lounge's link screen with death. Go brother Tian. Finish off that Zhao Qian kid. Hiss. Not to mention that Xuanwu's people's fighting strength is quite strong. Sure enough, it ended up being the two of them. Brother Tian and Zhao Qian. What do you guys say are Tian's chances of winning? Who knows? Tian and Zhao Qian are both very powerful. It should be 50-50 if they win or lose. On the other side of Xuanwu University, similar conversations were already happening, and in the ring, under the attention of the public, Yi Tian and Zhao Qian met again, one with a face full of fury, the other with a cloudy demeanor. I really didn't expect you to make it this far. I will make you pay for your actions just now. Zhao Qian's eyes were filled with viciousness, itching to start a fight with him right away to let him know how powerful he was. Really? Then I'll wait. Start. The referee gave an order. Zhao Qian, who had been waiting for a long time, wrote the bagua footwork, and the palm in his hand like a ghost pressed up towards Yi Tian on the opposite side. Seeing Zhao Qian's quick fighting stance, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. The same bagua footwork as well as the bagua palm technique flowed smoothly and naturally utilized. What? Yang Dingtian of the judges' table as well as Feng Zixio and other sect masters were all shocked, their eyes full of astonishment, and a gaze gathered on Yi Tian in unison. That kid. How could it be? How could it be? How could you know bagua steps in bagua palm? Impossible. This is impossible. Yi Tian's maneuver. The impact on Zhao Qian was far too great. Nonetheless, but Yi Tian's mastery of the bagua was not worse than him at all. It was even better than him. With such a scene, the spectators in the arena also looked stunned. What the hell is this? How come their moves are all the same? Zhao Qian is a genius of the bagua sect. Could Yi Tian also? Can't be. Is bagua sect taking off? It's unbelievable. Look at Yi Tian's moves. They're not worse than Zhao Qian's at all. Not only the spectators, backstage in the Tianhai University lounge, especially the Xuanwu University lounge, one by one, the president's eyes were bulging out. What did they see? The stances of their own boss Zhao Qian. That Yi Tian actually knew all of them. Shocked. Too shocked. Sect leader Feng. I'm afraid this Yi Tian isn't a surprise for us from your bagua sect? Yang Dingtian said to Feng Zixio out of deep meaning. Yi Tian that gossip moves. Can be all gossip door does not spread the technique. Non-palm sect disciple cannot be practiced. I'm going to say it's not. Do you guys believe it? Feng Zixio was also shocked. Of course he was incomparably sure that Yi Tian was not from their bagua sect. Even he and Yi Tian had met for the first time. However, the sect masters did not see it that way. All of them were casting gazes full of disbelief, to which Feng Zixio could only report speechlessness. Only, look to the stage. Yi Tian's eyes completely changed. In the absence of their own teaching will be able to bagua footwork and bagua palm practice to so. This person is afraid that the talent is higher than Zhao Qian. Two people on the stage will gossip footwork and gossip palm methods show the best. Like a stage show. Finally a moment. Yi Tian footwork change again to Taiji pace. Hands forward push. Hirana Taiji push hands out. Will Zhao Qian directly push to the edge of the ring? Zhao Qian, a mouthful of blood is about to be spewed, but was swallowed down by him. I lost. Convinced. Zhao Qian had lost the slightest fighting spirit at this moment, because that guy's bagua steps and bagua palm technique were definitely above his own. Plus his use of Taiji, he couldn't believe that there would be such a person in the world. Chapter 39 The Bagua Palm Sect. Is this challenging Yi Tian? Above the ring. Bagua Sect genius. Xuanwu University's previous champion Zhao Qian said this. The scene brushed into dead silence. It was the principal, Li Zifeng, who was stunned, never expecting that the final duel would end with Zhao Qian admitting defeat. Yi Tian. Yi Tian. It lasted for more than 10 seconds. The cheering groups of the universities at the scene completely exploded. It was too unbelievable. They didn't expect the big favorite Zhao Qian, the bagua sect genius, to be defeated by Yi Tian in his best field. Such a scene blinded the titanium alloy eyes of an unknown number of people at the scene. Swish sound. At the time when all parties were marveling, Zhao Qian, who had gotten out of the ring, saw a figure flashing by, and once again appeared to have come above the ring. And when he saw that figure, Zhao Qian's pupils suddenly shrunk. Master? Zhao Qian was right. The figure that flashed above the ring, not someone else. It is Zhao Qian's master. The bagua door of the head Feng Zixio, do not say Zhao Qian, is the judge's seat of Yang Dingtian as well as the various sects of the headmaster. Our eyes jumped. What is this old man to do? The change in the arena immediately also attracted the attention of all parties. All together, the line of sight once again fell on the center of the ring. To be precise, Feng Zixio's body. Mr. Yi Tian, I wonder if you can have a few moves with me. Plain voice from the ring. Feng Zixio's throat, dazzling open. The judge's seat of Yang Dingtian, line of mouth twitching. This guy crazy. OMG. What did I hear? Bagua Palm sect is going to fight Yi Tian from Tianhai University? Motherfucker. I'm not dreaming. This. Ahem. Are you sure it's Bagua Master Feng Zixio who's standing on the stage? Bagua Palm sect. Is this challenging Yi Tian? In that case, this Yi Tian will most likely not be someone from the Bagua sect. Like the heated discussions from all sides, Yang Dingtian saw the scene in the field and thought of the words Feng Zixio said back then. I'm going to say it's not. Do you guys believe it? To this day, it still lingers in their ears. And now it seems Feng Zixio had not lied. It's an honor to be able to fight with Bagua Palm sect. Good. Watch the move. The moment Yi Tian agreed, Feng Zixio disregarded the face of the Bagua Palm sect and directly chose to make a surprise move. Watching Zhao Qian's brain was a row of crows flying over. Zhao Qian line of sight again focus on the ring when Master Feng Zixio has been bullying too. In the face of Feng Zixio's palm, Yi Tian skillfully stepped on the strange footwork, avoided Feng Zixio's blow. Not only so, but also from the other side with the Bagua palm to Feng Zixio shot. Such a scene. Watching Zhao Qian was directly dumbfounded in place. That guy under the master's attack. There was still room for a counterattack? The two of them went back and forth. The more Feng Zixio fought, the more he was alarmed. Especially when he felt Yi Tian's unfamiliar yet familiar footwork and palms. At a certain moment his heart gave a jolt. 8 trigrams swimming dragon palm. That's right. It was the 8 trigrams swimming dragon palm. That was their 8 trigram sex mastery that had disappeared for nearly 100 years. And now what he had never expected was to see this kind of palm technique on a youth around 20. The two of them exchanged a palm. Each of them retreated a few steps back. Of course this was Yi Tian's reason to not let himself appear too demonic. Otherwise, that Feng Zixio would have been killed by his palm strike. Sect leader Feng's deep attainments in Bagua. Yi Tian admires it. Yi Tian's words. Feng Zixio was as if he didn't hear them. At the moment, all that was floating in his mind was the image of Yi Tian using the Bagua swimming dragon palm just now. Cough cough. Sect Master Feng. Yang Dingtian from the judge's seat coughed dryly, pulling the dazed Feng Zixio back to his senses, which caused Feng Zixio to realize that he was out of order. Green is better than blue. My disciple Zhao Qian didn't lose unfairly. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Very good. Xiaoxiahaha laughed and left the ring to return to the judge's seat. His heart was shocked at the moment, but it was beyond words, although the two individuals overstayed and stopped. But he knew very well that if he really fought, he was afraid that he could not really beat this young man. Below I announced that the winner of this year's National College Student Martial Arts Competition is Yi Tian of Tianhai University. The host, who was acting as a referee, came to the stage and announced aloud, and the audience from all sides sitting in their seats stood up in unison. Tianhai, Yi Tian. Applause and cheers coexisted, intertwined together, rising above the arena, dazzling the four directions. Tianhai's cheering group was even more excited to jump up. Excited, proud, exuberant. Various emotions at this moment at the same time from the deepest part of the heart, spring-like gushing out. The sound of cheering spread for a long time before calming down, but also in the cheers of all parties between the annual National College Students Wushu competition in the end of the curtain. The competition, although it is the end of the boiling, is just lit up. I plant grass. Really fake. Yi Tian male god defeated Zhao Qian of Xianwu and won the competition. Ha 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 ha. I told you. How can a Zhao Qian be a match for the god of man? Awesome. My god. It said that he defeated Zhao Qian with the Bagua palm. Yes. I didn't realize that Yi Tian's god also knows Bagua palm. TSK 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 TSK. The heavens do not give birth to my male god lord. The martial arts path is long into the night. Ah. Wow ah. The male god is so great. Boing boing. I love it so much. I want to give the male god a warm hug. Male god, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Male god, come with me. My family has a mine. Enough for you to struggle for 20 years less. The Tianhai University School Exchange Group, learning of this news, boiled over right away, with waves of hot comments refreshing the exchange group. At Ming Xian's home, Ming Xian, who was having dinner, heard the sound of the message on his cell phone, hurriedly opened his cell phone, saw the message in his cell phone, and snapped without any warning, leapt up. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Like a bewitched scene. It scared Auntie Li and her old partner. Brat, eat properly. Auntie Li twisted Ming Xian's arm and said fiercely. This son startled just now could really scare her. What's wrong, Ming Xian? Ming Xian's father saw his son's excited appearance and couldn't help but ask. No. Not. One. Brother Tian, he won. Ah. The martial arts competition, Brother Tian won the championship. Ming Xian looked at his cell phone excitedly. His little face was red from excitement. What? Xiao Yi won. Let me see. Hearing her son's words, Auntie Li and her old partner also came over, flipping through Ming Xian's cell phone, while the meal that was bubbling hot beside their family members was left unattended. After a little while, Aunt Li, an old companion, which took a deep breath to know the reason for the son's excitement. As for Ming Xian seems to think of something. A pat on the head. By the way, Mom and Dad, I have a thing to show you. Ming Xian finished, mysteriously took out the black and gold card from his pocket. Chapter 40. Being a robber is too much bullshit. This is, Auntie Li said suspiciously when she saw the black and gold card that her son carefully took out from his pocket. And beside her, Ming Xian's dad was similarly floating in confusion. Hey Mom, you know the singing diva big star Yi Linglong, right? Ming Xian dejectedly grinned, all the way to the back of his ears. Yi Linglong? That pretty girl. Of course I know. Her songs your dad and I are super fond of listening to. Wasn't she also a judge at the last Little Yi K song show? Auntie Li heard her son mention Yi Linglong. She couldn't help but think of Yi Tian's participation in the K-song show before. Brother Tian said that he'll let our family and my dead friend and their family go to see the concert of the singing diva tomorrow. Ming Xian looked at the black and gold card in his hand and couldn't stop the smile from surfacing on his face. Yi Linglong's concert. That ticket is a 2,000. And there is a price for it. No. Ming Xian does this card. Ming Xian dad said halfway. Feel wrong line of sight fell on the black and gold card. Seems to think of something. Dad. Mom. This card is the highest rules of the Diva Linglong Goddess concert tickets and gold card, and private rooms to see the concert. Seeing his mom and dad's astonished look, the corner of Ming Xian's mouth curved and curled up. On the internet, this kind of black and gold card is at least tens of thousands of dollars, and there's still a price for it. Like Ming Xian's family, a similar thing happened to Ming Xian's deadbeat family. Yan Jing, a private box. Yang Dingtian headed the Martial Arts Association. A group of people gathered here. Sect head Feng. How was the fight with that young man called Yi Tian today? Amei sect master Zhou Zhiyun swept away the floating dust and asked out loud. Feng Zi Xiu, who drank a cup of tea, recalled the scene that happened in the arena before Monday. You guys might not believe me when I say it. I'm not a match for that young man called Yi Tian. Put. Cough cough cough. Hearing Feng Zi Xiu's words, all the sect masters including Yang Dingtian were all in unison as a mouthful of tea was spewed out all over the place. Woefully out of control. How can that be? Sect leader Feng. You're not kidding. You're not that Yi Tian's opponent? Blankly glaring at the sect leaders, Feng Zi Xiu didn't feel embarrassed. His mind floated with the images of the fight with Yi Tian. That Yi Tian, he gives me a feeling of being deeper than the bottom. Although I didn't use my full strength, I'm sure that Yi Tian is the same. And what's even more frightening is that the Bagua palm he used is actually my Bagua sex Bagua swimming dragon palm that has been lost for more than 100 years. What? Listening to Feng Zi Xiu's words, the sect masters were completely unable to sit still, and their mind's perception of that Yi Tian underwent a complete transformation. Returning to the hotel, after washing up, opened the cell phone to see a message. No surprise as Yi Linglong sent. Congratulations to you bastard boy. Also really won the championship. Tomorrow hurry back. The night cannot be late. Otherwise. /Hammer X3. Sleep early. Good night. After the first text message. After a minute there was a second text message. Smooth Yi Tian fiddled with his cell phone and sent a good night message. Yan Jing, an aristocratic school. In the alley, two big men pulled a 14 or 15-year-old junior high school student skillfully into the alley without alerting anyone. Kid, I'm warning you to hurry up and take out all the money you have on you, or else. Ha. One of the Hans held a knife that emitted a cold aura and pointed it at the junior high school student. As a repeat offender they were tried and true with this trick. Know who I am? You guys dare to rob me? Yi Xiaofei's small face was full of chiding, completely without the slightest fear or trepidation. Marred, I care who you are. Our brother and sister do at once and change the place. That is, the God of heaven cannot find us. Just to not let your parents find out. I'll fight you guys. Splat. Big man boss slapped on the side of Yi Xiaofei's face. Directly mountain flew out more than a meter away. Handsome face immediately reviewed that a scarlet slap handprint. Hey boss, this kid's family is ironically good. This watch is estimated to be worth tens of thousands. And 10,000 cash. TSK. Still a little fat sheep. Do this vote. Top several votes before. The boss of the big man heatedly laughed. At this time, he heard the second voice. Boss, why don't we tie up this kid? And then, shut up. You live impatient. This kid can have tens of thousands of watches and 10,000 cash. We'll be an ordinary family. Do not look for trouble yourself. The boss glared at the big man second. All these years is because they are careful and cautious. Only until today have not been caught. Can't see. There are still such shrewd robbers nowadays. It's really rare. Just as the oldest man was preparing to leave with his second, a voice came out from one end of the alley. And then there was an additional figure in the alley. This person was no other than Yi Tian, who was preparing to go to the airport. Coincidentally, when Yi Tian left the hotel and was about to take a taxi to the airport, he saw two big men dragging a fashionably dressed junior high school student into the alley. And then there was the scene in front of him. With a grunt and rolled over, the teenager on the ground hid behind Yi Tian in fear. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business. The big man boss's eyes narrowed slightly. His soul-stirring eyes caused Yi Xiaofei to gulp and swallow his saliva. Big brother, what's the point of bothering with this kid? By the way, loot this kid. The oldest two can't have that patience of the oldest brother. Like a titan, came towards Yi Tian's pressure top. Hey, kid, take out everything on his body, or else. Pa, the oldest two big man has not finished. Directly Yi Tian a slap pumped up. Instantly the oldest two was jerked out. Hit the wall, followed by a thud on the ground. Being a robber, too much nonsense. Glancing at the robber's penis, he turned to the teenager. Pick up your watch and money. Good. Frozen Yi Xiaofei's eyes are looking straight. Is the big brother in front of him who saved his life a Superman? So powerful. Lao air. Bastard. Kid, you seek death. Sudden change. See, the oldest two was a palm whip over. The oldest burst into a rage, eyes filled with two groups of anger. A flash is towards Yi Tian, a dagger stabbed the past. Tricky maneuver. Obviously is a good practitioner. Only, unfortunately he ran into Yi Tian. The boss's dagger cut through the air. Instantly, but did not wait for the boss's knife close to Yi Tian, was directly kicked hard in the abdomen. Under the unparalleled strength, the robber boss directly kneeling, rubbing the ground, skidding 5 or 6 meters away, only to flop down on the ground. Fainted. Although fainted, but his eyes did not close. His face is still residual incredibly shocked color. Chapter 41, Sister Husband is here. Please accept my humble brother's worship. Puff. Seeing the divine operation of his big brother who saved his life, Yi Xiaofei immediately gave a knee to the ground. That action was quite smooth and skillful. Brother-in-law is above. Please accept my little brother's worship. Immediately after, the heartless words came out from Yi Xiaofei's mouth, which almost didn't make Yi Tian stagger on the soles of his feet. Brother-in-law? This kid was afraid that he wasn't scared out of his wits. Although this kid wasn't bad looking, but he was pretty sure that the two were meeting for the first time. Are you sure I'm your brother-in-law? Looking up and down the teenager in front of him, before the Inchi quite a few years back in his own style, but it is just that the slap broke the face. Aha, of course I'm sure. My sister is a great beauty. Brother-in-law is so powerful. In the future will definitely be able to protect my sister. Yi Xiaofei's little face was full of seriousness. That look was what amused Yi Tian. Kid, don't call me brother-in-law. I'm a person with a master. The figure of Yi Linglong emerged in his mind and whispered to Yi Xiaofei. Okay, brother-in-law. Yi Tian, right. What's your name? Yi Tian asked as he saw the quite affable teenager. Brother-in-law. My name is Yi Xiaofei. My sister's name is Yi. Stop. I'm asking about you. Don't mention your sister to me, okay? Hey. No problem. Brother-in-law Yi Xiaofei carrying a small backpack, followed by Yi Tian behind the buttocks to draw close to the relationship. So powerful brother-in-law cannot be easy to find. He has to give his sister to grasp. Under Yi Xiaofei's pestering, Yi Tian gave him his contact information. Brother-in-law, go slowly. Yi Xiaofei bumbled and waved goodbye, then deposited the number into his cell phone, noting the new name of brother-in-law. Immediately after, Yi Xiaofei dialed a phone number. Hey, Uncle Long, I was robbed near the school. What? Then young master, are you alright? Oh, I'm fine. Brother-in-law saved me. Call the police to arrest those two bastards. Okay, young master, you're at school. I'll go find you right away. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaofei covered his side face and waited at the entrance of the school. As for why he didn't go to the school, he, Yi Xiaofei, is a person who wants to save face? Squeak squeak. Less than 5 minutes. A speeding Lamborghini stops in front of the noble school. Yi Xiaofei skillfully pulls the door to get on the car and clicks the door shut. Young master, you are injured. Yi Long's eyes flashed coldly. It was that robber who hurt you. Hey, it's fine, Uncle Long. Those two robbers are much more miserable than me. The corner of Yi Long's mouth twitched. If this matter was known by his lordship, he was afraid that the whole Yinjing would tremble 3 times. The son of Yinjing Yi family was injured by robbers on his own territory. This was definitely a strange shame. Wu. Yi Long arrived not a moment later. A police car stopped not far from the entrance of the alley. Yi Long and Yi Xiaofei got off the car. A group of people walked towards the inside of the alley. A little while later, They came to the scene of the two big men who were lying on the ground not knowing if they were alive or dead. Young Master Yi, is it these two people? Tan Fei, the head of Yinjing Tidings Division, asked with eyes full of amiability. It's them, before they even said they wanted to kidnap me. What? Hearing Yi Xiaofei's sentence, Tan Fei's heart trembled tremendously, almost didn't give a fright to urine. This in front of him is the only seedling of the Yi family. If he is kidnapped, Yi family will absolutely go crazy. Mr. Long, I'm sorry, it's the negligence of our tidings division. Tan Fei immediately followed by apologizing to Yi Long. Although Yi Long is the Yi family's housekeepers, but is Yi Xiaofei's father's right-hand man, Tan Fei of course will not be negligent. Director, these two are habitual robbers. We have wanted them for a long time. And, seeing the injuries of the two men, that division chief's eyes danced wildly. And what? As soon as he heard habitual criminals, Tan Fei's mind-a-point came to mind. In this life, the two people are afraid that they will have to spend their time in jail, jokingly, injuring the Yi family's son and still want to be good. And, cough cough, a robber left cheek comminuted fracture, a small amount of blood in the skull, the other half of the robber internal organs damaged, 3 broken ribs, if not timely rescue, the two are afraid to have. Life-threatening. What? Don't call an ambulance yet. Hearing his men's report, Tan Fei's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly ordered down. That is, Yi Long, who was on the side, also came to the two men's side, and checked it out, and then his heart sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Young master, this is the work of the person who saved you? Yi Long steadied his mind and turned to Yi Xiaofei and asked, it's my brother-in-law. Is there a problem, brother-in-law? Yi Long couldn't help but be skeptical upon hearing that. It's Su Mu Bai. Bah, that loser also wants to be my brother-in-law. There's no way in this life. Upon hearing Yi Long mention Su Mu Bai, Yi Xiaofei exploded on the spot. This brother-in-law of mine is 1,000. Oh no, 10,000 streets away from him. I also don't know what my father thought, but he even arranged a marriage with that old thing from the Su family. Shoo, young master, keep your voice down. This must not be heard by the master. Yi Long's face changed when he heard it. Tan Fei on the side was listening to the corners of his mouth twitching. Su Mu Bai loser, dare to say so in Yanjing, afraid that in addition to Yi Xiaofei there aren't many more. Fear what? Because of that loser, my sister and my father broke. As long as there is my Yi Xiaofei in the day, he Su Mu Bai cannot marry my sister. The more Yi Xiaofei said, the angrier he got. He grunted twice. Uncle Long, I've decided. I must introduce my brother-in-law to my sister to get to know her. He will definitely be able to protect my sister from being bullied by anyone. Oh, then, does young master know your, what that brother-in-law's name is? Yi Long slightly relieved his breath. Yi Xiaofei did not agree. Why would he? Yi Long, childless Yi Long, grew up watching the siblings grow up, and had long treated them as his own children. Yeah, I forgot to ask my brother-in-law his name. Yi Xiaofei slapped his head when he heard Yi Long's words, then he seemed to think of something and took out his cell phone. Right, I have my brother-in-law's contact information. Yi Long took a picture. Then he sent Yi Xiaofei back to the villa. Of course the premise is to hide the matter of Yi Xiaofei's injury, otherwise something big will definitely happen. Returning to the room, Yi Xiaofei, the first time to lock the door, took out his cell phone and dialed a phone. Tianhai Stadium, rehearsal site. Ding bell. A cell phone rang. Lily, who was holding Yi Linglong's bag, saw the incoming call and smoothly picked up the phone. Hey, Fei. Sister Lily, it's you. Is my sister there? At this time Yi Linglong, who had finished rehearsal, came to Lily's side. Who is it? Oh, that little ancestor of your family. Lily let out a laugh and gave her cell phone to Yi Linglong, then went to take care of other things. Hey, Fei, there's no class. Humph. Sis is still in class. I almost couldn't see you today. Today next to the school. Then Yi Xiaofei added more fuel to the fire and started talking about today's experience. Of course during that time, but Yi Tian's image was masculinized over and over again. Sister, I've already let the big brother who saved me be my brother-in-law. Chapter 42. Boss, they're here. I've already asked the big brother who saved me to be my brother-in-law. Hearing Yi Xiaofei's words, Yi Linglong almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Go go go. Children's family. Less involvement in adults' affairs. Humph. It's all because of that loser. If it wasn't for his sister there wouldn't be a conflict with dad. Well, this is not something you can solve. Go to your school properly. Sister and brother exchanged a few pleasantries. Is hung up the phone. Not bad. Yi Xiaofei is not someone else. It is Yi Linglong's own brother. Yanjing Yi family's only young master. Just don't know Yi Tian know this news will be what reaction. Seeing his sister hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaofei muttered and murmured with his little mouth. I will definitely not let my brother-in-law run away. Meanwhile, the villa's top-floor balcony. Yi Long sat on the white coffee chair under the shade pavilion, looking at the information sent from his cell phone. Yi Tian, 19 years old, sophomore student of Tianhai University, residential address Rose Garden. 1 month ago, the welcome party to Song's famous Tianhai University. The next day K-Song show became famous in one battle. Get a slam of votes straight through the top 10 of the K-Song show. The lady is one of the judges of Yi Tian. Not long ago, Yi Tian and Tianhai Taekwondo Society Prince Xian conflict. A person picked over the Taekwondo Society, and Prince Xian's own uncle Wang Zetian seconds, broken sternum, and yesterday became the champion of the National College Students Martial Arts Competition. Suspected Bagua Palm is not its opponent. Will participate in the Miss Tianhai concert tonight, and in the hands of the Miss given the black gold VIP card. Seeing the information that let people check. If at this moment Yi Tian is here will absolutely be shocked off his teeth. This information is too comprehensive, just short of the data of how many sweat pores he has on his body. However, seeing the information in the cell phone, Yi Long's complexion became odd. This Yi Tian who saved the young master, actually knows the young lady and has a good relationship, a musical talent and a martial arts genius. Is it possible that even the Bagua palmist is not a match? Looking at the information, Yi Long's mouth can't help but curve. What an interesting young man. Perhaps in the future, it's not certain that he can really become the young lady's reliance. Obviously, Yi Long was very satisfied with some of Yi Tian's deeds, and most importantly, he and Miss were still friends, plus the layer of saving the young master. It could be too much stronger than that Su family's boy. Master wants Miss to marry that Su family's punk. This time Yi Long can't listen to you. Tianhai University, brewing for a night to win the championship, finally completely boiled in Tianhai. Really? One? It's not. Last night when I saw this news, I was so excited that I didn't sleep for half the night. Xuanwu University just got fucked over. Not only that, I heard that before the competition started, Yi Tian slapped Xuanwu's Taekwondo club president into the hospital. That's nothing. After the God of Man defeated Zhao Qian, the Bagua Palm sect was on board and sparred with the God of Man for dozens of moves. 8 trigrams Palm d'Or are on. Really fake. Male god so powerful? My goodness. I should have known that I would also go to the cheering group. So regretful. Cow. Strong invincible male god this is. 3 to 5 groups of Tianhai students were scattered all over the Tianhai campus. In front of the school gates, the cafeteria, the library, the dormitories, and other places, all of which were experiencing similar heated discussions. Ha. Good. Prof. Chen's office, seeing the hot topic of discussion in his student group, was very happy in his heart, just as he was last time when Yi Tian's K-Song show had a full slam of votes straight to the top 10. I didn't expect little Yi to really defeat Zhao Qian of Xuanwu, and at this point, he has made another great achievement for Tianhai University. At this time, the other professors in the office also walked in. Seeing Professor Chen's happy appearance, he asked curiously, "What happened to old Chen that made you so happy?" You guys don't know yet. Xiaoyu represented the school to participate in that National College Student Martial Arts Competition and won the first place. Our Tianhai defeated the 3 consecutive champion Xuanwu University. What? There is such a thing. Let me take a look. Hearing Prof. Chen's words, several other professors in the classroom all surrounded over with their eyes flashing brightly. Seeing this Prof. Chen smiled without saying a word. His heart was very pleased. A few hours later, an airplane slowly landed at Tianhai Airport from the sky, and a little later, Yi Tian appeared at the airport exit. Squeak squeak, just as Yi Tian had just appeared. It was a black van that appeared in front of Yi Tian. The door opened and a man in black wearing a suit spoke out. "Mr. Yi, our boss wants to see you." "Your boss? Who?" "Prince Xian is our boss's son. Our boss is Wang Ziyu." The henchman dressed in black followed Wang Ziyu's words and spoke out. "Well, Prince Xian's father is called Wang Ziyu. Then Wang Zetian is the younger brother of our boss? A bit interesting. Let's go." A foot stepped on the black van. That dry stance. Looking at the van in a few Wang Ziyu's beloved corners of the mouth a twitch. "Aren't you afraid that we'll be unfavorable to you?" The beloved one who had spoken out before couldn't help but ask curiously. "Just you guys." Sweeping a few people in the car. Then he no longer cared. The reason why he got on the car, it was because he didn't feel the slightest bit of hostility from these people, which was really a bit abnormal. If it is generally speaking, he has beaten Wang Ziyu's son and brother. It seems that this Wang Ziyu is an interesting character. A few words almost didn't let a few of Wang Ziyu's beloved ones suffocate their internal injuries, but thinking of the stature of this young man in front of him, he could only bear it silently for a while. About half an hour later, the abandoned factory in the suburbs, the car drove directly to the second floor. "Boss, They're here. More than 10 black-clothed men on the second floor. One of them, a believer, came forward and spoke to Wang Ziyu, who was sitting on a chair. Oh, hearing the words of his subordinate, Wang Ziyu, whose eyes were flashing with wise eyes, put down the information that he had people check in his hands through special channels and stood up from his chair with a deep sigh of relief. There was a clattering sound. The door of the car opened. Yi Tian came down from the van, and to his eyes, he saw the shrewd and capable Wang Ziyu and more than a dozen of his men beside him, which was quite a bit of a majestic atmosphere. Seeing the young man who was about the same age as his own son, Wang Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief, and with a wave of his right hand, immediately more than a dozen of his men from the second floor, as well as several of his beloved ones who had brought Yi Tian, surrounded Yi Tian in the field. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation, a total of more than 20 black-clothed men did their best to surround and attack with vicious wolves, only that there was absolutely no trace of hostility or killing aura on their bodies. Less than 2 minutes, more than 20 men covered the side of the face to the side. Wang Ziyu eyes flashed. As fast as lightning a foot toward Yi Tian split down. The same only moves without hostility. Bagua swimming dragon palm with Taiji push hands. A palm passed through Wang Ziyu's attack and came to his shoulder, slapping him backwards and flying out, as far as 3 or 4 meters away. Looking for me for something? Now say it. Chapter 43, Dramatic Change. Wang Ziyu's defection. Abandoned factory. Wang Ziyu staggered back and steadied his steps, and instead of being discouraged, his eyes blossomed with a ray of splendor. Sure enough, the news was right. This person's strength is unfathomable. Straight to the point. Yi Tian, in the future, I want to work for you. Wang Ziyu spoke solemnly about the decision he had long thought about. The 20 or so henchmen in the surroundings who were covering the side of their faces, each one of them brushed their eyes and stared at their boss, and the entire crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What had they heard? It was Yi Tian who froze for a moment. What was this guy's situation? But he hit his son Prince Xian, even more his own brother beaten into the hospital. Such a contrast is really out of everyone's expectations. Can do such a thing is not a little cute. The person who can do such a thing is not a cutie pie. Then there are ulterior motives. Obviously, this Wang Zetian couldn't be a little cutie. Doing something for me? Can you tell me why? Yi Tian looked at Wang Zetian with deep meaning, curious as to why this person would have such a thought, realizing that in a sense, they were considered enemies. Intuition. Wang Zetian was very confident and honest. I believe in my intuition, and likewise believe in my own vision. In the future, your achievements will be absolutely unlimited. So, I want to bet on a future for myself and my brothers. Then Wang Zetian talked about the matter between himself and the Qin family, as well as the embarrassing situation that the Taekwondo gym was facing nowadays, including this time's action against Yi Tian. Seeing that Yi Tian's face did not show the slightest movement, Wang Zetian clenched his teeth. Before this action, I investigated you and also thought about it for some days. No matter in terms of your mindset, pattern, disposition, and stature, you will be a very strong backer in the future. You are honest enough. It had to be said that Yi Tian was a bit moved. From Yi Linglong's words earlier, he could learn that the Yanjing Su family was very powerful. Although he wasn't afraid of it, there would always be some small troubles. If he can have his own forces, will be much better, and cultivate their own forces' reputation value accordingly, also have a very considerable harvest. 2 birds with 1 stone. Becoming a great man is not a small matter. It seems that you are a very courageous person. So, what do you mean? Hearing Yi Tian's compliment, Wang Ziyu actually felt flattered, his eyes staring expectantly. You are fortunate that your words have impressed me, I promise. Thinking of the prestige, value and benefits that Wang Ziyu would bring to himself over the next long period of time, Temperance smiled and nodded his head to agree down. Jokingly, he wasn't a little cutie. He wouldn't miss such a good thing. Just some drama was that Wang Ziyu, who was originally an enemy, had ghostly turned into his own henchman. Really? Great. Hearing Yi Tian's promise, Wang Ziyu's heart was screaming with excitement. His men didn't know Yi Tian's bottom, but he was very clear. Climbing up to this great god, their life would definitely be different in the future. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you call brother Tian? In the midst of his joy, Wang Ziyu turned cold as if he had changed his face and rebuked the 20 or so of his inner circle beside him. Tian, brother Tian. The many henchmen whose minds went blank. Where would they dare to rebel against their boss's words at this moment? And called out in unison out of their mouths. Brother Tian. Then if there is anything in the future, you can just command. Wang Ziyu, very skillful brother Tian, called out. Listening to Yi Tian, a burst of diaphragm. Brother Tian, this appellation you do not use. Just call me Tian Shao. Good, Tian Shao. Wang Zetian guffawed and agreed. To be honest, he felt also a little bit of bad taste. After all, His own son is not a few years older than him, or alumni. Seeing the incomparably skillful appearance of the boss, Wang Ziyu's group of juniors were full of confusion. They all began to doubt life. What were they all experiencing? They were afraid that they hadn't seen a fake boss, right? Before their boss, that was a look that made their legs tremble. How had there ever been such a gesture in front of them? Since you are working for me, I will also be responsible for you. Glancing at Wang Ziyu's confused many henchmen, his line of sight landed on Wang Ziyu. Your taekwondo gym is directly shut down. Go directly to set up a security company. Security company. Tian Xiao. But, money is it? Didn't wait for Wang Ziyu to finish. Yi Tian took out a bank card from his pocket. There are 5 million here. It's considered to be the startup capital to set up a security company. The follow-up is not enough to contact me again. This, Tian Xiao. Wang Ziyu trembled his hands, holding that bank card. 5 million and not even blinking. Tian Xiao. You are not afraid of me to roll up the money and run away? Surprised for a while, Wang Ziyu ignorantly said. The surrounding cadre of little brothers. At this moment, looking at this scene, the whole person directly silly. They die try several lifetimes cannot earn so much money. The heart of the impression of Yi Tian has undergone a sea change. Follow such a big brother? That their future should definitely take off. Run? Do you dare? Glancing at Wang Ziyu, he didn't take his words to heart at all. And hearing this, Wang Ziyu's heart was furious. Of course he didn't dare to run, or else he would definitely die a miserable death. A little while later, take care Tian Xiao. Greetings brother Tian. Wang Ziyu and a cadre of henchmen looked at the departing van, respectfully sending off with a good attitude. Boss, there's really $5 million? Until there wasn't a trace of sound. A heartthrob with a scarlet slap mark on the side of his face came over to Wang Ziyu's side and swallowed his saliva with emotion. Slap. Wang Ziyu directly slapped the back of that beloved's head. Are you questioning Tian Xiao? This amount of money is a lot for ordinary people, but it's not that much for Tian Xiao at all. Are you all puzzled by my decision and feel that it's abrupt? Seeing the appearance of his men, Wang Ziyu looked at the direction where Yi Tian disappeared and pontificated. Don't say no, but in the near future, I believe that all of our lives will be different because of Tian Xiao. Wang Ziyu then spoke the news he had found out about Yi Tian to the men beside him. Do you guys know the background of the singing diva Yi Linglong? Singing diva Yi Linglong. Is this matter related to Yi Tian? Oh bu. Is Tian Xiao related? A heartthrob was confused when he heard his boss's words and asked. Of course, the people who know about this matter is not more than the number of hands. I also happened to learn by chance once opportunity. The singing diva Yi Linglong, in fact, is the Yan Jingyi family's eldest young lady, and Tian Xiao will most likely become the son-in-law of the Yi family in the future. What? Boss? You? What are you saying? Tian Xiao, he will become the son-in-law of the Yi family in the future. Yan Jingyi family? Who does not know who does not know? That is slightly in action the whole Yanjing to shake the existence, and their days young even. In the near future will become the son-in-law of the Yi family. Chapter 44. Do you guys still hold a grudge against Yi Tian? Old. Boss? Really? Wang Ziyu's cadre of henchmen. When they heard this, it was as if a thunderbolt struck down on their minds. Roaring loudly, 12 trillion brain cells were all insufficient. Of course it's true. You guys still remember the day of Tian Xiao's karaoke show, right? I got reliable information that the night before, Tian Xiao brought the singing diva back home. Wang Ziyu uttered his biggest bottom line of absolutely following Yi Tian. Obviously if he didn't have something hard, he wouldn't gamble the rest of his life as well as that of his brethren on it. Hiss. Holy shit. Doesn't that mean that Yan Jingyi family's eldest young lady, singing diva Yi Linglong, is already Tian Xiao's woman? Shocked. Completely and utterly shocked. At this moment, Wang Zetian's group of henchmen, the waves between their hearts were like the water of the Yellow River stretching on, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control. Meow. They're Tian Xiao. This is too powerful. Yan Jingyi family's eldest miss has become his woman. No wonder. No wonder Yi Linglong, the diva of the singing world, placed the first stop of her concert tour not elsewhere but in their Tianhai, so this was directed at their Tian Xiao. Awesome. Hang the sky. At this moment, Yi Tian's image in their hearts directly rose to an unattainable level. A quarter of an hour later, the hotel where Yi Linglong resided. Yi Tian curved up an arc and stepped into the hotel, lightly walking towards the room where Yi Linglong was, with the ding-dong doorbell. Lest the hotel room door opened. Why did you come? Seeing Yi Tian, Yi Linglong was startled and hurriedly pulled him into the room, afraid of being seen by Lily. If that happened, things would be a big deal. Of course it's to help you lose 3 days. The next thing that happened was what should have happened, and this time also incomparably true to Wang Ziyu's words. the son-in-law of the Yin Jingyi family, and of course Yi Tian knew nothing about this. Wang Ziyu left from the countryside, went straight to the hospital intensive care unit. Today can be said to be double happiness. Not only evening the day less this thigh, the son is also discharged today. Soon, Wang Ziyu rare happy to come to his son's ward, but just arrived at the door of the ward. He heard Prince Xian is plotting to teach Yi Tian a good lesson. Boom sound. The door of the intensive care wardroom was directly pushed open by a violent force. Pavilion master. Old. Boss. Get out. Wang Ziyu, whose anger was soaring, looked about to explode, frightening the hearts of a group of henchmen, fleeing for their lives as if they were running out, closing the door to the intensive care wardroom. What happened? The boss gave birth to such a big atmosphere. Yes, I've never seen the boss so angry. Zi Xian won't be in trouble. What can happen? Zi Xian is the boss's. Pa! Before the heated discussion outside ended, there was an incomparably crisp sound coming out of the ward from which everyone's mouth corners were drawn. The boss is really angry. Asshole kid, come here for me. With a loud voice, the door of the room opens, gloomy Wang Ziyu toward another intensive care ward, followed by the side of the face swollen high, in the eyes of the incredulous Wang Zixuan. Such a scene. See Wang Ziyu's men in the hospital, eyes wildly jumping more than. This is the first time they see the boss so hard to beat their own son. This, exactly what happened. A little bit. The intensive care ward where Wang Zetian was, Wang Ziyu had a gloomy face and brought the stagnant-looking Wang Zixuan to the ward. Big brother, Zi Xian, you guys came. What's going on here? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Wang Zetian's heart was shaken. He sat up from the hospital bed after his injuries had healed a bit and spoke nervously. Close the door, commanding a merciless tone. Listening to Prince Xian's body trembled. The atmosphere did not dare to take a breath and immediately closed the door of the intensive care ward. Big brother, what exactly happened? Never seen you like this before. After Wang Zetian finished speaking, Wang Ziyu didn't say anything. The ward instead fell into a deathly silence. Prince Xian could hear even his own breathing. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. After it lasted for more than 10 seconds, Wang Ziyu spoke in a deep voice. Are you guys still holding a grudge against Yi Tian? Yi Tian? Hearing this word, Wang Zetian's sternum couldn't help but feel a vague pain. Yes, that's right. I hate him. Prince Xian stared at his father, Wang Zetian, with glaring eyes. This was the first time he had ever looked directly at his father. Very well. From today onwards, I don't care if you use any method. Exterminate all your hatred from your heart, from your mind. What? Impossible. Big brother. This, exactly what happened. Hearing Zhang's words of command, Prince Xian, Wang Zetian and the two of them were all confused. They knew their father's, brother's, temper too well. What did happen? And it's a big matter that will make us sore for the Wang family in the future. This matter has something to do with Yi Tian. Wang Zetian seemed to realize something, his hands grasping the bedding in a near spasm. It's not related to him, but in the future, we all have to work for Yi Tian, and for that reason, I have already broken with Qin Sudong. Wang Ziyu did not hide his brother and son, because he understood very well that in order to make the two of them let go of the hatred and obsession in their hearts, he had to make them understand the importance of this matter. Big brother, Wang Zetian was in complete disbelief of what he had heard. As for Prince Xian, he even felt like the sky had collapsed in his world. In his impression, his father was always so steady, never like this today. He saw from his father's eyes that his father panicked. You guys probably should have guessed it as well. Yes, Yi Tian is not simple. Although he is an orphan, in the near future he will be son-in-law of the Yin Jingyi family. Yin Jing, Yi family, two words that were like a bolt from the blue shook the two of them in their minds. And then Wang Ziyu once again gave the two of them a repeat of what he had said in the abandoned factory. The singing diva Yi Linglong is Yin Jingyi family's eldest miss, and has become Yi Tian's woman. Hearing this, Wang Zetian and Prince Xian, two people, then realized why for Wang Ziyu so solemn. Yin Jingyi family, that is. At this moment, all the hatred of the two people, all washed away by this news, especially Prince Xian. No wonder Yi Tian, even Tianhai schoolgirl Lin Mengyao hitching a ride. Compared to the Yin Jingyi family, the Tianhai small Wang family counts for nothing. Also, from today onwards, you are not allowed to address Yi Tian anymore. No matter when or where you are, you must call Tian Shao. Phew, got it, big brother. Relieved, Wang Zetian spread his hands out, where in his heart there was still half a bit of hatred at this moment. Yes, father. Chapter 45, Idol. Can you sign this for me? Asshole. Wang Ziyu. Good. Very good. You've really got hardened wings. Daring to break with me? I'll clean you up when I've hitched a ride with the Su family. Qin Su Ming learned that Wang Ziyu unilaterally broke with himself. His lungs exploded with anger. He had given Wang Ziyu a lot of benefits over the years. Now he even wanted to break with himself. He was afraid that he didn't know the power of their Qin family in Tianhai. Really think I can't clean up that Yi Tian without you? Qin Su Ming snorted coldly. Isn't that kid able to fight? Qin Chuan, bring someone to break both of his legs for me. I want him to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Yes. The order was given. The man beside him, who had an expressionless face and eyes that flashed with ruthlessness, answered and turned around to make arrangements, while Qin Xinghe, who heard these words, curved the corner of his mouth into an arc. With Qin Chuan's hand, that brat was dead. Yell, Xiao Yi is back. Congratulations on winning the college martial arts competition. Xiao Yi has gotten good. He can write and fight. Whoever's girl child marries him will be too happy. Xiao Yi, my cousin's family has a watery girl, 18 years old. Why don't auntie introduce you? Along the way, the residents of the neighborhood chattered. Due to one of Yi Tian's appearances, the Rose neighborhood and even the Clearwater Bay on the side were creating quite a stir. Time flew by, and nightfall quickly descended. Yi Tian, as well as Ming Xian and his diehard family, came to the Tianhai Stadium together. After parking the car, he saw that at this moment, the entrance in front of the pressurized piece, as far as the eye could see, was full of heads. The line was at least hundreds of meters. Everyone, this is the VIP entrance. To enter, please line up at the main entrance. Ming Xian, who had long ago figured out the entrance method, took the lead and walked at the front. And when he arrived at the VIP entrance, two doormen wearing red uniforms stopped Ming Xian. Seeing this, Ming Xian dejectedly took out the black gold card from his pocket. Can I go in now? Ladies and gentlemen, please. Checking to confirm that the black and gold card was correct. The two doormen's scared little legs and stomachs went soft and almost didn't stand still. Their brains dipped out in fine beads of sweat, and their attitudes made a 180-degree turnaround from before. The two families in Yi Tian entered the stadium under the trepidation of the two doormen. Little Yi, thanks to you, I didn't expect the black gold card to be so good. Ming Xian's deadbeat father was filled with emotion. That's Ming Xian's deadbeat listened to his dad's emotion and arrogantly puffed out his chest like the black gold card was his. Outside the stadium, the spectators in line were not happy. Hey, why can those people get in through there and we can't? A spectator asked the staff with a very unconvincing spit. Where did you say? The staff looked at the youth. Hard a smile to explain said, that side is the VIP channel. Must hold a VIP card or black gold card people can pass. There are also specialized staff inside to guide it. Not the same specifications of the ticket. Of course, the treatment is not the same. VIP card I know, about 5,000 apiece, and sold out very little. But what is that black gold card? Another audience member curiously asked the staff. Speaking of black gold cards, to be honest, like the singing diva, from her debut it said that she only gave away less than 10 of them. The internet says that tens of thousands of dollars can be bought, but in fact, they won't be sold at all. I go, if 5,000 apiece, then a line of 7 people, is not 35,000,000. Most importantly, the 7 of them are obviously all the way. I'd love to know how they bought 7 VIP tickets. Yeah, I almost didn't get a single general admission ticket. Gentlemen, ladies, this way please. Miss Linglong has already instructed that you are today's honored guests. Just after arriving inside the arena, there was a watery little beauty guiding a few people to a private room on the second floor. From start to finish, Ming Xian and his nemesis were looking straight at the young lady. It was the father of the two who couldn't help but look a few more times. Ladies and gentlemen, any requests you have can come to me. The sweet voice came out like a lark. Uncles and aunts, you guys watch here. I'll go to the backstage to get ready with that. He turned around and walked in the direction of the backstage under the lead of the little beauty. Little Yi, what is he? Auntie Li was slightly stunned when she heard Yi Tian's words. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. Goddess Linglong invited Brother Tian to be the supporting guest and also has a song to sing. What? Today Xiao Yi is also going to sing. That. Idol. Can you help me sign an autograph? The temperamental little beauty, who was 5 centimeters shorter than Yi Tian, guided. From her pocket, carefully took out a picture of Yi Tian, which she had found with great difficulty. Super love your song, please man god. Blinking her killing Wang Quan beauty eyes, she had to say that this girl's looks were genuinely good. But of course it was still a few points worse than Yi Linglong. Of course, such a high-quality fan wanted an autograph. So he smoothly signed his big name, handed it over to the girl, and then came to Yi Tian's lounge. Boo! A slapdash. Not yet waiting for Yi Tian to return to that high-quality beautiful fan. Small chirp a bite, de fast running away. Male god, cheer up. Not long after coming to the lounge, with a creak, the lounge room door was pushed open. Yi Linglong's bestie Lily came to the lounge. Yi Tian, you're here. long time no see. Yi Tian smiled and greeted Lily when he saw her. I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, Linglong and I wouldn't have dared to take such a risk to open a concert. I didn't expect Linglong to give you the black gold card. It seems that your relationship has eased quite a bit. Should I tell her about the songwriting? Lily, as Yi Linglong's BFF and assistant, of course she knew where that black gold card went, and suggested, better not, just wait for the right opportunity for me to tell her. After saying a few words, Yi Tian took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Right, this is the song I'm going to sing today. Please give him to the vocal teacher. Good, but, thank you anyway, for writing the song for Linglong. Thanks. Receiving the flash drive, Lily sincerely thanked her and took the flash drive before leaving the lounge. Wow, finally in. The gym is so big, the view is good. That's right, it's rumored that this place can hold 50,000 to 60,000 people. Goddess Linglong's first concert this year, and there are many mysterious guests. It's going to be super exciting today. I just don't know if Goddess Linglong has any new songs. The live audience chattered and spat. Time passed by, soon changed into a host costume of Lily, from the backstage to the stage. In order to Yi Linglong's re-emergence, Lily is also a spell. Wow, the host of today's concert is so beautiful. Some stars are not as pretty as her. What's her name? I know. Her name is Lily. She's Goddess Linglong's best friend and assistant. I've seen her online. That's good. Goddess Lily is a top gold medal agent. Many singers have caught fire from under her hands. In order to create an atmosphere and mobilize the scene, Lily made her first appearance as a host, and as soon as she appeared, as expected, the effect was unexpectedly great. Welcome all the guests. All the friends come to attend the first concert of the singing diva, Goddess Linglong. I believe some of you know me. I'm a music agent and also Linglong's BFF. Let's have a wonderful night today. Here we have a new song from Goddess Linglong, The Rest of My Life Afterward. Chapter 46, For the Rest of My Life, I'll Have You. New song? The moment Lily said this, the audience of more than 50,000 to 60,000 on the scene, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but raise their spirits. Linglong Goddess's new song. This is an extraordinary big thing. Singing diva. It can be said that this is the first new song this year. The scene of 50,000 to 60,000 loyal fans. At the moment the excitement of the mood beyond words. Goddess Linglong has finally released a new song. Yes, it's so hard. Before the netizens had rumors that the goddess couldn't come out with a new song. Humph, this is a slap in the face. Thousand dagger internet spammers. Now let's see how they can still discredit our goddess. Goddess, go for it. We support you. Before the new song even started, the fans at the scene had already started cheering for their super favorite Linglong goddess. In the middle of the warm atmosphere of the scene, the stage focused. A white princess dress full of beauty Yi Linglong, confident temperament appeared on the stage. The whole field brushed into silence. The microphone is attached to the side of the mouth. Pleasant and soulful unique voice, along with the accompaniment dazzle out. Find the sun where there's no wind. Where you're cold, you're warm. The people are all over the place. You're always too naive. For the rest of my life, I only want you. Yi Linglong immersed in the closed eyes, dripping singing this song do not know how many times sung. Familiar cannot be familiar with the music. Somehow, at this moment quietly appeared in the mind of that guy Yi Tian, Goddess's unique voice. From the stage through the central sound transmission in the entire arena. Sound wave rebound, dazzling in the ears of tens of thousands of viewers. Sweet tone, attracted the crowd reverie. Is this the new song of the singing diva? It's so beautiful. Box, Auntie Li listening to the song rising in the ears, cannot help but think of what Ming Xian's father, their own old companion, two people in the past, all sorts of things. Their first college acquaintance, the first date, the first time to watch a movie. The corner of the mouth cannot help but hang up a touch of happiness arc. Ming Xian deadbeat parents. The two looked at each other, hands crossed and held together, quietly wandering in the sea of memory. Similar scene appeared in the tens of thousands of viewers in every corner. Between couples, old partners, hold each other's palms, snuggle up to each other. The mind play a movie like floating in their other half of all kinds of. Here under the stage Lily. For some reason when she heard this song, what came to her mind was Yi Tian silently writing a song for her best friend. And it seems that the person who was looking for the sun for her best friend in this song and doing the warming of the sun has turned into Yi Tian. For the rest of my life, the wind and snow are you. Blandness is you. Poverty is you. Glory is you. The tenderness of your heart is you. Wherever you look, is also you. Unable to help it, Yi Linglong thought of her own deep-rooted situation. and thought of herself and Yi Tian coping with the trials and tribulations from the family and the Su family together, living a variety of either uneventful or glorious lives. The soothing, trickling vocals seemed to transform into a mischievous elf dancing in the tips of the hearts of the many audience members, each note tugging at their souls. The sensational is happiness, plain and simple is also happiness. Time is like water, always speechless. If you are well, is a sunny day. Yes, in today's fast-paced life, they keep working every day, keep making money, keep working overtime, stay up late, brush the microblogging, video, watching mobile games, but ignored the most important thing. The most distant distance in the world is not the distance between life and death, but I am standing in front of you, and you just focus on looking at the phone, out of the blue. The numerous viewers to understand. The original has been they missed too much. Old partner, old man, audience seats, a pair of old people listening to the singing divas singing. Tears do not know when is filled the entire eyes. Decades of love, decades of together. They have suffered, shed tears, happy, but also sad. Looking back at the past, the two looked at each other, curved up a touch of envy of the happy arc. Time does not age. We do not break up. This pair of happy old man so. Ming Xian's parents so. Ming Xian diehard parents is also so. The field at the moment a pair of couples, lovers, also. So, I want to take you to see a clear sky. I want to tell you out loud that I'm obsessed with you. The past is in a hurry. You'll always be touched. On top of the stage, Yi Linglong sang herself deeply. Teardrops could not help but fall from the corner of her eyes. Her voice became a little trembling, and it was at this moment that the song was sublimated to another level. Even if the background of the Yi Tian are for a stunned, this girl moved herself. Woo woo, the lyrics are so beautiful, too beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Whoa, Goddess Linglong is too bad, making people cry again. The picture is so beautiful. It's as if I saw my first love, and also my wife and I's first time one after another. Goddess Linglong, worthy of being a singing diva. This strength is even better than before. Tens of thousands of spectators in the arena. I don't know how many people were touched, and how many happy teardrops rolled down naughtily from the corners of their eyes, and how many couples as well as lovers snuggled up with each other, enjoying the time that belonged only to them. That guy. This song, surprisingly, it was interpreted by Linglong to such an extent, wiping dry her tears. Lily, at this moment, was incomparably desperate to have her best friend and Yi Tian together. This song could do so. It was completely the perfect combination of the two people's work of the world. At this moment, Lily thought a lot. Thought of her best friend's father. Thought of the Su family of that loser. Thought of Yi Tian to participate in the K-song show. Thought of Yi Tian did not even think about it directly agreed. And made 5 classic works in a row. Touched inexplicably touched. Suddenly, Lily is so envious and jealous of her own girlfriends. If she can meet a Yi Tian in the future to protect her boy, she swears that she will defy all odds. A lifetime? No, 3 lifetimes and that boy in the white head to old age. Mutual love. Decades later, sitting together on the park bench, looking at the sky golden sunset. It must be particularly special happiness. Chapter 47 New Talent in the Song World. Yi Tian appears on the stage. A little bit. The song ended. People were silent. Yi Linglong's eyes, 2 crystal teardrops fell. Surprisingly cried. For the first time, Yi Linglong did not expect that she would be touched by the song she sang involuntarily. Thinking about the scene that just surfaced in her mind with Yi Tian, her pretty face could not help but swoon a little. Ow, diva. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the audience at the scene in 1 row, 3 rows, 5 rows all stood up excitedly, howling at the top of their voices. The sound of cheering even pierced through the air, impacting the top of the Tianhai Stadium as if it was going to break through the top. Tens of thousands of audiences boiling shouts, like a tidal wave, worthy of being a singing diva. So good. Linglong goddess, I love you. I'm your forever fan. Oh, a diva is a diva. This level throws off at least 300 streets of certain singers at the moment. If this song doesn't catch fire, I'll rip my head off and kick it as a ball. Now I want to see who else dares to spit on my Linglong goddess. I'll be the first to not spare him. Bring me my 40-meter long machete. I want to guard the goddess. Brothers, calm down. Don't show off, leave the opportunity for others. Lily looked at the boiling field. Excited teardrops were streaming down her face, puffing out a laugh. How long has it been? A full 2 years. All the pressure, the crisis, finally got rid of it. In these 2 years, no one knows how she and her best friend Linglong came over. On the connections, the whole dragon country can exceed her only a few hands. But, so what? watching her best friend's reputation fall day by day, and she can do nothing about it. These years she has looked for countless lyricists and composers. Good songs or not, no. Just can let her best friend sit firmly in the diva, and to the next level. Not to mention one half of No. Yi Tian is definitely the most important person in the world. Yi Tian is definitely the most important person in his girlfriend's life. If he can really get together with his girlfriend in the future, he will be very happy. Today Yi Tian has another song. I'm looking forward to it, Lily murmured in a small voice. A pair of beautiful eyes once again fell towards the stage. With excitement and anticipation in her heart, the VIP seats on the stage. The first row. Old Rong, does Yi Linglong have any ideas for this song? Chen Wanli of the Fighting Shark music platform looked at the stage and said with a smile to Rong Changha, the editor-in-chief of the K-Song platform. That goes without saying. You too, why don't we work together again? Zhao Jichang of Thousand music platform looked at the two people beside him. Yi Linglong's new song was such a big piece of cake, he knew that it would be difficult for either of them to eat it. I think it's fine, the old fox Rong Changha said with a laugh. Having had a previous cooperation, having another one is of course even more problematic. I say, old Rong, when will the exclusive rights of those 3 songs of Yi Tian be distributed to us? Chen Wanli sipped his tea and said with a smile to Rong Changha beside him. If it was before he wouldn't have asked so, but now their relationship was different. One family is certainly very good, but then with all the music platform as the enemy, they will be very tired. After the last Yi Tian's pattern of enlightenment, they have remeasured their respective relationship with each other before. After the last time, they had remeasured their previous relationship with each other. If they could reach their height, they certainly understood the reasoning of learning by example. Yi Tian could, and Yi Linglong could of course do the same. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Rong Changha's trio glanced at each other. The 3 old foxes were obviously satisfied with the result. In the box, Ming Xian, as well as his deadbeat mom and dad, were teary-eyed, their emotions gradually sobering up from their sweet memories. Hey, Dad, Mom, didn't come for nothing. Ming Xian winked at his dad, his snarky meaning completely undisguised. Go. Looking for a fight, right? Auntie Li saw her son, snickering at herself and her old partner's eyes, her rare face slightly haloed, glaring at her own son Ming Xian. That Yi Linglong sings truly well. Yeah, this song is so much better than the songs on the internet nowadays. Ming Xian's deadbeat parents, glancing at each other with affection, were obviously also captured by Yi Linglong's rendition of the song The Rest of Your Life Afterward. The first song is so good, the next must be even better. Yeah, it's rumored that there are a lot of guests who are just like little Yi today, and they're all super famous. It seems like Yi Linglong and the director's team are well prepared for this concert. I don't know what song little Yi will sing today. Looking forward to it. Then Yi Linglong sang a few good classic famous songs, during which from time to time there is a heavyweight guest on stage to sing. Every time led to the field of a cheering. To know, this time to be invited by Yi Linglong, that at least are first-class singers, and even there are Hall of Fame singers. This lineup can be described as a feast in the music world. One song after another. The atmosphere of the scene was baked to one height after another, and the tens of thousands of viewers in the venue were listening to it with great interest. Deep in it, unable to stop. Time passes. Finally, as the identity of the host Lily ascended to the stage, slightly relieved, looked at the field of tens of thousands of audience. The following will be on the guest of honor. Is a Singing World's Rookie debut K-Song show. Is to obtain the results of the number of slam votes, but also through the K-Song show top 10. Tens of thousands of people on the scene, hearing Lily's introduction. A name couldn't help but appear in their mind. Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian is just a singing rookie, but its achievements are far more than that. Is so close to the scene can say that many viewers have Yi Tian songs in their cell phones. Is it? Goddess Linglong invited the musical talent Yi Tian as well. You guys guessed well. The next one will be on the stage is, with the music talent known as the Singing World Rookie, Yi Tian. Chapter 48, Father's Love is Like a Mountain. Emotions are fourfold. New talent in the singing world. Yi Tian. As soon as Lily said this, the eyes of the many spectators, who were already full of anticipation, blossomed with a bright aura. Yi Tian. Surprisingly, it's Yi Tian. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming. Goddess Linglong invited Yi Tian here. Yes, God Yi Tian's Love is Not an Option is so good. I didn't expect to see God Yi Tian tonight. It's been rumored online that Yi Tian is super handsome, and today I can finally get a glimpse of his real face. A rookie singer. Not a rookie, but a mudslide. That's right, the God's 3 songs have exploded. Now you can hear God Yi Tian's singing voice when you walk on the street. Looking at the hotly debated scene, Lily of course knew what this meant, although Yi Tian was only a newcomer in the singing world. Some people were destined to be born extraordinary, and obviously, Yi Tian was one of these people. As a top music gold medal agent, Lily's experience was so much, and the number of people with musical talent she had seen was like whales crossing the river, which was countless. Even if there weren't 10,000, there were 8,000, and like Yi Tian, he was the only one who was proficient in lyrics, songwriting and singing. In the entire music industry, there was no one else. The world's most beautiful face revealed a touch of charming arc. Next, please invite Yi Tian, a new talent in the singing world, to sing a song called Father for us. Father? At these words, Ming Xian and his diehard friends in the box subconsciously looked at their own fathers beside them, while many of the audience at the scene also looked at their fathers beside them, and some of them had their father's appearance floating in their minds. A nameless emotion, since and deep inside the heart welled up. A father's love is like a mountain. Yes, this word is the audience's mind appeared the most a word. The audience flashed one word after another about the father's words. The stage lights focus. Prince Charming Yi Tian appeared on the stage. But it is a heavy emotion. Let people unconsciously reminiscent of the song that will be sung. Low, slightly hoarse, heavy voice dazzled the opening. I always ask you for things, but I never say thank you. Until I grew up, I didn't realize how hard it was for you. Every time I leave, I pretend to be relaxed, smile and say go home, then turn around and cry. I wish I could hold your warm hand like before, but you're not with me, so I'm asking the wind to bring me good health. The slightly trembling voice, the first note penetrated the air and instantly went straight to the bottom of all the audience's hearts, touching the emotion that had been well hidden by all of them. The box Ming Xian and the dead party trembled, so for a moment they have a kind of wanna cry impulse. Not only Ming Xian, two people's parents, all the audience at this moment. This situation are thinking of their own father. Thought of the childhood has been asking for, but never said a thank you. Take everything for granted, as they grow up. Experienced the sweet and sour, as a father and mother, only to suddenly realize, the father is very difficult. Everyone's mind, the thought of working part-time separation of the father easily waved goodbye, smiled and let you go back, but turned around but has been in tears. The father's love is as heavy as a mountain. At the moment it is like a million tons of boulders pressed in the bottom of the heart of the crowd, so that people choked for a while. The world says that the mother's love is selfless and great, but how many people can understand the depth of the father's love and where it is weaker than the mother's love on a trace? Yi Linglong as well as Lily, two people are all shaken, especially Lily, a pair of eyes full of all shock. This guy composed another extraordinary song. Even Yi Linglong, who was very hostile to her father, at this moment, her eyes are a little sour. In addition to this forced marriage, how could her father not be so in the past? Time is like water, always speechless. Father's love is actually this. In the entire stadium field, there was a dead silence. Only Yi Tian's voice rose in the air, lingering around everyone's ears, turning into a substantial sound wave, stirring the mind and soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 666. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 666. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 666. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 666. Looking at the high-quality prestige value, Yi Tian's mouth arched, sublimating this song father to new heights once again. And in the meantime, Yi Tian's mind was also floating to the father that he had never met before. That, time, slow down. Don't let you get old again. I'd like to use everything I have in exchange for you to stay for a long time. Strong father, what can I do for you? It's a small gesture. Take it. Thank you for everything you've done to keep our family together. Always give me the best of what you have. Am I your pride and joy? Do you still worry about me? The child you cared for has grown up. The simmering emotions erupted, and the hearts and souls of the countless spectators in the arena began to tremble and quake with their scalps as if they had been plucked by the strings of a piano. Ooh, pa! In the middle of the box, Ming Xian and his diehard friends could no longer suppress their teardrops and emotions, and as soon as they jumped onto their not-so-broad shoulders, but it was their warmest, safest harbor. Ming Xian, son. Ming Xian and the father of the two diehard friends, open hands, embraced from childhood, did not have too much conversation, but also did not have too much expression of emotion. Son. The corner of the eye flowed down the happy, excited tears. Men have tears, just not to the depths of love. Yi Tian's song father, as if communicating the bridge of emotion between father and son, making the father and son break through the layer of reserved window paper. Ming Xian and diehard party to that person's mother, at this moment had already cried into tears. They likewise thought of their own husbands, for the sake of the family and children, far away to work in a foreign country, desperately working overtime, staying up all night, just to let themselves and their children to live a better life. The next moment, the two are also embraced their husbands and sons. The box cried into a ball, and in the box outside, that before asking for a business card of the little beauty. At this moment is also Pearly Rain, crying teardrops, thinking of their own has been over 50 years old father. This side of the box is so. The entire field of tens of thousands of people are likewise so. They are completely moved by the song. Completely moved. The three editors-in-chief of the VIP seats were also teary-eyed, thinking of their old fathers at home with gray hair and wrinkles, and couldn't help but shed teardrops. Trees want to be quiet but the wind does not stop. The sun wants to raise but the parent is not waiting. This sentence everyone knows. Everyone understands. But when you really lose, only know what this sentence really means to you. Chapter 49, That Kid is Quite Cunning. The song ended. More than tens of thousands of viewers. Their eyes were moist and their emotions were inexplicable. The touch of a song called Father was just too big and too great for them. Oh, Dad, I'll never make you angry again. Yi Tian, this song. It's so sensational. I can't believe this is sung by a singing rookie. Awesome. This song is no less than the previous three. The impact is even a bit greater than those three. God. This is the singer who really sings from the heart. Now those singers are far worse than God. Yi Tian. Awesome. Too awesome. I've decided that in the future Yi Tian will be my lifelong idol. More. How many years? I seem to see my father's figure again. Father, miss you. Worth it. Today this 2000 a ticket is so worth it. Worthy of being Goddess Linglong's concert. The goddesses afterwards there's you sings the hearts of husband and wife lovers, while the God song Father sings what countless children want to say to their parents. Idols, Goddess Linglong and Man God Yi Tian are our true idols worthy of worship. In the middle of the box, the mother's eyelashes of Ming Xian and the two diehards were still dotted with crystallized teardrops above them. Good, good. Xiao Yi sang so well. Auntie Li's heart was very happy and proud. Not just everyone in her box. The song was too good. It was fantastic. Yes, I really didn't expect Xiao Yi to be able to interpret a father's love to such an extent. Ming Xian, you too must learn from Xiao Ye. If you can be 1/10 as good as Xiao Ye in the future, we'll be satisfied. Ming Xian's father, looking at the radiant Yi Tian on the stage, spoke in a heartfelt manner to the two children in the box. Dad, I know. Don't worry. Uncle. The eyes of Ming Xian and the two diehards looking at Yi Tian on the stage were filled with nothing but admiration and fervor. This was their brother Tian, their idol. Excited, exuberant, proud. All sorts of emotions surged in their hearts. The feelings of this moment they could not forget for the rest of their lives. Outside the box the temperament of the little beauty to guide. Brahmian teardrops dotted on the flickering big eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes staring straight at the idol that makes him incomparably worshipped. Male God. So powerful. Worthy of being his own male God. Let me know that the original father is so important in my heart. I must go back to properly accompany my father. I don't want to regret it. Male God, cheer up. I will always support you silently. The temperament little beauty guide clenched her pink fist tightly. Of course she knew that she was not worthy of her idol. But looking at her idol from afar like this, she was already satisfied. She only hoped that the male god would get better and better and be able to sing more influential songs. The Rome Changhua trio in the VIP seats were also waking up from the shock one after another. What a powerful infectious ability. This song Father is in no way inferior to Yi Linglong's The Rest of My Life Afterward. The first song at the beginning of the concert. Chen Wanli was the first one to voice out. His heart was so excited and exuberant, because Yi Tian had a new song again, and it was still comparable to that of the singing diva. That's not true. Just now I thought of my aging father at home, and suddenly realized that I'm very unfilial. Zhao Jiqiang's eyes were full of guilt and self-reproach. Over the years his career was flourishing. Only his father's age was getting older and his body was getting worse day by day. It seems that Yi Tian has taught all of us a lesson that parents will eventually grow old one day. Rong Changhua was similarly filled with feelings. Hearts are made of flesh. After a while, after signing the contract with Yi Linglong, I will go back to accompany my father. Me too. The three great editors-in-chief reached a consensus on this point, and at this time, backstage in the lounge. You wrote another new song. The singing is so great. What are you doing? This is a backstage lounge. Before Yi Linglong could say anything, she saw Yi Tian start to be dishonest. Don't worry, I've already locked the door. With a full house moved, and many singers singing in turn, the first leg of the Tianhai Parade concert lasted for 3 hours and finally came to an end. In the backstage lounge, Yi Tian left the lounge in a calm and relaxed manner, and not long after, Yi Linglong also walked out from inside. Just in time to run into the three editors-in-chief who had come. Subconsciously, her beautiful eyes glanced at Yi Tian who had just left in a few minutes, and when she saw that she had long since disappeared, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ms. Yi, congratulations, Another new work. Same congratulations. The three of you came for the rest of your life afterward, right? Seeing Rong Changha's trio, Yi Linglong opened the door and said, "Not bad, Miss Yi. Our three major platforms intend to sign exclusive musician copyrights with Miss Yi. I don't know what Miss Yi thinks." Zhao Jiqiang thought about the old man at home and went straight to the point rather directly. Three major platforms? Exclusive musician copyright? Listening to Zhao Jiqiang's words, for a moment Yi Linglong failed to react. It's like this Ms. Yi. Chen Wanli blankly eyed Zhao Jiqiang and explained in detail. "We know that with Miss Yi's status, each of us are not capable of signing Miss Yi, so we used the same signing method as Yi Tian, intending for us three parties to sign Miss Yi's exclusive musician copyright." "Yes, Miss Yi. That means as long as we sign the exclusive musician copyright, all of Miss Yi's songs in the future will be publicized, promoted and packaged by our three parties. And of course each of our platforms will be giving Miss Yi $10 million per year, for a total of $30 million in signing fees." The three of them looked at each other and Rong Changha added, "Oh, Yi Tian signed this kind of contract with your three major platforms as well?" Listening to the trio's explanation, Yi Linglong somewhat understood. No wonder Yi Kid's three songs sold so well. They were almost catching up to herself. A singing rookie, catching up with his own singing diva. What kind of concept was this? Although there was no denying that Yi Tian's songs were indeed very good in this type of signing undoubtedly also played a crucial role. Of course, it's a shame to say that this new type of signing method was still proposed by Yi Tian. Chen Wanli's old face reddened and he said with some embarrassment, "Can't tell. That kid is quite cunning." "Miss Yi, what did you say?" Seeing Yi Linglong murmuring, the three of them, Rong Changha, came out and asked tentatively. "Nothing. Since it's beneficial to both sides, sign it." "I agree. Maximizing the benefits. How could Yi Linglong miss such a good thing?" And it just so happened that by taking advantage of this momentum, her position as a singing diva would also sit more securely, and she could even step forward. Ms. Yi is painfully honest. Then happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three main editors left the backstage lounge and returned to their respective homes at the first opportunity, ready to properly accompany their fathers. As for the rest of the matters, they left it to their assistants. Ding dong. Not long after sending off the three main editors, Yi Linglong's cell phone received a message from her best friend. "Linglong, familiarize yourself with these two songs. Next stop Yanjing concert. Sing these two new songs. Chapter 50, after today. This kid will be useless." "Two songs?" Suspicious Yi Linglong slightly frowned her eyebrows, clicked on the two photos, and what was reflected in her beautiful eyes were the two new songs, "Remembering" and "One Cut Plum." Out of her trust in her bosom friend, Yi Linglong dismissed the distractions along with the music score and sang softly and lowly. And this singing, Yi Linglong's Wangquan eyes blossomed with an incredible essence. These two songs? How? Surprised, too surprised. These two songs were not too familiar yet, but the first feeling was exactly the same as when she first saw the song "The Rest of My Life Afterward." Because of this, she was so surprised. The previous her hadn't come across even one new song like this for 2 years in a row. And this was only how long ago? Less than half a month in a row. 3 songs had appeared. Quickly, Yi Linglong once again dialed her best friend's phone, wanting to ask about the origin of these two new songs, but Lily's answer was the same as last time, that it was made by a hermit. However, this time, Yi Linglong obviously did not let Lily off easily, and finally after learning the hermit's name, Heavenly Knight, she let her best friend Lily off. On the other hand, Lily looked at her cell phone and chatted with her best friend about the two songs, and Heavenly Knight was nothing more than a random name that came to her mind. Heavenly Knight, Yi Tian. Lily doesn't know whether it's right or wrong to lie to her best friend like this, but she feels a sense of guilt. I don't know what's going on with their relationship. Lily worried about the relationship between her best friend and Yi Tian, but to let her know that at the moment the two have met more than once as well as having a relationship. I don't know if she will go crazy and find her best friend to do a fight. The first leg of the concert in Tianhai ended, the audience in groups of 3 to 5, reluctant to leave the arena have hot discussions. Hey, today's concert was too exciting. Yeah, Goddess Linglong's The Rest of My Life Afterward and Yi Tian's Father. It's definitely going to be a big hit tomorrow. That's for sure. Wait until tomorrow and download the two songs. Aha, me too. Who did you guys say wrote the lyrics to Goddess Linglong's song The Rest of My Life Afterward? It's so beautiful. Didn't listen to the reveal. What the heck? We'll know when the music platform releases it. That's right, when the time comes. I'd like to see who's so talented to write such a good song. The chattering audience left the arena and passed through the stadium room doors, tens of thousands of troops running to all sides, ending a wonderful, exciting day. Just then, in an inconspicuous dark place in a corner of the stadium. In a black commercial vehicle, the tattooed youth held a walkie-talkie, his sight staring at the stadium. Chuan, the concert has ended. Good, keep an eye on that kid for me. In the walkie-talkie, after an instantaneous pause, a gloomy and morose voice was heard. Little Yi, you were great today. About half an hour later, the many spectators had left the stadium. Yi Tian and Ming Xian's group came out from the stadium, and Auntie Li on the side praised happily. Yeah, that song was sung so well. That's right, if Brother Tian produces it, it will be perfect, Ming Xian arrogantly said in a stinky manner. That dejected look like that song father was sung by him. Ming Xian, alright, uncle and aunt, you guys go back first. The line of sight unobtrusively glanced at a certain dark place and didn't stop. To Ming Xian and his deadbeat mom and dad. Brother Tian, you're not going back together? Ming Xian asked suspiciously. I have something to do. After a few minutes of casually finding a reason to put it off, the two families who had taken a cab drove off to Rose Garden and Clearwater Bay in a cab. The reason why he detached the two families of Ming Xian and his diehard friends was obviously because he knew that someone was spying on him, and from the time they came to the gymnasium, the car was parked there, and with the god-level national art added to his body, he couldn't discover this problem, so he might as well just run over the car. Just don't know who it will be this time. Last time it was Wang Ziyu, while this time it is obviously not him. And the difference is that he vaguely felt no small amount of hostility from that car. Yi, idol, you have not gone a tired day temperament little beauty guide, ready to get off work just out of the gym to see their idol. A pair of beautiful big eyes on the time curved into a small crescent moon, but think of the previous scene of their own sneak kiss idol. Can't help but playful face became slightly dizzy for a minute. It's you. The day is quite tiring, right? He. It's okay. The airy little beauty guided, itching to chat more with her idol. Do you live far from here? Why don't I give you a ride? Really da. Hearing the idol's words, the little beauty was delighted. It's not far. It's just, this is not good, right? Every time she faced her idol, the little beauty was very unconfident, feeling that she was not worthy of her idol. It's okay, get on the car. Then, the hard-headed little beauty got into the idol's car, not the slightest bit worried about her own safety, and even if something happens she doesn't mind, although he's not a casual girl. A foot Maserati, towards the small beauty of the residence is to drive over. The reason why, one is by the way, the second he wants to determine whether the car is really rushing to their own. Maserati and the small beauty, close an idol contact, the mind of the second generation thinking of another kind of situation that may happen. If that is true, they are accepting it, or accepting it. Boom 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 cannot help but heartbeat are accelerated up, the closer to the residence of the heartbeat faster. The back of the black business car. That kid is still really, at this time of the day, he still doesn't forget to strike up a conversation. The youth driving in the business car listed a teasing arc. Let him be happy for a little while longer. There will be a time for him to cry later. After today, this kid will be ruined. Just what the two people don't know is that Yi Tian driving the Maserati through the rearview mirror. The corner of his mouth similarly hooked up a playful arc of deep meaning. It just so happens that his hand is a little itchy. Just to vent it out. Chapter 51, What did you feed me? Tianhai suburb. In the middle of the outstretched night, the ear-piercing sound of a sand truck cut through the air and resounded, a tail swinging across the center of the highway. Squeak squeak squeak. Not a moment later, a speeding Maserati president drifted with a sharp brake, turning an arc and stopping in front of the sand truck, the roar of the car still rising. Buzz. Immediately after that, another sand truck from the rear blocked the way back. Snap, 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 snap. The sound of shoes on the ground, steady and rhythmic, resounded in the field. A tattooed youth holding a steel pipe came to the ground. On each side there were more than 50 people. Enough 110 people will be that Maserati president surrounded by the water. Click sound. Pushed the door off the car. Swept the scene of hundreds of people. Maserati down in the youth. The corner of the mouth curved up a touch of arc. Enough people. Should be able to enjoy themselves. This person from the Maserati president, who came down, was no other than Yi Tian. Ta-da-da. Pushing the door to get off the car. Just came to stand on the ground. A black business car in the back of the sand transportation car resounded with the sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground, making a sound, and a shadowy and morose face appeared in Yi Tian's field of vision. You are Yi Tian? Xin Xuan couldn't help but froze for a moment when he saw his target for the day. Young. That's right. Too young. A kid in his early 20s. Big brother even let himself bring along 100 of his men. This is too much of a fuss. I really didn't expect it to be such a young kid. However, after today, I'm afraid that Tianhai is going to have another invalid. Xin Xuan glanced at Yi Tian. completely ignoring him. That brat, he had 100 ways to kill him in seconds, but what Big Brother wanted wasn't his life, but to make him live in pain. Kid, if you want to blame it on the fact that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, Qin Xuan said in a chilling manner as a flash of coldness flared up under his eyes. You guys were sent by Su Mubai, right? Seeing the appearance of these people, Yi Tian's mind drifted back to Su Mubai, who had spoken harsh words at the Tianhai airport that day. He had guessed it before when he came back from Yanjing and ran into Wang Ziyu for the first time, and now he was afraid that it was another wave after Wang Ziyu's backlash. I don't know what you are talking about. Qin Xuan's eyes flickered when he heard that he had been told by Yi Tian about the curtain in a single word, and this flickering eyelight let Yi Tian know that these people were definitely a result of Su Mubai's instructions. I heard that you are very capable of fighting. Today broke your legs, I'll see how you can fight. Give me on. Cold snort of Qin Xuan. Pity looked at the opposite side of Yi Tian. A wave of the hand. The surrounding hundreds of men, all holding a steel pipe, swung up. Avoid the night-long dream. Qin Xuan directly ordered. The first time the kid in front of him will be crippled. Only leave a breath alive on the line. Kill. Qin Xuan order. Both sides of the hundreds of tattooed men. A swarm of holding a steel pipe. Running Yi Tian rushed up. Eyes are ferocious banter. As for Qin Xuan, is leaning on the side of the car, lit a cigarette, swallowing smoke, watching the scene. Everything is in his plan. However, snap, crisp sound in the silence of the night. The next instant the first attack to the tattooed youth in front of Yi Tian, whoosh into a black aura, was fiercely jerked out, 2 meters away, ruthlessly hit the ground, head a crooked, fainted dead in the past, and at the same time, Yi Tian's hand also had an extra steel pipe, slightly hard grip. The steel pipe all appeared a little deformed. Boom, click, click, a steel pipe on another tattooed youth. That youth instantly broke 5 or 6 ribs, mouth immediately shot out a pool of blood, internal organs followed by the damage. Once again stepped into the dust of the previous person, fainted. Immediately after that, the field accompanied by the miserable screams. One after another tattooed youth fell to the ground, fainted. Life and death unknown. The mouth has a trace of blood along the corners of the mouth flowed out. What? That kid, Qin Xuan, who was calmly smoking on the side, saw this scene as the cigarette in his hand shook, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is it possible? The one-sided sadistic crushing made Qin Xuan completely shocked, his heart secretly saying that it was not good. He had greatly underestimated that kid's strength. In less than 3 minutes' time, all the remaining people in the entire field, except for the 2 of them, Yi Tian and Qin Xuan, were all dried out and rolled over on the ground, their eyes whitening as they fainted to death. Coming to deal with me when you can't figure out the situation. I really don't know where you got the strength. Glancing down the hundreds of tattooed youths who fainted to death, the line of sight fell towards Qin Xuan, whose cigarette had fallen to the ground at an unknown time, and when locked in that moment, Qin Xuan almost didn't softly fall to the ground, and his shadowy, morose face was crawling with fear and panic at this moment. Kid, you know who I am. Boom of a kick out. Not waiting for Qin Xuan finished, the body into an arc ruthlessly hit the front face of the sand truck, directly to the smashed a deep pit, followed by rebound ruthlessly hit the ground, both knees kneeling, while a large pool of blood is sprayed out. Qin Xuan felt that the internal organs were stirred together, the things that he ate in a day along with the blood all spit out, hands covering the abdomen, feeling that the stomach was kicked through. Kid, you, snorting a cracking sound, a pill-like thing, arcing through an arc landed in Qin Xuan's mouth with precision and accuracy. You, feeling that something was swallowed into his abdomen. Qin Xuan's first reaction, hand stuck to his neck, to spit out, and even used his fingers to hook his throat. You, what did you give me to eat? Qin Xuan's face was white. That kid must have given him something not good to eat. Afraid. This time he was really afraid. It's nothing. It's just a easy and fast scatter. As for the role, well, you will soon know. Thought of the role of the free and easy to live scattered. Looked at the unconscious hundreds of tattooed youths. A wave of evil chills from the bottom of Yi Tian's heart rose. Have fun tonight. Pulled out a touch of morose arc. Got into the Maserati and left the field with a foot of gas. What happened next is better not to be there. What's going on? The body is so hot. Qin Xuan's face reddened. He couldn't help but think of the easy and happy scatter. He seemed to realize something. His face suddenly changed. No, Yi Tian, you big man. Miserable howl, piercing the night. The next instant Qin Xuan blazing eyes locked a tattooed man. Hungry tiger pounced on it. Chapter 52. Dare to grab the autograph photo with the old lady. Little lowly, give me go away. After Yi Tian left, there was a tragic scene between the sand trucks in the suburbs, which lasted for 3 to 4 hours. There are still hundreds of tattooed men in the field, but all of them are in rags. In addition, there was also a madman. That's right, a madman. Looking at the tattooed men in rags, the madman inserted his fingers into his hair, screamed, and ran out in a direction. This lunatic was no other than Qin Sudong's beloved Qin Chuan. As for the reason for becoming a lunatic is very simple, because after sobering up he was stimulated like never before. His spirit was deranged on the spot, which led to this scene. The next day, no surprise, the three major music platforms, K-Song Platform, Fighting Shark as well as Thousand, took advantage of the heat from the first stop of the singing diva Yi Linglong's concert and directly launched the two songs The Rest of Your Life Afterward as well as Father. Oh, Goddess Linglong has released a new song. The first new song this year. Yeah, I've heard it. It's super good. And Yi Tian's father. Listening to that song, tears can't stop falling. Me too. Both songs are super touching. I thought of my first love. And at the same time I thought of my own father. First love. Do you remember me now? I miss you so much. Songs with a conscience. This is the kind of song we should be chasing. Under the hot discussion of many netizens and fans, the two songs were pushed to a new height one after another. The number of plays, downloads and other data, like weeds growing like crazy. In a few moments, it is the first and second place of the major lists. Two songs, A Time Is Too Strong Dark Horse, with a matchless posture, all the way through, to the top. By more people know. Things were brewing, and soon, the Tianhai campus also knew about it. On the campus, on the path, three pretty cute sisters chattered hotly. Have you heard? Yesterday Yi Tian male god went to Goddess Linglong's concert. How can I not hear about it? The Godfather's song Father is very good. I now realize that my father loves me so much. Aha, yeah, me too. I cried for half the night yesterday while holding my dad, and now my eyes are a little swollen. Not only the male god Goddess Linglong's song The Rest of My Life Afterward is also super nice. It's said to be composed by a person called Heavenly Knight. Right, what a poetic name, Heavenly Knight. Must be a great handsome guy. Aha, that's for sure. Just as talented as Yi Tian boy god. It's going to be late, hurry up. Conversations like those of three pretty cute girls took place in every corner of Tianhai University. In front of the school, on the playground, under the willow tree, and beside the bridge. And as for the school's exchange group, it was even better. Principal Li Zifeng's office. Come to the office of Li Zifeng. Made a good tea, teacups to the floor in front of the window. Looking toward the distant Tianhai University of the beautiful scenery, the mind flashes to last night's old son, crying with the tearful look. The corners of the mouth cannot help but bend up the arc of gratification and happiness. Over the years, only focusing on a mind to pounce on the school, but ignored the family and son. Said the father have left for more than 20 years? Suddenly want to find the sun where there is no wind. In your cold place to do warm sun. Personnel are in a flurry. You are always too naive. Rose Garden. A couple on the square snuggled together, listening to the song just downloaded to the phone. Face overflowing is full of small happiness. Oh, yesterday, Xiaoye made a big splash. Yesterday, Xiaoye made a big splash, that's right. A song of the diva Yi Linglong's The Rest of My Life, and Xiaoye's father from our neighborhood, which has been spreading like wildfire on the internet. Xiaoye is too good. The song Father really sings to the heart. I can't believe my rebellious son has changed his ways. This is a really good song. A good song worth promoting. The men and women on the square, young and old, have voiced the spit-hot discussion. Auntie Lee listening to the neighbors of the hot discussion. The corner of the mouth curved up a touch of curvature. If you let them know that they went to the concert site, maybe what will happen it. This was true for the Rose neighborhood, as well as the Clearwater Bay neighborhood, and similar images were happening in all the other surrounding neighborhoods. As for Ming Xian and his diehard friends from Tian High School, they were surrounded by a wave of cute girls. Ming Xian Appa, give me an autograph of Yi Tian's male god. Will you, brother Ming Xian? This is food. All for you. I want an autograph. Just one. Well. Me too Ming Xian Oba, this has 2 movie tickets. Go see it together at night, okay? I want an autographed picture. The other students around looked at the class. The frying pan of cute girls, looking at Ming Xian's eyes. It was called an envy and jealousy hate, and could not wait to kick Ming Xian out of the way as they sat there. This is of course no problem, but I brought 10 today. Your who want a Ming Xian looked at the table full of snacks, movie tickets, and other bribes for small gifts. Tian is his own money tree, and pretending to be a god. I want. Hey, you little vixen. The autographed photo of the boy god is mine. Bah, I'll fight you. My autograph photo. Mud Zokai. The autographed picture of the god of men is my lowly. How dare you grab an autograph from me? Lori, get out of my way. Chattering, the scene boiled apiece. Ming Xian's mouth corners happy flowers. There is a face. Tian brother mighty and domineering. Idle Na. The classroom where Ming Xian's nemesis is located is also the same, surrounded by waves and waves of cute girls, just short of begging for a signature photo with their bodies. The fragrant wind gusted and pounced on his nose. Everything is so beautiful. The envy of the surrounding students is like the Yangtze River, running endlessly. Chapter 53, The Boss Behind Tian Dun Security. A song the rest of my life afterward topped all the major rankings. Yi Linglong also sat firmly on the throne of the singing diva with this song, blocking the network spammers' long mouths. Singing 2 songs, captured countless netizens. Tianhai also happened another thing. Wang Zetian's Taekwondo hall closed, replaced by the emergence of a security company called Tian Dun. The location is located in the Tianhai Inch of Gold in the prime location, but also spent a huge amount of money to rent the entire building. Such a move as in the Tianhai big families have produced a lot of noise. Moreover, Zhao Chuyang, director of the Tianhai Criminal Justice Department, personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the opening ceremony of the Heavenly Shield Security. Tianhai, upscale secluded tea house. Old Wang, you've made such a big commotion here. Now you can give me a bottom. Zhao Chuyang, as the head of Tianhai's tidings division, and even more so as Wang Ziyu's lifelong comrade in arms from 10 years ago. He knew his comrade in arms temperament all too well. Old Zhao, then what do you want to know? Don't play dumb with me. Who is the boss behind Sky Shield Security? Zhao Chuyang stared at his comrade in arms. Tianhai was his jurisdiction in this territory. If he couldn't figure out the background of Tian Shield, he wouldn't do anything for the tiger, and put himself on the hook at that time. The two of us have been lifelong comrades for many years, and I won't hide it from you. You know the boss behind Heavenly Shield. For Zhao Chuyang, Wang Ziyu trusted 100%. Back then, if not for Zhao Chuyang, he would have died on the battlefield. I recognize? Hearing this, Zhao Chuyang was confused. His first reaction was a certain family in Tianhai, but it shouldn't be It wasn't his style to sell his life for a profit-oriented family. Yi Tian. Wang Ziyu sipped his tea and whispered. To be precise, it's Tian Shao. Yi Tian? Zhao Chuyang's brows knitted into a ball. His mind searching for a piece of information about Yi Tian. He seemed to think of something, his incredulous eyes staring at Wang Ziyu. Yi Tian? Tian Shao? Could it be that you're talking about? That Yi Tian from Tianhai University? Zhao Chuyang stood up from his seat in a flash. The only Yi Tian he knew was that one. To say the least, it was just hard not to recognize him. Not bad. Wang Ziyu smiled faintly. While these 2 words were like 5 thunderbolts in Zhao Chuyang's ears, the whole person's brain was about to explode. Yi Tian? A college student in Tianhai? It was amazing that he would be the boss behind Sky Shield Security. And more importantly, he could make Wang Ziyu willingly work for him. Reason. Zhao Chuyang took a deep breath and drank a mouthful of tea to suppress his shock. The shock of this news to him was really a bit beyond his limit of acceptance. Tian Shao will become the son-in-law of the Yan Jingyi family in the near future. Wang Ziyu took a steady sip of tea and spoke out. Yan Jingyi family? Which Yi family? Zhao Chuyang was stunned. He. Who else do you think could be in Yanjing that dares to call themselves the Yi family? You mean, how could there be? Zhao Chuyang's eyes were filled with disbelief as he thought of the situation in Yanjing today. An existence like the Yanjing Yi family, how could they be involved with a student from Tianhai, even if they both have the surname Yi? Then, what if I tell you that singing diva Yi Linglong is the daughter of the Yi family, the daughter of Yi Tianqi? Hearing this, Zhao Chuyang's eyes jumped straight up. Singing diva Yi Linglong was the daughter of Yanjing Yi family's Yi Tianqi. If this news were to be spread out, it would definitely shock everyone's teeth. Moreover, what I'm sure of is that Tian Shao and Yi Linglong definitely had a relationship. Even the song that Yi Linglong made a big hit nowadays, I think it was all written by Tian Shao. Wang Ziyu's wise eyes flashed with a flash of essence. Oh, why do you say that? Zhao Chuyang took a deep breath. There was really too much information today, and he knew that Wang Ziyu was very insightful, able to find things that ordinary people couldn't. Aren't you curious about the heavenly knight who composed that song? Wang Ziyu was 90% sure that Yi Tian and Yi Linglong had a relationship before, but now he was 10%. And this was the biggest backbone of his decision to form the Heavenly Shield Security. Heavenly Knight and Yi Tian. Night and day. Tian Night. The pronunciation of Heavenly Night in reverse would be Night Sky. And with the harmonization, wouldn't it be Yi Tian? Moreover, there is one more thing. Tian Shao's stance is unfathomable. According to the reliable news I got, Bagua Palm Sect Feng Zixio do not see his Tian Shao opponent. Qin Sudong before let me teach Tian Shao. It seems that the guy called Qin Chuan overnight became a madman. Wang Ziyu pontificated, one by one, pointing out his comrade Zhao Chuyang, And here Zhao Chuyang is also the mind of their son Tianhai suburb found sickening scene. Could it be? That thing is Yi Tian. He but let a person checked. That night, Xin Chuan with hundreds of people went to the outskirts of the, so that Yi Tian concert ended. In the outskirts of the, a person knocked out hundreds of people, including Qin Sudan's beloved Qin Chuan. The most important point, those who are injured, the lightest are broken 4 ribs. At this moment, Zhao Chuyang more or less sort of guessed how strong Yi Tian's hands are. Hell, that guy, is it really a human being? Chapter 54, this guy, is he a demon? Tianhai, Qin family villa. No wonder I dared to break with me. Sky Shield Security. This is to put pressure on the great families. Looks like the Tidings Division is going to step in. Qin Sudan's eyes narrowed slightly. Over the years the Tidings Division had been pressed head-on by the local great families, coupled with the fact that the current Tidings Division director, Zhao Chuyang, had been in office for less than 3 years. If he wanted to make a performance, then it was bound to run afoul of some of the interests of these families of theirs. However, just one Heavenly Shield Security also wants to make waves in the boundaries of the Heavenly Sea. Qin Sudan snorted, glanced at the reported news and stopped paying attention to it, then dialed a phone, his eyes gazing out to the beautiful scenery outside the villa. Make sure it's foolproof. Take out that Qin Chuan. Hanging up the phone, Qin Sudan's eyes flashed with a chill. A waste, even a brat can't be solved. However, that brat seems to have 2 brushes. This matter has to be considered in the long run. The scene at the Qin family villa was likewise taking place within other Heavenly Sea families, and that included Lin Mengyao's father, who was of course a bit surprised but didn't react too much. After all, this was their territory. The situation in Tianhai, the dark current surging. At the same time, the other side of Yanjing Yufei Biography Theater Group is worried about the theme song. Yanjing Yufei Biography has long been killed editing and the only remaining theme song. This problem, director Suko face haggard came to the conference room. Obviously a night and did not sleep well. Yufei Biography theme song has made progress. Director Su Ku, whose face showed exhaustion, looked at the many hands under him in the conference room. No, there are quite a few people who have submitted, but only a few of them meet the requirements. This is not the way to go on. Director Su should not increase the amount of the call for submissions. An assistant director of Legend of Yufei lowered his eyebrows in contemplation. The call for submissions was now already $200,000. Then increase it to $400,000. No matter what, it must be found before the original planned hit broadcast in 2 days. Suka's brows knitted into a ball. The news of the hot broadcast in 2 days had already been officially announced. If a good theme song could not be found on that day, it would definitely have a great deal of bad effects on the drama. Director Su, I have an idea that I don't know whether to speak or not. At this time, another assistant director, after a moment of contemplation, spoke out. What time is it? Say. Suka looked at the assistant director and spoke out. It's like this. I remember that you, Director Su, are good friends with Chen Wanli of the Fighting Shark platform, so why don't we let him pull the strings and directly look for Yi Tian, who's very hot right now, to write a theme song for our Legend of Yufei. The assistant director spoke his thoughts, pensively. Fighting Shark platform, Yi Tian? Director Su, I think this can be had. That Yi Tian has now written 4 songs in a row that are all big hits. So maybe he can really write a song that suits our drama. The others in the conference room, hearing the mention of Yi Tian, couldn't help but nod their heads. This method was very feasible. That Yi Tian who was known as a musical talent? Suka heard the discussion of the people in the conference room. His eyes flooded with a bright light. That Yi Tian's deeds, he had also heard of it. This method is good. This time I will personally go to Tianhai to make a trip. In the afternoon of that day, under Chen Wanli's advance greeting, the 2 of them just arrived at Tianhai University. Old Chen, I've troubled you this time, Suka said thankfully. Of course he knew that Chen Wanli was very busy. Old Su, this is out of place. Go in, Chen Wanli said unconcernedly. With more than 10 years of relationship between the 2, this was nothing. Half a quarter of an hour later, the principal's office. Little Yi, introduce. This is Director Su Ku. Seeing Yi Tian coming in from outside the office, Li Zifang personally introduced Suko to Yi Tian. Knowing that Suko was a well-known big director, being able to get acquainted with such an existence would greatly benefit Yi Tian's development in the future. This is Mr. Yi, right? I didn't expect to be so young. At the first sight of Yi Tian, Suku also froze for a moment. Chen Wanli guffawed, knowing that his best friend was more anxious, and spoke out straight to the point. It's like this, Mr. Yi. Right now Director Su, they have a play that will be hotly anticipated to be released in 2 days, and now there is an urgent need to finalize the theme song. So I would like to ask Mr. Yi if he can create a theme song for this play. Our play is called The Legend of Yufei. It's about the life of Yufei, a famous general who fought against the Jin dynasty. As long as the song is suitable, money is not a problem. Suko followed up with his words. Yufei biography? Hearing this word, his eyes couldn't help but flash. Doing the theme song for a TV series? This was an unmissable opportunity to harvest prestige value, and also to get acquainted with this big brother level director of the entertainment industry. Killing two birds with one stone. The two of you came from a long way. In that case I'll try my best to try. After pondering for a while, Yi Tian said with an appearance as steady as an old dog. Really? Great. No matter if it's successful or not. I have to thank Mr. Yi. Suko didn't put on airs of contempt because he was a big director, and sincerely thanked him. Principal, is there a pen and paper here? Yes. I'll go get it. Li Zifan was stunned for a moment and brought paper and pen from the side, came to the sofa and sat down, slightly contemplated the moment. A song emerged in the mind, spilling when the head of the loyalty to the country for big words were presented in the eyes of Suko, and when seeing these 4 words, Suko a pair of eyes cannot help but bloom strands of awns. Wolf smoke rises, the Jiangshan River looks north, the dragon flag rolls, the horse hisses, the sword is as frosty, the heart is like the yellow river, the water is vast, 20 years between the vertical and horizontal, who can fight against? Horses' hooves go south, people look north, the grass is green and yellow, and the dust flies. As Yi Tian wrote down the lyrics of Jing Zhong Weigua in A Dragon's Flight, Suko's eyes grew more and more intense. And it was Chen Wanli and Li Zifan's eyes that changed as they both looked at Yi Tian. This guy, is he a demon? Such a short period of time to improvise a song can write such a work. Too incredible. Chapter 55, so scary, so demonically talented, so terrifyingly musical. When the wolf smoke rises, the rivers and mountains look north? I would like to defend the land and reopen the border. The Tang dynasty Chinese women want to be congratulated by the 4 directions? Good words. What a great song. The loyalist repays the nation. Based on the lyrics alone, it had already caused Suko's heart and mind to start trembling, especially since this song was completely written for Yufei. Suko had an intuition that this song would elevate the legend of Yufei to a new height. Outside the principal's room, at this moment, a wave of students exploded in the school like a plague right after seeing the news that the famous director had parachuted into their Tianhai, begging for the theme song. Extra! Something big has happened to Yi Tian's male god. Boy god! What happened again? This is a really big deal. You guys know the famous director Suko. He came to Tianhai to personally ask God Yi Tian to compose the theme song for Legend of Yufei. Hiss. What? Suko director's devotion to the work of Yufei biography. Not 2 days after the hot broadcast, and now come to find the god begging song? My goodness. This is really something. Grandma, really didn't expect the male god to lure all the big director Suko here. The latest news. Yi Tian has written the theme song for director Suko's The Legend of Yufei and is now heading to the school's recording studio. *******. The male god is going to ascend to heaven. This time how long? Mad. Hurry to the recording studio. Still waiting for what? Grass. Tianhai. A classroom. Quickly. Yi Tian made the theme song for the Yufei biography. Is now rushing to the recording studio recording it. Late cannot hear it. *********. What the group said is true. The students of Yi Tian's class, one by one, pulled out their legs and ran towards the recording studio. A few moments later, the only ones left in the whole classroom were Lin Mengyao and Chen Shanshan. Mengyao, that guy, composed the main, for director Suko's Yufei biography theme song. Chen Shanshan's eyes flashed, filled with shock. Yi Tian he. Lin Mengyao heard this. Her pretty face was white. Every time Yi Tian's achievement was like a steel thorn, making her heart mixed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go see. You won't be able to see it if you're late. Not waiting for Lin Mengyao to finish her murmuring, Hai Z Street was pulled by Chen Shanshan and trotted towards the recording studio in a fast pace. Freshman teaching area. PFF. Brother Tian, this is the theme song of Legend of Yufei. My ass. When Ming Xian saw the real-time status of the group, he turned around and just ran towards the recording studio. And so did his dead friend on the other side. Not only the 2 of them, but also the students from all other classes, flocking towards the recording studio. What? Classes? Just kidding. Compared to Yi Tian's debut performance of the theme song for Legend of Yufei, classes were too insignificant. Ming Xian diehard quickly came to the recording studio outside. At the moment the 2 in front of a pressurized piece of all the classmates. At the moment in front of the students who seized the first opportunity to hot discussion. You know, all the vocal teachers and professors of our school are in the recording studio. All of them? Yeah. All of them are accompanying Yi Tian's male god. When I heard this news, I almost didn't faint. Nima, the male god is going to fly up professors and elite teachers accompanying this treatment. Hey, it's not because Director Suku is here. I heard that Director Suku was very satisfied with the theme song of the God of Man. What's even more demonic is that it took less than 5 minutes for the God of Man to create this song before and after. I almost didn't die of shock. Less than 5 minutes to create a theme song for The Legend of Yufei that satisfies Director Suku. I'll be damned. Ming Xian's dead friend's eyes suddenly shrunk when he heard the heated discussion of the students in front of him. Professor Elite Teacher Accompaniment? Composed the theme song of The Legend of Yufei in 5 minutes? Sure it's Tian. Recording room. At the moment many professors and elite music teachers have been grinding, but a teacher forgot to connect the recording room outside the invisible to close. At the moment the recording room said the sound outside can be said to hear everything. Before the students hotly debated Professor Elite Teacher Accompaniment, as well as 5 minutes of the thing is from the outdoor stereo came out. Originally this stereo was the same as the other stereos in various parts of the school that played music during breaks. It was just that it was still connected to the recording studio. Time is urgent. Teachers, professor, everyone get ready. Sayaka. Outside the entire recording studio, thousands of students had already gathered at this time, and there was not a single voice in the weird field. A few moments later, shocking melody, mixed with magnificent momentum prelude, from the speakers to spread out, a lone majestic and slightly desolate rhythm, so that many students' heart and soul trembled. Wolf smoke rises, the gangs look north, the dragon flag rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword is like frost. My heart is like the yellow river. 20 years in the field. Who can resist? Hatred is madness, and the long sword is aimed at me. How many loyal souls have been buried in other countries? The majestic, domineering voice instantly pierced the air, as if a giant hammer smashed in the hearts of the crowd, listening to everyone's heart and soul for a tremor. Especially Suku director himself. 12 trillion sweaty pores all over his body are rooted upside down. This kid, I can't believe he can handle this kind of song. Not only Suku, Li Zifang and many professors in the recording studio were also shocked. My plants. This song is a general term. Motherfucker, it's really less than a male god. Ahem, 5 minutes to write it. Motherfucker, completely tailored for Yufei. Is the male god still human? The smoke of the wolf. The river and the mountains look north. Hate want to be crazy. The long sword too. I drop good boy. I seem to have seen General Yufei conquered the sandfield picture. How many loyal souls have been buried in the countryside? This mood. This sense of image. Absolute. This is the theme song created by the god in 5 minutes. So scary. So demonic talent. So scary musical talent. As for Ming Xian and the two deadbeats all over their bodies from the time the first note rang out, their bodies didn't stop trembling. Their entire hearts were in their throats, and their eyes stared as if they were bull's eyes. Brother Tian. Nyang Nye. This is there. Brother Tian. Too much. Chapter 56. Please accept my knees from the God of Men. Inside and outside the recording room, the room was silent. The voice that shook the heart and soul, as if it had turned into a substantial sound wave, lingering and beating in everyone's heart tip. Listening to Suku and the crowd's heart surging, blood boiling, feeling that there is an infinite amount of passion and strength in the bottom of the heart, such as a spring. I will not spare 100 deaths to serve my country. I can't bear to sigh, but I'm speechless, and my eyes are full of tears. Horses' hooves go south, people look north, the grass is green and yellow, the dust is flying. I want to defend the land and open up the border. The Chinese women will give way to the 4 directions. Let's celebrate. Explosion. The recording room outside the thousands, to be precise, is nearly 2,000 more than the brain to burst, eyes filled with excitement, exuberance, as well as grandeur, pathos, mixed with the ambition of greatness. This moment, this scene, inscribed in the minds of everyone within the 5, the image of the famous anti-Jin General Yufei, who conquered the sands, recovered the rivers and mountains, and opened up the frontier, was interpreted by the song, to the fullest extent. Who? This guy. What an unexpected pleasure. Suko, as if he had personally experienced Yufei's life, he breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yi Tian who sang explosively in the recording studio. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up in an arc, and they were all about to grin to the root of the back of his ears. Satisfied. This song is too satisfying, especially when coupled with Yi Tian's superb singing skills. TSK. The Green Mountains are fortunate enough to bury loyal bones, and white iron innocently casts sycophants. Li Zifang's mind surfaced a generation of famous General Yufei, all kinds of deeds, emotional voice, such a generation of famous generals, and ultimately ended up in the situation of unwarranted execution, become the first case of injustice in the ancient times. A song and end. The scene is quiet. Lasted for a full dozen seconds. Thoughts fluttering. Suka director's mouth lifted up in a heartfelt arc. Snap 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 snap. Good. Worthy of being a talented son of Tian Hai. A musical genius. Applauding unstintingly while voicing out his praise. Suka knew that the problem of the theme song had been solved, and his heart was extraordinarily relaxed. Oh, then director Suku. The theme song for Legend of Yufei. Li Zifan listened to Suka's praise. Although he had already thought of the ending in his heart, he still asked Suko with certainty. If this song could really become the theme song of Legend of Yufei, then Yi Tian's fame and popularity would definitely soar again by a large margin. Sign. Just this song. Not only sign, but I want a big sign. Suko laughed cheerfully, then his eyes looked towards Yi Tian. His eyes were full of excitement and thrill. This song Jingzhong Reward the Country is composed by Mr. Yi Tian and sung with superb singing skills. So, on behalf of Yufei Zhuan, I'll sign Mr. Yi Tian's song Jingzhong Bagua as the theme song for a price of 10 million. The incomparably solemn voice that swept out from Suka's mouth filled every corner of the recording studio, and was even heard through the stereo by more than 2,000 students. PFF. I heard what? 10 million, citing the theme song for male gods Jingzhong Weigua. My ass. A song written by the god of man in 5 minutes was signed by director Suka for $10 million? Crazy. This world is too crazy. $10 million for a theme song. This is a first even in the movie and TV industry. I feel like I must be dreaming. Yes, I must have not slept well last night. $10 million. Demonic beasts. The man of the world. Please accept my knees. Hiss. In the recording studio, Li Zifang, as well as the professors and teachers, all sucked in a breath of cool air. 10 million for the theme song. This news was like a cannonball exploding in their minds, their brains instantly going blank. Even Prof. Chen, hearing this, the corner of his mouth is also slightly pumped. Transient Su once again look at Yi Tian's eyes, gratified and proud, but more is surprised. This little guy's development, really far beyond his expectations. Oh, OMG, OMG, OMG. Ming Xian and the two diehards, as if they had heard the magic sound of the death cycle, their ears and minds were dazzled with the words 10 million over and over again. Meow meow. Demonic beast ah. Especially Ming Xian. Is a hard slap. Snap. A crunching sound pumped in his side face. Scarlet slap suddenly showed up. Scared aside the dead party jumped. Really? Really? It's true. The bewitched Ming Xian. Feeling the side face hot stinging pain. Incomparably real. No. This is all true. My goodness. Brother Tian wrote a song in 5 minutes and directly earned 10 million. Cough cough. I want to slap myself again to see if I'm dreaming. Gulping loudly. Ming Xian's mind was like 5 thunderbolts. The shock and horror was like a torrential river that stretched on and on. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 666. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 666. Ding! Congratulations to the host reputation value plus 666. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 666. Yi Tian, who finished singing a song, looked at the Bayubiu Piu Elite prestige value slightly stunned, then the corner of his mouth lifted up a touch of happy arc. Did not expect that Yufei biography has not yet hit the airwaves. He first collected a wave of prestige value. This feeling should not be too good. Of course, with the many students outside the recording room fell into the Tian High School exchange group. Immediately the speed of the prestige value is added a few points. After signing the contract and transferring the account, leave contact information. Suko and Chan Wanli is to leave the University of Tianhai. After all, the two can be busy people. Can find time to come to Tianhai trip? Has been very difficult. On the way to Tianhai Airport. Old Chen, this time really thank you. Otherwise, I would still have a headache. Suka had a relieved smile on his face and sincerely thanked him. No one knew how he was living these days and what kind of pressure he had. If you really want to thank, just treat me to a meal. Chen Wanli, on the other hand, did not put too much on his mind. There was no need to be like this between the two. But, I was really surprised that your old boy is so generous. A come up is 10 million. This, if the outside world knows, will absolutely blow up. Oh, you also think I lost money. Speaking of which, this time, but I earned. Suko looked at the direction of Tianhai University with deep meaning, laughing out loud. If this song Jingzhong Weigua alone may be worth a few million, I lost money. But, from the long-term investment point of view, I am a steady profit. After all, I'm not just shooting this one play. In the future all the theme songs I intend to all find Yi Tian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't expect you old fox to play this idea. I said that when you old kids signed the contract. You smiled so sinisterly. Chan Wanli, Am convinced. Chen Wanli's voice just fell. The black business car came from Suku's old fox's bright and happy laughter, which was not broken for a long time. Chapter 57. What's that? I didn't sit still. I'm sorry. Yen Jing, Fighting Shark Platform. Editor-in-Chief's office. Chen Wanli, who had returned to the company at the very first moment, set up the time for the release of the song Jingzhong Reward the Nation, setting it to be released on the same day as Suka's TV series The Legend of Yufei. No, it was released at the same moment. In this way, a better and more explosive effect could be achieved. After dealing with everything, Chen Wanli opened the prestige to enter in Rongchangha Zhao Jiqiang two people's group. Opened the group chat mode. But it is obvious that the two busy people did not pick up. Don't pick up. Don't say buddies didn't think of you guys. Chen Wanli sent a message. Put the cell phone aside. Small kind. Still can't cure you. The heart silently recited 1, 2, 3. Before Chen Wanli could count to 3, Zhao Jiqiang called the group chat video. Old Chen, what are you doing? I'm dealing with an important contract. There's something to say in a hurry. Connecting the video, Rongchangha Zhao Jiqiang and the two of them spoke out one after another. You know about The Legend of Yufei, right? Chen Wanli glanced at the two men wistfully and continued. Yi Tian wrote a theme song for Old Su's Legend of Yufei. Pfft, cough cough. What did you say? As expected. Chen Wanli's sudden remark was directly what thundered the two of them. They had heard about Suka's Legend of Yufei long ago, and it was said that recently that old boy was worrying about the theme song, and he had not been able to find a suitable one. The most important point, they also have an understanding of Suku. That guy's vision is quite harsh, can be selected by him on the theme song, but also Yi Tian cannot help but pay attention to them. As for the so-called dealing with important contracts, compared to this directly to the side, forget it, not to whet your appetite. I'll send you the theme song written by Yi Tian, Jingzhong Weigua, Chen Wanli said and hung up the video. This old boy, Lao Rong. I'm down too. Zhao Jiqiang just wanted to ask something, but when he saw that Chen Wanli had already gotten offline, he almost didn't suffocate his internal injuries. Ding dong. Not a moment later Rongchangha in the K-Song editor-in-chief's office received a song from Chen Wanli. Clicked to play. Wolf smoke rises, the gangs look north, the dragon flag rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword's breath is like frost, the heart is like the yellow river. The majestic and deep voice came out. Rongchangha froze. This song is sung by Yi Tian? I really didn't expect that guy to be able to handle this style of song. Awesome. Rongchangha had always thought that Yi Tian was better at love songs and affectionate songs, but he didn't expect that this kind of patriotic song could be sung so skillfully. This song will be uploaded together with Old Su's Legend of Yufei 2 days later. I've already arranged it. Then, Rongchangha and Zhao Jiqiang received a message in their cell phones once again, and the two who saw this message had a flash of light between their eyes, and could not help but look forward to it. On the other hand, Su Ku, who was taking brisk steps, returned to the Legend of Yufei crew with a spring in his step and came straight to the editing department. Old Su, you're here. So happy. Looks like the theme song has a place. Several assistant directors were in the middle of the final round of confirming the program editing screening, and their hearts lit up when they saw Suku's face that had turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. He, that's for sure. Hurry up. Take this song and edit it out with the best editing screen for me. Don't dishonor this theme song. Suku took out a USB flash drive from his pocket as if he was showing off, handing it over to an assistant director beside him. Yo, to make you, Old Su, so solemn. It seems that this theme song is somewhat interesting. That assistant director took the USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer. Then said, then let's see how Lao Su's performance is first. The several assistant directors around them also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the haze on Suku's face recede and the dark clouds turn clear. The atmosphere of the program team in the past few days had really pressed them to the point that they couldn't catch their breath. The assistant director with a USB flash drive, imported into the computer, clicked to play. The majestic and overbearing and pathos mixed with the heroic dry clouds of the tune, accompanied by Yi Tian's thick and steady voice, dazzled out. The wolf smoke rises. The north of the Jiangshan River. 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 The smoke of wolves rises, and the gangs look north. The dragon flag rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword's breath is like frost. The heart is like the yellow river. The blood-boiling tune of Jingzhong Baoguo rang out, and the hearts of several assistant directors trembled, and their eyes blossomed with wisps of splendor. This word, this song, this singing, fantastic, absolutely tailor-made for this Legend of Yufei of theirs. This voice, why does it sound somewhat familiar? One of the assistant directors tilted his head and listened to the voice, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't recall it for a while. Not bad. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Old Sue, the singer of this song is? Another assistant director suspiciously looked at Suku. It's strange that you guys aren't familiar with it. Suku saw the extremely frowning appearance of the assistant director, and laughed out loud. This song is not sung by someone else. It is none other than Yi Tian. Hearing Suku's words, the extremely assistant director's eyes glared, and his incredulous eyes bristled as they gathered on Suku. What did you say? Yi Tian. Hiss, that guy. This voice. Sure enough, my goodness, is that kid a demon? This kind of song can be mastered. What a horrible musical talent. The faces of the several assistant directors were all crawling with shock. Their minds floated back to Yi Tian's singing style from before. It was hard to imagine that it was still possible to sing such a thick and domineering patriotic song. Who says otherwise? Suku laughed, thinking about how he was also shocked to death the first time he heard this song. So Old Sue, the signing fee for this song? With such an excellent song? They were curious as to how Suku took it down and couldn't help but ask. 10 million. Bam. Several assistant directors had not yet reacted. The editing technician on the side directly sat on his butt on the ground, and hurriedly climbed up. Cough cough. What is that? No, did not sit steadily. Sorry ha. The editing technician was so embarrassed. However, his heart set off a huge shock wave. I drop a mom. 10 million a theme song. Sue director, this is to scare me to death. Chapter 58. What I said is certainly true. The editing technician, his heart was embarrassed beyond words. The other staff around him were also thunderstruck by Suku's words. Some of their mouths twitching, some of their eyes jumping. That's 10 million nah. Their monthly salary was only 7 to 8. 000. To earn so much money, even if they don't eat or drink, they have to work hard for more than 300 months, which is more than 110 years if converted to adults. The appearance of this data made them even more skeptical of life. Of course, the most important premise is, they must live to 110 years old. Yeah, the gap between people, it turns out to be really big. Old Sue, you're crazy. As expected, when they heard Suku's offer, the several assistant directors' eyes were bigger than a bullseye one by one. Meow. $10 million? This old Sue's brain was caught by a door or kicked by a donkey. If Yi Tian is a singing diva Yi Linglong that level, they can barely accept. But now, although Yi Tian lyrics and music, but also personally sung, to be honest, to give a few million has been the top of the sky. Seeing a few usually ancient waves of the deputy director, this kind of surprised and wide-eyed look, before the embarrassing editing technician and many staff. One by one heart flutter 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 flutter, as if the next moment will jump out. My goodness. Their several assistant directors were all scared out of their wits by Director Sue. I knew you guys would react like this. For the reaction of the several assistant directors as well as the other staff members of the editing department, Suku had long been anticipating it, knowing that even Chen Wanli had been like this even before in Tianhai Principal Li Zifan's line. Not to mention the assistant directors and the people in the editing department. I'll go. Old Su, you still have the nerve to say that? That's $10 million. It's Yi Linglong who is afraid that it's hard to have this treatment. Phew, you've got a lot of guts. You're not afraid that the investor will cut you with a knife. Oh my god. Old Su, you're great. Carry body. Several assistant directors vented the shock in their hearts. Spit stars flying up. They were really dumbfounded by Suku's calmness. Loser stuff. This is. What for? What are you all doing? It's not just $10 million. Look at your unseen wimpy selves. Suku blared at the several assistant directors. The several assistant directors were speechless in unison. What the hell? I'm a grass. It's obvious that this loser old man spent $10 million for a theme song, and in turn said that they weren't? 10 million? Haven't seen the world yet, goon. Several assistant directors' minds. At this moment, 10,000 grass mud horses flew over. If not for the outsiders at this moment, they were afraid to go up directly to Lao Su to dry up. I'm the kind of person who suffers. I can't figure out the situation. I'm hearing the shrews screaming and cursing. Suku heart is also angry. Meow old son, 10 million to pull together the music genius. But was their countdown a meal? Really do not treat you. Do you know how the song Jing Zhong Weigwood came about? 5 minutes. No, less than 5 minutes to be exact. That Yi Tian is the young man who is not worth $10 million in your mouth. From the lyrics, composition, less than 5 minutes. Damn. You a few old guys know what 5 minutes writing such a masterpiece represents. Grass Suku directly a foul mouth burst out. The original clamor of the several assistant directors were directly scolded silly. Lyrics and music? Less than 5 minutes? And it was also customized for you phase 1. Which, hiss, asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Sue, you, said it's true. Suka's words were like a bomber spreading over the sky, indiscriminately bombarding the minds of several assistant directors, and it was called a tragedy. At this moment where there was still half a trace of disobedience, the heart was nothing but appalled or appalled. This song, the spirit of loyalty to the country is, that ye Tion in less than 5 minutes time to create out. Damn, that kid is definitely not a person, said the heavenly when cuxing down to earth they all believe. As for the so-called prepared in advance, what are you kidding? Before that Yi Tion did not know that they went to let him make Yu Fei biography of the theme song, and 2 days later they are going to hit the air, who is full of nothing to do. So, stepping on the horse, this is all true, that Yi Tion, in 5 minutes to create this song Jing Zhong Weigua. Phew, yeah yuck. Then again, this old Su cannot say it properly. I do not know that they are older. Scared them to death on the old Su. This old thing has what good? Hiss, editing department of the many employees, heard Suko's words, is also a blank mind. I drop a mother also, that Yi Tion. Surprisingly, he wrote the song that he just wrote. Ahem, no more than 5 minutes, not to mention 5 minutes, is to give them a day. No, 10 days or even half a month they are not necessarily right out. Gudu, road swallowing saliva sound, from the editing department staff throat out. One of the staff just about to get up, almost didn't have a soft legs to the ground, fortunately quick to hold the table and chairs. What I said is certainly true. Suko crossed the eyes of a few deputy directors. The heart grunted. Now it, and then give me a beep try. Dare to doubt the old man's vision. Take the fight sharks Chanwanli are ashamed of themselves, not to mention a few of your minions. Although this time 10 million slightly higher, but pulled together the Leaf Genius is the most important place. Can say as long as and Yi Tion play a good relationship, that our future theme song a piece of completely do not have to worry about. That boy's demon is completely not we can measure. Moreover, coupled with his popularity nowadays, as well as K-Song, Fighting Sharks, and thousand three-way music platforms full support under the publicity. You yourself say that in the future we lost, or earned, deafening words. Suko will be his heart most want to say the words vented out. That call a cool, and looked at the clueless several assistant director. The heart is more cool, long time not so painful. Where is the liver emperor? Fight with me. Chapter 59, I don't care. You are my brother-in-law. Yenjing, Bohemia Villa. Sis, that loser from the Su family came to the house to look for Dad again yesterday. Yi Xiaofei was lying on the sofa with low-key and luxurious decoration, eating a fruit plate in his mouth and humming with his small mouth. Su Mubai, what did he go for? Hearing Yi Xiaofei's words, Yi Linglong's pretty face couldn't help but turn cold. The thought of that Su Mubai made her loathe it without any reason. What else can I do? Of course it's a forced marriage. I've already told Dad. As long as I'm around I won't let you marry Su Mubai. Humph. Yi Xiaofei's little face was filled with anger. When he was little, his sister loved him the most. How could he let his sister marry a punk like that? By the way sister, the brother-in-law I told you about last time his number is from Tianhai yet. It's the place where you had your last concert. Go. What brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Linglong glared at her younger brother who she had spoiled since childhood. For some reason when she heard Yi Xiaofei mentioning Tianhai, Yi Linglong just thought of Yi Tian, and couldn't help but murmur. What an ingrate. Right, Xiaofei, are you going to Tianhai tomorrow? Yi Linglong seemed to think of something out loud and asked. Well, yeah, the school is organizing us to visit Tianhai University. Yi Xiaofei said with excitement and anticipation. To him at this age, as long as he doesn't study, anything else is good, let alone going on a trip. Even no, it's a visit. Tianhai University? Yi Xiaofei mentioned Tianhai again, especially Tianhai University. Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she made some kind of decision. Xiaofei, tomorrow I will go to Tianhai with you. Yeah, really sister. Too good. However, Uncle Long is sending me to Tianhai tomorrow. Why don't you come along too? Sister. Yi Xiaofei thought about it and spoke out. He knew that Uncle Long had always loved his sister very much. Well, alright then. After pondering for a while, Yi Linglong nodded and bounced off to her room. As for Yi Linglong, looking at her younger brother's happy appearance, the figure of that fellow floated in her mind, and she slightly sighed. Yi Linglong, what are you doing? However, with such a murmur in his mouth, his body was uncontrollably picking up the cell phone on the coffee table. Typed a string of text and sent it out. Yi Tian, see you tomorrow at the usual place. After sending out a string of text, Yi Linglong's pretty face faintly haloed for a minute. Don't misunderstand. There are still 31 days left in our lover's relationship, and after 31 days, we don't have any relationship anymore. /mx3. Not a moment later, Yi Linglong received an okay gesture, but immediately after there was this sentence. Wife, did you miss me? Bah. Think you a big head of hell being poked and prodded. Yi Linglong's pretty face turned even redder, sending 2 messages in a row, snapping the phone and throwing it to the side of the sofa. Bastard. Little bastard. After gritting her teeth for a while, the cell phone once again sent a message, but this time it wasn't a message, but a picture of a freshly showered shirtless man. Shark line. Male dog waist. Bat back. 8 muscles. Rascal. Yi Linglong glared with a pair of beautiful eyes, ruthlessly fiddling with her cell phone to send a message over, not knowing what she was thinking about in her small head secondarily. Only, after typing and venting, Yi Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but fall on that photo, and somehow, ghostly, she had collected the photo in a cell phone file that only she herself knew. Humph. Big bad egg. Wait for tomorrow to see if I don't clean you up. Ding bell. Just as Yi Tian had just seen the 2 words robe sent by Yi Linglong, a call came over. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar call, he thought for a moment but still connected it. Hello. Yeah, brother-in-law. It's me. Just as soon as the call was connected, Yi Xiaofei's excited and thrilled voice came from the opposite side. You're. The sudden appellation made Yi Tian a bit caught off guard. His first reaction was that the opposite side was not a scammer, but by the sound of his voice he should be a kid paper. Brother-in-law. You don't remember me. In Yanjing, it was you who saved me from 2 robbers. Yi Xiaofei saw that his brother-in-law even forgot himself, lost his little mouth with a grudging little eyes looking at the scenery outside the villa reminded. Yanjing, robbers? 2 words appeared in Yi Tian's mind, especially the word brother-in-law and the slightly familiar voice. A teenager appeared in Yi Tian's mind. Oh, it's you. I told you. I'm not your brother-in-law. It's not a blind recognition. And does your sister know that? Yi Tian was a bit speechless. Are all teenagers so persistent nowadays? Humph. I don't care. You are my brother-in-law. I don't recognize anyone but you. Yi Xiaofei said arrogantly. Yi Tian, you called for something. Someone bullied you again. Thinking of the scene that happened in Yanjing earlier, he said with a laughing snicker. He. Which is not. By the way, brother-in-law, I see your cell phone number is Tianhai's. Are you in Tianhai? Yi Xiaofei's small eye drops flow straight. He said. I'm in Tianhai. Why? Really? Great. Yi Xiaofei in the room coconut silk sound, jumped up from the chair. He can finally introduce brother-in-law and sister to meet. He. Old sister so beautiful brother-in-law will like. It's like this brother-in-law. Tomorrow our class is going to visit Tianhai University. Can you go to the airport to pick me up? I miss you. Yi Tian. It's not good. Yi Tian froze upon hearing this, but seemed to think of something. Your name is Fei, right? Brother-in-law, you remember my name? That's not important. Where did you say you were going to visit? Tianhai University? Yi Tian originally didn't feel good about it, but now it seems like that kid and himself are quite destined to be together. Yes, that's the best school besides Yanjing University. Last year we already went to Yanjing University. This year we just happened to be going to Tianhai University. Yi Xiaofei said their schools plan one by one. In that case, since it's Tianhai University, then okay, tomorrow I'll pick you up. Since it's Tianhai University, brother-in-law, could it be that you are familiar with Tianhai University? Although Yi Xiaofei was small, but his brain was very smart, he asked curiously, obviously also sensing the reason why his brother-in-law changed his mind. More than very familiar. Yi Tian laughed. I go to school at Tianhai University. Wow. Brother-in-law. Really duh. Worthy of being my brother-in-law. Too coincidental. When Yi Xiaofei heard this, he worshipped his brother-in-law even more, thinking that traveling with his sister and brother-in-law at Tianhai University tomorrow must be especially great. He. Chapter 60. I want to introduce my sister and my brother-in-law to each other. You can help me. Bohemia Villa. Yi Xiaofei's room. Oi. Hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaofei clenched his small fists. A pair of eyes filled with all the excitement, jumped 3 feet high. His heart was called a happy. In the living room, Yi Linglong, who had a hard time calming down her mind, heard her brother's excited howl and knocked the door of the room twice with a snap. Little Fei, what's wrong, is it alright? Yi Linglong's nice and concerned voice came in from outside. Sweet and nice. If people in the outside world knew this side of the singing diva, they might have another dream rendezvous with the goddess. He. It's okay, sis. The thought of going to Tianhai with you tomorrow makes me so happy. Yi Xiaofei, who told lies without blushing, deceived his beautiful elder sister who was completely unguarded against him with a clear conscience. Che, virtuous. Yi Linglong blanked her brother through the door of the room. Her mind was again surfacing the figure of that brat Yi Tian, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. How that little bastard always appeared in her mind. Yan Jing, Yi family. Ah Long, tomorrow Xiaofei is going to Tianhai to visit Tianhai University. Are all the arrangements done? Yi family head Yi Tianqi, majestic he was at the moment but lowered his voice by a few points as he spoke to Yi Long beside him. For Yi Long, Yi Tianqi absolute trust. Yi family can have today without Yi Long's credit. The two young people have a lifelong friendship. Don't worry master, everything has been arranged. What happened last time will definitely not happen again, Yi Long said with certainty. Since the last time Yi Xiaofei was robbed at the entrance of the noble school, his surroundings have never been less than bodyguards. There are people guarding 24 hours a day. Well, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Today Su Mubai from the Su family came to me again, asking me about the date of my engagement with Linglong. Yi Long's mouth twitched upon hearing this, his eyes flickering not knowing what he was thinking. Then, how did the master say? Humph, how can I say? Linglong's temperament is not unknown to you. Yi Tianqi snorted coldly and glared at Yi Long. That girl is spoiled by you and your sister-in-law. If she didn't nod my head could I promise Mubai. Growing up you were close to Linglong. Help me persuade her properly sometime. Yi Tianqi let out a slight sigh. Tying the knot with the Su family could be said to be the most direct and effective way to stabilize their Yi family. Okay. Yi Long paused for a moment and answered in agreement. Only in his heart, he had another plan. That Yi Tian was also in Tianhai. This time when he and Little Fei went to Tianhai. Why don't they test that kid by the way? If Yi Tianqi knew that his most trusted beloved, Yi Long, was thinking like this, I don't know if he would scold him. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll first prepare for the young master's trip to the heavenly sea tomorrow. Well, go. Yi Tianqi waved his hand, letting Yi Long go down to prepare. As for him, he took a slight sigh of relief and continued writing calligraphy. Ding bell. Yi Long had just left the study, when he received a call from Yi Xiaofei. Hey, young master. Hey, Uncle Long it's like this, my sister will go to Tianhai with me tomorrow. I want to introduce my sister and my brother-in-law to get to know each other. You can help me. Yi Xiaofei jabbered out his perfect plan. It was called a frown, while Yi Long heard this news but his brows were slightly knitted. Well, good. Yi Long hung up the phone, his mind was racing. Yi Xiaofei didn't know, but he was very clear that Yi Tian and his own young lady originally knew each other. Before checking Yi Tian's character as well as his various abilities, he wouldn't let anything happen between Yi Tian and his own young lady. It seems that tomorrow, we have to find a chance to separate Miss and young master from them, Yi Long murmured. His sight looked towards Yi Tianqi who was still writing calligraphy in the study, and with a slight sigh, he lifted his foot and left the villa. In this way, Yi Long and Yi Linglong Yi Xiaofei's siblings, the three of them were thinking about tomorrow's trip to Tianhai, and time soon came to the next day. That morning, Yi Long drove his car to the Bohemia villa and then the two siblings took a private airplane and flew to Tianhai airport. Little Fei, my sister may not be able to be with you in Tianhai. Yi Linglong thought for a long time last night and racked her brain and started to implement her plan to detach herself from her brother and be alone with Yi Tian. When Yi Xiaofei heard his sister's words, his little face couldn't help but change, but he didn't notice that Yi Long's eyes on the other hand, flickered with a touch of joy. What's wrong, sis? It's not easy to come to Tianhai. You can't accompany me for a day now. Yi Xiaofei quickly hid his heartfelt weakness and said in a petulant manner. No way. I suddenly received a slot this time, and I still have urgent work to do in Tianhai, so let Uncle Long accompany you. It's settled. Unquestionable words came out from Yi Linglong's mouth. Not waiting for Yi Xiaofei to be pampered again, Yi Linglong's voice was heard. I'm tired. Go to my room to rest. Call me when I arrive. Saying that, without giving Yi Xiaofei a chance to speak, she walked towards one of the rooms arranged by the airplane. The door of the room closed with a bang. Yi Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. Just now she almost revealed herself. As for Yi Xiaofei outside the room, cluelessly confused in the wind, dumbfounded, looking at the room where his sister went in. How could this be? Yi Xiaofei doubled his blow and looked at Yi Long beside him with complaint. Uncle Long, didn't we agree yesterday? Why don't you help me persuade my sister? Cough cough. Mrs. Temperament you are not unaware of. I can persuade. Why don't we do it next time? Yi Long drama queen comforted Yi Xiaofei, while in his heart, he was relieved. It seems that this time the plan was quite smooth. He accomplished half of it without doing anything. Only, if he were to know that his own young lady and Yi Tian had long had a relationship, I don't know if he would still be so chipper at this moment. 6 chapters of Explosive Liver. Served. Everyone, big brother, good night. Tomorrow to fight again. Chapter 61, Pity the World's Parents. A few hours later, Tianhai Airport. Yi Xiaofei looked at his sister with a small mouth. A foot gas pedal whistling far away back. The heart don't mention how lost. Originally wanted to introduce his sister and brother-in-law to know. Now well-planned bubble soup. I don't know when will I introduce my sister to my brother-in-law next time. Yi Xiaofei's small adult appearance. A look for the old sister worried about the appearance. See Yi Long mouth corner slightly draw. Yi Xiaofei, who looked at the time, turned to Yi Long, who was beside him. Right, Uncle Long. You go first. I don't want to expose my identity in front of my brother-in-law. This, okay. Then young master, you be careful. Yi Long thought about it. It is true that his presence here is not suitable for the next observation plan. As for Yi Xiaofei's safety, he has long ago sent his family's elite henchmen here. Even if he leaves, nothing will happen to him. Don't worry. With brother-in-law here, who can bully me? Yi Xiaofei whitened his eyes at Uncle Long, urging him to leave as the appointed time was quickly approaching. Yi Long had left for about 10 minutes or so when a Maserati killed the airport with a roaring sound and precisely stopped right in front of Yi Xiaofei. Wow! Brother-in-law! Opening the convertible top mode. From a long distance Yi Xiaofei saw his brother-in-law, and a small face smiled into a crescent moon. Brat! How many times have I told you? I'm not your brother-in-law. According to you, how will your sister marry in the future? Yi Tian blanked Yi Xiaofei. This brat was the most persistent brat he had ever seen. Hey, if you can't get married, just don't get married. There just happens to be a brother-in-law to take over at that time. Yi Tian, brother-in-law. It seems like you're quite rich. The Maserati President top match costs 200,000, right? Getting into the car, Yi Xiaofei surveyed the layout of the car and said, brother-in-law, now where are we going? Buy a house. Looked at Yi Xiaofei a glance. From the first time I saw him in Tianhai, I knew that this kid's family is very unusual. From that watch and school bag of $10,000, it has already explained everything. One cannot let this kid live with their own neighborhood. 2. They also want to buy a villa to live in. The future in Yi Linglong meet cannot go to the hotel every day. And there are many eyes. Every time to be very careful. Too troublesome. Where there is in the villa is convenient. Want to do what to do. Thinking about a scene soon. The corner of the mouth cannot help but hook up a touch of arc. Wow, brother-in-law. You just laughed evilly. Honestly, explain is not thinking of my sister. Yi Xiaofei contemptuous little eyes looked at his own brother-in-law. A tone of interrogation. Knock. To alleviate the small embarrassment directly knocked on the door of Yi Xiaofei's head. Small children. What do you think? Brother-in-law. You. Humph. Obviously thinking of my sister. But also do not recognize, Yi Xiaofei muttered. Not to mention that this kid guessed quite right. Muttered a few sentences of Yi Xiaofei seems to think of something. Right. Brother-in-law, you just said to buy a house, is it? Why don't we go to Xinghao Real Estate? Yi Xiaofei thought of a real estate company under his dad's group and touched the gold card in his pocket that he got from Uncle Long. Xinghao Real Estate? Yeah. When I came here my Uncle Long gave me a gold card. Able to get a discount. Oh, Yi Xiaofei sought his brother-in-law come to interest. Ready to let his brother-in-law see his own strength when the time comes. You kid. It seems that the family lineage is very good. Humph. That's right. Yi Xiaofei arrogantly tilted his neck. Being able to be praised by his brother-in-law was the happiest thing for him. Of course, doing so was also to make that brother-in-law confident in their family. Thus good benefits with his sister. Good. Then go to you say that. Xinghao Real Estate. Then, using the navigation software, he drove towards the nearest Xinghao Real Estate. At the same time, Yi Tian, Yi Xiaofei's destination for the two of them, Xinghao Real Estate, was at the moment in the middle of a house buying transaction. Mom, I'm only in my first year of college now, so I'm in a hurry to buy me a house. It's too early. Ming Xian early in the morning was mom pulled up, in the dad's car. The family came to the best reputation of the Xinghao Real Estate is ready to give Ming Xian to buy a house. The future of the university graduated from the marriage with. What's wrong with fresh Ming year? 4 years pass very quickly, and now housing prices rise one day at a time. 4 years later may be what the situation is. So decided. Auntie Li then turned to the sales lady. Please let me look at the various types of 108 square feet. Okay, Auntie, please wait a moment. Dad, look at my mom. Ming Xian, a small face is full of reluctance. Of course he knows that the price of housing one day a kind. But if they are rich families to buy on the buy, the key they are not. Although the hand has hundreds of thousands of dollars, but only enough to pay a down payment. Son, your mom said good. I discussed with your mom. We take out a loan for 10 years, while we are still young, to help pay back a few more years. Ming Xian dad spoke to his son in a serious manner. How could he not know his wife's heart? Dad, Hear Dad's words. Ming Xian's heart was deeply touched a bit. Eyes cannot help but wet transient Sue. Flashing tears, inner dark self-criticism, their own really useless. A little help cannot help. So hate themselves. Well son, don't blame your mom. She is for your own good. I hope your future stress less. Auntie, how about this type of household? Ventilation on all sides. And still sunrise, light is also very good. Warm in winter and cool in summer. But it is the price is expensive, a little average price of a flat to be 18,000 or so. There are a few other types of households, although the price is cheaper, but the conditions of all aspects of the relatively poorer. Simply introduced the next several types of households. Sales lady continued. Auntie, you see you are ready to want which type of household? Determined. I take you to the scene to see. My son will get married in the future. Of course, I want a good house. The average price of 18,000. The lower floors are not good. It is best to 7 or 8 floors. The noise is less, and there is plenty of light. Auntie Lee said, obviously well prepared to come. Poor world parents. This sentence is right. Ming Xian at the moment see usually big grin, but now the heart fine is hair of the mom. The heart inexplicably is not a flavor. Auntie, this 7th and 8th floor is the most expensive floor in our place. It costs 20,000 per square meter. Are you sure? 20,000 per flat? Upon hearing 20,000 per square foot, Auntie Lee's face changed slightly. Obviously this price exceeded their budget, in which case their loan could be much more. Old partner. Auntie Lee couldn't make up her mind at this point, and looked at Ming Xian's dad. 20,000? Ming Xian's father's eyes flickered, and then he became firm. Buy it. This is it. That's good. Uncle and auntie, I'll help you calculate how much. The lady selling the house also saw that it wasn't easy for the old couple, and began to calculate the price, ready to give them the cheapest price within their own ability. A few moments later, sister house sales lady, holding a calculator, did count up. Uncle aunt, you buy this suite of 20,000 per square foot, a total of 108 square feet, the total price of 2,160,000. We are now doing activities to give you a 15% discount, a total of 183 million. 183 million. Ming Xian's dad's face slightly whitened for a minute when he heard this astronomical figure, but it was quickly hidden. Good. Then we'll make a down payment of 830,000 and take out a loan of 1,000,000 for a 20-year loan. Do you think this will work? Ming Xian's dad took a deep breath. Originally planned for 10 years, but the price was a lot more than they expected, so they could only go from 10 years to 20 years. Dad, we don't. Ming Xian has not had time to finish. Xinghao Real Estate outside came Yi Tian and Yi Xiufei, 2 people. Uncle and aunt. Ming Xian. You. Is this buying a house? Chapter 62 Terrorist Gold Card. Buying a luxury villa at a jumping price. Xiao Yi, why are you here? Ming Xian's dad saw Yi Tian and asked with some surprise. Prepared to buy a house. Yi Tian saw the red and swollen look of Ming Xian's eyes and vaguely guessed something. You also came to buy a house? It just so happens that we are too. Brother Tian, you persuade my dad and my mom. I'm just in my first year of college now, and they put their lifetime's money to have to make a down payment, saying something about buying me a house for marriage. Ming Xian, shut up. What's all this nonsense? Aunt Li saw Ming Xian's appearance. His face was cold, then turned to Yi Tian. Xiao Yi, don't listen to his nonsense. Mom. Seeing the appearance of his mother, Ming Xian anxious. That is half a lifetime of mom and dad's hard-earned money, and a loan of 1 million. Mom and dad's second half of life will be dragged down by the house. Seeing Auntie Lee's mother and sons bickering, Ming Xian's dad sighed slightly, and Yi Tian also probably understood what happened. Ming Xian, how can you say that? Auntie Lee is also for your own good. But, Ming Xian heard brother Tian's consolation, but obviously still couldn't get past that hurdle in his heart. Alright. Interrupting Ming Xian's words, he looked to Yi Xiufei, who was at the side. Xiaofei, didn't you say that you have a card that can give discounts? Oh, brother-in-law. Look, it's this. Frozen Yi Xiaofei, hearing his brother-in-law's words, hurriedly took out a golden card from his pocket. This beauty. Can this card give a discount? Receiving the golden card in Yi Xiaofei's hand, he handed it over to the beautiful young lady who was selling it. This, I'll ask our manager. The sales young lady, obviously had not seen this kind of card, but it looked very high, and did not dare to make a decision on her own. Everyone wait a moment. After saying that sales young lady walked quickly towards the sales manager's office. Xiao Yi, that card. Auntie Lee also might have gotten to that gold card. It was extraordinary just by looking at it alone. She couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Auntie Lee, is a card that can discount. Oh, then Xiao Ye really thank you. Ta-da-da-da. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over quickly from the office, shock written all over his face, and hurriedly came down to Yi Tian under the lead of the sales lady. I guess, this gold card belongs to this gentleman. The sales manager's attitude was as respectful as possible, while Yi Xiaofei's heart was full of dejection. Obviously he had known about this scene for a long time. Sort of. This card. I want to ask how many discounts I can get. After prevaricating and saying that Yi Xiaofei was only a teenager after all, Yi Tian took it upon himself to admit that he was the owner of this card. Sir, it's like this. This kind of card can enjoy a 50% discount for life on all property purchases under our entire Xinghua banner. 50% off. Then can I use it for my friend? Yi Tian's sight fell towards Auntie Li's family and asked out loud. Of course you can. This kind of as long as you hold this kind of gold card. The sales manager then looked at the sales young lady beside him. Little one. What type of house they bought? Manager, uncle and aunt bought this 108 square feet 7 or 8 floor type. I discounted 15% to calculate that there will be 183 million. Uncle and aunt decided to pay 830,000 down payment and loan 1 million to pay in installments of 20 years. This way The sales manager's mind calculates for a moment and quickly continues. Sir, let's do it this way. I'll take a 50% discount on the price of 183 million at a 15% discount. That's 915,000. Erasing the zeros, they only need to pay 900,000. How about that? 900,000. Are you telling the truth? When Ming Xian heard the sales manager's words, he stared at the gold card with wide eyes. He never expected this gold card, which directly reduced what they were supposed to buy at 183 million to 900,000 directly. Auntie Li and Ming Xian's father heard the sales manager's words, also was heartily pleased, full of heart to look at Yi Tian as grateful as possible. Good. Then it's settled. Then Yi Tian took out a bank card from his pocket. This beauty. Swipe the money. 900,000. That house my friend wants it. Okay, mister. The sales young lady took the bank card, but it was Auntie Li who said in a snappy voice. No, Xiao Ye, how can that work? You've already done us a big favor. How can I let you pay? Auntie Li, listen to me. Although you and uncle have some money, but if you pay the full amount of $900,000, the next life must be very tight. So, this money will be paid by me for the time being, then you guys will pay me back is all. Yi Tian of course knew that Auntie Li and the others would not let themselves pay, but he still knew the situation of Ming Xian's family. But, Xiao Yi. Alright, wife, just listen to Xiao Yi. When we go back we'll give Xiao Yi 800,000, and we'll pay back the remaining 100,000 after a while, so that we don't lower the quality of life, and we don't let down Xiao Ye's hard work. Ming Xian's dad pulled Auntie Li and nodded at Yi Tian. His eyes were full of gratitude. This was their family's great benefactor. Brother Tian. Thank you. Thank you. Ming Xian was completely unable to tense up at this moment. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down immediately. In his heart, he secretly swore that in the future, he would definitely repay Brother Tian's kindness to their family properly. On the side of the Yi Xiaofei look in the eyes, are full of is touched, not worthy of is their brother-in-law. All aspects can be considered. Fantastic. Sister in the future to marry him must be right. Yi Xiaofei refueling. You can do it. You will be able to make your brother-in-law like your sister. After settling the bill, Auntie Li and Ming Xian's dad went to look at the house with the sales lady, while Ming Xian stayed behind to prepare to be with Yi Tian. Manager, I'm going to buy a villa. What do you recommend on your side? After Ming Xian's parents left for a while, Yi Tian thought of his intention and asked the sales manager. Oh, mister, wants to buy a villa right? Nowadays, there is no better villa in Tianhai than the Fengming Villa Group. Nowadays there are 5 more villas for sale in Fengming Villa, which are no, 2, no, 3, no, 6, no, 7 and no, 8. Among them, no, 2, no, 3 and no, 7. The price is around 15 million. No, 6 is 20 million. And no, 8 is the most expensive up to 28 million. I don't know which set Mr. wants. Hearing the sales manager's words, Ming Xian almost didn't take his breath away when he heard it. The cheapest one is 15 million. The most expensive one is even as high as 28 million. It's too scary. That goes without saying. Of course my brother-in-law will buy the most expensive one. Before Yi Tian could say anything, Yi Xiaofei on the side directly shouted out. That arrogant look. Like this is how it should be. He. Number 8 then. Yi Tian looked at Yi Xiaofei and said with a smile. The sales manager's eyes flashed. Was it really so? That's good. Let me help Mr. calculate how much. Villa number 8 is 28 million. I will give Mr. a 20% discount. That's 22.4 million. Then Mr. also has this half-price gold card. If it's half, that's 12.2 million. In that case, Mr. only needs to pay 12 million. The sales manager said this. The many sales brokers around, one by one, almost didn't be choked to death by their own saliva. 28 million Feng Ming Villa, no. 8 Villa, even ended up being sold at a price of 12 million, which is 3 million lower than the cheapest 15 million. Motherfucker, who is this dude? It's too scary. There is also that gold card. What exactly is the existence? Chapter 63, Brother-in-law. You're so shameless. Goo-doo. Gulp 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 gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came out from the throats of the brokers. This kind of price sale was the first time they had ever seen it. They understood very well that the reason for such a low price was because of the gold card. And the second reason was because the young man in front of them was the second generation of some big shot. Hiss. Ming Xian even sucked in a breath of cool air. A heart to jump out in shock. The original 28 million Feng Ming Villa 8 Villa. Finally hard to 12 million sold to Brother Tian. Although 12 million is still the astronomical number of astronomical numbers for him. But, the difference of 16 million alone was enough to shake him like 5 thunderbolts. Swipe your card. With that, Yi Tian once again took out another diamond black gold card, which was obviously a VIP level card, or else he couldn't swipe tens of millions of dollars at once. Ma Yi, brother-in-law is handsome. More than 10 million. Eyelids do not blink. Mother, this is their ideal brother-in-law. This handwriting, Kill Yinjing do not know how many second generation. TSK, it seems that brother-in-law is also quite rich na. He. Another temperament looks beautiful skin white salesgirl, trembling with a small hand to receive the diamond black gold card as if hot potato. Sir, you wait a moment. White skin beautiful little girl, cannot help but give Yi Tian a winks, obviously has the meaning of fishing for a son-in-law. Yi Tian steady as an old dog. The heart is a small vanity for a moment. After all, this is the most hoped for by every man. Although many boys' surface is very disdainful. Skin white beautiful little beauty towards the cash register on the way. The heart and liver bang bang beating, as if they are going to jump out of the same. The face of the halo red cannot be. To figure a body, to face value has a face value. The most important thing is also so much gold. Generous, TSK, seems to be in love. How to do it? The little girl who came to the cash register, lowered her eyebrows and glanced at Yi Tian, then moved away as if electrocuted, afraid of being discovered by the other party. So handsome, so like, how to do so want to get him. Then the little girl skillfully operated. Then the computer shows a string of numbers. See the balance in the card. The little girl almost did not choke over. Individual, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000. My God. This is how much money Oskin white beautiful young lady beauty deducted 12 million after the huge amount of money. Finally is counting the amount in the card. A 1. Behind there are 8 0. Huron is 100 million amount. A bank card. With 100 million amount. Which represents what? Obviously this card owner's value is far more than this 100 million. Brush. The little girl immediately wrote down her contact information, placed on the back of the bank card. The technique is a little rusty. Obviously the first time to do so. Indeed. She was moved. Sir, keep your card. Sign by the way. The white-skinned little beauty handed the bank card on top to Yi Tian. Found a small note at the back. Could not help but look at that little beauty, but saw her little face swooning, revealing a flirtatious autumn wave. Mr. Take care. Welcome Mr. Next time. Handing over the villa's real estate license and key, the sales manager nodded and respectfully sent Yi Tian's trio away. The entire process was dumbfounded in Ming Xian's mind. Wow. After sending away Yi Tian's trio, this sales store of Xinghe real estate directly boiled over. All the brokers all gathered around. Manager, what is that gold card? Yeah, never seen you so solemn. That's right, a $28 million villa sold to that person for $12 million. How can I explain to the headquarters? Many brokers chirped and spit out. They had too many doubts, too many questions, except for that little beauty who swiped Yi Tian's card, who at the moment was focusing on her cell phone from time to time, expecting that golden son-in-law to call her. It seems necessary to tell you guys about it. The sales manager's eyes slightly jumped as he glanced at the direction that Yi Tian drove away in the Maserati, retracting his sight to solemnly explain, next time you guys see this kind of gold card holder, make sure to be careful and respectful in reception. Today is the first time. You guys don't understand, I don't blame you. As for that gold card, the head can be quite impressive. Know the Yi group that acquired our Xinghe real estate, right? Of course I know. That's our boss. Many of the surrounding henchmen, one after another, spoke out. That gold card, where all the areas involved under the Yi group, all have bottomless half-price rights. So, but anyone who holds this kind of card, that is a very important VIP of Yi group. The sales manager's words, listening to all the hearts and minds of everyone jumped, and that white-skinned and beautiful little beauty became unconfident, so that the male god came to be so big, can he really get into his eyes? On the other side, in the Maserati, Tian, brother Tian, thank you for today. Ming Xian, who had just reacted from his daze, thanked Yi Tian once again. It's not me you have to thank, it's the one behind you. That gold card is his. Yi Tian looked small at Yi Xiaofei, who was looking at the Tianhai scenery in the back seat. Ah, that Fei. Thank you. What's wrong with this? You are my brother-in-law's friend. That's my Yi Xiaofei's friend. In the future where you need me, feel free to greet me. Yi Xiaofei patted his chest and said with assurance. From just now in Xinghao real estate, he knew that this person called Ming Xian and his brother-in-law had a good relationship. Sister, brother-in-law? Hearing Yi Xiaofei's words, the calm Ming Xian froze, before reacting and looking at his own brother Tian in dismay. Could it be that this kid is the younger brother of brother Tian's girlfriend? Go. Don't listen to his nonsense. I've never met her sister face to face. Before I saved this kid once in Yanjing. Since then, this kid has been calling me brother-in-law. People being too handsome is sometimes a sin. Ming Xian, brother-in-law, you are so shameless. Yi Xiaofei contemptuously glanced at his shameless brother-in-law. How come he didn't realize that his brother-in-law had such a side before? Although, he was not bad looking, he was just a little bit more handsome than himself. Ding dong. Just at this time, Yi Tian's cell phone rang. Flipping open the phone was to see Yi Linglong sent a message. Mixed kid, why haven't you come yet? Anyway, today is the day of the relationship. It counts if you don't come. Yi Tian slapped his head and forgot about this. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Ming Xian asked with concern, seeing Tian's reaction after reading the message. Oh, nothing. Today I have an emergency. You help me look at this kid. Thinking of Yi Linglong. The two evils are light. Can only abandon Yi Xiaofei? After all, it is still important to their own women. Yeah, brother-in-law, what are you doing to go? Take me together chanting. That thing take you together. This kid, go. Adult things children less ask. Glared at Yi Xiaofei. The bottom of the foot gas pedal a step. Whooshing sound drove to the Fengming Villa. Chapter 64. If you guys keep this up, I'm going to go bankrupt. Ding bell. In the hotel room, seeing the cell phone ringing, Yi Linglong picked up the phone and saw that it was her brother Yi Xiaofei. Hey, Xiaofei. What's up? I'm rehearsing. Listening to the pattering sound of the bath, Yi Linglong said without turning red. Really in rehearsal? I tell you, I am now, and brother-in-law just bought the villa side. Brother-in-law just now can be great. I tell you, brother-in-law. Yi Xiaofei left a mouth brother-in-law. Right, a mouth brother-in-law. Completely unaware of the old sister is completing her love business. After today there are still 30 days. Yi Linglong cheer you can. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Linglong found an excuse to hang up the phone, fearing that Yi Tian will come out to reveal something broken at that time. A little. After the rain, after some camouflage, of course, it is accurate to say that under the role of Yi Tian's easy-to-face card, the two left the hotel again, and went to the largest commercial CBD in Tianhai. Yi Linglong, who could not easily be a small woman, once again released her, or the nature of all girls, that is, bye. Not bad. In the Yi Linglong first horse, towards the major brand name flagship store, killed a 7 into 7 out. Yi Linglong can be said to be full of addiction. Even Yi Linglong herself did not realize. Quietly her relationship with Yi Tian has been towards the direction of false drama. Time quickly came to the afternoon. In front of a crane machine. I go. Is this dude going to clip all the dolls? This operation. Awesome. Hey. I didn't see the crane machine owner's face turn green. Oh my god. This handsome guy. He's so cruel. He doesn't leave any way out. Wow. What a handsome guy. If my boyfriend was this good, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. He. I want to give my male god a kiss, but the girl beside him is so pretty. The pressure is so great. The surrounding people's chatter, listening to the boss's ears, as if a knife, ruthlessly stabbed in his heart. Blood that is called a gurgling outward. Doll machine, a row of 10. At the moment Yi Tian is pounding the 10th. At the moment the 10th doll machine inside the doll there are almost more than 10. With one clip. 10, 8, 5. Soon, the dolls in the 10th doll machine were once again emptied, and the surrounding pedestrians were all dumbfounded. Xiao Tian. Fantastic. No one recognized Yi Linglong. Under the excitement, barked in the envious eyes of the crowd, ruthlessly kissed in the face of Yi Tian. At the moment did not feel the slightest wrong. Yi Linglong at this time the idea is very simple, but also very simple. That is, they are his girlfriend. Kiss him, what does it matter? And if this scene was known as her true identity, I'm afraid that Yi Tian would not have 10 lives enough to be killed. Handsome boy and girl, please go away. If you guys keep this up, I'm going to go bankrupt. Xiao Tian, so many dolls. We can't take them. Why don't I just take 2? As long as you're happy. Carefully Yi Tian raised his hand to straighten Yi Linglong's slightly messy hair bun. Such a scene. Looking around, the hearts of the cute girls melted. Wow, can't do it. Handsome guy is too warm. So attentive. So loving. So pampering his girlfriend. So envious. That girl must be very, very happy. For this little lowly's future boyfriend to be like this, is to live 3 years less. No, 10 years I'm willing. Good handsome pot. Oh, but want to go with me. Although this sister is very beautiful, but there is no mine at home. My family has na, or gold mine. Oh, the surrounding cute girls, looking at Yi Linglong's eyes, the envy and jealousy between them is not hidden at all. As if the torrential river stretches endlessly, and as if the yellow river is flooding out of control. Boss, other than these 2 the others are returned to you. Seeing Yi Linglong picking out the 2 dolls as if they were treasures, she waved her hand at the boss, who was going crazy with excitement, and said, following that, amidst the envy and admiration of the many pedestrians, Yi Linglong smiled like a silly girl and left the crane machine area, ready to wreak havoc on other items. Thank you handsome, thank you beautiful, thank you. Yi Tian and the 2 of them walked a few meters away before the crane machine owner came back to his senses. His heart was so moved that he almost cried in pain. Immediately after that, throwing basketballs, winning gold coins, driving flying cars, one after another, project over. All our Yi Linglong want to play but can't play the project, but Yi Linglong was so happy. Yi Tian's side face, don't know how many times she sneak attacked. Make the face is all her saliva. Of course, if this scene was known to the outside world, how many people might envy him? It was the kiss of goddess Linglong, the diva of the singing world. Until nightfall, Yi Linglong was still in high spirits and reluctant to leave the business center CBD. That pitiful and aggrieved look couldn't help but make people pity her. Knowing that night falls, Yi Linglong only returned to the hotel with Yi Tian fully loaded. Yi Tian, so happy today. Yi Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes smiled and curved into a crescent moon. Under the reflection of the street lamps outside the car, it was particularly charming. Yi Tian couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Linglong, you are beautiful. Humph, that's for sure. I'm. Halfway through her words, she saw Yi Tian's eyes full of blazing heat, and her pretty face flushed red as she pivoted her skirt with her 2 small hands. After calming down for a long while, Yi Linglong took a deep breath and grunted. Immediately K-song show finals will start. Are you ready to sing any songs? No, 2 or 3 days. It's still early. Yi Linglong, that said, after tonight, there are 27 days left. Time flies. Yi Tian looked up and down at Yi Linglong and said thoughtfully, bah, 27 days you big git. Rascal, glaring fiercely at the bad guy beside her. This guy is too hateful. Saying that there are 27 days left, doesn't the implication mean, will I have to spend the night in the hotel tonight? This guy is an asshole. Chapter 65 Explosive theme song and female main character. In the middle of the hotel, there was a sound battle. It lasted for nearly half an hour or so. The tired Yi Linglong leaned in Yi Tian's arms, and seemed to think of something. Brat, help me turn on the TV. I want to watch today's hotly anticipated Yufei biography. Yufei biography? Humph. Yeah, this is my debut in movie making, acting as Yufei's wife Li Xiaoyi in the drama. Don't think that my sister I can only sing. Today I will let you see my sister's acting skills. As early as a year ago, Yi Linglong crossed the border to take over the female lead role in the drama Yufei's biography, invited by Suku. Only the old fox Suku. Very treacherous. In addition to the program team, no one knows that the heroine of Yufei biography is a singing diva Yi Linglong. For the sake of waiting for today. As for why Yi Linglong risked cross-border, the reason is very simple. All because her singing diva status is jeopardized. So cross-border powder undoubtedly became the most effective way to stabilize her status, but also the reason why Lily heartache girlfriend. After all, the singing world and the movie and TV industry are not the same thing. So only she, her best friend, knows how she has spent the past 2 years and how much she has suffered. A little less. The LCD screen in the hotel bedroom was turned on by Yi Tian. At this moment, there were less than 10 minutes before the start of Yufei's one, and there was an advertisement playing on the TV. Seeing Yi Linglong's slightly haughty appearance, Yi Tian thought of the theme song that Suka signed for $10 million. The corner of his mouth curved up with a touch of curvature. He was more and more admiring his destiny with this niece. Legend of Yufei Theater Group. At this moment, all the people from the director's team were all gathered in the large conference room, a pair of eyes staring straight at the screen projected in front of them. In another 10 minutes, it would be the moment of the primetime hit broadcast of Legend of Yufei. Ha ha ha, Lao Sua. At first, or really have you? Full blockade female lead Yiling Long's news. Seriously, I myself are looking forward to it. An assistant director. As the time is getting closer and closer, he cannot stop the excitement up. Not to say that Lao Su chicken thief it, before Yiling Long play female number 1, as well as Yi Tian theme song thing, this is hidden from the dead. Tisk. I wonder how the audience will react after hearing the bombastic theme song as well as the female lead. Not only a few assistant directors, the conference room and the crew-related staff were all staring at the screen with wide eyes, full of anticipation, and a few cute girls were even watching with folded hands. Moreover, this time Suka not only in Yenjing TV primetime broadcast, more in Yenjing TV official website synchronization broadcast. This news has long been officially announced out. Therefore, in addition to the Vanguard is Yufei biography program team side. After eating dinner, sitting around together, there are countless netizens have flocked to the Yenjing TV official website live room. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. Before, on the cost of huge sums of money smashed publicity, at this moment received 5 times, even 10 times the effect. At this moment the official website live broadcasting room of the Yufei biography has not yet begun. The netizens have already broken the 1 million mark, which has absolutely never happened before. I plants grass. Yufei biography finally started. It's not great. Meow. I came just for the female number 1. The directors group did a great job of keeping it a secret. The female number 1 is definitely a big star beyond our expectation. Believe it or not. From the supporting cast are all first-tier stars. This drama, definitely a good look. Hey, it goes without saying that director Suka's productions will be good. The male leads are all superstars like Long Yuxian, and the female lead is estimated to be at least of this caliber. Super lineup. Director Suku is trying to make us greedy. Netizens are buzzing with the reality that thousands of families are gathered in front of the TV, waiting for the start of the generation of resistance against the Jin dynasty. Yufei biography. 8 minutes, 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Time is approaching. The network in reality. Countless people wait with bated breath. There are for the superstar lineup to come. There are rushing to the mysterious female number 1. There are also rushing to the famous General Yufei to come. And so on. Time. Finally close. And just as reality and the network blew up, the K-Song platform, the Shark Fighting platform, and the Thousand platform, also launched a wave of impact. 1 minute before the start of Yufei biography, the 3 major music platforms' colleagues released the theme song of Yufei biography, Jingzhong Zagua, which was signed by Suku for $10 million. Waiting for many days, they are finally waited for this day. At this moment Rong Changha, Chan Wanli, and Zhao Jiqiang also took the rare time to gather together in one box to watch the upcoming hit Legend of Yufei. Of course, they had come entirely for the theme song. They wanted to see what Suku would be made to look like with the huge $10 million signing fee he had spent on the theme song. Time passes and the primetime program begins. Picture a turn accompanied by the screen darkened down, followed by Yufei biography officially began. Just appeared grand and vast vision pattern. It sounded thick, loud and clear background music. At a certain moment, the music rhythm brewed to the extreme. The smoke of the wolves rises, and the mountains look north. The dragon flag rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword is like frost. The heart is like the yellow river. Accompanied by the loud and domineering song, the screen of a generation of famous General Yufei's role, the heroic superstar Long Yuxian dressed in armor, like a god of war appeared in everyone's eyes, impacting the vision of the crowd. Behind him is a million miles of rivers and mountains, the smoke and the countless Yuejia army. Auditory impact, coupled with visual impact, a time everyone's goosebumps are up. To know, this is the editing team day and night. I do not know how many times by the harsh Suka vetoed before the completion of the theme song editing works. Shocked. At this moment, all the viewers in reality and on the internet were all shocked. In the box, the 3 of them, Chan Wanli, stared at the screen and were frozen. The teacups they were holding up were fixed in the air, and their eyes were staring at the theme song and images that made their blood boil. I drop a good boy. This next Meow Yufei biography truly great. Chapter 66, this old thing, even hiding from himself. Grass. The screen continues. Superstar Long Yuxian's heroic appearance. Magnificent miles of rivers and mountains. Beacons. The Jin invasion. The Yu family army sacrificed their lives to defend the dynasty's territory, with a precious life stationed on every inch of the territory. When a great man when the horse leather wrapped body and return, cannot die in bed. The high-pitched let a person's heart pang worship theme song, coupled with the grand and magnificent 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, attracted countless men to the hot-blooded battlefield heart and soul, can be described as the words embodied to the fullest extent. To the fullest extent. Hate wants to go wild where the long sword goes. How many loyal souls have been buried in other lands? I'd rather die than serve my country. I can't bear to sigh, but I'm speechless, and my eyes are full of tears. The super high and loud singing voice. Listen to the crowd of the brain exploded. The mind appeared in the heroic superstar Long Yuxian played a generation of famous General Yufei. Angry hair. Against the violation of my border of the Jin soldiers. The long sword held in the hands of the countless Yu family army of the will to war rushed to the heavens, and beside them is the white bones of the Sensen, carrying the crowd of people in front of the eyes, but the emergence of a shocking great war. Hiss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn. Old me 12 trillion sweat pores rooted upside down. To blow up. This theme song, which Big Brother sang my blood boiling really want to drill into the TV with the gold soldiers to do a big fight. I'm not ashamed to be my Yufei's idol. Good. Such a scene. Absolutely amazing work. Tisk tisk awesome. Awesome Phew. Convinced. The big man who sang the theme song. Completely convinced. Please accept my knees. Director Suku has definitely put in a lot of effort. Every frame is incredibly anticipated. Yenjing TV's official website live broadcast. At this moment, this scene, netizens went crazy. Completely shocked. 1. 2 million. 1. 5 million. 1. 8 million. 2. 1 million. Every minute. No. Accurately every second there are thousands. Tens of thousands of people netizens crazy influxed in. As Suku before the prediction of that. This 10 million signed Jing Zhong reward the nation really will be Yufei biography pushed to an extreme peak. The Tianhai exchange group even exploded into the sky. My plants are grassy. My goodness. The god song Jing Zhong repay the country was even interpreted by director Suku. Like this. Hiss. I have goosebumps. This is going to be a big deal. Grandma. No wonder. No wonder No wonder Suku director $10 million to sign this song. TSK. Too bull. Ha 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 ha. The male god is awesome. Too much. Breaking through the sky this is. This scene. Too unbelievable. How much money has to be invested in this? Big huge production. Absolute big huge production. TSK. It's been a long time since I've seen such a good looking drama. Excited 666666666. Exploded my male god. PFF. Look guys. That's. My goodness, is that the heroine? What do I see? Just as the Tianhai exchange group was blowing up, a goddess of great splendor and magnificent looks appeared in everyone's field of vision. Yi Linglong. That's right. This person who appeared in the TV was no other than the current singing diva Yi Linglong, who was in the sky. And with the scene in the picture as well as the CP, it was obvious that the crowd had already guessed it. A certain box in Yenjing. PFF cough cough. SH. What? Seeing Yi Linglong in the TV. Tang Chen Wanli. This Suku's longtime friend. Directly pugilized. A pair of eyes glaring round. Full of horror and disbelief. This. I drop a good boy. Good you old Su. Even. Surprisingly, the female lead is actually the singing diva Yi Linglong. Holy shit. This old thing. Even hiding from his own people. Grass. Hiss. My god. Suku is really ruthless this time. Rongchang Hajiajiqiang. Similarly looking at the eyes wildly jumping more than. Yi Tian 10 million signed the explosive theme song. Super first tier star of the national male god Long Yuxian. Plus the singing diva Yi Linglong. My goodness. This hand. Absolutely blinded. I don't know how many people titanium alloy eyes. 3 big moves. Chi number continues to be in the theme song. Such an operation. Too much more ruthless than them. No wonder that guy hid the female lead to death. TSK. I have to say. This hand effect. Absolutely to blow up. Fluttering sound. Ming Xian diehard's home. Ming Xian's diehard directly but was shocked to slide down from the sofa. This. Brother Tian's theme song. Long Yuxian male god. Plus singing diva Yi Linglong. Phew. I am not dreaming. Ming Xian's diehards are now staring at the computer screen in front of them with unblinking eyes. And the parents of the diehards also have flickering eyes. As early as just now they were shocked by Yi Tian's loud and domineering Jingzhong Jinweigua. And now they sometimes see Yi Linglong, the singing diva who they had previously watched in concert at the stadium. To be honest, although they do not follow the stars, this kind of lineup is also makes them tisk tisk emotion. Horses' hooves go south. People look north. The grass is green and yellow. And the dust is flying. I want to defend the land and open up the border. The Chinese women want to make the 4 directions. Let's celebrate. As the Deadpool family lamented, the high-pitched voice on the TV raised another decibel, and Ming Xian's Deadpool's sweaty pores were about to explode, as if 12 trillion sweaty hairs were about to fly out of them. The ones who were most concerned about all of this, the cast of Yu Fei Zhuan. Hiss. Oh, wow 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 wow. Oh my god. What a horrible singing skill. Such a steady high octave. So scary. What a horrible musical talent. Not to mention the audience. Even I'm excited to hear the blood-boiling theme song in the combination of Long Yuxian and Yi Linglong Diva. I'm looking forward to it. That's right. Director Su Ke's move is too powerful. Too ruthless. Many of the crew members, one by one, swallowed their saliva. Even though they knew the inside story, seeing the theme film edited to such an extreme, it was as if they were all pulled back to the era when the war was raging and Yu Fei was living. Ha 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 ha. Good. Motherfucker. Great. Old Su. This is too powerful for you. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Ha 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 ha. One of the assistant directors, looking excited. This operation is too awesome, spoke incoherently. Go go go. I'm not interested in you. Su Ke saw such a perfect, flawless editing, revealing a smile of satisfaction with the achievement, and whitening his eyes at the assistant director beside him who had cooperated for many years. Ha 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 ha. Several other assistant directors and the surrounding crew members, hearing director Su Ke's jokes, couldn't help but all let out a loud laugh. Comfortable. Too damn comfortable. It's a wonderful life. Chapter 67. If you sing this song, I'll extend your relationship time by half a month. The prime time program, all the lights. Countless boys and girls looked at their singing diva goddess, Yi Linglong, surprisingly crossing the border to be the heroine of Yu Fei Zhuan. This setting is just like an extinction thunderbolt bombarded in the brain. Instantly 12 trillion brain cells lost the ability to think and fell into hibernation. Who is Yi Linglong? The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, that is standing in the top of the song world and the dragon country's existence, and even in the international are not small influence. Such a diva. Starring in the Yu Fei biography, undoubtedly a present on the explosion of the eyeballs of an unknown number of people. In terms of fame, Yi Linglong, the diva of the singing world, is higher than Long Yuxian, the superstar. Yi Linglong's curiosity is placed in the acting circle. Then it is the level of the proper emperor and queen of the movie. Only a movie star and a movie queen can be comparable to our diva Linglong goddess. Mamma mia, my mamma mia. Ooh, what did I see? Goddess Linglong has even entered the entertainment industry. OMG. Excited. So excited. Grass puddle. No wonder director Su Ke hit it so deeply. The original female lead is Goddess Linglong. Ah, this is too big. Ha 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 ha. Although I was cheated. But I want to say to director Su Ke, Director Su, well done. Superb lineup. Absolutely superb lineup. I thought that the male god Long Yuxian was the biggest hotspot, but I didn't expect it to be the singing diva Goddess Linglong. The hot theme song. Super high acting, super tier 1 star. Mr. Long Yuxian, plus the singing diva, Goddess Linglong. This operation, TSK, TISK, in the official live broadcasting room, wave after wave of fans, at the moment when the singing diva Yi Linglong, the goddess of their dreams, appeared, they were pugnacious on the spot. 2, 3 million, 2, 5 million, 2, 8 million, soaring, continuing to soar. In the blink of an eye, the number of fans on the official website's live broadcast broke the 3 million mark, and even more so, at a lightning fast speed, towards the 4 million mark, violently. God block kill God, Buddha block, kill Buddha, ding, congratulations to the host prestige value plus 999, ding, congratulations to the host prestige value plus 999, ding, congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 999, ding, congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 999. Outside the boiling explosion, the theme song of the original Yi Tian is full of pots and pans of harvesting a wave of CAC's reputation value. Look in the eyes, the heart is happy. With the end of the theme song, Yu Fei biography officially began. At the end of the Northern Song dynasty, the Liao kingdom invaded the Central Plains in force, and the people were not happy. Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty ignored the government, worshipped his favorite minister Tongguan for the protection of the state general, the United States against the Liao. Tongguan not only can't understand the strategy, but also more selfish desire. Seeing the program formally played, Yi Linglong attention at the moment but not at all on the hot Yu Fei biography, but the eyebrows slightly knit up, suspicious murmur out, that theme song singing is great, how do I feel? And your voice is a bit similar. Although the singing style is completely different, however, the voice itself is a very similar feeling. As the current singing diva Yi Linglong, who is in the sky, is still very sensitive to this point. Besides, these days of contact, his understanding of Yi Tian is far better than in the beginning. Little Linglong, this song is sung by your mano. Don't think that your man I can only sing love songs. Awesome. Jokingly looking at the singing diva in her arms with slightly frowning eyebrows, she said with a laugh, Che, look at your behavior. If this song is sung by you, I'll extend the love time for you by half a month. Blanking the big bad guy beside her, Yi Linglong said with hatred, a person's way of singing, even if it can be changed, it can't be changed to such an extent. Extended for half a month? He. This is what you said, little Linglong Yi Tian, who wanted to tease Yi Linglong, hearing the unexpected joy, couldn't help but reveal a touch of a fox-like smile, that looked like a gray wolf seeing a happy sheep. His eyes were flooded with a silky green aura. Humph. So what if I said so? Also, don't call me little Linglong. Where am I small? I'm obviously several years older than you. Yi Linglong glared at Yi Tian. This guy was getting less and less big. Every time she heard him call herself little Linglong, she got goosebumps all over her body. Not small? Yi Tian heard and looked Yi Linglong up and down. It seems really not small. You, colorful embryo, rascal, glared at Yi Tian. Yi Linglong's small face scarlet transient Sue, followed by the heart and liver bang straight jump staring at the TV. No longer pay attention to Yi Tian. This little bastard is too hateful, so want to bite him to death. Two people flirting. The three major music platform is at this time suddenly burst. K-song platform, Yi Tian column area. OMG. Holy shit, what do I hear? Isn't this the theme song of The Legend of Yufei? Originally called Jing Zhong Weigua? It's not, so what? But the big guy who sings this can't be Jingzhong repaying the country. This is Jingzhong repaying the country. My goodness, Jingzhong repaying the country is actually. Yi Tian sang it. Hiss. What? I dropped the test. Not only lyrics, composition, singing, mother of all is Yi Tian sang. Mamma mia. I said when listening to the theme song of Yufei biography how to feel a little familiar. The original. Boy, Jingzhong reward the country is actually the handiwork of God Yi Tian. What did I find out? Oh my god. Is it really Yi Tian? This singing style, and the previous few songs are completely different. I think it's definitely right. And it's the same above Fighting Shark and Thousand. First it was a love song. Then it was affection. And now, it's a high octave of patriotic feelings again. Motherf. The Do Shark platform as well as the Thousand platform, like the K-song general column area, also boiled over, the three major platforms powered up, and soon the battle lines spread to the Yanjing TV official website's live broadcasting room. Brothers, something big has happened. My god, do you know who wrote Jingzhong Reward the Country? It's Yi Tian, the music talent Yi Tian, the one from Tianhai. Yi Tian wrote it. I don't know which brother in the live broadcast top came a notice. Immediately the live broadcast room really shook a hand. Yi Tian? Singing the theme song? How is it possible? Although every one of Yi Tian's songs is very good, but, can he really sing in this style? The vocal line is not at all on a high level. At first, the netizens in the live broadcast room thought that it was someone spoofing. Only as time went by, more and more phases of similar arguments appeared in the pop-up screen, which had to make them pay attention. Three people becoming a tiger was obviously a scary thing. One person saying this might not be believed by anyone, but if 3 or 5, or even all of them, said this, then the situation would be different. Moreover, after some screenshots and links were sent over, everyone in the live broadcast room was directly confused. K-song was like this, Fighting Shark was like this, and Xian was like this, and there were links to prove it. My goodness. Could it be that? This theme song was really written by Yi Tian? Chapter 68. Shame on you. See this diva not bite you to death. The Legend of Yufei is being broadcast, and the official website's live streaming room is also boiling over from the Jingzhong Baogua uploaded by the three major platforms. Yufei biography theme song? It turns out that the song is called Jingzhong Reward the Nation, which is too powerful, and the most important thing is, meow. This song is actually Yi Tian's lyrics, composition and singing, under the iron evidence like a huge mountain. Although they couldn't believe it, they couldn't help not believing it. With the facts in front of them, how could they refute it? Only, what they can't believe is, this song, the hero of the nation, had extremely harsh requirements for the voice, and Yi Tian, who had always been remembered by the public for his love songs, was unable to accept the sudden contrast for a while. Ding dong. Under the hot support of the three major platforms, Jingzhong Reward the Country was searched by the netizens of one wave after another at an unparalleled speed, which was not in the hotel room. Yi Linglong's cell phone that had not been complacent for a while received a push message from K-Song Music. Yi Linglong, who slightly stabilized her emotions, picked up her phone and blinked her big eyes that were so fascinated by Wangquan, and the push message appeared in her eyes. Shocked, the music genius Yi Tian, following the father. Another Legend of Yufei theme song, Jing Zhang Zagua, has broken 1 million downloads in 10 minutes. Seeing this push message, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes unconsciously jumped wildly for an instant. This, the theme song? Our singing diva Ling Yi Linglong was shocked, holding the last trace of struggling fluke, clicked on the link ready to find out, and couldn't stop thinking in her heart, it's not him. It's not him. It must not be that big bad guy. However, the development of things many times will not transfer to the individual's will. The link to open is to come to the K-Song platform for Yi Tian opened the column area. Inside, in addition to a lifetime of you, Dimple, love is not an option as well as father. There was clearly a song called Jingzhong Reward the Country, and in the small print below it, there was also a special note about the theme song of The Legend of Yufei. This, how, possibly, fiddling with the white as snow onion finger, slid down to the comment area. Not surprisingly, at this moment, the comment area fell into a frying pan. Wow! Super love Yufei biography. Long Yuxian male god. Linglong goddess. More importantly, the theme song is actually written by the male god. Wow! Ah! God! Love you so much. How to do? I realized I suddenly have a lot more love rivals. Yi Tian Oba, come with me. I swear that I will only be good to you for the rest of my life. If I violate this oath, I will be struck by heaven and not be allowed to die. Blah blah blah. What are you talking about upstairs? The male god Oba is this little lolies. How dare you? If you dare to steal the god of man from my palace, pull out and chop it off. Ladies, there are so many gods in the world. Like me, do you want to think about it? Bastard. Get lost. Where's the ugly bastard from? Think as far away as you can and roll as far away as you can for this loli. Looking at the comment area that exploded into the sky, Yi Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes stared more and more round. This is true. Surprisingly, it's all true. The fact is in front of her eyes. Yi Linglong suddenly thought of the scene just now in her mind. Little Linglong, this song is sung by your mano. Don't think your man I can only sing love songs. Awesome. Che, look at your demeanor. If this song is sung by you, I'll extend the love time for you for half a month. The conversation a few minutes ago, Yi Linglong still felt that it still lingers in her ears, and her pretty face couldn't help but be flushed. God, it's embarrassing. Yi Linglong, Yi Linglong, look at what you have done. Also love time extension half a month. This is good. Loss of death. Originally there are 27 days to come. Now there are 15 days more. Directly into 42 days. You are self-inflicted. Little Linglong, what are you thinking about? Seeing Yi Linglong flipping through the comments of the column area of the K-Song platform, Yi Tian smiled heartily, scraped this niece's small nose, and said in a jocular manner, you a big bad egg. Surely already know. I still rush to extend the love time half a month. Shame on you. See this diva not bite you to death. Little Linglong, who was disgraced and lost a lot of money, made a fierce pounce, just like the appearance of a little she-wolf, opened her sharp teeth, and bit on Yi Tian's shoulder. This scene, if it was seen by the outside world, it would definitely cause 18, no, at least 28 levels of great earthquakes. In the next instant, in the hotel room, it began a half-hour-long commotion, and on the LCD screen still playing the hot Yufei biography, just no one to watch it again. The two people who are at war, which have time to pay attention to the rest. On the other side, the cast of Legend of Yufei. Su, director Su, broken. The first episode of Legend of Yufei broke Yanjing TV's highest odds, breaking through 6 percentage points, a full 5 percentage points higher than the original Yanjing TV's highest ratings odds. Hiss. The henchman who was holding a ratings statement hurriedly came to the conference room. His little face was full of exuberance as he howled out loud, and at that instant, everyone present in the conference room, including Su Ku, sucked in a breath of cold air. Boy, I drop a good boy. You, what did you say? The first episode of Yufei's biography. Cough cough cough. The ratings are as high as 6 percentage points. An assistant director beside Su Ku gulped loudly and swallowed his saliva. His mind was confused. At this moment, he felt like he was dreaming. 6 percentage points. This is a new height. A new record that Yanjing TV, all the TV stations in the entire Dragon Country have never reached before. Several other directors as well as the crew members present were all filled with horror, their minds floating over and over again with the words of the colleague who had just said that they were. The first time I've ever seen a movie. It was a miracle. Chapter 69. Last night, sister. Ahem. Something urgent. The next day, early morning, the golden sunrise rose from the east, covering the entire vibrant land with a golden veil. and so did the forest of skyscrapers. After breakfast, sneak out of the Yi Linglong was girlfriend and agent of a phone call back. Before the trip as the last concert in general, invited Yi Tian in her concert in Yanjing as a supporting guest, which Yi Tian of course very happy to agree. Both can and small Linglong complete love term, but also can harvest fan value. Why not? Ding! Congratulations to the host whose reputation value has broken 100,000. May I ask if the host is redeeming the divine treasure chest? Redeem. Yi Tian, who was looking at the slender Yi Linglong who was packing her bags, revealed an arc of smile. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming and using the divine grade treasure chest, obtaining the divine grade musical instrument skill, consuming 100,000 prestige value of the host. God level musical instrument? A second later, after combing through the Big Bang-like information, Yi Tian realized how powerful this skill was, and it could be said that at this moment, Yi Tian was able to interpret all kinds of musical instruments to the point of ghostly perfection. Guitar, violin, piano, drum set, organ, guzheng, and so on and so forth. But wherever there were musical instruments in this world, Yi Tian understood them all. The absolute god of musical instruments. Boo! Yi Linglong waved goodbye and left to make her happy for the first day, but also to hurry back to Yanjing to prepare for the singing, but she knew that the two would likewise meet the night after tomorrow because the finals of K-Song show was held in the evening of the day after tomorrow, and this time, if not for the fact that there were things in Yanjing that she had to personally attend, she was totally holding on to the end of the finals of the K-Song show before she went back, sent Yi Linglong to the Tianhai airport, looking at the singing diva kind of vaguely reluctant to part with her back. Yi Tian has a lot of feelings, because he knows very well, this outside world of the singing diva little Linglong, has slowly opened her heart door. This trip to Tianhai has already explained everything. Yi Tian was not a little cutie, but having such a singing diva's little girlfriend, it felt quite good. Ding bell. Just as Yi Tian just sent Yi Linglong away, a call came over. Seeing that it was Yi Xiaofei, he couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth. Yesterday it was thanks to bringing Ming Xian with him, otherwise he was really distracted. Hello. Wow. Brother-in-law, how can you paper like this? Just as soon as he picked up the phone, Yi Xiaofei's complaining voice came from the opposite side, like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Humph, where did you go yesterday? Too bad your brother-in-law. Throwing people alone in the villa. Fengming Villa's Yi Xiaofei, tooting a small mouth, a look of I'm very upset, especially yesterday with his brother-in-law on the phone cannot get through. Even with his sister on the phone cannot get through. Angry with him. It's not like he's familiar with that friend of his brother-in-law's. Humph. Stinky brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. Well, didn't you just go to school today? What's the hurry? Have fun with you today. Teenage children. Just like the weather in July and August changes when it says so. Sure enough, when he heard his brother-in-law play with him all day, he couldn't help but give a coconut sound and jump 3 feet high. Long live brother-in-law. You pack up your things. I'll be at Fengming Villa in about half an hour. Okay. Brother-in-law, you're so nice. Yi Xiaofei nodded his head with a small chicken peck, agreeing obediently. As for the so-called complaints had long been thrown away to who knows where. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaofei's eyes were filled with little stars. As soon as he thought that he would soon be able to meet his idol brother-in-law, he couldn't stop his excitement. Just when Yi Xiaofei was excited, Yi Linglong's phone call came over. While seeing his old sister's phone call, Yi Xiaofei grunted and muttered, "Now that you remember me, see what you have to explain." "Hello, that's Xiaofei. Last night sister ahem. There was an emergency. Didn't see the phone call you made." When speaking, Yi Linglong at the airport had a small face full of slight dizziness and guilt. In the past, as long as her younger brother called she was the first to pick up the phone, but since she met that little bastard, everything changed, and had to give her own younger brother as well as her girlfriends a lie after a lie. "Fei, are you there?" Seeing that no one on the other side said anything, Yi Linglong from the airport tentatively asked out loud. "Humph, not in. Come on, this little ancestor is still angry." Yi Linglong sighed slightly and seemed to have thought of something. "Let's do it this way, Xiaofei. When there is time I will agree to meet with the brother-in-law in your mouth always." "Yeah." Originally not caring Yi Xiaofei, hearing his old sister coaxing her conditions, he immediately came to the spirit. His mind floated with the image of his sister and brother-in-law meeting together. "Alright then, reluctantly forgive you," the mouth said lightly. In fact, Yi Xiaofei heart excited bad all. Sister finally agreed to see the brother-in-law. And brother-in-law so handsome, so powerful, must be able to attract sister. Yi Xiaofei secondary such thoughts, greetings for a few sentences, joyfully hung up the phone. The small head of the future is all a vision. But also surfaced brother-in-law slapped the loser sumo by pumped flying picture. That must be particularly cool. Don't worry sister. Only brother-in-law is your best choice in this world. Yi Xiaofei's brain was alive with thoughts on how to implement one of his plans. Half an hour later, with the sound of a Maserati honking, Yi Xiaofei and Ming Xian then walked out from the villa. Before leaving, Ming Xian looked back at the villa 3 times a step. Like a dream yesterday he actually slept in such a luxurious villa for a night. TSK, it feels great. Sniff. Just coming to the car. Yi Xiaotian's little nose sniffed in the car. Brother-in-law. What a familiar smell. The smell in your car is the same as the smell on my sister. Ming Xian was stunned at hearing this. Brushing his sight to Yi Tian. Could it be that Tian went to look for his girlfriend yesterday? This smell is exactly the same as the one in the car before. Brother-in-law. Honestly, where did you go yesterday? Yi Xiaofei's pair of eyes stared dead at his inner brother-in-law. Thud. Goo. Brother-in-law, you caught off guard by a brain crash. Directly knocked on Yi Xiaofei's brain. Still in the same position as last time. What does a small child think about? I had my car serviced yesterday, and the boss's wife gave me a bottle of perfume when I was leaving. After a pause, continued to glare at Yi Xiaofei. The heart is weak, but the face can never be goaded. And boy, I'm not your brother-in-law. This point remember. Hey, brother-in-law, that what I'm wrong law. I'm not also for my sister is anxious about it. Yi Xiaofei sought his brother-in-law's face a taut. Suddenly heart wow cold a bit. Licking face continue to set the relationship. While a sound of Yi Tian. Heart a smile. Small kind of buddies still cannot rule you. As for the side of the Ming Xian Yi Tian that call a worship. This is the day brother. The second generation of the kid is not a rival at all. Chapter 70 Bullying Golden Heaven. Decisive strike. Well brother-in-law I'm wrong la not okay, let's go. I wanna see what brother-in-law's school place looks like. Half-pampered Yi Xiaofei, tugging at Yi Tian's clothes, just short of a small teardrop falling down. Alright, let's go. Yay, brother-in-law, I knew you were the best. Seeing that his brother-in-law did not blame himself, Yi Xiaofei was so happy and pleased in his heart. He could not let his sister lose points in his brother-in-law's heart because of himself. This scene, look in the eyes of Ming Xian on the side, the corners of the mouth twitching, eyes wildly jumping. I drop a good boy Tian brother this is. What operation? Originally he was dashing with his girlfriend. It was him who was poor in words, but now it is in turn for the second generation kid to apologize. It is also drunk, but this operation of brother Tian genuinely can't learn. Departure. Go hello. On the other side, the streets not far from the Golden Paradise Clubhouse. 10 more minutes and we'll be at Tianhai University. Everyone get ready to get off the bus. Don't forget anything. A beautiful teacher with an excellent temperament and a 9 out of 10 face value was speaking to the students in the bus. Don't worry teacher. I'll be able to play soon. So cheerful. In the chattering bus, the students' little faces were overflowing with happiness and joy, like birds that had broken free from their cages and could finally soar freely in the sky. In this regard, the beautiful teacher Li Mingqi expressed very helpless. Quite a few points I will be heart lighting the moon. Why the moon shine ditch meaning? Boom sound. Just as Li Mingqi was further lamenting, the bus shook, and the front apparently hit something. Grass. Marred. How do you drive? In front of the Golden Paradise Clubhouse, a lengthened Lincoln was knocked down by the bus, only due to the lengthened Lincoln suddenly overtaking and turning from the rear, except that apparently the few tattooed men coming down from the opposite lengthened Lincoln were very overbearing and brutal. What's wrong with the teacher? Yes teacher. Is not in trouble? Do you want me to give a call home? Teacher they're so mean. It's clearly their fault. If my brother is there, he'll definitely make them look good. Although the ones in this car are only middle school students, every one of them is either rich or noble. Imagine, can go to school in the noble school can be an average family? Just like Yi Xiaofei like the estimation is also one of him. Moreover, Yi Xiaofei's identity, including Li Mingqi do not know. After all, both sides of the world is too disparate. Only know that Yi Xiaofei's family is very rich. No need. You all stay in the car. Teacher go down and take a look. Due to the Golden Paradise being blocked, a car gave a stop, directly blocking the road, unable to pass. And in the meantime Yi Tian just happened to drive a Maserati to the front of the Golden Paradise Clubhouse. Brother Tian, there seems to be a car crash in front. It's a bus in a stretch Lincoln. There is a beautiful woman like a teacher got off the bus. So beautiful. But I'm afraid that beautiful teacher is in trouble. Ming Xian poked his head out, looking openly in the direction of the Golden Paradise Club. After seeing Li Mingqi, his eyes cannot help but shock. But when he saw the opposite fierce tattooed man could not help but small face was covered with the color of worry. Not calm Yi Xiaofei, is also open head looked over, and when see that the silhouette, eyeballs a meal, bad, That is not Mingqi, teacher. Bad. She has trouble. Brother-in-law. I'll go over there. Before Yi Tian made a sound, Yi Xiaofei the kid opened the car door and ran over in a puff of smoke. That bus must be his classmates. Ms. Munchie is usually the best to him. Like his sister is good to him. He won't allow any bad guys to bully her. This kid. Yi Tian looked at the several tattooed men in golden heaven. I'm afraid we can't make things right today. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Wait for me. Before Ming Xin finished, he saw that Yi Tian had already pushed the door towards the scene of the accident. Seeing this, he also paused for a moment and lifted his foot to follow. Old thing. Driving without eyes. Ha! Tattooed man with a pair of tiger eyes, ferocious as if eating people. Directly evil people first complained of the slightest bit of no mercy, overbearing voice. Obviously you guys. What did you say? The fierce tattooed man's tiger eyes glared. Staring the driver teacher master's legs were soft. Master Zhao, you go up first. I'll talk to them here. Li Mingqi, who walked down from the bus. Her pretty face feigned calmness, but her heart was not that calm. After all, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Two gentlemen, just now we all saw very clearly. Our bus was traveling normally. It was you who suddenly changed lanes, and that's why. Sudden lane change? Who? See us suddenly change lanes. I can't imagine that you look so beautiful. The quality of character is so bad. As far as the eye can see, many of the people moved away in unison with their eyes, obviously fearful of the tattooed man in front of them. A word. 100,000. Not 100,000 today, you who damn don't wanna go. The tattooed man looked Li Mingqi up and down. You guys? It's impossible. Obviously you guys are at fault first, but you're hitting me with a rake. Believe it or not, I'll call the Department of Justice. Li Mingqi saw that the opposite side was so cross, took out her cell phone and was about to call the Department of Justice, but the tattooed man, grabbed the cell phone, the other hand high up. Grass, I let you call, said I to hit the side face of the panicked Li Mingqi, not the slightest compassionate stance, although he is not afraid of tidings, but if it is really called the tidings phone, will absolutely be reprimanded by the boss. Stop. Yi Xiaofei, who trotted and rushed over, pulled over Li Mingqi. The little manly blocked in front of the teacher who was good to him like his sister. His small face was full of fury, staring at the tattooed man on the opposite side. A pair of eyes flooded with a cold aura. You have to be glad that you didn't hit Ms. Mengqi, or else. Tramp. Little pussy brat. Or else your grandpa. The tattooed man saw a middle school student look like Yi Xiaofei. The corner of his mouth flashed a touch of gloom, and immediately no longer hesitate. A slap viciously turned towards Yi Xiaofei and fanned. Xiaofei student. Seeing this scene, Li Mingqi hurriedly hugged Xiaofei and blocked the tattooed man's slap with her own back. Looking for death. Yi Long, who was secretly following, saw this scene and was about to make a move. And just in the nick of time, and just as he was about to make a move, there was a swish sound. A black shadow flashed. The next instant that the tattooed man has been transformed into a black mango ruthlessly crashed in the long Lincoln on top. And then it is with the long Lincoln on the ground skidding more than half a meter. Wow, a large puddle of blood soared and spilled. The eyes look forward, filled with shock and fear. All the people at the scene were in an uproar. All eyes gathered to the field. Handsome face, flowing hair of the youth appeared in the crowd's field of vision. This person is no one else. It is Yi Tian. Chapter 71, Hiskawi, brother-in-law is too handsome. Bastard. Kid looking for death. Seeing his companion being beaten, another tattooed man who was watching the good show, Gangmao, directly kicked towards Yi Tian's waist. Brother-in-law, be careful. Seeing that bad guy trying to kick his brother-in-law, Yi Xiaofei hurriedly reminded. No need for Yi Xiaofei to remind him. The sneak attack of the tattooed man under the divine level national art was exposed in his eyes. Without even looking at that tattooed man, his backhand was a slap. Slap. Crisp sound. Since the tattooed man's side of the face to swing out, and then bang ahead directly to the slap over on the ground. Immediately 3 teeth into a bullet-like collapse in the ground. As for the tattooed man is on the spot to fall to the ground. Mournful howl. Like being homosexual, that what the same. Hiss. I go. This dude exploded. Too relieved. That slap did a good job. How does this handsome man feel like he's seen somewhere? As if. I know. It's him, the music talent male god Yi Tian? It's still true. My goodness, it's even a male god. It's said that he's also the champion of the National College Student Martial Arts Competition. So it's like that. No wonder. No wonder the 2 tattooed men are not his opponent. It's actually Yi Tian, male god. The theme song of yesterday's hit movie, The Legend of Yufei, was written by the god. It seems to be called. Yes, it's called Jing Zhong Weigua. Some people in the surrounding crowd obviously recognized Yi Tian's identity, although he wasn't a big star nowadays, but really a few songs were too hot. especially the theme song of Legend of Yufei, which was just aired yesterday. The scene was immediately abuzz. His Gaoi, brother-in-law, is too handsome. Yi Xiaofei, who was originally full of worries, saw his brother-in-law's great display of power in the field, and smacked the tattooed man with a backhanded whip, and a pair of eyes turned into a pair of eyes full of excitement and excitement. Yi Tian? Is he Yi Tian? The beautiful teacher Li Mingqi beside Yi Xiaofei, stealing glances at the handsome, like her Prince Charming youth beside her. This is her own idol. Undeniably, Yi Xiaofei's homeroom teacher, the 9-point beauty Li Mingqi, is one of Yi Tian's many army of fans, just like the beautiful girl who guided Yi Linglong during her first concert. Brother Tian is Brother Tian. This kind of small character, how can it be Brother Tian's opponent? Ming Xian, who followed on the side, was also full of admiration and envy. This is not the first time he has seen this kind of scene. These two tattooed men, looking fierce and vicious. I am afraid that even Prince Xian of the Taekwondo Club could not beat them. Inside the bus, Yi Xiaofei's classmates see a handsome big brother like Ultraman hanging small monsters, hanging bad guys. Chattering from the bus surged down. This big brother is so handsome, so domineering, so worshipful. Wow. Right at this moment, 7 or 8 equally tattooed men surged out of the Golden Paradise clubhouse, and seeing the condition of the field, they surrounded Yi Tian at the first moment. Kid, looking for a fight, right? Give me on. Cripple him. A small leader like tattooed man. Immediately a fist towards Yi Tian. Stride smashed over. Obviously a good hands of the practitioner. However, touching Yi Tian was obviously not enough. Under a slap, this little leader instantly stepped into the dust of the previous tattooed man, wailing in pain. In less than half a minute, the remaining 6 or 7 tattooed men were all lying on the ground. Good boy. No wonder the Bagua sect master is not his opponent. Yi Long in the dark saw the crisp and clean solution to the wave of Golden Paradise's men. His heart sighed with emotion. From the time they came out today, Yi Long had been secretly following a series of performances to see. He was very satisfied with all aspects of Yi Tian. The Natsu family's kid is too much stronger. If the two people in addition to the family history, Natsu family's kid with the shoes of Yi Tian in front of them are not worthy. Drip, drip. Just at this time, the division of 4 or 5 cars, a sharp braking, stopped in front of the Golden Paradise, skillfully and quickly pushed the door to get out of the car. The division of Zhao Chuyang with more than 20 people heavily armed came to the scene. The reason why heavily armed, and personally lead the team, that is because this Golden Paradise is a club. But behind is the headquarters of the Black Tiger Hall, and the Black Tiger Hall in the Qin family in Tianhai has 1,000 links, and Zhao Chuyang suspected that Qin Xuans was killed. It is likely to be the Black Tiger Hall, as although the Tidings division can end the Black Tiger Hall, but behind the Qin family will never let go. So 3 years in office, Zhao Chuyang has been to maintain the balance of all parties, which did not let the Tianhai unrest. But now, he saw an opportunity. Years of life brothers but personally told him that Yi Tian will become the son-in-law of Yan Jingyi family in the near future. Now that this Black Tiger Hall and Yi Tian are in conflict, it is definitely the best time to pull out this tumor. What are you doing? All stop. Zhao Chuyang's order. More than 20 Tidings division members put the scene under control, and when they saw Yi Tian who attacked his body and stood in the clouds, they could not help but twitch the corners of their mouths. This guy even beat up Golden Paradise's people. At the same time, inside the Golden Paradise clubhouse, Big Brother, Little Wolf and the others are going to be taken away. One of Black Tiger Hall Master Lei, whose beloved henchman, looked at the field in front of the clubhouse that was controlled by Zhao Chuyang's party. I'll go down. Foolishness. Stand still for me. Lei Hu, whose eyes flashed coldly. His cold voice came out, and that beloved man no longer dared to take one more step. Now that the Tidings division has taken control of the situation, let's wait until after today. But, if the Little Wolf they are asked what that, well, this is not something you should be in charge of. Pacify the brothers, I will handle the rest. Lei Hu glared at his beloved, unquestionable voice commanded orders. Yes, Big Brother. Although the beloved was reluctant, he dared even less to go against his big brother's wishes. Only what he didn't know was that if he couldn't talk to Zhao Chuyang, Little Wolf and the few of them could only let the people in the prison finish them off. Lang Lang Qiankuan, gathering a crowd to cause trouble. Take them all away from me. Zhao Chuyang's deep eyes looked at the Golden Paradise, pretending to look over the scene, monitoring. To Yi Tian, Ms. Li did not have children injured. No, thanks to your timely arrival. It should be. Zhao Chuyang let out a laugh. Then his sight fell on Yi Tian, and said respectfully in his expression, Mr. Yi, are you alright? Just now thanks to you. No one noticed that at this moment, Zhao Chuyang was addressing Mr. Yi with the title you, and of course the populace felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Soon, Yi Xiaofei's classmates got on the bus and continued to drive towards Tianhai University. The road continued to pass, and a few tattooed men were also escorted to the Department of Justice. After resuming the passage for about a minute, Yi Long stepped out from the side. His eyes glanced at the Golden Paradise clubhouse with a morose cold aura. Dialed a phone. Tonight, I want Golden Paradise to disappear. Chapter 72, Black Tiger Hall overthrown. Tianhai University. In front of the school gate, under the envy and jealousy of a group of classmates, Yi Xiaofei sat in his brother-in-law's Maserati and killed the campus. After the scene just now, the heart of the brother-in-law is that admiration. Do not mention it. From the way to the joy of the small mouth explains everything. Wow, that's Yi Xiaofei's brother-in-law. Aha, yeah. Yi Xiaofei's brother-in-law is so powerful. So powerful. That's right, he's so handsome. When I grow up in the future, I'll marry someone like Yi Xiaofei's brother-in-law. He. If only I had a brother-in-law like that. It would be so nice. That's right, with a powerful brother-in-law like that, who else would dare to bully us in the future? Humph. Li Mingqi listened to the chatter of her classmates. What came to her mind was the scene that just happened in front of the Golden Paradise. At that time she was scared. She didn't expect that her idol seemed to be stepping on the colorful mascot clouds of the male god to save her. Small face slightly haloed a bit. Did not think I actually met their idol? In the time she thought of countless kinds of scenes to see the idol. Did not expect to be a male god hero to save the beauty of the way to meet. But, unfortunately, the idol already has a girlfriend. Otherwise he might still have a chance. Thinking of Yi Xiaofei's family is so rich, Li Mingqi is not confident, where he is worthy of the idol. Only Yi Xiaofei's sister like goddess is worthy of him. Okay, all follow closely. Don't run around when you get to school. Li Mingqi, who had calmed down her mind, breathed a sigh of relief and said to her students, after all, Tianhai University was not like their noble school. It was a big place. If one of them ran apart, she would be really distracted. Boom boom. Beasts roar sound. Dazzling rise in the school parking lot. Around the many cute girl reflexes of the eyes with a bright aura. The line of sight gathered to the direction of the parking lot. As expected, in their field of vision appeared the figure of Yi Tian male god. This can be a big deal. A cute and adorable cute girl paper that is called a heart anxious knot. And see the scene of Yi Xiaofei. Subconsciously two small hands grab brother-in-law's clothes. These cute and pretty sister eyes so scary. Like they want to eat him. Of course, Yi Xiaofei is not stupid. He knows that these people are all rushing towards his brother-in-law. His little face can't help but be filled with worry. It seems that his old sister has a lot of love rivals. Brother-in-law unexpectedly so sought after. And a beautiful sister, although not as beautiful as his own old sister, but also beautiful. After a short while, Yi Xiaofei's little face became more and more ugly, because he realized that his brother-in-law was too famous in school. There were too many suitors, which made him can't help but start to worry. Brother-in-law, before you meet my sister, don't agree to their pursuits, okay? Yi Xiaofei pondered for a long time before he spoke his mind. PFF. Ming Xian, who was beside him, heard Yi Xiaofei's words and directly took a mouthful of drink and sprayed it out. What? Now the junior high school students are so precocious. Pursuit of this word said so easily and freely. Quite a few years ago when he was in junior high school, even the pursuit of what is the meaning of all do not know. Thunk sound. White eyes precocious Yi Xiaofei. No surprise again, the precision and accuracy of the knock in Yi Xiaofei's brain shell once place. Goo. Brother-in-law, you just can't change a place to knocka that hit the cerebral avalanche bare teeth. Knocked Yi Xiaofei heart have a shadow. Brother-in-law too ruthless. And this scene, if it is known by the people of Yinjing's various big families, will absolutely be shocked off the teeth. Meow. This is still the Yin Jingyi family's only little ancestor, completely ruled by Yi Tian's obedience. Control your mouth in the future, or don't call me brother-in-law. Well, hearing his brother-in-law's harsh words, Yi Xiaofei's two small hands brushed over his mouth, staring with a pair of wide eyes, looking at the sight of Ming Xian in a daze. However, very quickly Yi Xiaofei threw his brother-in-law's words out of the sky. Brother-in-law, don't worry. If you also have a few girlfriends besides my sister, I won't tell my sister. Yi Xiaofei's face was full of seriousness. Looking at Ming Xian almost didn't choke on his own spittle. Brother-in-law, it's me you're waiting for. This day, Yi Xiaofei can be really addicted. After visiting Tianhai University, took Yi Xiaofei and went to the amusement park. This little guy, that's called a crazy. More crazy than the last time with Yi Linglong. It's as if his body has an inexhaustible strength. Happy time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye the night falls. Yi Tian drove the Maserati and carried Yi Xiaofei, who was already asleep after a day of excitement, back to Villa No. 8 of Fengming Villa. Not long after the Maserati left the amusement park, a middle-aged man wearing a trench coat, The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc as he looked in the direction of the disappearance. And it was at this moment that a cell phone rang. Hey, Brother Long, everything is ready. Ready for action. Make sure to end the battle in the shortest possible time. Yes, Brother Long. After the cold voice from the opposite side answered, it was hanging up the phone. Also after one of Yi Long's orders was given, the end of the Golden Paradise Black Tiger Hall quietly kicked off. The night completely swallowed the last trace of light, and the world was plunged into a darkness that could not be seen. Brush, brush, brush. 3 consecutive air-breaking sounds rang out from outside the Golden Paradise, and the next moment outside the Golden Paradise clubhouse were 3 black leather-clad, sunglasses-wearing men, exuding a strong murderous and hostile aura. The 3 men flipped their hands, and in unison 2 daggers appeared in their hands. Action! The person in the middle of the 3 gave an order, and the next moment the 3 of them transformed into 3 ghostly figures and disappeared in place, running over towards the predetermined direction as black ons. Ah! No! My feet! Not long after, miserable screams of pain resounded in the middle of the Golden Paradise, and the people outside the Golden Paradise, hearing the horrifying screams, dialed over to the tidings at the first opportunity. Lasted less than 2 minutes. 3 black ons from the Golden Paradise windows, broken windows and escape. A few flashes disappeared in the dark as ink in the night. Only the Golden Paradise and the continued more than the screams, led to the surrounding people all night sleepless. Drip. Not long after the 3 left, more than 10 cars of the Department of Justice will be surrounded by the Golden Paradise. Heard the Golden Paradise screams of pain into the bone. The director of the Department of Justice Zhao Chuyan took a deep breath. His eyelids jumped more than wildly. Intuition told him that this time the Golden Paradise Black Tiger Hall is finished. Chapter 73, My goodness. Ruthless people. Golden Paradise Clubhouse. In front of the door. Snap, 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 snap. Shoes on the ground sound steady and rhythmic resound in front of the Golden Paradise Clubhouse. One after another fully armed to the teeth of the Department of Criminal Justice members. The spirit of apprehension full of tension from the car down. Alone in the middle of the night with no fingers to reach out to. Hear the pain in the heart and soul of doubt the life of the miserable screams. Tonight they are afraid that they will not be able to sleep. Who? What exactly happened? It won't be related to the clash between the Golden Paradise Clubhouse's people and the bus during the day. After going back in the daytime, he understood Li Mingqi line. A check only to know Li Mingqi this bus students. No one is a simple role. A top is the door noble son of the first, or else it is the family wealth. When the intuition told him that this Black Tiger Hall completely finished, I did not expect retribution to come so fast. This is only a few hours in the past. Even if Yanjing those people know, will also be a period of time? Can be in such a short period of time to destroy the Black Tiger Hall? Such a force in the sky sea there is not anyone. Could it be? Suddenly, Zhao Chuyang's mind flashed through a scene in the daytime. He seemed to hear among the teenagers. There was a man named Yi Xiaofei who kept calling Yi Tian brother-in-law. And back then, that teenager faced the ferocious tattooed man's calmness and the kind of eyes that were completely not what he should have at this age. Suddenly, Zhao Chuyang seems to realize what took out the phone quickly flipped to the introduction of the Yan Jingyi family. Yan Jingyi family? Yan Jing, one of the few prestigious families. The current patriarch Yi Tianqi, chairman of the board of directors of the Yi Group. The eldest daughter of the Yi Linglong, the singing diva. Yi Tian Yi Linglong boyfriend, the relationship has been determined. The only son of the Yi Xiaofei, the future of the Yi Group in charge of the. After seeing the information that he had originally ignored again, Zhao Chuyang's eyes suddenly shrunk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Xiaofei, is it really Yi Xiaofei? My goodness. Zhao Chuyang Zhao Chuyang, what the hell did you do during the day? The son of the Yin Jingyi family, the future head of the Yi Group. Nima, almost a big deal. After sorting out Yi Xiaofei's identity, it was clear. Everything was clear. Treadmill. No wonder Yi Tian and Yi Xiaofei are together. So to speak, afraid that the Yin Jingyi family has recognized Yi Tian's identity. Hiss. Perceiving this information, Zhao Chuyang was all agitated and jumping up and down. Yin Jingyi family? That's right. Everything was through. The masterpiece in front of him was definitely the handiwork of the Yin Jingyi family. Can in such a short period of time do so? Also only the Yi family and so on, there's several families. Plus everything that happened during the day. Will A over has been very obvious. I drop a good boy. Ruthless person nah. Not a family does not enter a family door. Yi Tian during the day hanging golden heaven people. Night Yin Jingyi family destroyed the Black Tiger Hall. Motherfucker. Their own opportunity to come. Under the excitement of Zhao Chuyang, has been clear that the Golden Paradise is absolutely not half dangerous. A wave of the hand. Hundreds of tidings division is the influx of the Golden Paradise Clubhouse. and outside the clubhouse is more loaded with more than 20 tidings division of the majesty of the guardian. Eyes watching the four roads, ears listening to the four directions. Vom. Good heavy blood odor. So miserable. As soon as they entered the Golden Paradise clubhouse, including Zhao Chuyang, everyone was struck by the thick and pungent smell of blood, the impact of dry heaving. Zhao Chuyang's eyes were wildly jumping. Granny drop. This Yin Jingyi family's hand was too hard. Right. From the thick to the extreme smell of blood alone, the people of this Black Tiger Hall knew just how miserable they were. Finally, Zhao Chuyang and a group of his men, who had long ago figured out the Golden Paradise's arrangement, arrived at the box where Hall Master Lei Hu was located, and as the door to the room opened, blinding scarlet blood, as well as an even more intense bloody scent assaulted them from the inside, and as they looked around. Vom. Vomit. Several members of the tidings division who had relatively shallow stomachs vomited on the spot. Their little faces brushed that pale. It was the old division members who also looked unnatural. Their stomachs turned over, and they could have a seizure at any time. They see what? Box. Into the eyes is the ground layer of blood everywhere, floating in the box everywhere. The entire large box seems to be discussing something. The number of about 30 people, but both hands and feet are limp on the ground, was picked off the hamstring, and in the wrists and ankles is with a stream of hot blood from the intervening outflow. More than 30 people are white as snow. Some of them had already gone into shock due to excessive blood loss. The pale faces, the scarlet box, it was definitely a sure hell. Quickly, send them to the hospital. Immediately, send everyone to the hospital. Seeing the situation in the field, Zhao Chuyang's face changed greatly. The first time he ordered his men to send all the people of the Black Tiger Hall to the hospital. As far as he knows, the number of people in the Black Tiger Hall is hundreds of people. If they are all like this, the longer the time drags on, the more people die at that time can be a completely big deal. All of a sudden, hundreds of members of the Department of Justice turned into a porter, one stomach turning to carry the paralyzed body of the Black Tiger Hall, a heart twitching, because they encountered those who hang a breath of the Black Tiger Hall gang members, feel like a corpse in the frame. As a set of corpses were moved away from the Golden Paradise, the rich and disgusting feeling dissipated a lot. Pass the order down. Everything that happened within the Golden Paradise today must not be half leaked. Violators will be severely punished and dismissed from the tidings division, permanently no longer employed. After dealing with everything, Zhao Chuyang's face was unprecedentedly grave. Strict orders came out to minimize the impact of today's events. As the director of the Heavenly Sea Tidings Division, he could only do his best to make things right. Otherwise, if this matter was spread out, he would be at the end of his days as the director of the Tidings Division. After a few moments, Zhao Chuyang ordered his men to clean up the Golden Paradise clubhouse and seal off the Golden Paradise so that no one would be allowed to enter. After a series of orders, came to the Golden Paradise clubhouse outside, leaning against the Tidings Division vehicle, took out a cigarette, facing the opposite sea breeze, smoked up, took a deep breath, looking at the lights and the starry night scene of the Tianhai. Zhao Chuyang mind for a long time cannot be calmed. Yen Jingyi family, Yi Tian, I drop good boy. This is to me through a big basket. However, if you grasp this opportunity, he, Zhao Chuyang, might take off as a result. Chapter 74. Who in the entire Tianhai has the ability to do this? Tiandun Security Building, the top floor of the president's office. Leisurely Wang Ziyu through the spotless floor-to-ceiling windows, drinking tea and looking at the night scene of Tianhai. Security companies into the right track. Everything went unusually smooth. The big families as if there was no day when the shield security exists. Lamenting the development of today's shield security, Wang Ziyu more than once for the day decisively chose to follow the sky less than fortunate. Or now he is still in his own that small taekwondo hall, small fights. Ding bell. Wang Ziyu lamented at the time. A cell phone ringing from the side of the incense sandalwood desk rang. And look. And when he saw the screen shows the word Lao Zhao, thought about it and connected the phone. Hey, Lao Zhao. You a busy man, how to think up to call me. Connecting the phone. The mood is very good, Wang Ziyu said with a smile and joked. People are happy with the spirit of freshness. Said is the state of Wang Ziyu at this moment. Looking at the Golden Paradise Club which was sealed by the seal, Zhao Chuyang took a deep breath. Old Wang. Something big has happened. What's wrong? As soon as he heard his best friend's tone, Wang Ziyu's snickering mind immediately dissipated into nothingness, and was replaced by incomparable nervousness and worry. Obviously, being able to make his best friend react like this, something big and unimaginable had definitely happened. Old Wang. Today I received a report that a car accident occurred in the Golden Paradise Clubhouse. In order to be prudent, I personally led the team, who had thought that after I arrived, then, Zhao Chuyang will happen in the daytime and the Golden Paradise Clubhouse things to say all over. From how the car accident. Until now the Golden Paradise was seized by him. As for the Golden Paradise of the Black Tiger Hall, is as much as a person picked off both hands and feet sent to the hospital, but also said his own guess for this matter. Hiss. Old Zhao. I know. A little while later, after listening to the news from Zhao Chuyan's side, Wang Ziyu's entire person was confused. Golden Paradise Clubhouse was just finished? Tian Shao unexpectedly and Yin Jingyi family's only son, the future Yi Group power holder Yi Xiaofei, that is, Yi Linglong's younger brother together. My goodness. It seems that Tian Shao and Yin Jingyi family's young lady's relationship developed quickly enough. Otherwise, how could he be with the Yin Jingyi family's young master? However, no one knows. Yi Tian and Yi Xiaofei's encounter was merely a coincidence of fate. On the other hand, the springy Wang Zetian and Prince Xian knocked the door and walked in from outside. The two of them, just like Wang Ziyu, felt that everything was like a dream. They would never have thought that one day their Wang family would have developed to this level today. Especially Wang Zishuan. Even glad that at first and Yi Tian. Oh no! Is the day less conflict? Otherwise there will be no follow-up things. Not to mention the present day their Wang family is the sky. Since the last showdown between Wang Ziyu and the two, Wang Zishuan was withdrawn from Tianhai University, changed into the general manager of the Tiandun Security. Wang Zetian also became the vice president of the company, a family of three occupying the most important three positions in the Tiandun. Two people at the moment where there is a little bit of resentment. There are all full of gratitude. Oh, big brother, I just said with Zi Xian, experienced a previous setback after Wang Zetian. The whole person's nature has undergone a sea change, but just came to the president's office to see Wang Ziyu froze. Incredibly surprised look. Cannot help but stop the next words. Dad. What happened? Prince Xian, who also had a drastic change in temperament, apparently also found his father out of sorts, an expression that he had never seen before. Yeah, big brother? What's going on? Wang Ziyu was the pillar of their Wang family. If Wang Ziyu was reacting like this, it was hard to imagine what he knew meant to them. Who? Golden Paradise Clubhouse, just half an hour ago was uprooted at the headquarters. Black Tiger Hall was destroyed. Froze for a little while, deeply relieved Wang Ziyu. Did not hide his brother and son, both of them these days change in his eyes. To be honest, he was very pleased. Golden Paradise Clubhouse? Black Tiger Hall was extinguished. This news into the Wang Zetian and Prince Xian uncle and nephew ears, like the extinction of the thunderbolt, landed in the two people's minds. 12 trillion brain cells instantly destroyed by all. How? How is it possible? Black Tiger Hall. That is the Black Tiger Hall. Looking at the entire Tianhai who has this ability? Moreover, the most important point is that the Golden Paradise Clubhouse's Black Tiger Hall can be said to be their most frequently conflicted opponent some time ago. Until just now they were all helpless against Golden Paradise. And now, Big Brother, Father, told them that the Black Tiger Hall's headquarters had been destroyed by someone. Wouldn't that mean that old thing Lei who couldn't jump up either? Dad. What the hell is going on? Who in the entire Tianhai can wipe out the Black Tiger Hall? Prince Xian's face was filled with horror and shock. His mind floated to one Tianhai family after another. Qin family, Lin family, Chen family, Qian family and so on. Only, none of these families had that ability, much less the guts and vigor. The only ones who could do so were those whose strength was far above the Black Tiger Hall. This matter I also just realized. Just now old Zhao. Then, Wang Ziyu will Zhao Chuyang said to himself roughly after speaking again. Along with Wang Ziyu's speech, Wang Zetian and Wang Zishuan completely nonchalant, almost didn't legs a soft fall on the ground. What? It's Tian Shao. Also, there's also Yin Jingyi family's great young man Yi Xiaofei. Shocked. This time they are completely stunned. At the same time also all the doubts all unraveled. Grandmother drop. Offended Yin Jingyi family big young. Did not die is good. I drop a mother really did not think that their days less in Yin Jingyi family big miss has relations so good. A time. The two of them on the days less worship and admiration. As if the river stretches endlessly, and as the yellow river flooding hair out of control. Too much. Awesome my Tian Shao. This operation has no one. Chapter 75, it's finally started. Is the God of Men going to be on? Tianhai. Qin family villa. What? Qin Sudong who was practicing calligraphy. The right hand of the pen shook. A pair of good calligraphy directly into a piece of waste paper. But this Qin Sudong did not care in the slightest, but a pair of eyes suddenly jumped. Golden Paradise has been seized by the Tidings Division. The Black Tiger Hall has been annihilated? Hearing this piece of news, Qin Sudong's heart immediately set off monstrous waves. Someone in the heavenly sea was able to destroy the Black Tiger Hall? Moreover, this is only one aspect. The most important thing is that he is in a lot of inconvenient times. It is Lei Hu to do. And now the Black Tiger Hall was destroyed. Is undoubtedly cut off his Qin Sudong's right and left arm. This was definitely very bad news for him. Command down. Everyone be honest to me these days. Yes, big brother. After saying that, one of Qin Sudong's right-hand men nodded solemnly and quickly left the villa area to give the order to be carried out. This was the case for the Qin family, and the other families in Tianhai were also the same. All because the sudden destruction of Golden Paradise was too sudden, without the slightest sign at all. This depressing atmosphere remains silent until this day, and with the start of the K-Song show finals, the entire Tianhai was once again thrown into a frenzy, and it seemed as if even the guarded hearts of all the major clans had loosened up a bit. On this day, it was the moment to witness the winner of the K-Song show finals. Not only would the singing diva be there, this time even the three big editors-in-chief of the K-Song platform, the Shark Fighting platform, and the Thousand platform were also sitting in the best seats of the VIP seats. As for the reason, it is obviously rushing to Yi Tian. It is estimated that the entire music world can at the same time alarm the three major platform editors-in-chief. I am afraid that there will not be more than three. The audience at the scene, early on, had been waiting for a long time. The grand final, finally waiting for this day. Yes, it's hard to imagine that half a month has passed. The scene of Yi Tian in the first phase, when he had a full slate of votes and advanced all the way to the top 10, is still fresh in my mind. Well, no, half a month has passed. The program is still the same program, but Yi Tian is far from being the ordinary sophomore student of Tianhai University before. A lifetime with you, Dimple. Love is not an option. Father, and Jingzhong repaying the country. I don't know what kind of auditory feast the male god will bring us this time. I bet this time God of Man will be another new song. Che, I don't need you to tell me. I can figure it out with my toes. The audience just filled up. Not a moment later, the scene exploded into a piece. Chen Wanli's three editors-in-chief glanced at each other and all revealed a touch of arc. Obviously they were looking forward to Yi Tian's new song after serving the nation with loyalty today. Every time Yi Tian's new song appeared, it would make the traffic of their respective platforms soar by an unknown amount. As of now, their three major music platforms had taken over 60% of the market, leaving other music platforms besides them behind by 100,000 miles. As for the preparation area of the backstage lounge, the 9 contestants looked at the isolated Yi Tian from time to time with complex expressions. It wasn't that they were doing this on purpose, but they genuinely did not have the courage to get close to that guy. Jokingly, that was the first person to get a full slate of votes in a variety of music programs, but also one song after another. Fire all over the network. It can be said that any of them in the finals is a proper champion. Therefore, they have long been no hope for the champion. Can only try to play their best level. After all, some people they cannot compare. Also cannot compare. The mode of the finals, just like the previous installments, was a one-game tiebreaker, where the finalists sang a song. There was a live vote, and the one with the most votes in the end would be crowned the winner of the night. It's very fair and straightforward. Then, the handsome host came on stage. The final session of the final added a draw to determine the order of the field, as a way to make the rules of the program more transparent and fair. Entering the draw below, please welcome our final top 10 contestants to the stage. Handsome host's loud voice. The curtain opened. Handsome men and women of the 10 people walked to the sky, whether it was the host or the audience, or Yi Linglong. 4 judges at the first time. The eyes are all locked in the body of Yi Tian, as if with a protagonist aura. Wow! Yi Tian is so handsome. Ow! Male god, I love you. A present. The scene of the audience, howling and cheering intertwined and filled in everyone's ears. This statement is to listen to the Yi Linglong brain of black. This guy, unconsciously popularity has soared to this degree? 3 big judges see this. See in the eyes, happy in the heart. This is what they want to see the most. Yi Tian's reputation, the higher, the greater the fame, the better for their 3 platforms. As for the 9 contestants on the same stage beside him, they were under a lot of pressure. And not just a lot. They understood that the gap between themselves and Yi Tian was more than just a half a point. While under pressure, the eyes that glanced at Yi Tian from time to time were filled with envy and jealousy. At the moment, what this guy enjoys is not what he desperately wants to fight for. The difference is that although they are standing on the same stage, but they are still standing at the foot of the mountain, while Yi Tian has already reached the peak. The lottery session was very simple. Yi Tian drew the number in the middle of the 5th. Then the first contestant took a deep breath and stayed on the stage, while the other 9 left the stage. 450 votes, 448 votes, 460 votes, 454 votes. More than half an hour passed. The final votes of no 1 to no 4 came out, and from time to time, applause rang out in the arena. Those who were able to rush into the finals were obviously not mediocre. Oh, well, here comes the exciting moment. The handsome host came to the stage again, revealing a touch of the same excited voice. That is, The pitch was turned up a decibel. Below, let's welcome Yi Tian with the warmest welcome to bring us a song You at the Same Table. Yi Tian, Yi Tian, Yi Tian, Yi Tian. The unanimous shouts and cheers swept up from the scene, and those who didn't know thought that it was the concert of the singing diva Yi Linglong. Mom, yeah, it's finally started. Is the male god going to be on stage? You at the same table. Is this the new song of the god of boys? It's as if I'm thinking of the picture of myself and my husband sitting together in college. I already have a crush on the goddess's deskmate in my head. The title of this song is simple but it contains so much. Go boy god. A fire song is coming up again. Looking forward to it. Chapter 76, If I could turn back time, I would chase you with my life. The final of the karaoke show. On the stage. Lights focused. The background screen appeared on the picturesque, innocent and evocative campus scenery. Classrooms, libraries, cafeterias, playgrounds, willows, bridges, accompanied by the beautiful background. Melodious let a person's body and mind incomparably comfortable and nice harmonica sound accompaniment swings up, followed by handsome face value of Yi Tian holding the guitar. Appeared on the stage above. Look a little melancholic and slightly deep. Obviously this and the next song related. In the meantime, the harmonica accompaniment, dazzling fusion of the guitar sound, making the original You at the Same Table more out of a point of reverie and yearning. Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. Will you still think of it tomorrow? You used to be the one who cried the most. Teachers can't remember you. You who can't guess the questions. It was only by chance that I looked up the photos. I just remembered you at the same table. The superb vocals, together with the melancholic and slightly low voice, especially the divine guitar accompaniment, interpreted this school ballad You at the Same Table to the fullest, and even sublimated it to another level. The audience at the scene as well as in the live broadcast room, the memories that had been dusted off in their minds for unknown years, all of a sudden, like a fierce tiger breaking free from its cage, and like floodwaters coming out of their gates, appeared in everyone's minds in a raging torrent. They unconsciously thought of their happiest, most relaxed, most innocent, most trouble-free school days, accompanied by a scene on the background screen. The mind also thought of their own school campus, cafeteria, trails, and even the kiosk. Now think of it, full of a scene of good memories, and in these memories, the most let them remember deeply, engraved in their bones is that their own table, innocent friendship, even the knitted brows of the table smile, that familiar face, all of a sudden, after many years as if through space and time in general, presented in front of the eyes of the audience. They thought of listening to the teacher with the same table, the teacher named to answer the question, or in class by the girl at the same table, drawing the 38 line, looking at a textbook together, but do not tell the table their crush on the girl. In fact, he has this book, just to be closer to the girl. After many years, I do not know when they turned over the photo sandwiched in the book, it is only then dawned on them. It turns out that he, she, and that he, she, at the same table have been separated for many years. Sensual cute girl paper heard here. 2 lines of teardrops will not be able to fall down. They thought of their first love boyfriend, the crush of the male god. Even the boys are slightly red-eyed. Apparently also thought of their own crush goddess schoolgirls and silly dorky girl. Years have passed since then. Everything will not be repeated. It can only become the best memories in their hearts. This kid, Chan Wanli, who has already reached middle age, wiped his slightly red eyes and wiped away a few teardrops. He knew that this kid is not him if he does not let people be touched. Rong Changha aside, as well as Zhao Jiqiang, the same thought of their own college years. That is the best memories of their lives, so far recalled, is to remember 5. The corner of the mouth cannot help but is curved up a touch of heart shallow arc. At this moment, the 2 people forget all their worries, completely empty their bodies and souls, incomparably greedy wandering in the world of the beautiful campus time, immersed in it, oblivious and obsessed, unable to extricate themselves. Even Yi Linglong 4 judges tutor. At this moment is also thoughts flying, apparently also thought of the campus good times, those years of those things, that time of that he, she, especially Yi Linglong this time of a song as if turned into a magic sound, making her would not be able to calmly face Yi Tiancer. The heart of the lake, cannot help but splash the ripples, a circle of thinking about the edge of the heart of the lake rippled away. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who put up your long hair? Who made your wedding clothes? You were always so careful, asked to borrow half an eraser. You've been known to talk about it, that you liked being with me, the unselfish singing, the superb voice, the divine guitar accompaniment, sublimated, sublimated, sublimated again, time and time again. This song You at the Same Table, pushed to one peak after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host's prestige value plus 999. Ding. Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 999. Ding. Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 999. Accompanied by CAC's soaring reputation value. Yi Tian is also more energetic interpretation of the graduation song. We must know that this song every graduation ring, regardless of the boys and girls all cried a mess. Because graduation means separation, means going their own way, means looking for their own future life, also means that they see each other indefinitely. Graduation season is also the season of separation. The 9 players in the backstage lounge, at this moment slightly red-eyed. The whole person is stupid. Really they are still far underestimated that guy Phew. I drop a mom Old me is over 40 years old, but I was actually cried by a song. Shame on me. Ooh-hoo. So touched. Male god this song. Wow. My table mate Xiao Qian. I miss you. Are you doing well now? Suddenly thought of the high school table dead buddy. Since graduation, did not meet again. One seems to, missed a lot. Goddess my first love. 10 years, life has a few 10 years, and now we have each become a family. If time can be reversed, I must step on the horse to play life to chase you. Who give me to rob? I will kill who? Time flies, the years go by like a shuttle, and walk and cherish. The beautiful and innocent time on campus is the most unforgettable days of my life. Thanks to the same table, the most beautiful girl in my heart, the most iron buddies. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to you for giving me the most beautiful memories, which will be the most valuable wealth in my life. The countless pop-ups in the live broadcast room, like locusts in the sky spreading out, came out. 3 million, 3, 2 million, 3, 5 million, 3, 8 million. The number of fans in the live broadcasting room, along with Yi Tian's song dripping with you at the same table, and completely plunged into a state of frenzy. Handsome host, at the moment holding a tissue to wipe off the tears in the corner of his eyes, thought of his first love table, but also now his wife. These years, he did not think of his wife invisible has given himself such a valuable gift. Wife, I love you. Chapter 77, Ulu, the male god is so bad, he made me cry again. Graduation song. Fell into 4 seats, one after another beautiful cute girl, tears in the eyes, emotionally moved, thoughts wandering in the campus time. A long time cannot be calmed. That year of that he, is their best memory? The sky was always blue at that time. The days always passed too slowly. You always said graduation was far away. In the blink of an eye, we'll go our separate ways. The continuation of the song, the atmosphere in the field continued to sublimate. The scene as well as every audience in the live broadcast room, touched inexplicably touched. Accompanied by the you at the same table song dazzle, the audience's mind, emerged a scene of beautiful campus life, a scene. Then a scene. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the song remained the same, and the entire K-song show finals scene, except for Yi Tian's melancholy and slightly low voice, there was not even a single ringing sound. The words are beautiful, the song is great, and the singing is superb, the mood of the rhyme, but also unspeakable, especially some of the cute girl paper, emotionally closed the big eyes, smoothed their breathing, with their own soft heart, slowly close to the song, close to the deepest thoughts of their hearts. Every girl's heart has its own Prince Charming. They are eager to look forward to that Prince Charming, can step on the colorful clouds to marry them, and this song gives them wonderful memories, guiding them in the infinite reverie, complete their own and Prince Charming dream wedding. A little later, the song dispersed and came to an end. Just like the song Father in the first phase of the K-song show, the song ended, but the crowd's thoughts did not fluctuate in the slightest due to the end of the song. The chief editors of the 3 major music platforms wiped their eyes full of tears and woke up from the memories. Their hearts were very complicated. There was the memory of their first love, the excitement and thrill of the song's fire, and the immense gratitude they felt for signing Yi Tian together. This guy, Yi Linglong, also wiped the teardrops that couldn't help but fall. She and her best friend Lily, from elementary school, are classmates. After that, middle school, high school, college. It can be said that from the time Yi Linglong remembers, her memory has Lily, between the 2 bits and pieces, cried, laughed, had a conflict, but also in good. This time to think back regardless of the good and bad, for her is undoubtedly a valuable asset. Lily offstage VIP seat, heard the song, the brain is full of this good can no longer be good girlfriend, and the reason why she became a top gold medal agent, largely because she grew up knowing his girlfriend in Su Mubai pointed to the marriage of this matter. Therefore, for the sake of her bestie, she was willing to give up all to let her bestie have the right to dominate her own happiness, and of course, for her own sake as well, even though she didn't have the object of her consanguineous marriage. But being born in a family like theirs, if she herself wasn't strong enough, she could only be reduced to being the victim of the family's marriage in the future. Ow. At some point, a howl of at least 120 decibels breaking the sound rang out from the scene, instantly pulling back the audience who were caught up in the beautiful campus memories. Phew. The song. Already finished singing? Ahem. It seems like it. I've just been so immersed in the beautiful campus life that I didn't pay attention at all. I'm almost the same. Ooh, the male god is too bad. He made people cry again. But why is it still so good? After listening to Boy God song, listening to other songs feels like a tasteless experience. I'm pretty much the same. But honestly, he's really good at everything. That's right. He writes lyrics, composes music, sings, and just now, he plays the guitar super well. This is absolutely. I'm a guitar teacher. Yi Tian's playing is better than mine. The scene as well as the live broadcast fans' hot discussion. Handsome host has come to the stage. Calm more than a minute before the fluctuating mood stabilized well. This one song got, almost let him cannot get on the stage. Is also drunk. Cough cough. Well, Yi Tian's song is as good as ever. To be honest, I was moved to tears. Thinking of my first girlfriend and also my wife. Thank you Yi Tian. Thank you for letting me know that it turns out that there was something incredibly precious between my wife and I from the very beginning. The handsome host's continuous and sincere thanks were very resonant to the audience under the stage, and their hearts were full of gratitude, because today Yi Tian had taught them another lesson. Okay, next, please ask the 4 judge tutors to score. Although it was already confirmed that Yi Tian would be the number 1 today, the necessary link still had to go. One of the music gurus, looking at Yi Tian on the stage, as if he saw the future of the domestic singing scene, voiced out to the 3 tutors beside him. Then, let's do it together. Yi Linglong calmed her mind. The ripples between her eyes flickered for a moment, and the other 3 judges together, each pressed the button in front of them, and Yi Tian was also like the first period, obtained the unanimous recognition of the 4 judges and teachers. Only the difference was that last time Yi Linglong was helpless. This time she was completely and utterly convinced, being truly convinced by Yi Tian's talent. Okay. The next 500 public judges voting starts. The handsome host, with his hands clenched into fists, as if Yi Linglong's 4 votes were cast for him, was inexplicably excited. Hearing the words of the handsome host, the hearts of the 500 viewers couldn't stop beating, and they all started casting their precious votes. A short while later, the voting channel closed. The handsome host, who took a deep breath, stepped forward to the field. Next, the exciting moment has come. Let's witness together that Yi Tian's final vote count is. As the handsome host's voice fell, the data on the big screen in the background began to scroll. Grand Slam! Grand Slam! Grand Slam! Grand Slam! As the data rolled, the 500 spectators on the scene shouted out in unison at some point, and waves of Grand Slam rippled throughout the entire K-Song show final scene. The atmosphere instantly pushed to the extreme. K-Song platform, Fighting Sharks platform, as well as thousands of platforms of the 3 main editor Chen Wanli 3 people, heard the deafening shouts. The 3 people's hearts and minds were shocked. I brush as a blinking staring at the background data on the big screen. I drop a good boy. This kid will not really. The first time I saw the movie. I saw the movie. I saw the movie. I saw the movie. Chapter 78. Mom asks why I'm kneeling down to watch TV. Grand Slam. Grand Slam. Howling at the top of their lungs. Hearing the crowd's blood boiling. It was the 3 Chen Wanli who were stunned by the formations in the arena. These spectators? Too crazy. Yi Linglong as well as the 3 judges beside him were also slightly stunned, completely did not expect such a situation to suddenly occur. As for the most nervous belongs to the K-Song show security bosses, looking at the 500 straight-line fighting strength of the audience, they really do not have the confidence to be able to stop. Yi Tian's final vote count is. Finally at a certain moment, the data on the big screen in the background stopped, and the handsome host's whole heart twitched when he saw the stop number. 540 votes. Grand Slam. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Too exciting. Following Yi Tian's first stage slam of 540 votes straight through to the top 10, another record has appeared. The handsome host was so excited at this moment that all 12 trillion sweat pores in his body exploded. Excited. Too excited. Ow. Pop 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 pop. The incomparably eye-catching golden data appeared on top of the background screen, and the 500 spectators at the scene instantly exploded, and the unrivaled sound waves instantly soared once again, with one after another spectators' palms all clapping red. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew that the male god would create another miracle. Sure enough, the male god is mighty and domineering. Awesome. Going up the toilet wall is not a good idea. Just obey the male god. Completely obeyed. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch TV. I said I saw the male god slam. Ooh-hoo. So excited. Teardrops are flowing down. How is the god of men so powerful? It's over. I'm completely in love with the god of men. I'm still in love with him. I can't get out of it. What should I do? What should I do? Me too. Me too. I feel like I'll die if I don't have a boy god. The same 9-year compulsory education. Why? Why is the male god so good? Don't show upstairs. Not enough oranges to send. Two brothers sit down and let Chen Duxiu in the back speak. Live broadcast this time has already broken 5 million netizen army. Also not willing to show weakness. Crackling 1 by 1 seconds into a keyboard warrior opened the fury mode. Every second, there were thousands of pop-up flashes flying by. 5. 1 million. 5. 3 million. 5. 5 million. As soon as the news of the Grand Slam came out, the number of visits from the immediate live broadcast fans also began to soar up. All the way up. Rocketing up to 90,000 miles. Straight into the clouds. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 1,333. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 1,333. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 1,333. Ding! Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 1,333. The corner of his mouth curved up a touch of arc Etion. Suddenly the quality of the prestige value in his mind directly soared by a large margin. From 999, BIU came to 1,333. This operation of the system, Yi Tian is even more to the spirit. This operation, too much like, let the prestige value come more violently. He. Boiling, continuous boiling. The scene as well as the audience in the live broadcast room. A heart was trembling. Grand Slam. And still became the Grand Slam champion of the K-Song show after singing only 2 songs. Such a distinction was definitely the first in the ancient and modern world. Excited, proud. All kinds of emotions in a time all from the bottom of the heart came out. The little face is all happy, smile completely close to their mouths. That situation as if with this song you at the same table won the Grand Slam is not Etion, but their own the same. This kind of exuberance lasted for more than a minute, only to be able to stop. K-Song platform, Fighting Sharks platform as well as the 3 big bosses of the thousand platform. After hearing the Grand Slam 3 words, the whole heart as if by the invisible hand clutched the same, violently trembled. Surprisingly, really, ahem, become a Grand Slam? Regardless of whether it was Chen Wanli, Rong Changhe, or Zhao Jiqiang, the 3 of them were really shocked this time. But soon, their hearts were filled with ecstasy. Grand Slam? That's a Grand Slam with such a record, then Yi Tian's reputation and fame will soar in the singing world again. In that case, along with their 3 major music platforms would all follow the light. After all, the 3 of them had signed an exclusive musician contract with Yi Tian. If this matter was spread out, the other major music platforms were afraid that they would all die of envy and jealousy. Thinking of the editors-in-chief and executives of all the major music platforms, repenting their frantic appearance, Chen Wanli and the 3 of them couldn't help but be happy in their hearts. And that's not all. They can do articles on you at the same table, quickly eat up the flow of the major music platforms, and in the long run their share of the market in the singing world will definitely grow at a significant rate. One plan after another. The fire from Chen Wanli 3 old fox's mind emerges. A few moments. The 3 looked at each other with a wicked smile, obviously already understand each other's intentions. Everything in the unspoken. Although Yi Linglong as well as the 3 judges beside the preparation, but when really heard the Grand Slam, cannot help but also have a lot of feelings. Yi Linglong is a deep breath. She seems to be far from underestimating that mixed kid. Taking a deep breath, a Hall of Fame singing star beside Yi Linglong, curiously looked at Yi Tian. First of all, congratulations to you Yi Tian for winning the Grand Slam. Thanks. Yi Tian's gentlemanly heartfelt smile. That touch of arc undoubtedly attracted many more budding girls to fall for it. Even Yi Linglong's heart was trembling. This mixed kid. Mr. Yi Tian, just now I heard you play the guitar. It's quite good. I wonder if you can demonstrate for us. That big shot obviously favored the guitar, directly pointing out Yi Tian's extraordinary guitar attainments. Egu. Upon hearing the proposal of this hall-level great curiosity, the many viewers on the scene and in the live broadcast room, including Chen Wanli, the 3 of them as well as Yi Linglong, all gathered their sights on Yi Tian. The scene was even more so because they knew that Yi Tian might want to play the guitar, and they were very sensible and brushed quiet. And it was so terribly quiet that the sound of an embroidery needle falling on the ground could be heard. Of course, hearing the words of that Hall of Fame big shot, Yi Tian smiled. The reason why he brought his guitar up, for this moment, It seems that the prestige value is going to soar again. And just when everyone in the arena thought that Yi Tian was about to play the guitar, they only saw Yi Tian placing the guitar across both shoulders, behind his head, and holding the guitar backwards with both hands. That Hall of Fame big shot. Seeing Yi Tian's eyes jump at this stance, lost his voice. This is reverse guitar? Tang sound. That guitar attainment is quite good. Hall level big shot directly from the seat stood up, full of eyes is incredible. Chapter 79. Can you show us how good you really are at guitar? Reverse guitar? Including Yi Linglong, the three judge tutors beside him were all filled with suspicion, obviously not understanding what he meant. Yi Tian, what is he doing? Chen Wanli also stared suspiciously at Yi Tian on the stage in front of him. Didn't he say he was playing the guitar? How is this? What the hell is going on? You guys say. Yi Tian, he won't be like this. Ahem. Play the guitar. Bounce guitar. Bounce. Could it be? Wouldn't be putting the guitar behind him like this bullet. Zhao Jiqiang stared with wide eyes and said incredulously. As for the audience at the scene, their minds were in a daze. The male god this is. Going to play the guitar? What a strange posture. But how can I play like this? It's completely inconvenient. You guys heard the words of that mentor just now. Bouncing the guitar. Could it be that the god of man is going to perform a guitar stunt? Guitar stunt? This, really? Is the god of man's guitar level so high? I don't know why, but I feel that what happens next is definitely beyond our imagination. The audience at the scene was hotly discussing a lot. As for the live broadcast, not to mention, they were suspicious. What kind of operation is this? That is, at the time when the crowd was confused, the clear and pleasant guitar solo sound, pierced through the air from the stage uploaded out. Brush sound. Heard the guitar sound of the moment. Everyone's eyes gathered to the stage. Hiss. Ron Changha directly sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing the performance on the stage. Isn't this the song? You at the same table? Yi Tian, he did it. This kid, is he really a human being? Playing the guitar in such a way? He is. How practiced it? Chen Wanli also looked at some skeptical of his own cognition. The guitar is placed behind, hands holding the guitar to play, which in his cognition is completely impossible. The scene as well as the audience in the live broadcast room, all of them revealed unbelievable. And what's worse, the attainment of this guitar sound was better than some professional level guitarists. How is it possible? This kind of technique, unseen and unheard of? The male god how did he do it? This is too cool, right? And this guitar attainment is not in the least bit worse than normal playing. It's even better. Before the road out of the rebound guitar operation of the Hall of Fame, Incredible stared at the stage performing super high guitar attainments of Yi Tian. Explaining said, Yi Tian is now doing the performance of the name of the rebound guitar. The whole world with this method to play the people. Not more than 100. As for the reason, because this playing method is completely beyond the scope of the research of the guitar, coupled with the mainstream guitar playing style is not accepted. So it is not accepted. So it is not accepted. So the mainstream guitar playing style is not accepted. Accepted by the mainstream guitar playing style. So it has not been popularized. It's just that to be able to play this song so pleasantly and accurately with the rebound guitar method, I've never seen it before. The hallowed greats. Their sights fell above the stage. Their eyes filled with admiration. Pa 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 pa. With the explanation of the hall level great curiosity, the scene as well as the audience in the live broadcasting room only then understood that there were no more than 100 of them in the world, which was also too scarce. However, this kind of playing is really not something that ordinary people can do. A small section of the performance. See the audience TSK. The three platforms of the editor-in-chief to see this scene. The heart is very happy. They really did not think that the guitar can also be played in this way. Ahem. Mr. Yi Tian, how did you do that just now? The handsome host's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was really the first time he had seen someone playing the guitar like this. And the most important thing was that the sound of Yi Tian's rebound guitar playing was even better than that of their highly paid guitar teacher. From this, he could see how deep Yi Tian's guitar attainments were, and it was definitely an eye-opener. It's not much. It's just that I usually see online that there are such play casually practicing. Yi Tian, who had thought of what to say before, smiled and said, but his attention was focused on the harvesting of reputation value. Handsome host, listening to Yi Tian's reply, the handsome host felt that his self-confidence had been destroyed like never before. Casually practicing like this, the 9 contestants in the backstage lounge were completely convinced at this moment. This ability, too heaven-defying, the world to play this are not more than 100, not to mention Yi Tian also plays so well, they are afraid that they cannot catch up. Mr. Yi Tian, then can you show us your true guitar level? Although the guitar playing just now was good, it was ultimately not accepted by the public. Then I'll play a song called Dance of the Wild Bees. Wild bee flying? As a person in the music circle, Yi Linglong's face was stunned when she heard this tune that was extremely melodic and fast, and few guitarists were able to skillfully master it. Wild Bee Dance. Did I hear it right? That's the famous song of Sakab of the Northern Bear Country, known as the fastest melodic tune in the world, and in the field of guitar, it's even known as the work that measures the level of a guitarist. More than that, I remember that the fastest record for the Dance of the Wild Bees should be 751 notes played in 30 seconds. 751 notes in 30 seconds. Doesn't that mean you have to strum the guitar strings 25 times a second? That hand speed is off the charts. Can anyone in the world accomplish such an operation? That person is recognized as the number one in guitar hand speed. You should know that it takes 96 seconds to play Dancing Wild Bees at its original speed. The scene as well as the live broadcast room has a lot of music bulls, and when hearing Etion to play the Dance of the Wild Bees, one by one, the eyes are flooded with green aura. To know that the Dance of the Wild Bees can be really played, that guitar attainment is already extremely good. The Wild Bee Dance has been used as a benchmark for guitar and even orchestral instruments. If you can play the Wild Bee Dance skillfully, the guitar level should be at least 8 levels up, and the Wild Bee Dance is named for the sound similar to the rapid flapping of the wings of bees, which is rapid and powerful, and the frequency is so fast that it makes one's scalp go numb. The audience knew that the Wild Bee Flying Dance was against the odds, and a gaze in the arena gathered on Etion in unison, holding their breath and staring at the arena with unblinking eyes. Buzz. Suddenly, the rapid beeping sound suddenly rose. The 60-second 751 notes multiplication of the Wild Bee Dance sword. Etion's hand speed had already turned into a phantom, moving at the speed of light. The Hall of Fame Big Shot listening to the multiplication rate. Heart was shocked. Eyes suddenly open, essence aura appeared. This, surprisingly not the original speed? Chapter 80, The God of Men's Hands is so fast and handsome. I like wooing so much. The Dance of the Wild Bees. Yi Linglong 3 judges tutors. Like that Hall of Fame. Our all eyes flashed a touch of surprise color. Especially Yi Linglong. Completely did not expect Etion's guitar attainment is so high. The most important thing was that although the speed was increased by a multiplier of 60 seconds, Etion's performance was still cloudy. Although the many viewers on the scene and in the live broadcast room couldn't hear the multiplier, and even didn't understand the music that well, but from the rush emitted from the stage that made their scalp numb, Wild Bee Flying, they already knew how difficult it was, because that kind of hand speed had already exceeded their cognition of the limits of human beings. With the silence that filled the arena, and the cat-like harvesting of reputation value, Etion already had a reckoning, but this was far from the result he wanted. Since he had obtained the divine instrument ability, he couldn't live up to it. Just now, I played a 60-second multiplier. Etion, who curved an arc, looked at the still silent finals scene. Next, I played a 50-second multiplier. As the words fell, under the astonishment of the scene as well as the live broadcasting room, a melody that was even more urgent than the previous Dance of the Wild Bees circled around, and Chen Wanli's 3 people's eyes rolled up in astonishment as they looked at the field, and they could no longer remain calm at this moment. Of course they had heard of the Dance of the Wild Bees. How could they not know it as the 3 big editors who were well known in China? Only that they did not expect Etion's great attainment to be able to interpret the Dance of the Wild Bees to such an extent. With a multiplication rate of 50 seconds, this had already exceeded the limit of what the vast majority of guitarists could perform. This little bastard, what is he going to do? Yi Linglong's pair of beautiful eyes flashed frequently. With her understanding of Etion, she was afraid that today there was going to be an even more powerful news than the Grand Slam. Hiss. Holy shit. Male god is this? Tentacle monster? What a terrifying guitar attainment. The male god is going to ascend to immortality. This rhythm, this melody, it's as if I feel like there are already countless bees flying around my ears. Demonic beast's law. Is this the multiplier of 50 seconds? My goodness. Now it's all like this. Then the highest record of 30 seconds. It's not going to explode. Unbelievable. Have you guys seen the state of the god of man? Swimming with ease. This is obviously not the god of man's limit. The live audience boiled over. The fans in the live broadcast room directly exploded. What was in front of them was too much beyond their imagination. Although many of them didn't know what Wild Bee Dance stood for. But from Etion's ghostly hand speed as well as the tightly knit melody that made one's scalp numb, the whole brain broad was raw and painful. However, this did not end. For the sake of the prestige value cause, Etion also put up a fight. 40 seconds multiplier, 30 seconds multiplier, 20 seconds multiplier, 15-second multiplier. Under the horrified attention of the audience at the scene as well as in the live broadcast room, Etion, by virtue of his incomparably superior ghost shadow hands, Accelerated and compressed Wild Bee dance to a level of 15 seconds. Yi Linglong, a pair of beautiful eyes, completely dumbfounded. This bastard boy. Even. Dance of the Wild Bee's interpretation to such a situation. This guy's guitar attainments win the thing? Why a little signs or not? This kid, in fact, how many things to hide from themselves? This mixed kid. This is really the sky to stab the sky. 15 seconds, that is. Enough than the highest international multiplier fully doubled. Nima. What is this concept? You know, playing 751 notes in 30 seconds is plucking the guitar strings 25 times per second. While playing 751 notes in 15 seconds, that's fluctuating the guitar strings 50 times per second. From 30 seconds to 15 seconds, that is not just double the effort can be achieved. If so, that 30 seconds of the record has long been broken. We'll wait until Yi Tian today. 30 seconds can be said that has been the limit of mankind. If you still want to improve, that absolutely have to pay 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times the price. Of course, even if you pay the price may not be able to do. After all, not everyone has a system. As a man with a system, this is Yi Tian's privilege. And 15 seconds or he slowed down his hand speed in order not to let himself be too demonic. If he really let him perform the ultimate speed, Yi Tian himself do not know what degree can be reached. Rough estimate at least can be compressed within 5 seconds. If Yi Linglong or Chen Wanli they know, his limit can be compressed Wild Bee dance within 5 seconds of the multiplier speed, for fear that they will faint on the spot. That is, nowadays it is already enough for them to digest half a day. Ahem. 1. 15 seconds? Oh my god. Who am I? Where am I? I'm dreaming. Right. Wild Bee dance even let Yi Tian male god directly go from a 30-second multiplier, hard dry, to 15 seconds. At this moment, I really want to slap myself to see if I'm dreaming. Awesome, my male god. This is broke the world record. Awesome. Wild and cool, blowing up the sky. The male god's hand speed is so fast, so handsome, so like boing boing. The live audience, their minds were in a daze. They only heard 15 seconds of swarming bees buzzing. Then 751 notes of Wild Bee dance had ended. Dazed. That's right. The live as well as the live streaming audience was nothing but confused or dumbfounded. Tee-hee, is that really human hand speed? Slap the scene clamor for a long time, which only from the shock of successively back to God, immediately is a tidal wave of applause and cheers as well as howling. The number of fans in the live broadcast room, but also at this moment completely scampered like a monkey burst. 5. 3 million. 5. 6 million. 5. 9 million. 6. 2 million. In the blink of an eye, the number of fans broke the 6 million mark, but also with an unrivaled speed toward the 7 million mark soared. The VIP seat, Chen Wanli, 3 people, wide-eyed, deep breath staring at the stage above. The light-hearted Yi Tian, from the demeanor just now, meow. This 15 seconds are afraid of this guy's limit. Good horror of the guitar attainment. How did he do that hand speed? Simply God. Chapter 81, Self-Created Guitar Stance, Ghost Shadow Hand. The Kaesong Show final scene was abuzz with excitement, and the Tianhai University School Exchange Group had been following everything about the program since the very beginning of the finals. From the beginning, when Yi Tian's appearance caused the finals scene to be hotly debated, to later when Yi Tian appeared in a song called You at the Same Table, which attracted countless Tianhai's budding girls with teardrops dotting their long eyelashes. And at this moment, the school's exchange group finally collapsed. Wild Bee dance was actually fucked by Yi Tian's male god for 15 seconds? When did the male god have such demonic guitar attainments? The hell knows. The god of man is hiding too deep. This is a big deal. Wild Bee dance, that's it. Countless masters in the guitar world are afraid that they've already watched in disbelief. That kind of hand speed. I just want to know how the male god does it. Like a ghostly shadow. So fast. The male god is too powerful. I want to marry him right away. Tianhai University. Roadside barbecue stand. Today was the finals of Yi Tian's Kaesong show. Ming Xian and his diehard friends came to the barbecue stand to rub a meal to celebrate Tian's win in advance. Eating the barbecue while watching the live broadcast. From the very beginning of the program, the two of them hadn't taken their eyes off the live broadcast. Cough cough. Upon hearing that Tian had hardened and dried Wild Bee dance to the point of 15 seconds, Ming Xian's diehard friend directly took a mouthful of root beer and spewed it all out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Tian actually played Wild Bee dance to the point of 15 seconds. My god. Ming Xian just happened to study the major is the music department. To be honest, from seeing Yi Tian backhandedly playing the guitar, Ming Xian diehard directly confused in the original place. Until now only just reacted to it. Before that, has been a roaring piece of the brain. Ming Xian called him several times, did not come back to his senses. Tian. This Wild Bee flying dance should be very powerful. Ming Xian asked uncertainly to his nemesis who had come back to his senses. He was completely pentatonic with regards to music, let alone wild bee flying dance. He hadn't even heard of it before. Although he felt that Brother Tian was awesome. It was too cool. Awesome? More than awesome? Ming Xian diehard a heart pang straight jump. Drank a big mouthful of root beer to suppress the shock. You do not learn music, do not know. This wild bee flying dance is recognized as the fastest song of the melody. The normal speed of 96 seconds to play to complete. That is, usually referred to as the 96 times the rate of speed. This song Wild Bee Dance in the world's highest record before the day Brother held at 30 seconds multiplier. And from France. As Ming Xian's nemesis pontificated, Ming Xian's eyes became more and more incredulous. And his face became unbelievable. I go. You mean Tian played 751 notes in 15 seconds, averaging 50 guitar strings per second? Which, holy shit. With a gulp, Ming Xian swallowed his saliva in a big gulp, fluctuating 50 times a second, just in the time it took to blink his eyes. How fast must that be? Awesome, my heavenly brother. This kind of maneuver is feared to be a great credit to sister-in-law. Amazing Mr. Yi Tian. You are going to bring us a new world record. The handsome host woke up from the shock with a face full of astonishment. In order to develop the effect of the program to the maximum. Not afraid of things, big handsome host swallowed apprehensively out. Mr. Yi Tian, I do not know if you have any other guitar stunts. If there are words to show down, also let us long to see. Ding. Congratulations host, reputation value plus 1666. Ding. Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 1666. Ding. Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 1666. Ding. Congratulations to the host's reputation value plus 1666. Looking at the high-quality prestige value to set a new record, Yi Tian was also energized. At this moment, the prestige value already had about 50,000. If there were a few more waves, breaking 100,000 would be just around the corner. Let's put it this way. Next, I'll use my self-created technique Ghost Shadow Hand to play 50-second multiplier Wild Bee Dance on the front and back. A cool guitar tark maneuver came to mind. Ghost Shadow Hand? Hearing Yi Tian's words, the handsome host frowned slightly. His mind couldn't help but think of the image of just playing 15 seconds of Wild Bee Dance. That wasn't considered a Ghost Shadow Hand? Not only the handsome host, Yi Linglong as well as all the viewers on the scene and in the live broadcast room were all a bit confused, and couldn't help but have the same image as the handsome host come to mind. But, this Ghost Shadow Hand? And self-created? The three people from the VIP seat, Chen Wanli, were currently staring straight at the stage with their eyes, obviously also interested in the guitar stunt that was about to appear. Under the public's attention, Yi Tian, who had slightly stabilized his breathing, created his own technique Ghost Shadow Present. In the next instant, a scene that shocked everyone's common sense appeared, only to see the field. Yi Tian's right hand plucked 50 seconds times the speed of the guitar strings. There is nothing wrong, but the left hand, but thunder turned over everyone's titanium alloy eyes. They really saw why Yi Tian will be this self-created playing method called the Ghost Shadow Hand. 50 seconds times the rate of the Wild Bee flying. Yi Tian left hand as a ghost shadow from the guitar neck up and down, positive and negative shuttle back and forth. The left hand is like a ghost, and the Wild Bee flying of the 50 seconds times the rate has not the slightest disorder. Tying sound to the guitar attainment is quite deep, that Hall of Fame. Yi Tian such playing method. Directly from the seat stood up, a pair of eyes staring round, dead staring at the left hand ghost in the guitar neck up and down, positive and negative shuttle. Directly sucked in a mouth of cool air. Not only this Hall of Fame big shot so, Yi Linglong, three people are also so. All were shocked to stand up. The 4 jury tutors were so, and the 500 spectators at the scene behind them. Tung tang tang tung. 5 passes, 10 passes, 50 passes. In the blink of an eye, all of the audience in the room all stood up, and so did the 3 of them at the VIP seat. Chen Wanli, my goodness, this kid ascended to immortality. This is Rong Chunha, mouth corner twitching, eyelids jumping non-stop. Motherfucker, when the guitar can still play so, and play on the play, meow, but also play 50 seconds multiplication of the Wild Bees fly. The most important thing is, this little bullet, no matter the sound quality, rhythm, tone are extremely perfect, cannot pick half a fault. Chapter 82, other major music platforms are afraid to cry. Ghost Shadow Hand appeared. The finals site all boiled over. Such a superb guitar stunts, including the 4 judges' tutors have never seen, never heard of. That left hand, as if transformed into a ghost shadow, in the guitar neck up and down the fluttering shuttle. Ghostly work of art. Simply God. In front of the barbecue stand, Ming Xian and his diehard friends looked stunned. especially Ming Xian's diehard friends. Their eyes were glaring to the point of protruding. This is, my god, guitars can still be played like this. Ming Xian's diehard party's 12 trillion brain cells felt insufficient, especially using his self-invented guitar stance, Ghost Shadow Hand, to play the 50x rate of Wild Bee Flying. This scene had too much of an impact on him. His brother Tian is to fly. The guitar was even played by him like this? Ming Xian, who was holding his root beer, had all the root beer in his cup poured onto the desktop and still didn't realize it. Completely shocked by the scene in the live broadcast room, Tianhai University Exchange Group, the male god created his own guitar stunt. Ghost Shadow Hand? Holy shit, this hand speed is making my scalp numb from watching. How did the male god do it? What a horrible hand speed. And did you guys see the guitar? It's like it's hanging in the air. It's so weird. What kind of hand speed does it have to be to do that? I'm convinced the god of men is going to scare me to death. The sky does not give birth to my Tian male god. The guitar is as long as the night. Just ask, who else is there? Every second. The exchange group is with hundreds of comments were topped, especially some cute girl paper, fighting directly incarnated stormy little lowly. This guy Yi Linglong similarly did not expect. This mixed little bullet guitar hand speed is so fast, that guitar is like hanging in the air, completely cannot detect half a trace of their own, and normal playing guitar in general. The evil, too evil. The only word that could describe Yi Tian's performance at this moment was the impact it gave them. A guitar stunt that exploded the scene of the finals. Countless spectators watched with great interest and wonder. The appearance of the guitar stunt Ghost Shadow Hand drew the audience in the field to be very excited, and even the votes of the contestants starting from no. 6 were a few points higher. Yes, handsome host came to the stage. His mind was also very exuberant and excited. After a long half-month of auditions, the fierce competition of excellent contestants from all over the country, this season of K-Song Show has ushered in the most exciting moment. That is, our first season's champion has finally been produced. He is Yi Tian, a sophomore at Tianhai University, known as the musical genius, the handsome host, who brought the atmosphere in the venue to one high point after another, lifted the excitement in the hearts of the crowd a notch higher with each sentence. Unsurprisingly, the scene was in an uproar. Yi Tian, champion, champion. The audience at the scene heard the handsome host's announcement, and howls and shouts roared out directly without warning. Champion? Not bad. Yi Tian got the champion. And still a Grand Slam champion. With the song Love Is Not a Must plus you at the same table only with 2 songs to pick a Grand Slam K-Song Show champion. Absolutely just him. Oh, here is our mentor Yi Linglong, presenting the award to Mr. Yi Tian. Looking at the boiling field, the handsome host smiled slightly and continued the flow of the program. A visual and auditory feast of the K-Song Show fell to an end along with the howling of the full house. Chen Wanli looked at the boiling field and sipped his mouth. As expected, it's still him who won the championship. I didn't think it would be by way of a Grand Slam to take the crown. Yeah, that god-awful bounce guitar, the 15-second Wild Bee dance, and the self-created guitar stunt Ghost Shadow Hand. This kid is a monster. Zhao Jiqiang's mind floated over and over again. The scene that had just happened. Until now when he thought back about it his eyes were slightly throbbing and his mind couldn't stay calm. Whatever. The better Yi Tian is, the better it is for us. Right now. Our 3 parties are occupying 60% of the market in the singing world. Today this wave passes. The other major music platforms are afraid that they are going to cry. Rong Changha best won up a smattering of chrysanthemums like a happy grin a bit, laughing that called a reckless, not to hide. Ha. Old Rong said it well. From now on the singing market is our 3. Chen Wanli laughed. Obviously the 3 since the first time in Tianhai signed the exclusive musicians of the 3 major platforms. This kind of maneuver, to mention a few, the merger of the 3 sides of the resources, so that the 3 sides of the interests of the 3 parties during this time to reach the maximum. The 3 parties can be said to be earning a lot of money. As for the other music platforms, it is called a suffocation. One regret. Yanjing, Principal Li Zifeng's home. Ha. Good. Watching the live broadcast on the tablet, Li Zifeng's smiling mouth was grinning behind his ears. Proud, relieved, proud. All kinds of emotions all surged in his heart. There was no denying that Yi Tian, this good boy, was the best student he had ever taken, and the most outstanding, the best student. Ding bell. Just at this moment, a cell phone ringing, searching eyes looked at the old Chen's phone, curved up the happy arc of the smooth hand to connect the phone. Hello, old Chen. Principal, did you see that Xiao Yi won the championship? Just as soon as he connected the opposite side came Professor Chen's excited can't-be-self voice. Of course I watched it. Xiao Yi's performance was fantastic. I really didn't expect Xiaoya's guitar to be played so well. That wild bee dance even broke the world record. All of us have underestimated him from afar. Looking back, Principal Li Zifeng said with incomparable emotion, a golden scale is not a thing in a pool. Once it meets the wind and clouds, it turns into a dragon. They, Tian Hai, had waited for so many years, and had finally rushed out an unrivaled genius. Chapter 83 Boy God come home with me. I don't want anything. Yeah. Professor Chen sighed with emotion, looking at the flat panel in front of him at the Kaesong Show Grand Final Award Ceremony site, landing on that Yi Tian, the pride of their Tianhai University. Principal, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I think I should still suggest it to you. Professor Chen looked at the talented student in the tablet, and loving his talent, he truly didn't want him to disassociate himself from Tianhai so quickly, so he thought of a way to keep Yi Tian. Oh, what is it? Principal Li Zifeng saw that his school had produced an extraordinary genius. His mood was extraordinarily good, holding a teacup and blowing on it, ready to take a sip of the iron goddess of mercy that his old companion had brewed for him. Principal, it's like this, with Xiaoya's current development, it's likely that he'll drop out before too long, and from then on, perhaps he'll drift away from our Tianhai University. So, for the sake of Tianhai University's future fame, I think it's time for us to make a move. If it's possible, I hope that the president can apply to the top to let Xiaoyi be the professor of the music department of our Tianhai University. After this period of thinking, especially today's performance of Yi Tian in the finals of the Kaesong show, although Yi Tian's age is light, but there is a sequence of hearing the way, there is a specialization in the art, there is no excuse for having more ability to take on more responsibility. Put cough cough, the music department teaches. Professor? Hearing Professor Chen's words, the principal Li Zifeng, a breath unsteady choked, almost did not go back to the air, but is not the slightest care, but as if in front of the eyes opened a new window. Right, professor of music department, how he did not think of it, before perhaps not, now it is different, to know that solely based on Yi Tian's guitar attainments, enough to take on this important task. Are you kidding? Being able to play Wild Bee Dance at a multiplier of 15 seconds, if such a person couldn't take on the role of a professor, he would really wonder if all the music professors in the world were losers. Good. Old Chen, your idea is great. I will apply with the above tomorrow. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up the phone, and Principal Li Zifeng looked deeply at the finals that were still being broadcast live in the tablet, the corner of his mouth curving up into an intriguing arc. While the two were conversing, the Tianhai University Exchange Group champion. Did Boy God win the championship this time? It's true. Just now I pinched my thighs, it hurts. It's all true. Whoa, Boy God won the championship. Boy God, I love you. Although it was expected, I still can't stop being excited to hear that God of Man won the karaoke show. Hey, this is not a normal champion. Just 2 songs. All slam 540 votes. TSK, now our Tianhai University is more than honorable. Hey, Yi Tian Oba, please accept my knees. God, come home with me. I don't want anything. My family's 30 villas, 40 supercars, and 50 gold mines are all for you. Boing boing boing. The exchange group was in a frenzy of joy. Especially the cute girls were spitting, venting their complex feelings of excitement, exuberance, and adoration. In front of the barbecue stand, Ming Xian and his dead friends, blowing on the sea breeze, watching the live broadcast as Tian took the crown. Ha ha ha, cheers, cheers, boomed the root beer touched. The two haha laughed and tilted their heads back and gulped it down. The refreshing of the cold root beer stimulated the nerves of both Ming Xian and Deadpool. The heart's adoration and admiration for brother Tian was beyond words. Sea breeze, root beer, jerking off, watching Tian's winning. This day, Ming Xian and the dead party ate very happy. Years later, looking back on today, are all thousands of feelings. I announced that the first season of Kaesong Show is here, successfully concluded. After awarding the prizes, with the handsome host announcing aloud, the finale of an auditory feast came to a close. It's over just like this. I'm so excited today. Yes, the God of Man is too good. Never thought that the original guitar could be played that way. TSK, that hand speed of the male god is really divine. The audience at the scene excitedly discussed while leaving the finals venue in an orderly manner. At the same time, outside the venue of the karaoke show, in a black commercial vehicle, President, do you think Yi Tian will agree? Feng Zixio said somewhat nervously, glancing at his disciple Zhao Qian at the side. Bagua swimming dragon palm. I really didn't expect Yi Tian to know your Bagua's palm technique that has disappeared for almost 100 years. The president of the Martial Arts Association, and also the Taiji palm master Yang Dingtian voiced out his emotion. I don't know if it's Yitian Bagua Yulong Palm's appearance that made Taiji sect and Bagua sect's relationship is a lot, and the purpose of their coming this time. On the one hand, they want Zhao Qian to worship the master, and on the other, they wanted to invite Yitian to participate in the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference 2 days later. As for the reason, it is very simple. Nowadays, in addition to Zhao Qian and a few other rare corner of the sects can come up with a hand, the other disciples are all mediocre, completely unable to take charge of, and recently the countries of karate, taekwondo, hapkido, judo, kendo are gathered. The lineup has never been more powerful. The most important point is that this exchange competition is the home of young people, the age limit of 40 years of age or less. The sects of the head of the obvious cannot participate, which also creates an embarrassing situation for the Wushu association of this place. For this reason, it was only here that Yang Dingtian and Feng Zixio came to invite on behalf of the Martial Arts Association. Master, Yi Tian has come out. Zhao Qian, who had been staring at the venue, saw Yi Tian who was walking towards the parking lot and hurriedly spoke out. Obviously he knew very well what their Martial Arts Association would be facing 2 days later. Mr. Yi Tian, who had just arrived in front of the Maserati, heard a familiar voice, and seeking his eyes, he saw Yang Dingtian Feng Zixio and Zhao Qian walking over head-on. Puff. Without the slightest sign, Zhao Qian came to the parking lot directly kneeling on both knees. Scared Yi Tian jumped. What is the situation of this kid? Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. In the state of Yi Tian a little confused. Bang bang Zhao Qian directly on the ground kowtowed 3 times. But also fortunately now the night is thick. No one in the 4 fields. Zhao Qian, are you alright? Feng Zixio on the side saw his favorite disciple kneeling down to Yi Tian. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and said, Little friend Yi Tian, my beloved disciple's behavior was a bit abrupt. I hope I won't be offended. Previously, my beloved disciple had offended much in that competition. Under Feng Zixio's narration, Yi Tian realized that they were charging at the Bagua Dragon Pong. So originally I would like to give you the 8 trigram swimming Dragon Pong. Last time in a hurry to forget, Yi Tian thought of what happened in Yanjing before. For nowadays the situation of Martial Arts Association he also has some understanding. Also, that Zhao Qian you get up first. Glancing at Zhao Qian who was kneeling on the ground, full of respect, it always felt strange to be knelt down by his rival back then. Chapter 84, I want your Martial Arts Association to do 3 things for me in the future. Thanks, Master. Yi Tian, Zhao Qian, what are you? Before, when Zhao Qian knelt down Yi Tian thought that he had misheard him. Together with Zhao Qian's master sentence, he was calling himself. This guy seems to be a few years older than himself. Mr. Yi, since the last sparring session, I found that my understanding of martial arts is too shallow, so I want to worship Mr. Yi as my master. Yi Tian didn't expect Zhao Qian to undergo such a transformation. He didn't want to accept a disciple. So troublesome, he lightly coughed. Get up and talk. Zhao Qian heard, looked to his master, saw the master nodded, and only then got up. The side of the young Dingtian silent, quietly watching. Wanting to learn martial arts doesn't necessarily mean you have to worship a master. I don't have the intention of taking on a disciple. There won't be one now, and there won't be one in the future. Seeing Zhao Qian get up, Yi Tian directly refused to worship this path. You want to learn? We can cut and exchange. There is absolutely no need for that. Suddenly, Yi Tian realized that this Zhao Qian was quite cute, coming up to worship the master. At that time, he was entire bewildered. Really? Thank you, master. Oob, Mr. Yi. Seeing Zhao Qian change his words, it sounded a lot smoother. Say, what else? Yi Tian looked at young Dingtian. If he was coming at the Bagua swimming dragon palm, Yang Dingtian did not need to come at all. He really can't hide anything from Mr. Yi. It's like this 2 days later. Yanjing will have a once every 5 years international martial arts exchange conference. This session just happens to be the turn of our dragon country's home field. At that time, all countries taekwondo, karate, judo, kendo, aikido will come. Yang Dingtian didn't hide anything and said the most important purpose of their trip one by one. And hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yi Tian also understood a little bit. Then you guys came from Mr. Yi. Master and I and Sect Master Yang came here because we want to invite you to participate in the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference in the name of the Martial Arts Association. After all, this matter is very important. The countries are coming aggressively, and we are afraid that our Martial Arts Association factions alone are. It's hard to win. Zhao Qian's face reddened as he spoke out the dilemma that their Martial Arts Association was facing today, dealing with the country's taekwondo, karate, judo, kendo as well as hapkido. You guys really look up to me. Smiling, He looked at the trio of Yang Dingtian, Feng Zishou and Zhao Qian. Ahem. If Mr. Yi finds this matter difficult. As the president of the Martial Arts Association, Yang Dingtian's face flushed for a while. However, it's not impossible to make me agree. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi Tian interrupted his next words. Oh, this is true. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yang Dingtian's trio's eyes were happy and flashed with a flash of splendor. They had seen Yi Tian's hands with their own eyes. I want your Martial Arts Association to do 3 things for me in the future. Yi Tian thought of the intricate situation in Yanjing and continued to smile out. Of course, these things will not harm the interests of the factions, nor will they be detrimental to the country's offense. Although the young generation of the Martial Arts Association could not hold up the scene, but each of the sect heads was not a simple character. Letting such an association promise himself 3 things, the layout of Yanjing in the future would definitely be of great benefit. He wouldn't let the Heavenly Shield security just make a small fuss in the bullet-ridden land of Tianhai. Yang Dingtian and Feng Zishou glanced at each other, and after weighing the pros and cons, they nodded heavily to make a decision. Alright, the 2 of us will agree to your conditions on behalf of the Martial Arts Association. Yang Dingtian nodded his head and spoke out. However, if at that time, what Mr. Yi asks us to do exceeds the limits of our abilities or goes against our principles, we will not do it. Feng Zishou also nodded his head, but was saying the ugly words up front. Of course, happy cooperation. In a few words, the matter of participating in the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference was finalized, and there was a lot of ease between the words. And when Zhao Qian on the side heard this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that the burden on his shoulders was suddenly much lighter. At the same time, the heart of Yi Tian is more respect, although he has 3 conditions, but understanders know that 2 days later, that is definitely an unprecedented battle. The countries are raging, are sent many excellent domestic taekwondo, karate, judo, kendo, aikido masters, from the lineup has already explained everything. However, Yi Tian did not care about this at all. What he cared about was the 3 things that the Martial Arts Association promised to do for him, and this was what he wanted to plan for. After exchanging a few words of pleasantries, a bright aura glowed in the bottom of President Yang Dingtian's eyes. Mr. Yi, I have a request. I wonder if I can have a few moves with the old man. Feng Zishou and Zhao Qian, master and disciple, glanced at each other. Both of them were interested. They had had actual combat sparring with Yi Tian, and Yang Dingtian had never made a move all these years. Again, no one knew how powerful he was now. I'm honored. The deal was happily concluded. And by the way, a little bit of sparring. Of course Yi Tian would not refuse, and agreed with a smile. Good. Then Mr. Yi, be careful. Feng Zishou and Zhao Qianlai both only saw Yang Dingtian, who was wearing a white robe. A white shadow flashed, and in the next instant, he and Yi Tian went over the top and sparred. Facing Yang Dingtian's taiji, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth curved up into an arc, and he similarly utilized Yang Dingtian's taiji moves, which were flowing smoothly and naturally. Various moves frequently change. See Feng Zishou and Zhao Qian, 2 people some dazzling. Other people do not know Feng Zishou, but is very clear. Young Yang Dingtian, that was then the taiji sect, 1,000 years of rare wizards. Otherwise the various factions would not have been suppressed by decades, but also served as the president of the post. Only, what surprised him even more was that Yi Tian was able to fight against Yang Dingtian, who was over 60 years old, without losing the slightest bit of ground. The resistance in the field. He asked himself that he could not do it. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Tian drove the Maserati with a kick of the gas, roaring towards Feng Ming Villa. Glancing at the rearview mirror, the corner of his mouth curved up into a deeply meaningful arc. Sect Master Yang, how is that? Feng Zishou and Zhao Qian stepped forward in unison, and were the first to inquire about the results of the 2 men's sparring session. Unpredictable. Yang Dingtian looked incredulously at the direction where the Maserati disappeared. Then his heart rejoiced as his eyes bloomed with 2 auras. International Martial Arts Exchange Conference. We're sure to win. Chapter 85. Is it a boy? Should I let Uncle Lung help you check it out? Feng Ming Villa. Villa no. 8. It's been so long, why did you just come? When she came to the villa, she saw Yi Linglong had already taken a bath, wearing a pink-colored pajamas, highlighting her concave and convex devilish figure, and she obviously did not avoid suspicion at all in front of Yi Tian. Of course, there was no need to avoid suspicion. Yi Linglong had long been used to it. If this scene was known by people outside, it would definitely break the glass hearts of countless boys. Yi Linglong, that is their dream goddess na. However, there is such a side. If you are lucky to have a glimpse of the beauty of this room, afraid of less than a year, are willing to live. What? Miss me? Smoothly ringed the small waist of the diva of the singing world, raised his foot and closed the door of the villa. Thinking of you. How dare you hide so many things from me? let's see this diva clean you up. In a few moments, a chase battle was staged in the villa, and from time to time, silver bell-like playful voices were heard. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to Yanjing to participate in the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference. After chasing and fighting for a while, Yi Tian spoke to Yi Linglong. He didn't know why he said this. Perhaps he simply wanted her to know. International Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Hearing this word, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed. Did the people from the Martial Arts Association look for you? It seems that our little Linglong knows quite a lot. Jokingly, he said out loud. Although he didn't know Yi Linglong's family background, but from the age of 23, she could become a singing diva. If she didn't have a little background, the ghost wouldn't believe it. Humph. That's. Yi Linglong arrogantly crossed Yi Tian's eyes. If she doesn't want to marry in the future, keeping this relationship with this guy is actually quite good. Ah shucks. Yi Linglong, what are you thinking about? Then the day after tomorrow, you, be sure to pay attention to safety. I can hear that the influence of the Martial Arts Association has become increasingly low over the years. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Yanjing, she certainly knew much more news than the average person. And the matter of the Martial Arts Association was one of the things she happened to know. It's just that she didn't expect that she would get involved with this guy. The next day, after having breakfast, Yi Tian drove the Maseratis to Tianhai Airport in Yangding. 3 people, together to Yanjing. This is yesterday before leaving to discuss. Mr. Yi, did you sleep well last night? Feng Zixio yesterday studied the Bagua Dragon Poem for a night, comprehending it deeply, feeling that his strength has increased by 1 point compared to before, and at this moment Feng Zixio is still wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes. Not bad. Thinking of last night's great battle, he said in retrospect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Ming Villa balcony, after struggling for a little while, Yi Linglong finally dialed a phone. Hey, Uncle Long. Missy, what are your orders? When the opposite side was connected, a steady but doting tone came. Aya, what are you saying, Uncle Long? Where do I dare to command you? Then what? Ahem. Isn't there an International Martial Arts Exchange Conference in Yanjing tomorrow? I want you to help me protect someone. Yi Linglong crimsoned her little face. If she didn't know that the Martial Arts Association's situation tomorrow was dangerous, she wouldn't have made this call, even though she knew that Uncle Long wouldn't tell her father. In a corner of Ye's manor, Yi Long's mind couldn't help but conjure up Yi Tian's figure. As to why, he didn't know. It was sort of intuition. Oh, then this person is? Well, his name is Yi Tian, a good friend of mine, invited by the Martial Arts Association to participate in the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference. I'm worried about his safety. The more Yi Linglong said, the more her small face reddened, like a flaming cloud in the sky. Is it a boy? Why don't you let Uncle Long help you to keep an eye on him? Yi Long snickered, testing his own young lady's attitude towards this Yi Tian he had observed before. Uncle Long, what are you talking about? Ignore you. Hearing Yi Long snark, the weak-hearted Yi Linglong directly just hung up the phone, while she was unaware that Yi Long, who was far away in Yanjing Yi Clan Manor, lifted a curve at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the young lady is quite fond of this Yi Tian. If so, young master's plan might be the most suitable choice for Miss. Thinking of tomorrow's gathering of Taekwondo, Karate, Judo, Kendo, and Hapkido from various countries in Yanjing, with the same forced posture, Yi Long dialed a phone number. Hello, Director Tan. After dialing the phone, Yi Long directly called out the other party's name. Tan Fei, who was dealing with paperwork while picking up the phone, heard the voice coming from the opposite side, and his heart gave a jolt. Mr. Yi Long, it's like this. Tomorrow my young master is going to see the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference. You send some people to maintain order in the arena. Don't let others hurt my young master. Alright, Mr. Yi Long, I'll personally lead the team tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Tan Fei's mind replayed the meaning of Yi Long's words just now over and over again. Tomorrow Yi Long is going to see the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference with Yi Xiaofei of the Yi family? The only seat of the Yi family in Yanjing needs to be protected by himself. Here is Yanjing. It seems that there is something fishy here. Since it is not Yi Xiaofei, then what one has to protect tomorrow must be someone else, and it is also related to this little ancestor of the Yi family. Come on people. Thinking of this, Tan Fei no longer hesitated, and a direct order was passed out. Director. Just as the voice fell, footsteps came from outside the office, and a henchman suddenly appeared in front of him. Inform down. All of tomorrow's attendance is cancelled. Leave the on-duty personnel. The rest of you go with me to maintain order at the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference venue. Spitting out his words clearly, Tan Fei read out the order without turning red in the face or jumping in the heart. Division Chief. What are you bothering to say? Just go when I tell you to go. Viciously glared at the henchman. Scared, that henchman shivered. No longer dare to ask one more word. Panicked and left the office. Will be the first time this order down. From the face of the director of the division. From the director's face. This is definitely the meaning of the above. A few minutes later, Yanjing Tidings Division was in an uproar. What? Cancel all attendance tomorrow to maintain order at the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference? What the hell? Is that our job? I don't know. It's rumored that it might be from above. Shoo, this is classified. Don't even rumor it, haha. If you have questions, go ask the director. Ahem. Who has the guts to do that? The dozens of elites of the Tidings Division, one by one, looked in the direction of the division director's office, full of fear, this time to go and ask, what's the difference between looking for death? What Yi Tian never imagined was that his own people were still at Tianhai Airport, but Yanjing's Tidings Division had already blown up. Chapter 86, I'd like to see what kind of person deserves you to do this for him. Yanjing, Yi Family Manor. In front of the Yi family's youngest ancestor's room, Yi Long buckled and knocked on Yi Xiaofei's room door. Is it Uncle Long? Come in. The door sound behind. The room resounded with a gambling voice. Obviously Yi Xiaofei and Father Yi Tianqi had another quarrel. These two father and son temperament are all the same. Dead stubborn. Recognized a goal 10 oxen cannot pull back. Squeak. With the sound of the door opening, Yi Long walked in from outside and touched Yi Xiaofei's head. What's wrong? Humph. Why did Dad see that loser from the Su family again today? Pissed me off. Yi Xiaofei's little face was filled with soaring anger. It was that bad guy that had gotten their family into trouble. That Su Mubai was the person Yi Xiaofei hated the most. There wasn't one. Alright, young master, as long as Missy doesn't nod her head, no one dares to force her to agree. Yi Long's brows were also slightly furrowed at the thought of Su Mubai of the Su family. It was obvious that this problem was very difficult to solve. Young master, let me tell you a good news. Yi Long thought of Yi Tian's participation in the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference tomorrow. This was a good opportunity for him to deepen his relationship with the future Yi family son-in-law. What news? Obviously, Yi Xiaofei, who had just gone through bad things, was not at all interested in the slightest. What if I said that your brother-in-law called Yi Tian is coming to Yanjing tomorrow? Yi Long grinned and glanced at Yi Xiaofei. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaofei jumped up from his chair, a pair of bored eyes, at this moment filled with excitement, completely different from before. Really? Is this true? Hearing that his brother-in-law is coming to Yanjing, Yi Xiaofei's heart is called in excitement. Can't help but think of the image of his brother-in-law taking himself to the Tianhai amusement park in his little head. In addition to his sister, his brother-in-law is the best for himself. Of course it's true. Tomorrow Yi Tian is going to participate in the International Martial Arts Exchange Congress. Really? That? Uncle Long tomorrow. Tomorrow take me to the exchange conference, okay? Yi Xiaofei pulled Yi Long's hand. What was written on his little face was full of expectation and pampering. That's certainly good. But, premise, you must eat properly. Otherwise your face will be ugly when you see Yi Tian. Well, I'll go eat. When Yi Xiaofei heard Yi Long's words, he nodded his head with a small chicken peck, like an obedient good baby, completely without the slightest bit of a hard-to-serve little ancestor's frame. Little Fei, you came out. Wang Ma, bring Little Fei's lunch. A woman of about 40 charming. Seeing Yi Xiaofei come out, her eyes lit up. Although her age was already 40, but she looked at most 30 years old, obviously well maintained. If she walked with Yi Linglong on the street, she definitely thought that they were two sisters. Poof. Yi Xiaofei glanced at Yi Tianqi on the main seat and deliberately hummed, turning his little head to the side, ignoring this bad father who was forcing his sister. Yi Xiaofei, what's your attitude? Alright, Yi Tianqi, you say less. Yi Tianqi was just about to blow up when Yi mother glared at Yi Tianqi from the side. Xiaofei had a hard time letting Ao Long coax him out. Let him have some dinner. You, compassionate mother, is more than enough. Yi Tianqi glared at Yi mother, put down the knife and fork in his hand, without a bit of appetite, and walked towards the study. Yi Long saw this and followed closely to the study. Alright, ignore your father. Yi mother saw a family can't live in peace. If I had known that at first, I shouldn't have set the so-called doll marriage with the Su family. That old thing is stubborn to death. If it wasn't for the fact that he wouldn't let go, Yi mother would have let Yi Linglong come back and directly go to the Su family to withdraw from the marriage. Humph. He's just hard-hearted, taking his own daughter's happiness in exchange for the family's interests. Cold-blooded. Heartless. Yi Xiaofei howled at the top of his voice, as if he was afraid that Yi Tianqi couldn't hear him. Shut up. How to talk? Yi mother glared fiercely at Yi Xiaofei. This little ancestor was spoiled by him more and more lawless. Fortunately Yi Tianqi was not there. Otherwise Yi Xiaofei might have to be beaten again. Originally, seeing his mother's sharp eyes, Yi Xiaofei muttered in a small voice, looking at Yi mother full of helplessness. Yi family study. Master, don't be angry. Little Fei is also fighting for Missy. Yi Long spoke comfortingly from the side. Fighting for injustice? What? You also think I'm wrong? Yi Long's eyes flashed. He hadn't done all this for the sake of this family. For the sake of their Yi family's position in Yanjing. Wrong or not I don't know. But I feel that the dragon country is full of geniuses and talents. The one who can match the young lady isn't necessarily only Su Mubai of the Su family. Yi Long pondered for a little while, and finally intended to start showing Yi Tianqi his cards. Of course it was only the tip of the iceberg of the test. If all the cards were to be shown, he who knew Yi Tianqi's temperament would definitely be furious. Even so, Yi Tianqi is a sinking brow. Joke. The Su family but and my Yi family no matter all aspects are equal to the existence of the dragon country who can still be compared to the Su family Su Mubai. I wonder if your lordship knows that Missy now has a male friend. Yi Long faintly smiled, out loud to test again. Following Yi Tianqi for decades. On his nature Yi Long is too familiar with. The square inch grasped 1 point not too much. 1 point not too little. What? Hearing Yi Long's words, Yi Tianqi's eyes flooded with sharp and cold aura. Looking at Yi Long are a burst of fear and trembling. Especially the entire study suppressed to the extreme aura. Let a person feel a burst of suffocation. Your lordship can first look at the whole person's information before making an evaluation is not too late. Yi Long, who took a deep breath, stiffly handed a flat plate in front of Yi Tianqi, and then he stopped talking. I would like to see, what kind of person deserves you to do this for him? Yi Tianqi a pair of majestic eyes fell in front of the body of the flat panel on the lookup. Yi Tian, 19 years old, Tianhai University sophomore students. Residential address Rose Garden. 2 months ago the welcome party 2 songs famous Tianhai. The next day K-song show a battle fame. Get a full slam boat straight through the K-song show top 10. Mrs. one of the judges of the Yi Tian. Had pretended to be Miss Boyfriend. Smacked Su Mubai. After the incident, Su Mubai contacted the Tianhai Qin family. Let it out to abolish Yi Tian. After winning the National College Students Martial Arts Competition, returned to the Tianhai. Met with Yu Tian Taekwondo Hall owner Wang Ziyu. And ultimately somehow Wang Ziyu followed Yi Tian and set up the Tianshil security. A pile. A piece. Look in the eyes of Yi Tianqi. Cannot help but Yi Tianqi eyes flickered. This kid. A little interesting. Chapter 87 or else. Are we talking to? Then, old master. Hearing Yi Tianqi's words, Yi Long's heart couldn't help but feel joyful. Being able to make his lordship so, was already enough to show that Yi Tian had a chance. Oof. I'm also merely saying that it's somewhat interesting. Although this kid has a little bit of movement in Tianhai, but in Yanjing Su family is completely 2 world levels of people. If let the Su family know about this matter, this kid absolutely have death without life. Yi Tianqi who snorted coldly, then his sharp eyes stared at Yi Long. Ah Long, I'm warning you, no matter how this kid called Yi Tian is, you must not get involved in the Su family and this kid. Do you hear me? Yes, I understand. I understand. You wouldn't dare. Yi Tianqi nodded. Then his sight looked towards Yi Long. Anything else? Ahem. It's actually nothing. Tomorrow at the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference, this Yi Tian that Miss knows will represent the Martial Arts Association to fight against experts from various countries. After a pause, the corner of Yi Long's mouth curved up into an arc. If your lordship is fine, you can go and take a look. After saying that, without giving Yi Tianqi the chance to ask any more questions, he left the study in a nimble and sharp manner and closed the door of the room, leaving behind Yi Tianqi who was slightly stunned for a moment. A little while later, Yi Tianqi shook his head. This old fox. It seems that he still has a problem with me forcing Linglong, but it's no wonder. For Yi Long's mind of course he knows. From childhood Linglong and Xiaofei his godfather Yi Long brought up, can be said to be the same as their own children. When he was in order to take into account the overall situation in order to consider the whole situation to the Su family this marriage, at that time, he can remember very clearly. Yi Long's face is white. Slightly relieved Yi Tianqi, pick up the brush. Qi sinking dantian. In the table on the rice paper. Waved down. Not long. 2 big words appeared in Yi Tianqi's field of vision. And these 2 words he is familiar with can't be familiar again. It is Yi Tian 2 words. Coincidentally, this Yi Tian and his name only differed by the word Kai. International Martial Arts Exchange Conference? To be invited by the Martial Arts Association. It seems that this kid is in good hands. Yi Tianqi's eyes flickered as he murmured, not knowing what he was thinking. Yanjing Airport. Exit. A reporter with a long gun set up was facing the airport exit, seemingly waiting for something. Not long after, A handsome young man with fashionable clothes and a whole body full of famous brands walked out from the airport. Wow, Myung Chul Appa. It's Myung Chul Appa. So handsome. What a handsome god. I heard that the god was promoted to super tier 1 some time ago. That's right. Myung Chul Appa. I love you. God of man. The fans at the scene were in chaos. There were hundreds of people. It was obvious how popular Song Myung-chul was, and in the face of these fans cheering, Song Myung-chul smiled on the surface, but in his heart he was disdainful. If not for the fact that he wanted to consolidate his position as a super tier 1, he wouldn't bother to come here. Ji-hyun, let me tell you, I'm most annoyed by these brainwashed fans in Yongguk. I'll never come back after this time to such a shithole of a place, Song Myung-chul said to his best friend Ji-hyun, who was beside him in stick language. His best friend was not simple. This time he was here to represent their country to compete. I heard that this time the countries are going to fix up the martial arts associations in the Dragon Kingdom, and this best friend of his was one of them. Wah! Ma. Just at this time in front of the airport suddenly a tearful 3 or 4-year-old little girl broke into the front of Song Mingjur. 2 people is crying mama. The 2 people did not see clearly, and impulsed directly to the little girl to the ground. Well wow. The little girl instantly bawled. And Song Myung-chul as well as Ji-hyun. 2 people ignored the indifference from the poor helpless little girl body and passed beside the body of all the crazy brainwashed fans. Stop right there. Just as many fans were about to go forward for an interview, the little girl who was about to be trampled by the brainwashed fans was already protected by 4 people. Oh wow. The little girl cried with a sadness, while Yi-tian as well as Yang Dingtian's 4 people's faces and hearts were furious, rubbing pugilistically. Ah, daughter, my daughter. Just at this moment, a woman with a panicked face squeezed in and hugged that poor helpless daughter. Just now she was talking to a passerby, and was inadvertently dispersed by the crowd, which led to the scene just now. Let you stand still. Did not hear it right. Zhao Qian took an indignant step forward at this juncture, towards the 2 of them, Song Ming-cheol and Ji-hyun, his eyes spitting fire. Are you talking to me? Song Myung-chul spoke in slightly broken Chinese, his eyes full of contempt. Otherwise, are we talking to? Plain voice spread the ears of everyone present. The woman holding her daughter to hide behind Yi-tian obviously knew what had just happened. Just a small person. The opposite side was a big star. What could she do as an ordinary person? Hiss. Asterisk. What dares to do this to my Myung-chul Oba? He is Yi-tian. How could it be him? Now things are afraid to be big. A super tier 1 star. A dark horse of the singing world's mudslide level. The reporters here, seeing Song Mingjur and Yi-tian barreling into each other, immediately clicked and kept snapping photos. Brat, your parents didn't teach you. Snap. Before Zhao Qian reacted, Yi-tian directly slapped up. Since he was an orphan since childhood, this sentence can be said to be his most untouchable bottom line. Obviously, this Song Mingjur's eyes touched Yi-tian's bottom line. Under a slap, that Song Mingjur could still be good, and it was still under contained anger. Immediately the side of Song Mingjur's face was smashed, and 5 or 6 teeth popped on the ground. Ow! The unparalleled stabbing pain caused Song Mingjur, who was lying on the ground and wailing, to let out a mournful, pig-killing scream. Kid, you stepped on a horse looking for death. Ji-hyun saw his friend being beaten. He immediately became furious. His casserole-sized fist immediately smashed up towards Yi-tian's head. Yi-tian didn't even look at him. His right palm held Ji-hyun's fist with precision and accuracy, slightly exerting force. A clicking sound instantly spread out, creeping out everyone present. Apologize. Kid, you don't want to. Click. The tightened right hand immediately clenched again, and Ji-hyun's fist, which was already cracked in the bone, directly shattered. Apologize. Mud. Kid, have the balls to get killed. Click. Ah. Yeah. Sorry. Under the flash of the cold aura of his eyes, Ji-hyun's fist was already deformed beyond recognition, and the pain that pierced the limit could no longer be resisted, and he apologized in a loud voice. Little girl, are you alright after resolving the 2 losers? Yi-tian comforted the frightened little girl like a spring breeze. Whoa uncle, you're so powerful. The bad guys were all defeated by you. He. Seeing Yi-tian's comforting care, the little girl's mother bowed 90 degrees one after another. Thank you, Mr. Yi. If not for you, I really don't know what to do. Well. Chapter 88. Do you know who the person whose right fist you crushed was? At the exit of the airport, the reporters from various parties who came back to their senses were the first to pick up their cameras to take live pictures. Click. The sound of the shutter, unendingly piercing the air, intertwined, recording every moment of the moment. Besides Song Myung-chul's crowd of brainwashed fans, directly dumbfounded, Myung-chul Appa was actually beaten? Yi Tian is also too big and bold. Right. Directly hit Myung-chul Oba, but just now Myung-chul Oba did indeed go overboard. We just almost stepped on a little girl. What did we do? If someone else I still dare to go up and fight for my life. But Yi Tian's words, I truly do not dare to. A wave of fans, under the absolute force, full of fear, where there is half a trace of fighting for the idol. Joking? Song Mingjur and his friends example on the side of it. Song Mingjur he dared to fight, let alone these minions of them. Soon, the commercial vehicle that picked up Yang Dingtian's men arrived in front of them, and the four of them left Yinjing Airport under the attention of the crowd. Since seeing Ji Ji-hyun being killed in seconds, Yang Dingtian and Feng Zixio didn't come back to their senses until they came to the car. Their hearts were excited, but at the same time, they couldn't help but worry. Master, are you guys alright? Zhao Qian looked at his master and sect leader Yang in confusion. Yi Tian, this time you are afraid that you have offended everyone in the stick country. Feng Zixio's face became gloomy. He didn't expect to run into the countless geniuses of the stick country. Ji Xian, here, Yi Tian, do you know who that person whose right fist you crushed is? The corner of Yang Dingtian's mouth slightly twitched a little. He didn't expect that just after arriving in Yanjing, Yi Tian had wasted the countless geniuses of the stick country. Ji Xian, stick country's 7th degree black belt in karate, 5th degree black belt in judo, 2nd degree black belt in hapkido, and he's also the next internal president of the stick country's martial arts association. Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhao Qian's eyes suddenly widened. That guy is actually a martial arts genius of the stick country. This is too weak. Yang Dingtian and Feng Zixio almost didn't get choked to death by Yi Tian's sentence. Hell, what do you mean people are too weak? It's clear that Yi Tian, this kid, doesn't know what's important, and wasted people. Okay. From the injury to see words. Afraid of the next life that Pool Zhixian can only be a cripple. This next Yi Tian is afraid to stab the sky. Stick country. This martial arts association delegation. This time, the leader, karate black belt 9th degree Quan Jiming, vice president of the martial arts association of the country of the stick. After receiving a phone call, his face brushed with a big change. Boom. Containing anger, a fist ruthlessly smashed on the coffee table in front of him. With a clattering sound, the entire tempered coffee table turned into glass slag. Tang stood up from the sofa, his anger rubbed and soared to the peak. And, what did you say? Ji Hyun was wasted. He's in the hospital right now, and will never be able to box again. Hearing the news coming from the opposite side, Quan Jinyoung's face turned pale and he leaned on the sofa powerlessly. Before he came to the Dragon Kingdom, he also asked Ji Ji-hyun if he wanted to join them. Who would have thought that less than a day later, the bad news would come? Soon, when he came to the hospital, he looked unable to accept the image of Ji Ji-hyun, who was near the edge of collapse, going crazy, and the last trace of luck in Quan Jinyoung's heart broke. Ruthless. Too ruthless. A fist smashed on the wall of the hospital, directly smashing the wall tiles out of another crater. While Quan Jinyoung's hand is not the slightest thing visible, its karate attainments how high? Bastard. Who is it? Quan Jiming's eyes were filled with anger at the moment. Ji Jixian was not only the martial arts genius of the stick country, but also his proudest disciple, the future president of the Martial Arts Association. And now, surprisingly, folded in the damned Dragon Country? Vice President. Yi Tian. It's Yi Tian from the Dragon Country. The person from the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association for this martial arts exchange conference. Yi Tian. Sitting on the hospital alloy reclining chair, Quan Jiming tightly gripped the armrests on his side, emitting cackling sounds. The incomparably hard titanium alloy armrests were hardened into a rounded shape by Quan Jiming. His eyes were already filled with blood, itching to immediately tear that kid called Yi Tian into pieces. In addition to Ji Ji-hyun, Song Ming-cheol was also beaten. Compared to Ji Ji-hyun, Song Ming-cheol is even more miserable. Countless posts like crazy on the internet. #shocked, singing mudslide dark horse beat up Song Myung-chul, the superstar of the stick. #the superstar of the stick country did this to a little girl. #awesome. Nice work, Ting. #, super tier 1 star Song Myung-chul. Scum. #, Song Myung-chul. Get out of the entertainment industry and banish Dragon Country. #, Yi Tian. We're rooting for you. #, countless headlines, like locusts in the sky, came crushing down without warning, hitting every netizen's eyeballs, and everyone knew that Song Mingjur, who had just been promoted to a superstar in the country of the stick, was finished this time, completely finished. Even if this matter is transmitted back to the country, I'm afraid that all of his fame and reputation as a crumbling mountain collapse. And that's not all. especially some of Song Minger's original brainwashed fans. After learning the truth of the matter, one by one, the battle tops 10. Song Minger's image is destroyed. Immediately after the chain reaction, all of Song Minger's endorsement and cooperation-related companies, film and television, etc., all shelved, off the shelf. Snow. This event out instantly turned over all the people inside and outside the country. Song Minger nearly 10 years of struggle, directly because of Yi Tian's slap, all into a bubble. This life is not possible to start again, because this event is really too bad, too bad. Before Song Minger's SB Entertainment Company could come forward to question, the Dragon Country Supervision Department had already issued the final official execution, restricting the Super Tier 1 star of the stick country, Song Minger, to leave the Dragon Country within 5 days, and not allowed to set foot in the Dragon Country for the rest of his life. Expulsion order, restriction order. The two orders were issued like lightning, directly blinding a group of SB Entertainment's executives. A wave of operations that they had never thought of. This time the Dragon's attitude was so tough. The whole Dragon Country was boiling all of a sudden. Long live the motherland, God is mighty, and so on and so forth sprang up, while Yi Tian at this moment was startled by the sudden appearance of a large wave of prestige value. Chapter 89, You Bastard Boy. Thinking of your big head. Yan Jing, in the hotel. Yi Tian, who had taken a bath to relieve his fatigue, just came to sit down on the sofa and realized that his reputation value had broken 100,000. As to why he suddenly had so much more reputation value was not an issue he should be concerned about, because he still had more important things to do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging the divine treasure chest, consuming 100,000 prestige values from the host. After some tawdry maneuvers, Yi Tian once again obtained another god-level treasure chest, and without hesitation directly chose to open it. And congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine-grade medical skill, with the system's voice behind. The next moment the divine-level medical skill ability began to carry out an all-round transformation of Yi Tian. The brain exploded with a stream of information. All the brain surged out. All kinds of means and methods about the medical skill were mastered. Acupuncture and moxibustion, bone setting, massage, difficult cases, poisonous killing, and so on and so forth. All things related to medicine were instilled in Yi Tian's mind, as if they were born to exist, no matter which kind of Yi Tian was able to use at his fingertips at this time. This ability, it's a bit interesting. After combing through the divine-grade medical skill ability that he had just obtained, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth couldn't help but curve up. Obviously this ability and the divine-grade musical instrument in general belonged to the all-around type of skill, and he was very satisfied with it. Ding bell. Right at this moment, the cell phone beside Yi Tian rang. Seeing that it was Yi Linglong calling, he smoothly answered the call. Hey, baby, only separated for a few hours and you miss your man. Getting a new ability. Yi Tian was in a great mood and said with a laughing snicker, You bastard boy. Think of you a big head still have the heart to joke. Do you know what you have done? Beating up Super Tier 1 star Song Minger in public. This time you have completely offended the biggest SB Entertainment company in the stick country. Yi Linglong, who was in Fengming Villa, was shocked to see the latest news from Yanjing. She never thought that just after arriving in Yanjing, that punk kid hit the Super Tier 1 star and completely offended SB Entertainment Company, even though Song Minger was expelled from the Dragon Country. But what awaited Yi Tian next was definitely a crazy revenge. Super Tier 1 star? No. Halfway through his words, he seemed to have thought of something. Are you saying that the one called Song Watser is a Super Tier 1 star? You don't know? Opposite Yi Linglong froze. Although that Song Minger is a Super Tier 1 star in the stick country, but in the Dragon Country its reputation is even able to compete with Super Tier 1 Long Yuxian. This guy even, unable to help it. Yi Linglong thought of the meeting between the two of them back then. This guy didn't even recognize her. Her eyelids couldn't help but jump. As expected, hearing Yi Linglong's words, Yi Tian honestly said, I don't know. A Super Tier 1 star just beat it. Want to retaliate despite coming is all. Yi Tian said without caring. Then it was thought that yesterday he beat not only a first-line star of the stick country, that Ji Hyun is not a simple goods. Tomorrow I am afraid that the gang of guys from the stick country will be biting themselves like a mad dog. But, so what? He is a man with a system. If he can't solve this little problem, he might as well just take a block of tofu and run over it. Yi Linglong grunted. Is Toot hung up the phone? To the bedroom pillows and bedding is a flurry of venting. That bad guy cannot hear that he is worried about him. Matters quietly rippled to the Tianhai University exchange group. My plants. I'm not dreaming, right? I drop a mother also. Male god he surprisingly slapped Super Tier 1 Song Minger. Awesome. This operation is undoubtedly stabbing through the sky, but that stick dog truly deserves to be beaten up. Well done, God of Man. Wow, the God of Man is so handsome. He's in the limelight again. That Song Myung-chul is too hateful to do that to that little girl. Deserved it. That's right. People like that live to waste resources and die to pollute the atmosphere. Man God, no matter what. We support you. Punch the duck. The many students of Tianhai University were all excited, their minds reproducing over and over again the scene that happened at Yanjing Airport a few hours ago. Too awesome, handsome. This is their male god, their idol, their myth. So righteous. Super tier 1 star said to beat up. Not dilly-dallying in the slightest. Tianhai University cafeteria. Ming Xian and diehard friends eat together. Just happened to see hanging in the air in the LCD TV, reporting real-time news. A white skin, beautiful temperament, good reporter sister, dedicated to holding a large microphone reported. This station reports, my location it is Yanjing Airport. Just before, here happened an extremely bad event. The stick country superstar Song Mingjur with his friends, leaving the airport during the disregard for the safety of the little girl, almost stepped on the ground. The police, 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 the police and the police. The little girl's safety almost brewed into a stampede. Thanks to our country Tianhai music talent Yi Tian appeared in time to protect the little girl. A few moments later, Ming Xian and his diehard friends who had listened to the reporter's report in horrified ignorance. Pooh, PFF. The sound of 2 spouts of rice in a row came out, and the 2 almost didn't choke on a mouthful of rice, spraying the table with rice grains all over it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Tian, this is. Hit the super tier 1 star of the stick country? Ming Xian, who was coughing violently, had a pair of eyes staring at the LCD screen, full of unbelievable and horrified colors. Song Mingjur, that's. The popularity is comparable to the existence of the domestic super tier 1 Long Yuxian. Surprisingly, he was dryly knocked over by Tian with a slap. This is also too cool. Ming Xian's diehard was filled with horror, swallowed a big mouthful of saliva to suppress his shock. His mind was floating with Yi Tian's slap that knocked over Song Mingjur, excited and exuberant, as if that slap was from him. Not only the 2 of them, but the many students in the school cafeteria at this moment, all blew up when they learned of this news. Awesome. My Yi Tian male god, the absolute wall of the idol. Stepping horse, stick country super first tier. What's wrong? As usual, at one time Tianhai University, after learning the news, the entire Tianhai University was bombed, turned upside down, almost to the school to blow up. The principal's office, Li Zifang, who just applied for Yi Tian for the title of professor of their Tianhai University's music department, saw the news and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. That kid, what all did he do? How did he run to Yanjing and beat up a super tier 1 star? Crazy. Chapter 90. Master, that Yi Tian you asked me to pay attention to seems to have gotten into a big trouble. Yanjing, Martial Arts Exchange Conference Venue. At dawn, the vehicles of the Tidings Division braked sharply and stopped right in front of the venue's gate. Snap, 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 snap. Under the personal leadership of the head of the department, Tan Fei, 300 members of the Tidings Department arrived at the venue in unison, for no other reason than to maintain order at the venue. Of course, only Tan Fei himself knows, on the surface is to maintain order, in reality is to protect a person. The specific who, later he will know. Tan Fei arranges everything. Not long after, a phantom black Lamborghini brakes sharply and stops in front of the venue, pushes the door and gets out. Turning to Yi Long, Uncle Long, I'm going in first, to find my brother-in-law. Mr. Yi Long. So early Tan Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard Yi Xiaofei's words, apparently seemed to be somewhat aware of something. Young master is in a hurry to see Yi Tian. I can't help it, Yi Long said with a slight chuckle, taking in Tan Fei's expression just now, revealing without a trace the true intention of calling them here today. Brother-in-law? Yi Tian? Quickly, Tan Fei thought of the incident that happened yesterday at Yanjing Airport. Yi Tian had beaten up super tier 1 star Song Mingjur for a little girl. As the head of Yanjing Tidings Division, how could he not know about it? The scene at that time was really a great pleasure. Just Yi Tian also completely stabbed the sky. The stick country SB Entertainment Company that is not an ordinary existence. And Song Mingjur is also the second largest director of SB Entertainment Company's own nephew. But these are not important. The important thing is, Yi Xiaofei even called Yi Tian brother-in-law. This thing can be really a little big. He knows that the Yi family's Missy and Su family Su Mubai has a finger marriage, and Su Mubai has been pursuing the Yi family's Missy. Missy called yesterday and said not to let anything happen to her good friend Yi Tian at today's conference. Alright, you're busy. I'm going in. Patting the head of the tidings division, Tan Fei, on the shoulder, Yi Long walked towards the venue, leaving the heart-shattered Tan Fei in the wind. The Yan Jingyi family's eldest lady personally cared for her, and it was also a member of the opposite sex. This was enough to say too much. He had never seen Yi Linglong do this for a man. As the time for the International Exchange Conference approached, the representatives of each country brought their respective associations of Taekwondo, Hapkido, and many other elites to the designated seats at the venue to sit down. Fusang Country Delegation. Hey, I heard that yesterday the Stick Country's inner president Ji Jihyun was wasted by Dragon Country's Yi Tian? Of course I heard about it. This is going to be a good show. Quan Jiming is afraid that he'll even have the heart to kill that Yi Tian. Ji Jixian is his most favored disciple. Not only that, there's also Song Mingzhi whose uncle isn't a good person either. That Yi Tian kid is afraid that he's going to be finished today. As in the case of the Fusan countryside, similar conversations were happening in all the other countries, all of them looking in the direction of the yet-to-arrive Stick Country. Looking at Yi Long in the field, hearing the conversation coming from his ears, he slightly froze for a split second, and his sight fell in the direction of the Stick Country. I'm afraid that something big is going to happen today. That kid even hit the Stick Country's martial arts genius inside president. Uncle Long, what are they talking about? Ah, what person did brother-in-law waste? Yi Xiufei cocked his head and asked Yi Long beside him. Nothing. Yi Long dryly coughed. This matter is better not to let him know, or else if he gets involved, he is afraid that he will be beaten up by his lord again at that time. On the other hand, a certain box on the second floor of the venue. Master, that Yi Tian you asked me to pay attention to seems to have gotten into a big mess. Yi Tianqi's a henchman came to the box respectfully out. Mention Yi Tian this two words a burst of twisted, because in his own master difference of a word, but that boldness is really not small. First of all, smoke over the super first line star Song Mingzhi, and later it is the genius of the Stick Country Martial Arts Association. Within the next president, to the abolition of the whole of the Stick Country Martial Arts Association. It is undoubtedly offending the whole of the Stick Country Martial Arts Association. Oh, hearing the words of his subordinates, Yi Tianqi's eyes gazed slightly as he swept his line of sight toward the field. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian and the others had not yet come. The matter is like this. Yesterday at Yanjing Airport, the super-tier star of the Stick Country, Song Mingzhi, and the genius of the Martial Arts Association, the internalized next president, Ji Jixian, appeared, when a little girl got separated from her mother. This henchman said one by one, narrating the hot topic that happened yesterday at Yanjing Airport, which has blown up the internet in this time, and between words, this henchman praised Yi Tian's approach. Nonsense. Sharp as a tack. Doesn't know the heights of heaven. After listening to his henchman's explanation, Yi Tianqi's impression of Yi Tian was directly lowered by a large margin. If he remembered correctly, this Song Mingzhi had SB Entertainment behind him, and also offended the entire Martial Arts Association of the Stick Country. Based on this alone, Yi Tian had already hung the label of a rash young man in Yi Tianqi's mind. Is this the person that Long asked me to come and see? How disappointing. Yi Tianqi, who murmured a sentence, once again looked at the field and lost all interest. If not for Yi Long telling him that this Yi Tian was the one who saved Yi Xiufei for 2 consecutive times, he would have already whisked his sleeve away. Today, I want to see how this kid will break this game. Originally prepared to look at that kid saved his son twice, he was going to make a move. At this moment, he decided to let this kid plant a big pit, and ruthlessly suffer. Nowadays young people are really getting more and more crazy. Yi Tianqi glanced at the hundreds of people from the tidings division that filled the court. The corner of his mouth curved up into a teasingly deep arc. Tell that Tan Fei, no one is allowed to go up on the stage to save that Yi Fei without my order. Obviously. For Yi Long's little maneuver, how could he not know about it? Chapter 91, Bastard. That's the kid who ruined Jihyun. Yes, master. Hearing Yi Tianqi's words, that henchman immediately did not dare to delay for a minute. Sharply answered and turned around to convey this order down. After a short while, Tan Fei, who received Yi Tianqi's personal order, had a tremor in his heart and mind. What? Good. Looking at the direction where Yi Tianqi's men left, Tan Fei was in the wind. It seemed like it wasn't that easy for Yi Tian to become the son-in-law of the Yin Jingyi family. Yi Tianqi personally ordered, directly named. This at least shows that in Yi Tianqi's eyes Yi Tian is not that important. Jokingly, yesterday Yi Tian was just scrapped the next president of the Martial Arts Association within the Stick Country. At this moment those people in the Stick Country, afraid that they can't wait to peel Yi Tian's skin off, in order to solve the hatred in their heart. My goodness, This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Tan Fei, the head of the Department of Trial and Sentencing, his face slightly white, unnaturally gave Yi Long a wink. Seeing this, Yi Long turned to Yi Xiufei, who was looking at the seat beside him. Young master, I'll go out for a while, and come back right away. The people who came to watch this time were not many. They were all people related to the Martial Arts Association. About 100 or so. Uncle Long, you go ahead. Brother-in-law isn't here anyway. Quickly stepping to a corner. Having long seen Tan Fei's face look unnatural, Yi Long had a bad feeling in his heart. What's wrong, Mr. Yi Long? Patriarch Yi personally asked someone to send a message to me, saying that without his order, no one is allowed to intervene to aid Yi Tian. Tan Fei relayed Yi Tianqi's words, one by one, to Yi Long. As expected, a message heard in Yi Long's ears. Secretly bad. Sight cannot help but aim at the second floor. Obviously, he knows that the old master has come, although he does not know where he is. This move to take the payoff from the bottom of the kettle is also too ruthless. What's the difference between this and pushing Yi Tian into the fire pit? Good. No. Yi Long's original worried look, at this moment, was becoming grave, and took a deep breath to return to his seat. Uncle Long, exchange conference what? Uncle Long, you, alright? Yi Xiufei, who wanted to ask Yi Long when the exchange conference would start, saw Yi Long's gloomy total unsightly face, and his small face was startled. It's fine. Something happened to the company. Look at the general meeting. Yi Long casually prevaricating said a reason. The heart can only expect Yi Tian can survive this pass. Although Yi Tianqi was letting it be said to Tan Fei, it was actually said to him as well. It seems that his own bit of mind still hasn't escaped his lordship's eyes. Look, Quan Jiming and the others are here. Between Yi Long's thoughts, he heard a voice resounding among the few spectators, and before that voice ended, from the other side Yang Dingtian Feng Zixio and his party, led by the people from the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association, also came to the field. Sect Master Yang and the others are here too. Following behind Sect Master Yang and Feng Zixio and the others were clearly more than a dozen elite children from various sects who had come to participate in the competition this time, while Yi Tian was clearly walking together with Zhao Qian. That young man is Yi Tian? I heard that he's still a sophomore, and he's very talented in music. I really didn't expect that he'd be so ruthless right out of the gate. Bloodthirsty and young? Only that the Stick Country Martial Arts Association's hurdle won't be that easy to pass. The surrounding audience was boiling with enthusiasm, and the delegations from various countries also had their eyes fall towards Yi Tian's body in unison long before they came. They had his appearance in their heads, and it could be said that they recognized Yi Tian even if he turned into ashes. Bastard! It's that kid who wasted Ji Xian. One of Quan Jiming's protégés hadn't taken 2 steps before he was directly called back in a cold voice. Teacher, this is the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference, not a fight. Everything is according to the rules. Quan Jiming clenched his teeth. If it wasn't for the competition at this moment, he couldn't wait to smash that brat into a meatloaf with one punch. Ji Hyun. That was his own best disciple. No one knew how much effort he had expended on this genius disciple. It can be said that Ji Hyun is the hope of the second half of the life of Quan Jiming. Is his pride, the future to lead their Stick Country Martial Arts Association to the bright road of genius. And now, he was the one who led the team and died prematurely in the Dragon Kingdom. Cutting off someone's future was like killing their parents. Yi Tian's move was not only breaking Ji Hyun's future, it was likewise breaking his Quan Jiming's future. And even more so, it was breaking the future of their Stick Country Martial Arts Association. And who knew that the next Ji Hyun would be after how many years? Hate. Monstrous hatred. From Quan Jiming chest cavity rubbing burning. The temperature of the surrounding area plummeted a few degrees due to Quan Jiming's hatred and murderous intent. Yi Long's face became more and more gloomy. As for Yi Tianqi in the box, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense when he saw this scene. Especially, Yi Tianqi beside Zhao Qian. At this moment he was equally locked by Quan Jiming's ferocious anger. Involuntary big beads of sweat rolled down the cheeks. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Around the other factions of the disciples as the face of the color is slightly white. It is Yang Dingtian. Each faction headmaster is also a heart sigh. Now the arrow on the string had to send. Can only be hard to start the once every 5 years of the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference. The only one in the field to be able to remain calm will be the number of Yi Tian himself. Quan Jiming's murderous eyes looked as if they didn't exist to him as he sat calmly in his chair, waiting for the conference to begin. Seeing Yi Tian's uncertain appearance, Yi Tianqi in the box shook his head slightly, and his heart was even more disappointed in this boy recommended by Yi Long. Alright, since the representatives of the various countries have arrived, let's begin. Yang Dingtian's body blocked in front of Yi Tian. A pair of smiling eyes stared at the cold and fierce Quan Jiming. At this time Zhao Qian and other talented people's hearts breathed a sigh of relief. Just now they felt like they were being stared at by the god of death. That Quan Jiming was terrible. So terrible eyes. Now recalling just now that kind of eyes are shivering. Subconsciously cooing and swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Wiped the fine sweat of the head. Chapter 92. What are you doing? Do you want to kill my senior brother? As soon as Yang Dingtian said this, the representatives of the various countries all withdrew their eyes from Yi Tian. Good. Since President Yang has spoken, then Miyamoto, you go and teach the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association your best moves. As soon as Yang Dingtian's voice fell, Fujita Kazuo, the leader of the Fusan side of the 9th degree black belt in Aikido, who had been impatient for a long time, laughed at a lanky youth behind him. Yes, the Fusan youth named Miyamoto was about 25 or 26 years old. After all, the hard and fast rule of this competition was that the age had to be under 30 years old, and this Miyamoto clearly belonged to the middle level of the contestants. 3 or 2 steps to the stage, Miyamoto smiled at Yi Tian, Zhao Qian and others, eyes flashing full of disdain. Miyamoto Taro, Karate 6 paragraphs, Judo 5 paragraphs, Aikido 3 paragraphs, long what everyone teach. Hiss. What? Miyamoto Taro in the ring said this. The scene was in an uproar. Yang Dingtian, Feng Zixio and the others also had a change of color. This Fusan actually also has such a genius. Although it is not as good as the stick country's Xian, but enough to leave the ordinary people a big cut. 6 years of age has Karate 6 paragraphs, Judo 5 paragraphs, and Aikido 3 paragraphs. In the Aikido attainments, then that pool Xian is also a paragraph higher. Miyamoto Kuan, go for it. Finish off these sickos. That's right. Finish them off. Ha 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 ha. Miyamoto Kuan isn't the strongest among us, but he's definitely the most talented. That's right. Miyamoto Kuan is the shut-in disciple of our chairman Tofutsuki. 3 years of seclusion, in order to today's fame. Although the stick country's Hyun level than Miyamoto Jun, but really fight, the stick country's kid do not see as Miyamoto Jun's opponent. Finish him off. These sick people. Smash them with one punch. Seeing Miyamoto Taro on the stage, Fusan side was all jubilant. In their opinion, the Dragon countryside except that called Yi Tian can see. The other one can fight or not. Besides, even if that called Yi Tian kid again can fight, will be everyone's opponent, will battle exhaustion or tired to death him. Although Yi Tian's strength was not weak, but they were not vegetarians. Not to mention that the purpose of their country's trip was to trample the Dragon Country's Martial Arts Association under their feet. They were more than 20 countries, with 156 people. How dare you, Kongdong sect, Lin Tong will meet you. The eldest disciple of Kongdong sect master Li Tianhe. Once he heard the provocation from Fusan side, he stomped on the ground and flew towards the ring, and then landed on top of the ring. Come on, let me see how powerful the unbearable Rokoku martial arts are. Miyamoto Taro saw the tiger-backed Lin Tong on the opposite side and hooked his finger to provoke. Kid, looking for death. Lin Tong heard this, burst of anger immediately a foot violently stepped on the ring. The body transformed into thunder, cut through the air a casserole big fist, fiercely towards the high Miyamoto Taro blasted over. Not good. Careless Miyamoto Taro did not expect Lin Tong's attack to be so strong, but immediately afterward, he reacted. Karate fist slammed out, but the other hand was to make use of Aikido's technique of softness to overcome hardness to unload the force. Boom! The two fists clashed. Lin Tong carried an unrivaled impulse, although Miyamoto Taro had unloading force, but still smashed him back and forth, almost did not fall out of the ring. Miyamoto Kuan. The Fusan side could not help but raise their voices when they saw how ferocious Lin Tong's attack was on the opposite side. As for Fujita Kazuo, he spoke out coldly. Miyamoto, be serious. Yes, Miyamoto Taro, who almost fell out of the ring, his face solemnized, and his sight once again landed on the opposite side of Lin Tong. Not bad force, however, if you only rely on this, the next move, you will definitely lose. Watch the move, the bizarre arc of jujitsu, coupled with the fierce and domineering karate, but also stepping on the footwork of Aikido, the three came out in unison, transforming into a bizarre white aura. The fist of karate directly smashed towards Lin Tong's heart. The means was extremely tricky and vicious, definitely aiming to seriously injure Lin Tong. This guy, Yang Dingtian as well as Feng Zixio and others, see Miyamoto Taro's shot. Both fists cannot help but tightly clenched up, but the field Lin Tong obviously also see Miyamoto Taro's tricky and vicious punch. Fiercely mobilized all of the body's chi. Right fist arced through the arc of the black on. Boom instantly and the opposite side of the Miyamoto Taro collided with each other. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. The moment of collision. Two people's fists intersected with each other. Two crisp fractures sound. The whole arm directly lost consciousness. And then under the reaction force, the two people staggered back. a full 4 or 5 steps before stopping. The surrounding crowd's line of sight looked toward the field, is to see 2 streams of blood respectively from Miyamoto Taro and Lin Tong right fist dripping down to the ground. Miyamoto-kun, brother Lin. Both companions went up to the stage in unison to help both of them down. And this game in the field obviously ended in a draw, but both the Fusan side and the various countries were revealing their triumphant arcs. Obviously this ending was expected by them. Only, they have 150 to 60 people, while the Dragon Kingdom they have a few people. Even if it's 1-to-1, this time the Dragon Kingdom is still dead. Little boy, how's it going? Hurry up and take him to the hospital. You kid, how can you be so reckless to use the 7-injury fist with full force? Li Tianhe's eyes were full of reproach. As a last resort, their sect rules do not allow them to use the 7-injury fist, because the 7-injury fist is a move that injures the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times. That Miyamoto Taro is very strong. This is the first match. I can't lose. Just after saying these words, Lin Tong's face became strangely reddened. An unparalleled stabbing pain came from his tendons and veins. Not good. Side effect of 7-injury fist. Quickly, grab the little child. Don't let him injure himself. Li Tianhe's eyes were floating with teardrops. Lin Tong had been an orphan since he was a child. He had brought him up with one hand. It could be said that he was his own child. Senior brother Lin, bastard Miyamoto Taro. The disciples of the various sects beside Zhou, each and every one of them had angry faces, especially Li Tianhe's young disciple. Tears were coming out of his eyes, and the hostility in his heart rubbed off on Pao. All dodge away. Just as Zhao Qian and the others were just about to go and control Yitong to prevent him from hurting himself, a voice rang out from the side, and when they reacted, they were to see dozens of golden needles, accurately and unerringly stabbed at each of Lin Tong's major acupuncture points, followed by Yition's one hand sticking to Lin Tong's back, rotating slightly clockwise for half a circle, and fiercely thrusting it forward. Put. Immediately, a large puddle of Lin Tong's blood turned into blood mist and sprayed out, then splashed down on the ground in front of him, incomparably eye-catching and piercing. Yition, Yition, what are you doing? Do you want to kill my senior brother? Lin Tong's most loved little senior brother exploded on the spot, a pair of murder-like eyes staring dead straight at Yition. The surrounding Yang Dingtian several people were also startled. Cough cough cough. Little On, stand down. Lin Tong who coughed violently, although his face went from red to white, his breath was smooth, and not only that, he found, the aftereffects of his previous use of the 7-injury fist had disappeared as much as possible. Chapter 93 Finally, I've made a move. In the direction of the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association, Lin Tong stood up from his seat with a face full of excitement. A touch of halo red surfaced on his pale face. His eyes were full of excitement as he turned towards Yition to pay a grateful and respectful obeisance. Many thanks to Mr. Yi for dispelling my dark disease. Lin Tong's action. Undoubtedly the young Dingtian as well as Li Tianhe and the others beside Zhou looked confused. The side effects of the 7-injury fist, this is good? Little Tong. Is everything alright? Li Tianhe saw that Lin Tong's state was obviously a little better just now, and asked worriedly. Well, nothing, I'm fine. Thanks to Mr. Yi, coughing. Speaking just now and Miyamoto Taro's sparring injuries reappeared. Hastily by Li Tianhe's support again sat on the seat. Li Tianhe was sure that his disciple was not seriously hurt. A pair of eyes then looked at Yition with gratitude. Thank you Mr. Yi. No need to thank you. The reason why he made a move was also to see Lin Tong's heart of righteousness, and incidentally remove the dark disease of practicing the 7-injury fist for many years. And from then on, if Lin Tong used the 7-injury fist again, he wouldn't be injured by the side effects. And of course, there was also the most important point was that he wanted to try how powerful this divine medical skill was, and from the results in front of his eyes, the effect was not bad. Fusan Okamoto Ichiro, please teach all of you from the Dragon Kingdom. Bastard. I'll do it. Seeing Fusan's man on the stage once again, Li Tianhe's talented disciple Zhou Zion was furious, and with one foot on the ground, he ran over towards the ring. Little Ong. Lin Tong's face changed when he saw Zhou Zion running towards the ring, and Li Tianhe's face also turned slightly white, but he just didn't stop it. Kid, I will defeat you in one move. The opposite Taekwondo black belt 7th degree Okamoto Ichiro was a year older than the previous Miyamoto Taro, and was considered a good genius. Snort. A cracking sound came. The next instant Okamoto Ichiro secretly bad. Only when he reacted. Has been a fist ruthlessly smashed in the chest. Bang dull sound. Okamoto Ichiro whole person in this sudden impact, directly smashed out of the ring, and the opposite Okamoto Ichiro face brushed suddenly a white. Baka. Old me. Okamoto. Come back. Fujita Kazuo's face suddenly cold. He really underestimated the Martial Arts Association of the Dragon Country. It seems that there are still a few powerful little characters. I'll meet you. At this time, one of the elite players from the Fat Country came onto the stage and battled Zhou Zion. Knowing that Zhou Zion was not simple, that Fat Country man was extra careful. The two of them went back and forth, pushing the atmosphere of the conference to another peak. 1 hour later, as the conference continued, Yang Dingtian and the others' faces became more and more gloomy. Nearly half of the disciples on their side had already been injured, while the opposite countries still had more than 100 people. The situation here was extremely bad for them. Next, I'll do it. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and stood up from his seat. As the number one person of the younger generation of the Martial Arts Association, coupled with the Bagua Yulong palm that he had studied these days, his strength was a great deal higher than before. Zhao Qian. He was also present when Ji Xian was beaten up. I'll do it. Before the people from the other countries could react, an elite expert on the side of the Stick Country who had been waiting for a long time, came to the ring with his eyes glowing with a cold aura. Kid, suffer death. As enemies met, this expert from the Stick Country, who had good attainments in both karate and taekwondo, slammed his foot on the ring, like a prehistoric titan, and came towards Zhao Qian. The face of the titan-like attack of the Stick Country experts, Zhao Qian slightly relieved stepped on the Bagua footwork. The hands of the Bagua dragon palm directly with a tricky angle. Bang slap on the Stick Country's shoulder. Immediately the next instant, the Stick Country's experts back and forth, enough 5 or 6 steps before stopping the retreat. What? How can that be? Taemin is strong enough to be ranked in the top 5 among us, but he was even knocked back by that kid? It shouldn't be. Although this Zhao Qian's strength is stronger than Taiming, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It seems like the news we got about the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association wasn't accurate. Who cares if it's accurate or not? Even if it's stronger, what's the point? Could it be that the remaining ones alone could have won over hundreds of people? After a few moves, the Stick Country's player named Taemin returned to his seat indignantly. Everyone, be careful. That guy's attacking technique is weird. Without the need for Taemin to remind them, the many remaining players would not be careless. Takizawa, go spar with the Dragon Kingdom's Bagua genius. The corner of Fujita Kazuo's mouth grinned out in an arc as he gave a veiled nod to the representatives of the surrounding countries. It was obvious that they were going to start their shameless fighting will battle next. That's right. Since that kid's strength is good, let's deplete his stamina immediately after. 3 people, 5 people, 10 people. After defeating more than 10 people in a row, Zhao Qian's physical strength is obviously not exhausted. The face is also slightly white up. The sects of the head of the sect as well as the disciples are more and more gloomy face. Although Zhao Qian lost 10 people in a row, but the opposite countries their opponents still have hundreds of people, and their side of the remaining only a Mei school and Huashan sect, because the two sects are using the sword. Boxing and kicking is not particularly good at it. The kendo of various countries was aimed at their 2 schools, obviously wanting to make the schools of the Rokkoku Wushu Association lose face, and their intentions were really punishable. Fusun Kawano Jiro, please teach me. A person once again appeared in the ring, and Yang Dingtian Feng Zixio and the others' hearts tightened in unison. Kawano Jiro, Fusan's 3rd-ranked person in the team for this tournament. 7th Dan in karate, 7th Dan in taekwondo, 5th Dan in aikido. More than 1 star stronger than the person who had appeared earlier. If it was in his heyday, Zhao Qian might be able to win. Just now Zhao Qian's state. I'm afraid that. Boom. Accompanied by a dull sound, Kawano Jiro's mouth lifted up a cruel arc. Just a fierce fist directly toward Zhao Qian Nangmen smashed. The means is very ferocious. Feng Zixio directly to go forward, but was Yang Dingtian pulled. This is a game. If Feng Zixio interrupted the game, afraid of the countries as a fuss, then can be troublesome. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, stepped on the Bagua footwork, with the Bagua dragon palm ready to unload. However, in the moment of contact, Zhao Qian's face changed greatly, because Kawano Jiro's force than he expected to be bigger than not young. Under the fierce and domineering punch, Zhao Qian's body directly turned into a white aura and flew backward rapidly, looking to fall off the ring. No, that guy definitely did it on purpose. Bastard. The Dragon Country Martial Arts Association was agitated. The surrounding 100 or so spectators were even screaming and cursing. In order to suppress their Dragon Country Martial Arts Association, the countries were really well-intentioned. Bastard. These guys, too bad. Yi Xiaofei saw the scene and stared at the ring with a puff of anger. Although he was small, he could also see the sinister faces of the countries. After all, as the Yan Jingyi family's eldest young man, this point of vision was still there. Swish sound. Just when Zhao Qian was about to fall down the ring, a figure came after him. His right palm idly caught Zhao Qian, and both of them landed in the ring at the same time. Chapter 94. Looks like this kid is going to use his strength to break the game. Above the ring, Zhao Qian, who was expected to be knocked out of the ring, saw the figure that suddenly appeared. Mr. Yi, I can only go so far. Yang Dingtian Feng Zixio and other sect masters saw Yi Tian who appeared in the ring. Tang a moment all stood up. Behind a group of disciples are also the same. Yi Tian, he, out, just when the matter. They only see a silhouette flashed a moment. Once again back to God over Yi Tian has already appeared in the ring with Zhao Qian. Good strong. Although they hadn't seen Yi Tian's hands with their own eyes, this alone was enough to explain everything. Brother-in-law. Uncle Long, that's brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is in the ring. Yi Xiufei sought his brother-in-law on the field. A pair of big eyes stared round, filled with excitement and excitement. In his understanding, his brother-in-law is invincible. Those bad guys will surely all be defeated by his brother-in-law. That kid. Yi Long, as if he didn't hear Yi Xiaofei's words, a pair of eyes were full of surprised color. Obviously this hand of Yi Tian he didn't expect the same. However, this guy's body seems to be, then their own thought is also a lot higher. Maybe today's situation is not as bad as they think. On the other side of the division, Chief Tan Fei saw Yi Tian save Zhao Qian at the critical moment. His heart cannot help but praise for it. Well done. Not only him, at this moment, the hundreds of Tidings division members in the venue, one by one, they were also full of excitement and anticipation. Before Yi Tian's deeds at Yanjing Airport, they already admired this Yi Tian. Now with this scene, their impression of Yi Tian was even more soaring. Good boy. I thought you had been acting as a shrinking turtle. Kawanojiro saw Yi Tian come out to the ring. First stunned, then his eyes blossomed with strands of ruthlessness. As long as they killed this kid, their purpose this time would be achieved. As for the remaining Ma sect and Huashan sect, it would be left to the kendo masters of each country. Now his target was this kid called Yi Tian in front of him. You've done a good job already. Go down. Patted Zhao Qian's shoulder, which made Zhao Qian inexplicably touched, and then saw Yi Tian's eyes blossom a touch of essence. Next, I'll do it. Lifting his feet to the ring, Zhao Qian saw the body exudes a bewildering confidence of Yi Tian. Heavy nodded his head and lifted his feet to walk down the ring. He knows that today is already his limit. At the moment when Zhao Qian left the ring, with Yi Tian as the center, an invisible aura spread out, instantly filling the entire venue. Everyone's eyes in the entire venue gathered towards the source of the ring's invisible aura with a brush. Patriarch? A generation of masters. That's right. This is the first reaction of everyone's eyes gathered to Yi Tian. Yi Tianqi in the box was also affected by the invisible aura emanating from Yi Tian's body, and couldn't help but his eyes flickered slightly. It seems that this kid is going to break the game with his strength. Wow. Brother-in-law. So handsome, so charismatic. Yi Xiaofei was enveloped by the invisible aura. A pair of eyes flooded with little stars, completely becoming Yi Tian, his brother-in-law's little fan. Yi Long as well as Tan Fei's pupils were also flickering. This aura that was born out of nowhere had already destined Yi Tian's future to be limitless. Feeling the invisible aura that assaulted Yi Tian's body, Kawanojiro's eyes slightly jumped. Facing Yi Tian, he unexpectedly had a feeling of invincibility. Poof, pretending to be a god. Watch the move. The words just fell. With a whip leg that ripped through the air, ruthlessly attacked the opposite side of Yi Tian's head. Under this spinning impulse addition, the attack was even more powerful by 1 point. Such a sudden strike, not inevitably some mixed with the suspicion of sneak attack, but in the eyes of Yi Tian, the loopholes are full of holes. Based on this move alone, he has 1,000 ways to kill Kawanojiro. Taiji step out. Weird and tricky, palm accurate and precise in Kawanojiro heart. The speed of the fast instantly. The only martial art in the world is fast. At this moment Yi Tian definitely interpreted this sentence to the fullest. Boom, a muffled sound. The next instant is to hear Kawanojiro muffled grunt. Figure retreated violently. The bottom of the foot staggers. Foot more than 5 or 6 steps. Finally thud, one knee on the ground. Face suffocated red. Face is full of pain. That's right. Is pain. Pain. And is piercing the limit of the kind of pain. Just hard to be. Kawanojiro endured. He can never. Also not allow him to scream out. Seeing Kawanojiro's wonderful expression, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth curved up into a wicked arc. The reason why he could do this, but also thanks to the divine level medical art that he had not long obtained. Together with the divine level national art, the two were superimposed, and the force and proportion was grasped quite well. No injuries could be seen on the outside, but it was incomparably painful. Obviously Yi Tian's palm had hit Kawanojiro's various major acupuncture points. Based on these pains alone, Kawanojiro in the ring at the moment had already lost his ability to fight. Is this Fusan's expert? I think it's nothing more than that. Glancing at Kawanojiro, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, the cloudy Yi Tian said with a laugh, Yi Tian, you, words to have to struggle to get up, but the thud just played half. Unparalleled stabbing pain came again. Directly and ruthlessly knee smashed in the ring, a mouthful of reverse blood rubbing upward. Hastily dare not say another word. Kawano-kun. Bastard. I'll try you. The Fusan side came up with 3 people at once. 2 of them assisted Kawano-jiro to leave the ring. The remaining one stared straight at Yi Tian with eyes full of vicious on Piu leaps. Good. So strong. The Kongdong Sex Zhou Shaoan, who had angrily disliked Yi Tian before, was now staring with wide eyes full of incredulity. The guy who had almost smashed senior brother Zhao Qian out of the ring with a single punch was actually killed by Yi Tian in seconds. Lin Tong and the others who were injured next to Zhou were even more filled with excitement. It was so cool. So cool. Yang Dingtian and Feng Zixio glanced at each other. Both could see the shock in each other's eyes. Sect leader Feng, did you see Yi Tian slap just now? Yang Dingtian's mind was floating over and over again with the palm of Yi Tian just now. Who? Of course. Feng Zixio recalled the scene just now and said in astonishment. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe that someone would be able to fuse the 2 types of palms, Taiji and Bagua palm technique, together. Yes, Yi Tian is definitely a heavenly genius in practicing martial arts. Yang Dingtian's eyes were full of essence flickering. What he saw was absolutely right. Just now Yi Tian's palm had both the flavor of Taiji and the wonder of Bagua palm technique. It was simply unimaginable that a youth so young could fuse martial arts to such a state. Chapter 95, Yi Tian, he, couldn't be, challenging the experts of various countries, right? Audience in the arena. This is, worthy of being a brother-in-law. Awesome. Yi Xiufei, a pair of eyes wide dead staring at the ring. Straight hook-lock handsome fried brother-in-law. The heart of that worship admiration as well as admiration. As if the monstrous river water stretches endlessly, and as the yellow river flooded out of control, that powerful bombardment of Fuso dog, a slap was brother-in-law dry down. Yi Xiufei almost jumped up, an excited red face, as if the Fuso dog Kawano-jiro in the ring is not brother-in-law seconds, but he Yi Xiufei abusive as well. Such a domineering and powerful brother-in-law can't be found by hitting the lantern. This kid, awesome. Even Yi Long, at this moment have a new understanding of Yi Tian once again. Such strength, such talent, not to mention the other. In the future, the Martial Arts Association will definitely be a great help to him. Although the Su family does not underestimate the Martial Arts Association, but in Yanjing Martial Arts Association has a pivotal position. The most important point is that the Martial Arts Association of the various sects of the head of that is notoriously protective of the calf. If the Su family is really unfavorable to Yi Tian at that time, I'm afraid that the various sects of the head of the hair will blow up. At that time, no matter what prestigious families, bullying the old man's people is not okay. This instant, Yi Long thought a lot. Tan Fei and others looked at the field of God turned sudden change. The heart that called a comfort. Motherfucker, ghost day of Fusong dog, now again to the old man beep a try. Meanwhile, the direction of the Fusan delegation. Kawano, what's going on? Fujita Kazuo's face was gloomy. Kawano-jiro was defeated by a single move. This made him a little unacceptable. It shouldn't be according to reason. Cough cough cough. After swallowing hard a mouthful of blood that had already come to his throat, Kawano-jiro scornfully looked towards the ring, enduring the severe pain like 10,000 ants biting. Although that guy's attack didn't do much damage, it hurts, as if thousands of ants are eating at the bones. Between words, Kawano-jiro's forehead was drenched in fine beads of sweat, and at the sight of this, Fujita Kazuo knew that he wasn't lying. What? Hearing Kawano-jiro's words, the other Fusan's experts beside him, one by one, their faces turned slightly pale. Thousands of ants were biting. What kind of feeling was that? Thinking about it made me shudder. Boom. Ah, a dull sound. Following Kawano-jiro, with a miserable scream, dazzled in the direction of the Fusan delegation that is shuddering, brushing, looking for eyes, is to see their companions on the stage in pain. No good. Bastard. That damn guy. With a shudder, several people from the Fusan delegation were the first to gluttonize that player down. If not for the slightest possibility he wouldn't have called out. It was just too humiliating. As for why so, is very simple. Whole triattitude of Yi Tian cannot help but increase the stimulation points of the force, which has now a scene. If not he just add a little force. Afraid of that Fusang expert is estimated to directly on the spot fainted over. After 2 attempts, Yi Tian also found the most suitable force. The corner of his mouth curved up into an arc. His sight swept towards the countries. Next. Wow. The entire venue was in an uproar at these words. Yang Dingtian as well as Feng Zixio and other sect masters stood up again in a moment. His mind was as if he was struck by extinguishing thunder. This kid, crazy. This, Yi Tian, he, wouldn't be, challenging the experts of various countries, right? Hashtag. Zhou Ziang stared with a pair of wide eyes. He swore that this was the biggest his eyes had ever opened. Lin Tong as well as Zhao Qian and the others, one by one, were also just like Zhou Ziong. All of them were all shocked by the sudden turn of events in the arena. Next, what a simple 3 words, but at this moment, hearing it in their ears, it was so exciting and exhilarating that it felt like the blood in their bodies was about to boil and burn. Hegemony, tramps, too domineering. Such a statement appeared. Not only did it cause Zhao Qian and his party to fall into unprecedented exuberance, Fujita Ifu as well as Quan Jiming and other representatives from various countries were also confused. They had never expected that this kid would dare to be so unbridled, openly provoking their various countries' martial arts associations? Ha 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 ha. Brother-in-law. Worthy of being this young master's brother-in-law. Domineering. Awesome ah. Yi Xiaofei, after listening to the stage's sharpness and dominance of the 4 extremes of the operation, was completely conquered by his brother-in-law's vigor and charisma completely. Such a brother-in-law. Motherfucker. That Su family's loser can't keep up even if he tries for 100 years. No, 10,000 years. Motherfucker, whoever doesn't agree with his brother-in-law and sister together, he, Yi Xiaofei, will be in a hurry with whoever. Arrogant boy. New hatred, old hatred of the stick country and expert. A flying body from the stage under the force to leap up. Ruthless punch straight into the yellow dragon, tearing the air crushed. And right at this moment, Yi Tian's right palm flashed with hidden golden aura. And a fierce and domineering slap snapped fiercely on top of that person's cheek. With a bang. Immediately after that, the angry young man from the stick country directly rubbed against the ring and slid down hard, a scarlet slap mark appearing on the side of his face. Hiss. This is the powerful Vajrapam, Shaolin Abbot Yuan Ji, staring at the ring with a pair of wide eyes, full of incredulity and trembling. That palm was right. Absolutely right. There's Shaolin's powerful Vajrapam that had been lost for hundreds of years. What? Yang Dingtian as well as Feng Zishou and other sect masters heard the round stop this statement. Eyelids wildly jumped non-stop. The power of the Vajrapam. I drop a good boy. This kid how to do it. Not only is the Taiji attainments unfathomable, but also the Bagua door of the Bagua dragon palm. And now even the Shaolin extinct for hundreds of years of the Vajrapam have appeared in the body of this guy. The demon ah. Just how do they know? Yi Tian who has the divine national art. These stunts are too simple for him. Just as easy as normal breathing. Easy to use. There will not be the slightest bit of stagnation at all. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Immediately after that, under the marveling of Yang Dingtian Feng Zishou's various sect masters, one by one, the Taekwondo masters, Karate masters, Judo masters, and Hapkido masters of various countries were defeated by Yi Tian in seconds one after another, regardless of whether it was a 6th level, 7th level, or the talented and demonic 8th level. It was all the same. 7 injury fist, Shaolin stance, dragon claw hands, flickering finger, golden bell shield. One kind of each school's stance after another was presented in the eyes of Yang Dingtian as well as Feng Zishou and the others. And at this moment, in this situation, each school's headmaster forgot to blink his eyes, and just looked at it with such a straight face in dismay. Oh. Brother-in-law. Too powerful. Those bad guys were all killed by brother-in-law. Is this really my brother-in-law? Good. So awesome. Yi Xiaofei's excited eyes bloomed brightly. The exuberance was beyond words. Ha 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 ha. Brother-in-law hanged all those bad guys like a little kid. Not ashamed to be a brother-in-law. Ah, awesome. Chapter 96. If anything happens to my brother-in-law today, I want all of them to be unable to leave Longhua. Meeting place. 2nd floor box. Yi Tianqi who sipped his tea. His sight swept towards the field. His eyes flickered a slight pause, breaking the game with force. This kid is not as wasteful as he thinks, but thought pulling on the Martial Arts Association will be able to turn waves in Yanjing. Even, compare with Su Mubai? It's really delusional. For Yi Tian's performance Yi Tianqi is only slightly surprised for a moment. The reason for this, that is because as the head of the Yi family, he knows too much about the Su family's power. In the venue, the Tidings Division Tan Fei looked at the field to swat flies like a one-sided abuse. The astonishment in his heart for a long time is difficult to calm down. Such strength. Need to protect yourself? After seeing Yi Tian's stature, Tan Fei as the head of the Tidings Division was a bit confused. Meow. Who protects who in this ah? I'm afraid it's more or less Yi Tian protecting them. A few moments later, the entire venue where the countries are located, one by one, their skin is blue and swollen, eyes full of horror looking at the ring. As for the remaining 20 to 30 people, they are completely shocked by the field. Damn it, that guy is really a human being. Asshole kid. Just then, a strange change occurred. Sitting on the seat of the stick country leader Quan Jiming, a struggle to weigh the pros and cons, and finally decisively out. At the time when everyone did not expect, turned into a black aura, as if a broken cannonball. A fist ruthlessly smashed towards Yi Tian, eyes flashing all the viciousness. This move he used his whole body. Unwillingly, he was unwilling to waste his favorite disciple's murderer to get away with it. So he wanted to make this kid pay the price. Even if he lost his reputation, he would not hesitate to do so. Die. In a sudden rampage, Quan Jiming slammed his fist into Yi Tian's neck and did it in a very measured manner. This punch would not take Yi Tian's life, but he would definitely become a vegetable from now on. Unbridled. Quan Jiming, your grandpa. Yang Ding Tian Feng Zixio saw Quan Jiming disregard the image identity. Sneak attack out. Burst out. Immediately all rushed towards Yi Tian's side. At this moment Yi Tian is the future of their martial arts association. Absolutely cannot step into the dust of Ji Xian's footsteps. This is a genius than Ji Xian, even more demonic several times. It could be said that as long as Yi Tian was around, their martial arts association would have a bright future. Facing Quan Jiming's sudden attack, Yi Tian, as if he had eyes on his side, raised his hand with the 7-injury fist and met it with a faint golden aura on top of his fist. Boom! Crack! Faint bone cracking sound. Only have the right to Jiming and Yi Tian, two people here. Double fist collision moment. Quan Jiming's face changed greatly. He felt as if he smashed in the steel like. The next instant, unparalleled stabbing pain along the arm rushed to the cerebral cortex. He obviously know his hand bone broken. And that's not all. A wave of rebellious blood came out from his chest cavity and soared to the throat area with a mischievous sound. His figure accompanied by a blow. Quan Jiming's face turned slightly white and staggered backward towards the rear. In order to avoid being too rebellious, Yi Tian similarly pretended to be recoiled backward by a huge force for a few steps. Good chance. Right at this moment, the underhanded Fusan delegation leader, Fujita Kazuo, landed a tricky casserole punch and ruthlessly smashed it into Yi Tian's heart. The ruthlessness of his hand was all-encompassing. It was obvious that he was trying to scrap the hopes of the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association. Bastard! Looking for death. Yang Dingtian and the others saw that after carrying off Quan Jiming's attack with great difficulty, they were once again targeted by Fujita Kazuo, their nameless anger sword. Only that they were obviously a step slower than Fujita Kazuo. Kid, blame it on your sharpness. The corner of Fujita Kazuo's mouth curved up into an arc. His mind was already conjuring up images of the kid in front of him being wasted by himself. No, brother-in-law. Bastard. If anything happens to brother-in-law today, I want all of them to not be able to walk out of Dragon Country. Tang Sound Yi Xiufei directly stood up from the seat. A small face full of a sinking, especially the eyes flashed out, is actually a smear of killing intent. This is completely not like a junior high school student should have eyes. Golden Bell Mask. Right at this moment, Yi Tian secretly catalyzed the Shaolin stance's Golden Bell Shield, followed by hard carrying down a punch towards Fujita Kazuo's heart and similarly smashed over. Boom! Boom! Lightning like a succession of two dull sounds swinging. Fujita Ifu immediately eyes burst open. Puff, a large puddle of blood sprayed out. The face of the brush as white as snow. As for Yi Tian is the playwright on the body to force out a mouthful of blood. The face of the same white staggered back, just to be rushed to the rear of the young Dingtian and Feng Zixio, two people to catch. The other sects of sect masters are guarded the leaders of each country and protected Yi Tian, the leaders of various countries who wanted to make a move to take advantage of his illness. Seeing that the time had passed, they could only put down the idea of making a move. And they all secretly said that it was a pity that they were just one move short of a move. And they were incomparably certain that they would be able to waste the demonic genius of this Dragon Country's Martial Arts Association with just one move. Yi Tian, is everything alright? Yang Dingtian and his party came close, hurriedly assisting Yi Tian, asking with incomparable concern, Quan Jiming, Fujita Kazuo, you guys are really bold. Li Tian has tiger eyes widened furiously, staring at the two people, lifting his feet forward. This moment he was really angry. No matter in public or in private, he must ask for a statement for Yi Tian. However, at this moment, with a crash, the leaders of various countries surrounded this moment in unison, and confronted Li Tianhe and other sect masters, Quan Jiming as well as Fujita Kazuo, their eyes filled with nothing but unwillingness. Go! After glaring fiercely at Yi Tian, Quan Jiming, who had his arm wasted, clenched his teeth and turned around to leave the venue with his swollen and bruised team members. Tan Fei originally wanted to go and stop them, but after thinking about it, he still didn't go forward. The face of a white Fujita Ikkyo, in the two team members of the support of the same towards the venue to leave. Just now that punch in his heart, he felt his heart to burst, at the moment where there are still dare to stay half a point. After Quan Jiming and Fujita Kazuo left, the leaders of other countries also left the venue with their people, and soon, only Yi Tian and Yang Dingtian were left in the entire venue. As for Yi Tian's reason for spitting blood, One is to make himself not to show too much evil, although his performance nowadays is already very evil. And 2. If he shows a little bit of injuries, the more the Wushu Association owes him a favor. Hundreds of spectators at the scene. See here, each and every look shocked, just a scene over and over again in front of their eyes. I'm not dreaming, am I? Yi Tian actually carried off the sneak attack of Quan Jiming and Fujita Kazuo with just a pale face and spitting blood. But that's not true. That's the vice president of the two countries' martial arts associations. At the same time, even failed to take down Yi Tian. Shameless, really too shameless. But it's no wonder. Yi Tian's talent is even more powerful than Ji Jihyun from the Kingdom of the Stick, so it's strange that they're not scared. Hey, now the two Quan Jiming have stolen the chicken but lost the rice. Their reputation is over. As for the surrounding hundreds of Tidings Division members, dumbfounded, looking at the ring, my goodness, what did they see? Quan Jiming Fujino Kazuo, two people at the same time. Both failed to succeed. Demonic beasts. Chapter 97, his skill is probably above mine. The International Martial Arts Exchange Conference came to an end with the farce of Quan Jiming and Fujita Kazuo, but the entire venue was in a frenzy. More than 100 spectators, the head of the Tidings Division, Tan Fei, more than 300 people. All of them had their minds floating over and over again with the shameless and extreme sneak attack of the two Quan Jiming just now. My goodness, Yi Tian, this is too terrifying. That's not true. Who are Quan Jiming and Fujita Kazuo? That's the vice president of the Martial Arts Association of the Stick Country and Fusan Country. The existence of absolutely ruthless people. I really didn't expect that in the case of sneak attack. They didn't even manage to get a bargain. Phew, it feels like everything is just like a dream. That Yi Tian actually fucked over all the geniuses of the martial arts associations of various countries. Yes, at first I was worried that Yi Tian would be targeted by Quan Jiming and his group from the Stick Country, but I never thought that things would end this way. Initial judgment, Yi Tian's strength is at least on the level of Quan Jiming and Fujita Kazuo. There were more than 100 spectators at the scene, chattering and discussing, and Yi Tian left the venue under the concern and flanking of the sect masters. Inside the box on the second floor, Yi Tianqi's mouth curved up in an arc, as if everything that happened in front of his eyes was like a child playing house. Not bad strength. It seems that the Su family has encountered a somewhat tricky opponent this time. If in the future, this kid is able to compare the Su family, so what if I, Yi Tianqi, retired Su Mubai, quietly, Yi Tianqi to this Yi Tian up so a hint of interest, but that's all. Of course, if let him know that at the moment Yi Tian has slept with his daughter for an unknown number of times. I do not know if Yi Tianqi will still be so calm in this judgment. Brother-in-law. Is brother-in-law alright? Yi Xiaofei in the venue, a small face full of worry, thinking of the shameless sneak attack of Quan Jiming and Fujita Kazuo before. The bottom of his eyes is flooded with wisps of coldness. Those two bad guys, damn. Don't worry, young master. Yi Tian shouldn't be in any serious trouble. Yi Long's mind floated over and over again with the image of what just happened, and more than once he noticed the faintly undetectable curvature at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. His intuition told him that what was in front of him was most likely not such as what he had seen. Humph, brother-in-law better be fine. Otherwise, I, Yi Xiaofei, am not finished with them. Cough cough cough. Listening to the bottom of Yi Xiaofei's eyes full of murderous aura, that mixed little devil's appearance looked helpless for a while. Young master, just be honest. Although Quan Jiming and Fujita Ikkyo they are nothing, but if we really want to take a shot at them, master will inevitably get into some trouble, and at that time, it's unavoidable for you to get a beating. On the other hand, Fujita Kazuo, who just left the venue without taking a few steps, a large puddle of blood floated out, his face brushed as white paper, and his entire essence instantly withered. Teacher, Vice President, Fujita Kazuo's sudden spitting of blood from his mouth startled the group of Fusan Kingdom's representatives beside him, rushing out in a hurry. They had never seen the Vice President like this before. Go, leave this place immediately. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Fujita Kazuo, as by this moment he could no longer hold back. Under the support of his men, he got into the car with great difficulty, leaving behind a scarlet puddle of striking blood on the ground. Yi Tian, I'll remember you. There was no coincidence. In the car of the delegation from the Stick Country. Teacher, shall we go back? One of Quan Jiming's protégés, seeing his teacher with a gloomy face, swallowed his saliva and asked in a nervous and tentative manner, while the others around him didn't dare to utter a single breath. Over and over again, the scene just now surfaced in their minds. Their president Quan Jiming and Fusan's vice president sneak attacked the situation, but did not take down that kid. That kid's strength must be how strong. No, Quan Jiming, who took a deep breath, endured the sharp pain in his right hand. Go to the hospital. Hospital? That protégé of Quan Jiming, hearing his teacher's words, was filled with doubt. And then he saw his teacher's unnatural right hand. Teacher, your hand. It was that kid who did it. Quan Jiming's murderous eyes flashed with hostility. All of us were fooled by that kid. Judging from that kid's strength, even though it was only a single move, his stance is most likely still above me. No wonder. That damn kid directly wasted Ji-Xian. That kid must die. The unparalleled stinging pain reinforced the killing intent of Quan Jiming's heart towards Yi Tian. He couldn't imagine that a young man of around 20 had a stance that was above his own. This if it was just a few more years. He was afraid that there were only a few people in the martial arts worlds of various countries that could defeat him, so he had to be snuffed out before he grew up completely. Teacher, let's go to the hospital first. When we go back and tell the president about this matter, let him decide. The disciple saw the master who had never been injured. This time he was even injured by that Yi Tian with one move. How easy it is to deal with someone like that. Unless, hire a killer. Mr. Yi, are you sure you are alright? Yang Dingtian and other sect masters asked uncertainly when they saw Yi Tian open the door and enter the Maserati. Alright, all of you go back. I'm fine on my own, said a foot gas pedal and the faction heads in the dumbfounded look. Whistling away from the Martial Arts Association, blink of an eye is disappeared at the end of the road, leaving a rising cloud of green smoke in the original place. Wizards, truly a generation of wizards. Such a heavenly talent must be thoroughly protected. That's right. Today Yi Tian offended the martial arts associations of various countries, especially the Rod and Fusan countries where Quan Jiming and Fujita Kazuo are from. Someone must be sent to protect Yi Tian's safety. President, are you saying that they will make a move against Yi Tian? Yang Dingtian looked at Yi Tian's departing direction, his eyes filled with worry. More than worry, that Quan Jiming's favorite disciple, the eternal next president of the Rod country, was wasted by Yi Tian. I'm afraid that they'll be so desperate that they'll jump over the wall. Even hire a killer is not impossible. Killer? When Yang Dingtian said this, Feng Zishou Li Tianhe as well as Zhao Qian Lin Tong and the others suddenly changed their faces in unison, seemingly realizing something. Yeah, that Pool Zhixian is the hope of the future martial arts association of the stick country, now by Yi Tian waste. And Yi Tian is still a more demonic than that Pool Zhixian practicing martial arts wizards. If you say please killer, definitely not impossible. And this possibility is also extremely great. The face of the worry of the various sects of the head of the discussion of some of this is full of heavy face each left, afraid of soon a bloody storm will be around Yi Tian unfolding. It is really eventful autumn. I hope that he can survive this hurdle. Chapter 98, As a killer you have too much nonsense. The speeding business car, on its way to the Kongdong sect. Master, there's something I think I still need to tell you. Lin Tong weighed up the situation for a long time, and decided that he should still tell Master Li Tianhe about Yi Tian's special technique to get rid of the 7 injury fists dark disease for himself, because it was too important to their Kongdong sect. Oh, what is it? Li Tianhe, who was still immersed in worrying about Yi Tian's next safety, heard Lin Tong's words before he came back to his senses. It's like this. You still remember the matter of Mr. Yi solving the side effects of the 7 injury fist for me, right? Lin Tong thought of the previous scene of solving the 7 injury fist side effects for himself, presented in his mind. So far he felt like dreaming. Of course I remember. I was planning to find a chance to visit Yi Tian to seek a method to restrain the 7 injury fist side effects. How could Li Tianhe forget such an important matter? It was only because Yi Tian was injured today, coupled with the fact that he had offended the martial arts associations of various countries, that he had not mentioned this matter. Hearing his master Li Tianhe's words, Lin Tong let out a bitter smile. Master, actually, Mr. Yi not only solved my 7 injury fist side effects at that time, but he also completely got rid of all the dark diseases from using the 7 injury fist before. Lin Tong did not hide anything and directly told the scene at the venue truthfully. What? Li Tianhe's eyes suddenly widened when he heard Lin Tong's words. Getting rid of the 7 injury fist dark disease. How is that possible? Eldest senior brother. Really? Just like Li Tianhe? The other Kongdong sect disciples in the commercial vehicle, one by one, were also filled with disbelief and horror, and if not for the fact that it was Lin Tong who had said this, they would have been in complete disbelief that this was true. Getting rid of the 7 injury fists dark disease? If it was a normal person, they would definitely think that they were telling a joke. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Seeing the shock and surprise of Li Tianhe as well as Zhou Ziyan and the others, Lin Tong was not surprised in the slightest, as he was no better than them when he was informed of the result. At that time, to be honest, I didn't believe it either until, with a swish, Lin Tong did not have the slightest retention, directly in Li Tianhe and as well as Zhou Ziyang and other people a shocked gaze, to the air to play a 7 wounds fist, and then retracted. Even the breath has not had the slightest disruption, and the usual out of the move did not have the slightest change. Just, killing power was exactly the same as using the 7-injury fist. This, surprisingly true. Li Tianhe looked at Lin Tong's face without redness. His heart felt as if there was a thunderbolt descending, shaking with a roar. As for Zhou Ziyan and the others, they were even dumbfounded by what they saw. Their eldest brother Lin Tong, full use of the 7-injuries fist. Even, there was not the slightest problem, not to mention a look of pain. I don't know if they were mistaken. Just now when Lin Tong struck the 7-injury fist, he even revealed a smile. Yes, it was a smile. The ironic fact was in front of their eyes. There was no way for them to disbelieve it. That Yi Tian, oh no, is Mr. Yi surprisingly, can completely remove the 7-injury fist dark disease. More than that, it won't flare up again in the future. I can't believe this is true even in my dreams. Could it be that Mr. Yi is our Kongdong sex nobleman? It's incredible. If Mr. Yi can get rid of the 7-injury fist dark disease for us as well, won't he be able to use the 7-injury fist without any fear in the future when he fights with others again? At the thought of being able to use the 7-injury fist without any fear, Zhou Ziang and the others were all in a mood of excitement and exuberance. Not only them, but even Li Tianhe couldn't stop himself from getting excited. Truly, this matter was too important to their Kongdong sect. Just like Li Tianhe's side of the Kongdong sect, other sects were also having incomparably similar conversations. Of course what they were discussing wasn't the 7-injury fist, but rather the various sects of Jedi that were closely related to them. Moreover, the most important thing is that, from the previous Yi Tian will Bagua swimming dragon palm to Bagua sect to see, Yi Tian is definitely not a selfish and petty person. If they are as Feng Zi Hu general, then, wouldn't all of their respective sects' mastery be obtained? While the various sects were harboring petty thoughts, Yi Tian drove the Maserati to the hotel. He came to the hotel room in a familiar way, but a touch of danger came out from the room, and the danger exuded a well-hidden killing intent. Killer? Can hide so well? In addition to killers and after special training, no one do so well, and from only leaking a hint of murderous intent to see, the strength of this killer is also very good. Kata. After swiping the magnetic card, as usual Yi Tian pushed open the room door and entered the hotel room, following which he closed the hotel room door. Just at the moment when the room door was closed, a snorting air-breaking sound came. A knife blade arced through the arc and instantly attacked Yi Tian's neck. The means was clean and ruthless. Facing the sudden attack, Yi Tian had prepared for it. A push hand accurately and unerringly pushed the dagger in the assassin's hand out, accurately and unerringly stabbed into the hotel wall above. The sharp dagger tail couldn't help but quiver from side to side. Don't move! Icy cold, but very good sounding voice came from one side. Yi Tian, who looked smoothly, saw a girl wearing leather jacket and pants, stepping on leather boots and tying a ponytail, appearing in the field of vision. Only at this moment, she was holding a gun fitted with a silencer, pointing it at Yi Tian's head. With that stance, as long as Yi Tian had the slightest movement, she would shoot. Unexpectedly, it's still a beautiful assassin. It seems that the person who wants to kill me is treating me quite well, seeing that it was a good-looking enough a beautiful girl. As an assassin, her figure was even better, although it was still closer than Yi Linglong, but the pouring face, it was better than those so-called school flowers, enough to be a lot better. You are the person I have seen, who still so much nonsense before dying. The Blood Rose's morose and cold voice, although the strength of this person in front of her was quite a bit higher than on the intelligence, but fortunately she had prepared for it earlier. On the verge of death? You are so sure that you can kill me? You? Blood Rose's beautiful ice-cold aura appeared, just when she was about to shoot. Somehow, the gun that she was originally holding appeared in Yi Tian's hands, and it was even more ghostly hand speed, dismantling the gun into a pile of parts, followed by Yi Tian throwing it on the room floor like garbage. How is it possible? Blood Rosa stared with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her firearms technology, in the entire Blood Fury Killer organization, is the top of the line. She unexpectedly did not find out when her pistol appeared in Yi Tian's hand. Also, as a killer you have too much nonsense. But just when Blood Rose was shocked, the devil-like voice appeared behind her, and the most frightening thing was, she unexpectedly couldn't move. You, what are you going to do? The Blood Rose, a heart of tottering raised in the throat. She is too clear a female assassin fell in the hands of the target. What will happen? Just always on their own strength, is extremely confident of her. Did not think that one day this thing back to happen to her? Don't worry. Although you look good, but compared to my woman, you're still close. I'm not interested in you. Glancing at the flash of panic underneath Blood Rose's eyes, how could one not know what she was thinking? And then looked Blood Rose up and down, seeing the look of the poison in your body. If you can't kill me this time, I'm afraid you won't have the life to go back. A loud roar. When Blood Rose heard Yi Tian's words, her pretty face turned as white as snow. Her small face was completely occupied by shock and fear. You, how did you know? Chapter 99, in the future, you'll be glad for your decision today. In the hotel room, Blood Fury's fifth-ranked assassin, Blood Rose, had a drastic change in color. Because, she would never have imagined that the target in front of her that she was going to kill this time, actually knew the most confidential thing about their Blood Fury. No need to be surprised. Just now when I took the gun from your hands, I touched your pulse. I dare not say 5 days. If there is no antidote, you must die. Aimed at the Blood Rose whose face was shocked, precisely because he knew the poison that the Blood Rose had been put under. Yi Tian's mind came up with another idea of cultivating another force of his own, a force hidden in the shadows, and the Blood Rose in front of him had obviously become his first target. You. Surprisingly, at this moment the Blood Rose was completely flustered. That's right, because what Yi Tian said was not at all wrong. No more, no less than 5 days. After 5 days, if she couldn't return to the Blood Fury organization, the only thing that would happen to her would be death. Are you trying to say that what I said is alright, is it? Seeing Blood Rose's horrified and surprised look, Yi Tian knew that the initial deterrence had been completely achieved. Then he raised his hand to withdraw the golden needles that were stabbed on Blood Rose's body, and only then did Blood Rose, who was unable to move half of her body, regained her freedom. What do you want? Blood Rose was not a little cutie. If Yi Tian was willing, at this moment, she would have already become a corpse, or even let him slaughter her. Only he didn't, and obviously had other intentions. I like dealing with smart people. Seeing that Blood Rose somewhat guessed part of his intentions, he smiled and said, I don't know what organization you come from and who you sell your life for, but from today onwards, I want you to sell your life for me. Snort. What a big mouth. You even told the assassin who assassinated you to let her sell her life for you. On what grounds? Blood Rose snorted as if she had heard the biggest joke under the sky. You will agree. In the face of Blood Rose's disdain and mockery, Yi Tian's face was still filled with confidence, as if it was supposed to be like this in his opinion. Humph. I naturally have the antidote after killing you. The Blood Rose's phoenix eyes flashed. Killing chance flickered immediately. A stepped out to strike at Yi Tian who was sitting on the sofa. Electricity and stone sparks? The momentum of 10,000 pounds of thunder. The attack was coming in the blink of an eye, but at this time a voice came out faintly from Yi Tian's mouth. What if I can detoxify the poison in you? The Blood Rose that was about to slice Yi Tian's throat with a hand knife. Hearing the voice in his ear, he stiffly retracted all the force, stopping at the place less than 3 centimeters in front of Yi Tian. From the beginning to the end, Yi Tian's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. What did you say? Hearing these words, the Blood Rose's mind was as if struck by thunder. This guy was able to solve his own poison. If it was at the beginning, she definitely didn't believe it, but from the mystery of this guy just now, this had to make her hesitant. I forgot to tell you, I'm quite knowledgeable about medicine. That's impossible? Blood Rose's mind had not calmed down since she heard that Yi Tian could solve her poison. Ever since she understood, the leader of the Blood Fury organization, the old man of 10,000 poisons, had given her this poison, and every once in a while, he would give her an antidote, but not the usual antidote. This antidote was able to slow down the onset of the poison, so every half a month they would go to the Blood Fury organization to collect the antidote. And now, there were still 5 days left before she would next receive the antidote. It wasn't that she hadn't tried to get rid of the poison through other channels, but it had never been resolved. Do you think you have a choice now? For this person who wants to kill herself, if not for the fact that her hands and looks are good, she would not bother to talk nonsense. After all, in the future, as her own achievements get bigger and bigger, having only Wang Ziyu beside her is completely insufficient. Blood Rose struggled a little. Yi Tian was right, she had no choice. This time the mission was absolutely impossible to complete. So this road down, even if it destroyed the Blood Fury organization, it was still a dead end. Are you sure you can solve my poison? She, who had been living on the edge of death for more than 10 years, was too eager to get rid of the poison and get rid of the clutches of the Elder of 10,000 Poisons one day. Of course. Does it make sense for me to lie to you? Then you aren't afraid that I'll leave after you detoxify me? Blood Rose's slightly furrowed brows. It was obvious that her heart was still somewhat hesitant. Do you dare? The cloudy and light words that entered Blood Rose's ears. Somehow Blood Rose shivered. Indeed, she didn't dare. From the point of view of the exchange of hands just now, Yi Tian's strength is definitely far above himself. If he escapes after detoxifying himself, then what was waiting for herself would definitely be another 10,000 Poison Elders' pursuit. Blood Rose thought about many things in this instant, weighing the pros and cons of all aspects. Finally, at a certain moment, a pair of beautiful eyes flashed out a touch of certainty, and took a deep breath. Yes, if you can really cure the poison on my body, my Blood Rose's life will be yours in the future. and I will serve you for the rest of my life. If I violate this oath, people and gods will be outraged. That's right. Between the elder of 10,000 poisons and this first-time meeting but extremely mysterious guy in front of her, she chose to believe in Yi Tian, because this guy's power was something she knew well, so she decided to take a gamble. Swearing those false things is not necessary. If I have to find out that you betrayed me even once in the future, trust me, I will let you die a miserable death. Looking at the devilish arc of the evil smile, Blood Rose trembled. There was a moment when she even suspected that this guy was even more terrifying than the 10,000 poison elder. Just like a devil in human skin. In the future you will be glad for today's decision. Deep intentionally looked at the face of the Blood Rose. If it is in the encounter Yi Linglong before, he may have a little bit of heart, but now there is Yi Linglong, so a worldly face. The absolute generation of women. He is the world of the so-called beautiful woman has produced the ability to immunity. Even if it is the Blood Rose in front of the eyes, compared to Yi Linglong is still worse than a little bit. Sit cross-legged on the sofa. I'll start applying the needles. Hearing Yi Tian's dry words, Blood Rose's heart fluttered and couldn't help but beat violently. Apprehensive and nervous, and somewhat expectant, she sat cross-legged on the sofa according to what Yi Tian said. Close your eyes. The process might be a little painful. Bear it. I hope what you said is true. Just come on. Blood Rose looked deeply at Yi Tian, letting go of everything and handing herself over to this person she had only known for a day, because she knew that if this person had any thoughts about her, there was absolutely no need to do so, and even if she resisted, it would still be futile. Blood Rose's eyes closed tightly. Slightly relieved, Yi Tian's right hand flipped dozens of gold needles, instantly from its hands out. The next moment accurately into the Blood Rose around the body of the major points. When dozens of golden needles entered into the back of the Blood Rose's pretty face obviously surfaced the color of pain. The next step will be more painful. If you can't help it, scream out. Without waiting for Blood Rose to reply, one of Yi Tian's golden needles had already entered Blood Rose's 100 points in front of her body. So for a split second, Blood Rose immediately let out a muffled grunt. Immediately after that, the second needle, the third needle, a needle then a needle of pain are to increase several times. Finally the fifth needle, when the Blood Rose cannot help but scream out loud and painful. The sixth needle, the seventh needle, with a needle did not enter. The room immediately resounded with the sound of miserable pain. Imagine, can let the Bloodbath Organization killer list fifth Blood Rose, so can imagine how painful? Simply like hell on earth. If not for the hotel soundproofing is not bad, has long been next door to the people who thought it was someone murder split body. Finally, with the fall of the ninth needle, Blood Rose almost did not faint in pain. The whole pain lasted for more than 5 minutes. The face suddenly became red. At a certain moment Poof opened his mouth, a large puddle of blood sprayed out, splashed in the coffee table above. It is very shocking. And at this moment the Blood Rose has long been sweating profusely. However, the body and mind is comfortable and smooth a lot. Long time the feeling of intense poison torture, surprisingly, is bizarrely disappeared, but immediately after the body came a foul, stinky flavor. Tang's Blood Rose pretty face was red, like the sky's burning clouds, obviously knew that it came from his own body. I'll go take a shower. After saying that, fleeing as if running towards the direction of the hotel's bathroom, soon came the pattering sound of running water.